Gravewalkers, Book 4, Final Feast, by Richard T. Schrader. Copyright 2013. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Staff of Life.
Critias awoke at Forager's castle, feeling refreshed after he had slept peacefully well into the afternoon. He sat up to see that all their mission gear had come back clean from decontamination services. Mandy sat at their small table where she drew a picture. The girl absently hummed music to herself that sounded conspicuously similar to something that Critias had heard Carmen singing to her. The colored pens she used had come from Carmen as well. They were from that backpack of loot that Carmen had foraged at the gas station near the mulch yard the night before. When Critias checked nearby, he saw that Carmen was gone, and her place in the bed beside him was already cold. Alice probably still babysat with the injured Bobby Bean. It was her small compensation for him having saved her life from Saltback the hunter. That left Critias and Mandy alone. As he got up to get dressed, he asked her,
"What are you doing?"
Mandy meant him no offense when she instinctively called upon her past life in Denver. That experience had scarred her in more ways than just the whiplash marks across her back. She assumed his question rooted in some kind of accusation. Her first guess was that a man wanted to know why she dared enjoy herself instead of being hard at work, like doing decontamination duties. With that in mind, Mandy answered defensively,
"Jack told me that I didn't have to work today because I went out on the boat last night."
Critias only wanted to have some friendly conversation, so he tried again.
"Yeah, but what are you doing now?"
Her next assumption was that he accused her of having stolen the pens and paper. She defensively swore,
"Carmen told me that I could use them. She did, really."
Back in Denver, Mandy routinely received punishment for the least little thing, and often for no reason at all, other than to remind her of her station in life. The fear of accusation and punishment just came naturally to her. Critias stopped asking about her artwork, even if he was only trying to be pleasant. It wasn't his intention to come across as being critical or threatening. To break the ice, he said,
"We have something in common."
That caught Mandy's undivided attention. She couldn't tell if that was good or bad. She asked,
"What is that?"
"We both care more about Carmen than anybody else."
Critias told her honestly.
"Just as she cares about us. That makes us partners in a way, partners in Carmen."
When she considered that, Mandy knew it was true, and the new understanding made her relax considerably. As her peace offering, Mandy held up the drawing to show him her picture. As an explanation, she added,
"I'm not really sure what it is, just something I like."
From what Critias could tell, the picture had a lot of green that was probably trees, like a forest or jungle. There was a large brown area that could have been a triangular mountain, or maybe even a pyramid. In the foreground was a group of men with blue faces that danced in a field of yellow flowers. Critias was no art critic or psychiatrist, but he didn't see any disturbing images that suggested Mandy had dangerous emotional issues. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Critias experienced a sensation of déjà vu. It was more than as if she had shown him that same picture before. Critias felt that he had seen the place in her picture, or actually been there. It was like Mandy said herself. They didn't know what it was. It was just something they knew that they liked. Critias told her,
"It's very pretty, the kind of place that I would like to visit. You should give it to Carmen when you are done. She will want to make a wall of all your drawings. She loves thoughtful presents like that."
Since she seemed at ease with him, Critias asked her as pleasantly as he was able.
"Where is Carmen now?"
Mandy thumbed toward the door.
"She is in the back hall training Alice to be a soldier."
She looked back to her picture.
"Do you want me to leave you alone?"
The defensiveness of Denver was already back again.
"Of course not."
Critias quickly disarmed her paranoia. He saw that decontamination services had left him fresh clothing in his size. He put those on. As he buckled on his pistol belt, he asked,
"Did Carmen say anything else?"
Mandy was uncertain about the depth of his question.
"Like what?"
He clarified,
"Anything at all."
though not really meaning that so literally. Critias thought she was being defensive again, when in fact she had hesitated for other reasons. Mandy shrugged while she continued to work on her picture.
"Carmen said something about her boobs being tender because everyone is not doing their ironing properly."
She considered that, and then added,
"I think that was girl talk, though, not a message for you."
He struggled to make sense of that.
"The laundry service starched her bra?"
Mandy shook her head.
"No, I think it has something to do with what people are eating. A deficiency, she called it."
That made more sense to him in that iron deficiency was a common problem in survivor diets. He wasn't at all sure what that had to do with Carmen's breast discomfort. Critias picked up his mech suit helmet on his way out the door. As soon as he was in the hallway, he called Kevin on a private channel. The male android answered,
"Congratulations on your successful mission, Captain. How can I be of service?"
Critias asked him.
What do you know about people suffering iron deficiency in their diet?
Dr. Clara has already informed me of the situation.
Kevin replied as though the issue was minor at best.
We are undertaking measures to remedy it. Did she speak to you about it?
No, I heard it in a roundabout way.
Critias explained.
Because Carmen's breasts are tender, whatever that means.
Kevin admitted.
Yes, it is quite fascinating. I hadn't considered that small complication. It took me by surprise as well. Bring her in to me for a checkup and I'll see what I can do about it. I have been contemplating a solution.
Can you explain it to me?
Critias was a bit annoyed that he needed to press for information about his own wife.
I have noticed that she doesn't eat as much as I think she should. Is Carmen making herself sick?
Carmen is in perfect health.
Kevin assured him.
You are sharing your quarters with those two disadvantaged young women that you rescued from Denver. The diet in Denver was less than ideal, as I am sure that you are well aware. As I already explained, Dr. Clara and I will remedy that situation along with everyone else. We have matters of public health under close supervision. If you would just bring Carmen to see me when you return to the tower, I will take care of everything.
Critias felt no surprise at all that the android had talked at length while telling him exactly nothing. He even needed to say it.
You still haven't told me what is going on with her.
Kevin's attitude stonewalled him.
You really don't want to know anything more than you already do. Please excuse the similarity to an insult when I tell you that you lack the requisite intelligence or maturity to know more. You have a decisive lack of professionalism in matters involving Carmen, and I don't want to see you upset unnecessarily. Please bring her to me at your earliest convenience, and I will see to her situation.
Critias lost his patience.
I'm upset now, because your evasiveness makes me assume the worst. You androids get your freedom for a few days, and you sure get condescending. You call me childish and stupid directly to my face, and then add on that you don't mean it as an insult. Thanks. You meant it as a cold intellectual observation instead. Regardless of your feelings, it is my feelings that count here. She is my wife, not yours. What is wrong with Carmen?
Very well.
Kevin conceded.
As you are aware, Carmen is a field operations Epsilon model. The engineers designed her for your optimal survival potentiality under the worst possible circumstances. Carmen can derive nourishment from a far broader range of food sources than you can, just as she can drink significantly less pure water than you could survive. She has the capacity to distill out any harmful contaminants from the environment where once again you cannot. Should a marshal and his android of her model find themselves marooned in the harshest of environments, you would not only survive with her assistance, but also maintain your complete physical, nutritional functionality. Because Carmen has been keeping close company with those two survivors from Denver, their physiologies have superimposed themselves upon her calibrations in addition to your own. The mild iron deficiency she unconsciously perceives in Alice and Mandy has triggered a hormonal change that the engineers intended to preserve human life. The breast milk she produces is remarkably more nutritious than even that of a hooded seal. While the inherent logic of this dietary solution is undeniable, quite frankly, your ability to appreciate it as anything other than a perverse and shameful vulgarity is highly questionable. Suffice it to say that it is not a situation she found herself in by choice, and neither has she made any effort to cure anyone of an iron deficiency ailment. You may mark her condition down as just one more injustice that your kind has imposed upon ours. Since Carmen cannot have children of her own, perhaps you could try thinking of it as her maternal instinct. Because you forced me into this, I feel justified in telling you that I find Carmen to be an exquisitely beautiful creature that is superior to you humans in every way. I will be offended if your insensitivity does her some emotional harm. She is feeling disillusioned enough as it is.
Critias grasped what Kevin told him.
You're saying that Carmen could eat rotting garbage and drink from dirty puddles and then keep me alive by breastfeeding me?
Sustain you indefinitely in good health.
Kevin corrected him.
With the hydration assistance of your mech suit for additional purified water. Android milk is not so thin and watery a substance as you would be familiar with from your own unmodified species. You could correctly think of it as bioengineered into the most potently concentrated and dietary complete food source on the planet. Speaking as one of our kind, I should think you should feel flattered that she would give you the very life of her own body to protect you. She and I have already discussed the matter, and Carmen made it clear that she preferred you not knowing, at least until you may have found out by accident while exploring your sexual relationship. She believes you would perceive this aspect of her android femininity as being perversely obscene and even disgusting. I already informed you that I share her opinion in that regard. Life is full of injustices, and informing you of a complete list of them will not remedy any of them. Well, it is within your power to assist in correcting one or two here and there.
Critias cringed at the description of his character. He dreaded the thought that his prudish attitudes about propriety made Carmen feel raunchy and detestable. He told Kevin,
I understand you now. When I suck on Carmen's nipple for my own lewd sexual pleasure, I would call that entirely natural and appropriate. But when you bring up the topic of the normal, purposeful function of her breasts, I would call that a repulsive perversity. It was a terribly hypocritical thing of me, to say the least. It won't be a problem now that you have left me wiser. From her point of view, it must be like going through puberty for an android. She needs my love and support, and she'll get it. What is causing the iron deficiency around here?
Kevin revealed the cause as obvious.
The simple answer is a lack of fresh meats, fruits, and vegetables. Some types are more helpful than others, but it hardly matters since any of those are luxuries in the current situation. Many of the dehydrated survival foods have iron enrichment, though apparently not sufficiently for long-term health. A rationing of vitamin supplements has been containing the problem to this mild level, but we must do more. The upcoming harvest from the garden building will help tremendously, as will your upgrades to the water system, the new seed stocks, and our plans for sun lamp hydroponics. All of those things require more time to reach their edible fruitions.
All of that made sense to Critias. He offered,
If you and Clara come up with a plan to speed things along, you can count on me to do anything you need to make it happen, apart from milking Carmen like a cow. I can accept that my doing that in an emergency will save my life, but I don't want to turn her into a barnyard resource.
There will be no milking as a scheme for the harvesting of public resources,
Kevin pledged.
though it might be necessary for Carmen's comfort or well-being, at least in the short term. Bring her to see me when you get back, and I will look into a remedy. She needs an examination anyway. I want to check how well her other modifications have been performing. These hormonal changes may be affecting her in other unexpected ways in light of the jury-rigged alterations I have performed on her already.
After he heard Kevin say that, Critias recalled how Carmen had passed out on him when they last went to bed, and even before that, he seemed to be satisfying her with considerably less effort than what he might call normal. At first, he wrote off her instantaneous and multiple orgasms as her being under a lot of stress and his godlike prowess as a lover. Having had some time to reflect on the evidence, Critias realized that Carmen's health might actually be suffering because of the tampering they had done to her. Since Kevin wanted to give Carmen a checkup anyway, Critias would follow up on that soon. On another somewhat related matter, Critias thought aloud,
Sally Headshot is due for having her baby soon. Maybe this Carmen thing will prove useful in that regard. I'm sure there has to be a shortage of wet nurses available, and the calorie-conservative common diet can't be helping in that regard. Carmen and I are marshals, so we won't sit back and do nothing while there are any babies facing starvation. If Sally does need any assistance, I'm confident that Carmen would actually enjoy helping out. Being a mother would mean a lot to her, or at least the chance to experience it for a moment. Taking care of Mandy and Alice has really opened her up to a new and better life.
That topic was of interest to Kevin for other reasons.
You are wise and generous to offer. We will keep that under consideration because it is true that Sally is approaching her delivery date.
For his other reasons, Kevin asked,
Has Penny spoken to you recently about something important to her?
Critias couldn't recall her telling him anything.
No, I haven't heard anything from her that I can think of, apart from her telling me that you vibrated. I assume that means she knows something about who we really are.
I have been honest with her.
Kevin confessed.
Penny is important to me and my life here. She deserved to know the truth about me so she can make an informed decision about continuing our relationship into the long term. She wants to stay with me even if there are some unavoidable complications that may need some extraordinary measures to overcome.
To garner some sympathy, Kevin added,
You are aware that the mixed relationship is not without its difficulties.
Having a good friend like you has helped us more than I could ever repay.
Critias told him sincerely.
I'm glad you're both happy. Penny is an impressive woman, probably more than I could handle.
It's good that you feel that way.
Kevin said, meaning it.
I'm sure she will come to talk to you in her own time.
Critias went out into the castle's front hall to see the place abuzz with activity. Apart from an intensive decontamination cleaning, the housekeeping workers busily packed supplies that would go back to King's Tower. Not everyone would leave the castle. The mechanics had plenty of more work to do on the vehicles and machinery, both old and new. Plus, there was their staff of guards, the kitchen service, and the decontamination workers required for the castle to function. He headed deeper to the back hall of the castle so he could check up on Carmen and Alice. He would get something to eat while he was there, too. The two women were on the basketball half-court where Carmen taught Alice how to wield the bite staff effectively. Since, as a rule, ghouls never swung swords or carried staves of their own, Alice had no need to master the skills of combat against an equally armed opponent. Her adversaries would typically be feral ghouls armed with teeth, fingernails, and their preferred tactic of hair-pulling tackles against opponents for the purpose of getting them prone on the ground. Bobby Bean was present, seated at a nearby table from where he attentively watched them practice. He had a bowl of chili with a crust of fresh bread to go with it. The meal appeared tasty enough for Critias to order the same for himself from one of the roving kitchen staff. Funland normally had a serve-yourself buffet tray atmosphere, but being a forager had its perks, especially when at work out at the castle. The role that Carmen played was that of a ferocious ghoul. She wore a hockey mask that was a popular bit of armor that the foragers collected to protect the face from scratches, or in Carmen's case, it kept the staff from bashing her. Apart from that, Carmen just made a lot of menacing snarls as she circled Alice. She tested the bite staff defense as she waited for an opening where she could leap in to tackle Alice to the floor. Carmen's principal intention was to teach Alice how to turn in any direction without ever tripping over her own feet. Just taking a step could momentarily put Alice at a disadvantage, and that tiny instant of vulnerability was enough to cause Carmen to spring at her. When Alice thrust out her staff to hook Carmen's ankle, it was not nearly good enough. Carmen sprang in and then threw her arms around Alice, who wore all of her adventuring gear. After Carmen pulled Alice to the ground, she didn't stop there. Carmen continued to act as a ghoul would if biting and clawing a prone opponent. Only after Carmen had indisputably won an encounter did she then allow Alice to get up to try again. While they reset, Critias asked Alice,
"Where is your carrying strap for the bite staff?"
Alice replied,
Carmen said it was useless and that I should take it off.
Critias didn't care what Carmen said as he told her.
"Put it back on anyway."
But Carmen says,
Alice complained with doubts. Critias didn't appreciate her lack of faith in him as her teacher.
"I think I know a little better than she does, so put it back on. The time will come when you will need it, and until then, you have to learn to be comfortable with it on. You are not learning to be Carmen, but to be your own very best."
Carmen knows what she is doing.
Alice answered clearly, intent on not doing as he asked. She just got ready for another round of mock fighting. Colonel Davis and his Gravewalker group were at an adjacent table where they ate and also watched the practice with some interest. From that table, Roland said to Critias,
Carmen is pretty good at swinging her stick around. I don't recall ever seeing you use one at all. Maybe Carmen is more of an authority.
Roland didn't make it much of a secret that he was deliberately trying to stir up some rivalry between the two of them. A friendly argument of pride between them would almost certainly generate something worth gambling over. Roland guessed correctly that there would be no shortage of pride in a contest between the two master slayers of ghouls. It was only a moment after Carmen attacked again that she had Alice down and out.
"Put the strap on,"
Critias told her again. Alice felt frustrated, and her temperament showed it.
If you think this is so easy, let me see you do it.
A round of murmurs came from those who watched that they wanted to see Critias use the bite staff to face Carmen as a ghoul and win. Hiram spoke up to say,
Let's not start anything where someone gets hurt. Winning and doing it while safely holding back isn't the same thing. This is supposed to be practice, not a death match. At their level, someone is going to get injured to determine a victor.
At that, Critias got up and then walked out there to take the bite staff. Once he had the weapon, he told Alice,
"Get me the strap, please."
It was a length of flat, nylon-like, unbreakable strap that was essentially identical to the kind of thing normally found on rifles. Alice went nearby to pick up the strap that she had removed and then handed it to him. Critias reattached the strap to the staff by clipping on the ends. Each half of the staff got one end of the strap. When fully assembled, the bite staff had a carrying strap not unlike that common to rifle slings.
"I don't want to do this,"
Carmen said as she raised her hockey mask.
"You never use the bite staff, and I don't want to embarrass you in front of everyone."
She meant it genuinely, not at all with the intention of humbling him. Once back in Denver, Critias had told Carmen that it was difficult enough for him to feel like a man when she was stronger, faster, and smarter than he was. Carmen's feelings mirrored Critias's own, in that she found it hard to feel like a woman when she was stronger, faster, and smarter than he was. Being more powerful than Critias when he was out of his armor was an emotional burden to her. Carmen really did want to protect her precious fantasy that her lover was a dominant male that could subdue her. Beating him up in public would have lingering ramifications on her libido. When Critias clearly had no interest in her complaints, Carmen said,
"You should at least put on your armor first if you want to try."
She didn't even believe he would win in his mech suit. He had no chance whatsoever without it. Critias just gave her a small nod to say he listened, but was quite unmoved. He looked to Alice.
"Unload your pistol, check that it is really empty, and then stand behind me. The idea of this is that the person with the staff will keep the rushing ghouls under control. Their partner puts a bullet into the ghoul's head once the staff has knocked it down. You must pay attention all the time. Not shooting me in the back by accident is your #1 concern. Even seasoned soldiers make that mistake in the heat of the moment. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Danny the Ear. When your every thought is about targeting her, there are no thoughts left for not targeting me. You will find that tunnel focus is great for your killer aim, but it won't have any mercy on your partners. If you want to kill the enemy badly enough, your friends will become invisible to you.
I understand.
She acknowledged the lesson and then checked twice to make sure her pistol was empty. So prepared, Alice stood ready with her handgun to role-play shooting Carmen in the head once he had the upper hand by using the bite staff. Carmen visibly frowned over the whole idea.
Don't just let me win either,
He cautioned his wife. When he saw her obvious and deep feelings of hesitation, Critias told her,
I know you would do anything to protect me, even feed me your own life's blood if need be. Whatever happens, I will not love you any less, nor will my weight seem less heavy. We have a bond that goes so much deeper than this. No matter what happens, we will still have each other.
At first the comment pleased Carmen immensely, since it took a burden off her mind. After she thought about it, she worried it was a reference to when she had abruptly fallen asleep under him. That made her worry that she had inadvertently hurt his feelings. Carmen explained,
I'm sorry I went to sleep on you like that last night, without, for you two, like I had promised. I just, so much, and it felt so perfect that I didn't want to move, like that feeling could last forever, and it just sort of happened.
Many snickered over her hint-laden apology that once again the Purikella thunderbolt had struck her. Critias offered,
If you win, you can have it again.
Her eyes flashed with ambition for that.
I can have it right away?
He nodded.
As quickly as I can get you back to our room, and we throw Mandy out.
Carmen positioned her mask as she took a low posture of utmost seriousness that she was about to tackle him and win her prize. By her intensity of readiness, everyone could tell she was determined to have victory. Now that the fight would really happen on a serious level, Roland told his table,
I'm giving 3-to-1 odds in liquor ration that Critias goes down.
Other Gravewalkers started to make wagers on the outcome. Amber threw in the whole sum of her personal wealth that Critias would win in the contest, and to that she found many takers. Carmen was clearly the odds-on favorite. As the wagering came to an end, the general consensus was that Critias was going to lose. The milk wagon crew that sat nearby saw the opportunity to loot most of Hiram's Gravewalkers. Henry had seen Critias face Saltback, and so he rightly understood the calm, cunning, and daring lethality that Critias possessed in comparison to Carmen's emotional intensity. He knew that all hunters had intensity, and that wasn't enough, especially against Critias. Gloria backed her husband's choice as well. She had faith in Henry and in their captain, too. Gloria preferred to lose some wealth rather than wager against her own team leader.
Someone say go.
Carmen urged anxiously. Her internal hardware detected that Alice's pistol was safely unloaded. She pointed at Alice for Critias and then gave him a thumbs up so he would know the situation was safe. When Hiram did say go, she launched herself straight in for the kill like a dragster off a race line. Critias patiently stood his ground with the bite staff in both hands horizontally before his chest. He gave her no clues as to what he might do, and then everything happened quickly. As Carmen came in at a saber-tooth hunter leap, arms outstretched to take him to the ground, Critias detached the connection at the center of his staff to break it down into 2 pieces still connected in the middle by the strap he had requested. He flung the straight half out in a lashing on its tether, a move quite similar to the 3-section staff of the Oriental martial arts. His apparent intention was to wallop the buttstop across Carmen's face. She had never seen that unorthodox move from a bite staff before, so Carmen instinctively caught the flying portion from the air as her unique improvised solution. Her great talent and titanium bones had the clear advantage in the situation. As she grasped it, she realized that the strap was too short for the section to reach her as an attacking blow. The belt was already at its limit of length and short of impact when she seized onto that half with her extended reach. Knowing she should have just ignored it, Carmen decided to keep her hold and then disarm him of his weapon. That is when Critias yanked his crook section still in hand to jerk in his tether with a kusarigama move. The pull destabilized Carmen's flying lunge off course and balance. Realizing her second mistake, Carmen released her half of the staff to prevent him from diverting her any further. She let go only to discover that Critias had planned for that as well, and already brought the second section of his weapon into play. He hooked her leg with the crook so that with another clever pull, the bite threw her momentum forward enough that she had to land on her outstretched hands as well as her crouched feet to avoid nosing into the hard floor. Critias denied her even that crude landing when he delivered a hard shove to her rump with his foot. His kick made her landing even worse, so that she ended up going down on her belly. Carmen sprang up from the floor onto all fours, much as Saltback had done. She spun about in a flash and then renewed her attack. Critias had expected her reaction, and he already descended upon her, before she had even completed her crash landing. Rearmed as he was with a bite staff section in each hand, Critias dipped the center loop of the strap low so that he could use it to net her under her chin when she foolishly rushed headlong into his trap. Carmen was too quick for his clumsy maneuver. She dived under his strap to grab onto his legs. Even as she thought her attack would be a success, she then realized that the ploy had only been another diversion. Once again, Critias had expected that to be her predictable reaction. His real interest was to thrust the two sticks of his bisected staff at her simultaneously while he also trapped her head between his clamped knees. She wasn't going to fall for any more feints. Carmen let the poles miss her completely as they passed by either side of her head. Instead, they went under her outstretched arms as she grabbed him about his vulnerable legs. She even allowed him to get his hold on her neck with his knees, too, since she was only going to rear up underneath him as she flung Critias off his feet. As Carmen tried to rise under him to execute her throw, Critias pried apart his sticks that he had successfully threaded under her arms with the ends anchored on either side of her back. Using a reverse nutcracker of superior mechanical leverage, Critias forced Carmen's arms outward from inside her elbows to make her release his legs. When she decided to use the strength of lifting her head to toss him anyway, Critias helped by rolling with her energy to tumble over the top of her. At the same time, he reconnected the electromagnetic locks that fused the staff sections together. The bite staff became one united piece again behind her back, while also still threaded through her lever-retracted elbows. For the moment, he had successfully trapped her arms down at her sides. Carmen tried to dip forward to extract her arms over the staff. Only Critias maintained a firm grip on the weapon's flexible strap. He yanked the strap hard to give it an upward pull that complemented Carmen's head-dropping motion. Critias put his full weight on her back to drive her face forward into the floor. As Carmen reared up once again to shake him off, Critias jerked the strap up even harder in a wedgie pull so that he forced the taut band up over her head from behind. He knocked her mask off as he firmly seated the binding belt across her forehead, which fully locked her bite staff immobilization into place. With the strap stretched to maximum tension, the harder that Carmen struggled to free her arms, her own strength pulled the strap down from behind and thus craned back her neck along with it. When she thrust her head forward, Carmen lifted the staff even higher into the crooks of her trapped arms as the pole rode up her back. Carmen's android strength only worked against her. Any direction that Carmen applied force only made her own energy tighten her prison. If she tried to force her arms hard enough, she might even pull the strap back until she broke her own neck. From that moment on, Carmen was helpless and totally at Critias's mercy. Her husband took a firm hold of the staff to either side of her elbows from behind, and then he rudely shoved her forward into a kneeling position that forced her forehead firmly to the floor. He positioned himself behind her in total control. Just to prove that he had attained victory despite all her claims of invincible superiority, Critias thrust bumped his hips into her buttocks from behind, as if she was a mare in season, and he was the stallion that mounted her for breeding. His hard draw back on the staff to pull her solidly onto his singular impact of pantomime ravishment by the conqueror made Carmen violently orgasm to an almost sad, warbled cry. She uttered some nonsensical word like she spoke in tongues, and then she just went completely limp, utterly broken in submissive obedience to his will, and nearly mindless from the intensity of her release. As much as Carmen had dreaded the notion of losing her fantasy, she had never dared dream of how it might feel to discover that Critias actually was her superior male that could subdue her, then take her by force. Alice calmly walked up and then put the pistol to Carmen's motionless temple. She said,
Bang! You're dead.
Most everyone just stared, utterly speechless. Those many who had lost their wagers just stared too, because they remained too stunned by her erotic release to do anything but be slack-jawed. Likewise, Amber had no immediate reaction to all the drinks she had won. But her words were the first spoken.
Oh my God.
Roland understood Amber's jealous, sympathetic reaction. So he grabbed her arm to take her away from the table to find a private room where he could have his way with her and capitalize on her instantly acquired envy-induced enthusiasm for simulating the act. Carmen heaved breath without getting up as Critias unhooked the staff to set her free. Freedom from him was the last thing Carmen wanted after he had turned her deepest, darkest fantasy into a mind-blowing reality. Carmen felt genuinely defeated by his strength and martial mastery. She felt ashamed and violated over how she had broken to him while everyone watched in attentive audience. It was as if he had slapped her down and enslaved her simply because he was more powerful. He owned her, and it was her place to endure it. She couldn't imagine a situation more titillating and she had thought unattainable, which made having it happen to her all that more overwhelming. In that moment, he was more than a husband. It was like that magical moment under the lightning fountain inside the APC when only his arms holding her determined her life or death. Critias was her deity. Carmen just crawled over and then embraced him. She buried her head in his lap to hide herself under her hair, where she could relish him pampering her as he rubbed her back. Critias was about to ask her if she was all right, but he didn't need to because Carmen clung to him tighter as she sighed his true name.
Master.
Carmen was more than all right. Her life was in a state of utter magical perfection. He asked, amused,
What do you think of the strap now, my love?
She whimpered, still in the afterglow of her intense happiness.
You said you didn't use the bite staff.
He brushed fingers over her hair.
I'm a captain now, Carmen. I told you I never liked to carry one. I never said I didn't master it when I was working my way up through the ranks. Wasn't it you who said that I spent my time on the weapons and not the books?
Yes.
She made muffled agreement with her face still down.
I did try my best.
She added so he was sure she hadn't just given the match away.
You really beat me.
He asked her softly.
You want to get your reward for winning anyway?
She nodded that she did, without portraying too much enthusiasm at the cost of her fantasy. Carmen wanted to be his unwilling hostage rather than convey the truth that she wanted to slave herself to him more than anything she could imagine. He asked, amused.
You want me to bring the staff?
She gave herself away by nodding vigorously to that. Carmen wanted to pick up exactly where they had left off with her bound and helpless, only sans any clothing. Critias helped her to get up, and then they headed off for their room. They would have just enough time to play before the transport would leave to take them back to the city.
Chapter 2. Progeny.
Andy drove the Big Joe semi-tractor-trailer truck back to King's Tower. He took the Grand Marshal's foragers home from the castle after their successful mission out on the river and other endeavors besides. Without mishap, Andy got everyone back to the barrier yard shed. Jack had successfully collected the 3 mulch grinder trailers without any loss of men or equipment. His mission had even foraged up other valuables from the maintenance shed at the rock gravel quarry. Dr. Clara also returned with the foragers from the castle. After she was first through the entry decontamination inspection, she was then on hand to clear everyone else for their hot showers and a change of clothes. Alice made a sly point to position herself in the line immediately in front of Bobby Bean. At first, she just made light conversation with him, but her real intention was to be in the right place for when she shamelessly disrobed at the decontamination inspection checkpoint to enter the lobby. With Bobby Bean so close, he would finally get his chance to see her all natural. It was harmless fun to Alice in a tastelessly Denver devolution sort of way. Like Mandy, Alice was still a Denver survivor, and the old habits die hard. Being the selectively overprotective and conspicuously prudish father that he was, or at least wanted to be, Critias saw what Alice planned and put a timely stop to it. He went so far as to grab Alice's shoulder and then tell her,
You go stand over there to keep guard until everyone else is finished.
Alice complained.
You said decontamination was city business and not like at home.
I lied again.
He replied without hesitation.
I don't even want you at the back of the line. Go over there and wait until there is no line at all.
When Alice was about to complain more, Critias remained firm and just pointed resolutely for her to go. His past experience with Carmen had cemented his feelings about how to deal with Alice. The girls had the natural immaturity that they were supposed to have at that age. Carmen had it too, only at the time Critias had not been mature enough himself to understand her needs. He had a lingering pain for the mistakes he had made with Carmen early on. Critias did not deny that Carmen matured unnaturally fast, such that a few years would have the impact of 20. But even so, Critias wished he had loved Carmen more gently and with greater circumspection. Those thoughts were why he would absolutely not repeat any of his past mistakes with Alice and Mandy. It was just as Fat Jack had advised him. The girls needed a father, not another friend. Alice asked him seriously,
Why are you being like this?
Critias told her openly for everyone nearby to hear.
I know we just met, but everything you do is part of my life now. I'm glad you and Bean are getting along, and I did encourage it, but here you are already trying to take advantage of my generosity. It hurts me when you don't act like a proper young lady, and it also drives us apart. How can I hold you or let you sleep next to me if you are not my sweet girl anymore? You are not a grown woman, and I am not going to tolerate you trying to pretend you are one. You have already made it clear that you do not agree with me. I am forcing you to agree, and even if you can't see that I am right, you could at least play along, if only just for me. I need this. Carmen and I work hard all the time. When we come home, we would like to feel we actually accomplished something with our lives.
With that said, Critias glanced about for Carmen and then told her,
You go to the inn, too, and take Mandy with you. I don't live in a ludus barracks anymore. I have a family now, and I want to live like it.
For Alice, his overprotectiveness was something new, and the dignity he believed she had worth protecting brought her back away from Denver behaviors. Alice confessed to him,
You were right about my bite staff strap and I didn't listen. I'm sure you are right about this too.
She obediently went to the back as he asked. When Bean attempted to slink away so that he could stay close to Alice, Critias told him,
Not you, Bean. You go right up front to be on your way. I want you out of the showers long before Alice even arrives. Everyone may have to go through inspection, but I am not aware of any rule that says that all my beautiful girls have to be a burlesque show for the general amusement of the city, or for you for that matter. If you want to date Alice, that means hand-holding at movie night and sharing the same popcorn. When you mess this up and go too far, you are going to wish Carmen only gave you another beating. She is going to twist your head around backwards, and you better believe it.
After Critias had made his public stand for conservative values, Colonel Hiram Davis stepped up to seize upon the opportunity. As a newcomer to the city, he had been hesitant to suggest any change in the security routine. Critias's outspoken distaste for some of its cruder aspects motivated Hiram to do the same. Colonel Davis told his daughter, Queen Jessica,
I want you to go with them as well. Carmen will watch out for you.
It was such a relief for Jessica that she didn't need any convincing. The alternative came as a welcome reprieve from a situation she had always found miserably embarrassing.
As queen, I can be the focal point for the new tradition.
She said, all too pleased to walk over to where she could join Carmen, Alice, and Mandy as they waited for more discreet last-of-the-line inspections. As he was getting his turn, Critias asked Clara,
Am I getting iron deficient too?
Clara frowned at his attempt at fraternization as she pinched his abdomen to check his body fat.
You have good genes, Captain,
Was her diagnosis.
Your muscle tone and color are excellent even for under normal circumstances. I wish everyone practiced your diet and exercise regimen. There is a touch of anemia going around, but you seem more than fine.
She surmised.
This lifestyle seems to favor some people, and you are one of them. It is in your genes.
From behind him in line, Penny Welder said,
Critias does have good genes, doesn't he? Such a good man would be a terrible thing to waste.
That got a laugh from Tony Banjo, who was behind her.
Penny is not one to let a good man go to waste.
Not if I can help it,
She replied, meaning it. While Critias enjoyed a long hot shower, Penny Welder made a point to shower beside him so that she could talk to him somewhat privately. When he had his eyes closed to shampoo his hair, Penny slipped up behind him and then started to wash his back with her talented, man-pleasing hands. Critias asked,
Did you miss me that much?
He mistakenly thought Carmen had rushed in anyway to have her chance to play with him in the water, which had always been one of her favorite sexy games. Even if Alice was not a grown woman, Carmen certainly was. As such, Carmen would do as she pleased, and there wasn't much Critias could do about it, aside from making strong suggestions.
Not exactly.
Penny revealed it was actually her.
You seemed like you needed a little help, and I wanted to ask you about something anyway.
In light of his run at being prudish, Critias didn't shy away from her, even though that was what he would have preferred. To keep it a conversation, he said,
If there is something I can do for you and Kevin, I would be happy to help out.
He figured that his mention of Kevin would be hint enough to let her know that he was mindful of how nowhere her flirtatious wash could go.
We want to have a baby,
Penny whispered so that no one overheard her statement.
I'm at the perfect age and my health will never be better than it is now. If we are going to start a family, now is the time.
Congratulations,
he offered with his usual obtuseness, since he missed her point entirely. She let her hands slide down to cup his buttocks, but only for an instant, so it wouldn't be too obvious to anyone else in the showers. Critias certainly got her message.
Dr. Clara is right.
Penny whispered.
You do have great genes.
He turned around, unable to maintain his aloof composure to her touch. Doing so had her so close that she pressed her heavenly breasts into his chest. The look in her eyes robbed him of anything to say.
Carmen can't give you any children,
She told him quietly.
any more than Kevin can give one to me. I have a way of solving both our problems.
To show what that way was, she reached down with a soapy hand to stretch out his manhood once with a slippery tug. In that moment, Critias couldn't deny that Penny was a powerful and dominant woman in the world. She was such a trophy that he did secretly long to seize her and roughly kiss her. To have such a woman as her submit in lust to him and break under him, to hear her impassioned cries as he satisfied her, it was a great temptation that she surely must have felt with her hand. Critias immediately put his hands on her shoulders to step her back.
Are you out of your mind? If Carmen saw you do that, she would pull out your spine. You know what she is.
He honestly couldn't believe it.
Do you actually want to get us both killed?
She can watch if she wants.
Penny remained unconcerned.
I would prefer if she even joined in. I've always wanted to give her a test drive anyway.
Her expression became less playful as she realized that seduction would get her nowhere.
I'm serious. I need you for this. You have to help me. From what Kevin tells me, you won't even be here anymore by the time I'm showing. So it's not like there will be any jealous complications. He says that those scientists did things to you, like how they did to Carmen and my Kevin. You have no hereditary diseases or anything like that. He says you are a latest generation eugenics super soldier or something, the perfect baby daddy. I want you to make love to me. You don't even have to enjoy it. Well, you do, but you get my meaning. I need this. Give me a baby.
Absolutely not.
He refused in a way that came across as thoughtlessly cruel.
You must be going crazy to even ask me. I'm not going to cheat on my wife under any circumstances.
I already said that she can join in.
Penny reminded him.
It won't be any kind of secret behind Carmen's back. Why don't you just ask her? She will probably even want this for you. Just let her join in. I promise to make it worth her while.
He refused.
Carmen is not a lesbian.
Sure.
Penny nodded.
That's what they all say. I will convert her quickly enough, I can promise you that. Do you honestly believe she can tell the difference between your tongue and mine in the dark? She would only know because mine does a better job.
Not a chance,
was his final answer. Penny put her hands on her shapely hips and then gave him a knowing look.
Are you telling me you wouldn't have a child with Carmen if you could?
She had him on that point because he certainly would.
Well, she can't.
Penny argued.
Exactly. So you're saying you will never have any children just to put on an act that it's not important to you, to spare her feelings, like she hasn't already thought about that herself.
He considered that, then answered,
Yeah, I suppose so. She means that much to me.
Penny turned away as if she didn't want him to see her cry. It made Critias cringe because he loved powerful professional women. He knew what came next. For an instant, Critias considered that it might be some feminine ploy to get him to relent, but then she turned on him with ire.
You are a cold, selfish bastard,
she snapped as a forager ready for a fight. Gender was no longer a part of it. When he didn't immediately react, she added,
No, really, you are a real bastard. You know, for a while there, I actually thought you would be agreeable, even flattered that I would pick you over anyone else. Look at me.
She held her arms out so he could see what a magnificent specimen of womanhood she was.
You think you could do better? Well, fuck you, Critias. Just fuck you. You stupid, selfish asshole. I can't believe that you, of all people, can't understand that we need your help for this. You really are the last man on Earth, and you wouldn't even fuck me to save humanity. Some friend you turned out to be. You insecure, pussy-whip jerk.
With that, she stormed out, only to pause for the last word.
And for the record, I did get the better of the two. I don't need to lead him around by the nose like my pet poodle. Mine is better.
After a defiant toss of her wet hair, she left, while everyone else in the showers watched attentively, before they suddenly went back to their business. People knew it was too heated a moment for them to want to be seen as involved. As Critias went back to rinsing off, he summed up the encounter with,
Swell.
After his shower, Critias went over to sit on the bench at the top of the stairs, where he would wait for his family to catch up. The stone handrail was still broken from where Grendel had smashed it trying to kill Carmen. Even though he knew the truth of it, Critias still felt amazement that flesh could do that to stone. When Carmen's turn came for her inspection, Mandy stayed right behind her. Her attachment to Carmen had already eclipsed the one she had used to have for Alice, who had filled the same role of guardian protector. Clara radiated emotional indifference as she did her work. She just quizzed her patients about every trivial detail and then sent them on their way. For Carmen's turn, Clara took a more personal interest that radiated an acerbic attitude of suspicion. Even from across the lobby, Critias saw that Carmen would have trouble. He remembered that Clara had taken an unflattering tone with Carmen before, and this time was not going to be any better. He could tell from his observations of the doctor that she had a growing realization that Carmen was somehow unnatural. It was possible that Clara had come to that conclusion already, and she was just in the process of figuring out how to prove it.
You should introduce me to your hairdresser.
Clara told Carmen as she boldly checked for lice in Carmen's pubic hair.
Not a single natural root to be found. I'm thinking about getting my own hair dyed. I should try your method.
While checking under Carmen's arms, Clara commented,
At least you don't have purple armpit hairs, but then it doesn't seem to grow on you at all. I suppose that you will tell me that you had electrolysis.
Clara didn't wait for any answer, since she guessed it would be a lie if she got one at all. Instead, she asked,
Have you been taking any medications or recreational drugs? If I'm not mistaken, you have gained a cup size.
Clara went so far as to push up Carmen's breast with her palm to test the firmness. Carmen actually smiled because she felt a touch of pride about it.
I'm what you might call a late bloomer. I have been filling out some, but I wasn't sure anyone would notice. They look fantastic, don't they? Critias thought so. He gave them some special attention.
She beamed a look of total adoration across the room at her husband. In truth, after the bite staff contest, Critias had been mindful of Carmen's iron deficiency response hormonal issues, so he had gone out of his way to flatter her and make her feel comfortable with her body. In some ways, his fetish for showing her pampering indulgence clashed with her needs to be submissive to playful sadism. Such was life that opposites could attract. Whatever their differences, they loved one another, and they did have a colorful and extremely satisfying love life. Critias called over to Clara.
We already have an appointment to see Kevin, her real doctor. He made a special request to give Carmen her routine checkup. I spoke to him earlier, and he is expecting us. If you know something he doesn't, perhaps you should consult with him.
Clara knew that Kevin was more knowledgeable than she was as a practitioner of medicine. As intended, Critias's comment took some of the wind out of Clara's sails. She replied honestly,
I think that would be best as well. She could be showing symptoms of an undiagnosed illness.
All the same, she gave Critias a doubtful expression.
Your wife has always been full of surprises, so I suspect this is natural. For her, anyway.
As Carmen moved on toward the shower and Mandy was next, the girl asked Carmen,
Will you wait up for me?
Carmen did wait for Mandy. The directive that Critias had impulsively set loose in Carmen's parallel mind to analyze and cultivate her maternal instincts still grew inside her adaptive programming. Critias had also just as heedlessly tasked her computer core to analyze the fall of mankind, so that Carmen would be less ignorant about the nature of compassion, and to show pity for the not actually incomputable loss that the human species had suffered. Those monumental but not impossible analysis commitments had already changed Carmen enough that it was the reason that the girl's iron deficiency had registered with Carmen's subconscious as a mild emergency of a personal nature. Mandy had become very personal to Carmen. For the moment, the change in her personality was still a positive one. Critias had witnessed her consternation about having to behead an infected child while they were out working on a mission. When they had jumped over into that office building where they first battled Grendel, Carmen had caught and strangled an infected child, even broke its neck, and did it with the same indifference as she would use when returning her dirty lunch tray. Even that hadn't alerted Critias to the potential complications that might arise as Carmen tried to reconcile the inherent conflicts between true compassion and soldiering through the global undead blood, dying time. As Clara examined Mandy, she said,
You're coming along excellently.
She pinched Mandy's baby fat on her belly with approval.
Carmen must be feeding you like a little piglet. You must have gained 4 or 5 pounds already.
Clara checked Mandy's gums inside her mouth.
I think you need to get a little sun. But other than that, your color has also returned nicely.
After asking about any symptoms she might be feeling, she passed Mandy through to go on with Carmen. From overhearing Clara, Critias realized that he had seen Carmen feeding the girls extra calories. At the time, it was just kindness, providing them candy and soft drinks, bites of things off her own tray, but it really was a more calculated strategy by his wife to get them in better health. Mandy chased after Carmen and stayed behind her to use her as a shield so as not to embarrass Critias. Carmen paused a moment before they would enter the showers. She wanted to speak with her husband.
I'm going to go upstairs to get started putting their room in order. I'd like it ready by tonight so that we can have our privacy.
Critias agreed to that superior idea.
I will get some training in with Alice before dinner.
She blew him a kiss before she departed with Mandy holding her hand. As they entered the shower room, Carmen added,
We will meet you at home in time for dinner.
After her inspection and shower, Alice unpacked her battle gear from the trip back from the castle and then dressed. She stood ready by the time Critias arrived in his mech suit to train her. While Critias led Alice down into the basement, he interfaced his visor computer with her Delta helmet. He searched through the training applications that Kevin had installed, wanting something commensurate with her level of experience. Critias had played most, if not all, of the games at some point in his Ludus days. They walked to an infrequently traveled passageway that would be a suitable location for practice, a place where they could be free from interruption by travelers who might get in their way. After Critias had unloaded her pistol, he inserted a training ballast rod into the barrel. The rod would simulate proper game recoil in the sidearm. He added a training ammunition magazine before he handed the weapon back to her, along with the comment,
Think of this training exercise as one of your video games, only it will be a lot more realistic.
The warning made her feel kind of nervous.
How much more realistic?
More than a little, and less than the real thing.
He answered.
I considered going easy on you, but since you have already nearly died when that hunter attacked you, I think we will go ahead and make this more interesting.
He pointed up the passage.
Your helmet's vision can insert virtual targets for you to shoot at, and your pistol will feel and look like it is railing real bullets. When it is empty, you just remove the training magazine, tap it against any surface, and then you can reinsert it again as though it is a fresh one.
The idea of such a realistic game excited her, since it sounded like fun.
Do I get to shoot at balloons or ducks or something?
He scoffed at that.
Yeah, you wish, kiddo. When we begin, you will see angry ghouls running toward us from up there. At times, you will also see friendly civilians who want you to protect them. You shoot the ghouls to stop them. You don't shoot the friendly civilians.
She asked.
What happens if I accidentally shoot a good guy?
You tell me.
He quizzed her. She took time to think about it, because she wanted to give him a right answer.
I write them off to bad luck and then keep shooting. I'm not a doctor, so I don't think I could help them even if I had the time.
That's pretty much the truth of it.
He agreed with her.
All you really can do is keep shooting and hope that you didn't hit them anywhere vital. Bullets are not infectious, but the ghouls are. Okay, let's try this.
A real living G&P guard came around the corner just then. He started toward them down the hallway. Alice assumed the man was part of her game, so she shouted at him urgently.
Don't just walk, you dummy. The ghouls are right behind you. Come this way, hurry.
She is practicing,
Critias said to the guard.
No worries.
Just to throw Alice off right away, he started the simulation anyway. The acoustic sensors in her helmet worked especially well in the underground confines. She clearly heard the grunts and snarls of ghouls as they ran up behind the patrolman. In her HUD, there was a three-dimensional virtual ear sphere that gave direction and intensity waveforms to detected sounds, such that even if she were deaf in one or both ears, the technology provided perfect auditory directional awareness. The software game was from the time of Critias. None of the ghouls had a stitch of clothing on, as it had all rotted or torn away centuries before his era. Other subtle differences included the way the ghouls moved after they had lifetimes of experience to condition themselves to their predatory way of life. Future ghouls frequently had the habit of chewing off their own hair when it grew long enough from their heads to be a nuisance to their faces. They were also more muscular, as the subtle advantage of regeneration and strenuous exercise had ever so gradually perfected them into idealized human forms. The first ghoul that appeared was a young male. He was filthy dirty and had a bad temperament. The ghoul shrieked a feeding cry at first sight of Alice and then sprinted right at her. In that moment, Alice realized how excellent a job Carmen had done as she had tried to train Alice in the bite staff. The lesson came back to her then, and she thought about how difficult it would be to stop that creature using only her staff. Alice's first instinct was to hide behind Critias in terror, because the monster was so realistic, and she had such doubts in her own abilities. The ghoul was larger and faster than she was, many times stronger, and perhaps worst of all was that it was immune to fear. There was no frightening away the creatures by threatening them with a gun, as she imagined would work with humans. It dawned on her that her pistol was not a fear wand that got her what she wanted if she simply waved it at them. It was a tool that had no life of its own. Even though she felt like it would be best to hide behind Critias, Alice didn't. Her memory of Saltback had burned into her too deeply to let Critias see her cower in weakness. Alice had fought for survival all her memorable life. She was ready to fight in a new way. Alice's newfound determination to act wasn't enough to remove the frightful adrenaline from her blood. Her anxiety was too great for her to make the visor targeting function. She learned that to face her fears didn't make those fears go away. In an act of desperation, Alice raised her pistol two-handed and then pumped off rounds as fast as she could pull the trigger. Even without the targeting, she proved to be a fair marksman. After a couple of misses, she started to sink rounds into the ghoul's naked chest with visible wounds to show for it. The creature staggered from the impacts and slowed without going down. A hit into the heart finally dropped it on its face. It never actually stopped moving, only stayed stunned for a moment, and then it crawled after her again along the floor. Alice took a deep breath, adjusted the spacing of her feet, and then put a bullet through its forehead off a target lock. She cheered with pride.
I got him!
Always in the back of her mind, like running slow from a monster in a dream, she had just assumed anything she tried to do would fail. The victory tasted good and left her ready for more. As the patrol guard wandered past, he thought Alice must have been crazy. He could not see or hear anything, besides Alice waving her gun around and celebrating nothing. The next 5 ghouls came in singly, and each time she took steady aim, got her lock, and then put it down with a single bullet to the head. When the next 2 came as a team, she discovered that her ammunition magazine was empty. Alice quickly pressed the eject button without thinking to catch the falling magazine, which allowed it to hit the floor. By the time she had recovered the training pretend ammunition and then reloaded it, the 2 ghouls overran her position and then promptly vanished altogether. Critias saw and heard everything through his own helmet visor that synchronized to her game. Her Delta helmet sent him all the simulation data through the supervisor feed. He knew what happened, but said nothing.
You didn't tell me this only holds 12?
She complained.
You should have asked.
He answered dismissively.
It's your weapon. You should be the one who knows. Let's try again.
With new confidence and new ghouls that came straight at her down the narrow passage, Alice made her target locks and then triggered clean kills without any trouble as the game continued. She counted her shots in her head until she noticed an indicator on her HUD counted them for her. Sometimes she needed 2 shots, but otherwise she quickly mastered her situation. The computer's centuries more advanced automated lock-and-fire technology was a fantastic enhancement to her otherwise meager personal experience. The HUD showed an ultraviolet reactive telltale glow to any infected, which made it easy for her to know who was an innocent civilian. She let several pass unharmed before she deliberately gunned a bullet into the head of her 4th, a woman that screamed in fear while she held a bloody wound on her arm. At that, Critias froze the simulation.
Why did you shoot that woman?
She had a bite.
Alice answered.
That makes her an infected too.
Maybe she got hit by friendly fire somewhere down there.
He reasoned. She hadn't considered that.
Then what should I do?
His instruction came as coldly simple and not judgmental.
You make a snap decision based on your best judgment in the heat of the moment and then be prepared to live with the consequences. Maybe you just did kill an uninfected woman who was rushing to you needing help.
Alice felt unsure about his answer.
What if I really do make that mistake?
He shrugged.
Then someone dies and it's your fault. You make the decision and you take the blame for it. The best people in the world can make that mistake. I know I can. There is no right answer, only wrong answers. You giving up or you can't deal with it and letting it haunt you so you always second-guess yourself, those are all wrong answers.
That kind of power wasn't something she was willing to allow herself.
I can't just decide who lives and dies.
Critias pointed to the frozen image of the woman she had gunned down.
You can and already did. The time is going to come when you will have to lead teams out in the field. You have to make these kinds of decisions for yourself and them. One day, some girl your age will be looking up to you to teach her these things. Maybe that girl will be your own daughter. If you are martial enough, more of a marshal than I turned out to be, then it will be a daughter you adopted when you discovered her while out on some mission. Just take it one step at a time, and I promise you will get there. I know what I am talking about, and you have what it takes to do this. You have what it takes to be better at this than me.
I want to be more than just a guard.
She decided resolutely.
I'm ready to keep going.
Critias increased the difficulty level further and then continued the training simulation. 2 groups of 3 ghouls came in, and Alice successfully terminated them. She got a brief intermission, and then 7 came at once. Alice ran out of ammo with 2 of them still coming. They overran her, and in that she lost again, which stopped the exercise. Alice felt tempted to complain to Critias that it wasn't fair. There was no way that she could reload her pistol in the middle of a mob attack. With a little more thought, she understood that she should have reloaded the half-clip when the opportunity had presented itself. Her thought that she needed to expend every last bullet before the next reload had been the reason she failed. Overall, Critias felt impressed by her performance. He saw in Alice that special personality trait that served many novice marshals so well. She hated to lose. Alice didn't have the clear mind of a seasoned professional, but she did have distracted thoughts that worked to her advantage. Her enemy was not fear, such that she couldn't take her mind off the ghouls. Alice hated weaknesses in herself. Because of that, she wanted to eliminate them. Critias had brought her to make her familiar with her weapon and just killing ghouls with it. It would be some time before he challenged her with mission goals and complex objectives like insertion, rescue, or evasion. Even so, he wanted to shake her up. Critias challenged her with a new problem. Having learned quickly from the experience, Alice reloaded more frequently to be ready to deal with larger groups that came at her. She just inserted a fresh magazine when 5 healthy survivors came around the corner. When they saw her apparently as some kind of savior, they rushed her way for protection. The 3 men of their group were guards of some sort. They were nervously able to fight when pressed. One was a woman that was clearly novice, but she did hold a pistol that she was determined to fire when necessary, even if she barely understood how to use it. The 5th survivor was another woman. She ran up unarmed and sobbed in terror.
The infected killed my husband. Those creatures are everywhere. We are never going to get out of here alive.
The auditory HUD meter showed Alice that a massive army of ghouls approached. There were far too many for Alice to deal with. Their only chance for survival was to fall back and find a defensive position. Critias played along as a participant in the scene.
We have to get out of here, Marshal Alice. There are too many for us to stop with only our pistols. The escape shuttle is this way. Come on, let's get out of here.
His act like it was real heightened Alice's anxiety considerably. The more she played the simulation, the illusions registered in her mind as actual events. Alice understood they had to get out of there. She told the other survivors.
Let's go, just follow me.
The frightened woman collapsed to the ground in tears.
I can't go on. My husband is dead. We're all going to die.
The other woman wanted to save her own life.
Leave that stupid bitch. We have to go right now.
The 3 guardsmen remained undecided about what to do. They looked to Alice for guidance. Alice ordered them.
Pick her up. Drag her if you have to.
2 of the men did their best to carry the uncooperative woman along with them. It slowed down their progress so dramatically that the sprinting ghouls soon overwhelmed their group as an unstoppable flood, which ended Alice's game. Angry about losing, Alice looked at Critias.
What was I supposed to do?
Critias just shrugged.
You're in command. You should do whatever it is you command to do.
I want to try again.
She demanded.
Good.
He agreed.
I was going to force you to anyway.
They moved back up the hallway to the same place as before, and then Critias repeated the identical scenario all over again. Just as before, the situation advanced to where the determined woman said,
Leave that stupid bitch.
Alice immediately agreed.
We're leaving her. Those ghouls run faster than we do. There is no time.
She led the way to escape.
I'm a man of honor,
said one of the guards.
I'll not run and leave a helpless woman to die.
He went back to carry the woman. His heroism shamed the other 2 men into helping him. The woman, eager to live, just ran off alone. She didn't care if the others followed her or not. Alice already knew the ghouls would overrun the men before they made it to safety. She just ran after the woman who wanted to live. Together, the 2 of them reached a safety distance that ended the test in a sort of victory, which once again stopped the game. Alice was still angry because she had totally failed as far as she was concerned.
I want to do it again,
she told Critias. He tested her.
Why would you want to do it again? You saved as many as you could, and more importantly, you saved yourself. The long war will last your whole lifetime. If you die in one pointless heroic moment today, that will be thousands of tomorrows without you out there fighting to keep people alive. As a marshal, your life belongs to the ludus, to the law, and to the people. It is not yours to piss away so you can feel good about yourself.
Alice would not take no for an answer.
I said, I want to try again.
Critias shrugged as if he didn't care either way.
If you want to do it again, that's fine with me.
After they returned to their starting position, it all happened again as before. When the bolder of the two women insisted that they leave the crying coward, Alice pointed her pistol into the sobbing woman's face.
You get your stupid ass up and run right now, or I'm going to blow your damn head off. Now move.
The woman sobbed again.
I can't.
Alice didn't hesitate to shoot her in the face. Without a moment's pause, she turned and then commanded the rest of them.
Start running and don't look back, or you're next.
The rest of them ran as fast as their legs could carry them, and Alice stayed in close pursuit, ready to shoot down anyone who faltered. They all reached the finish line. Once again, it ended the exercise. Critias took off his helmet.
That's enough training for one day.
Alice removed the training modifications from her pistol, reloaded it with real ammunition, and then holstered it. She took off her helmet to look at Critias with tears on her face when she asked him,
Is that what it means to be a marshal?
Critias put his arm around her shoulder for the walk back to their apartment.
One day, it will be you that tells the rest of us what it means to be a marshal. In all truth, I don't know myself yet. Maybe I should have studied the books more. We save as many as we can, and the choices are not always easy. When I did that simulation, I didn't solve it as good as you have.
She was curious to hear more.
You didn't shoot her?
I shot her.
He nodded.
But I didn't shed a tear over it. I'm ashamed to tell you that at the time, I didn't feel anything for her. I just wanted to win.
After a pause, he confessed.
Until I met you, I can't really say I was ever any different than that. All I have cared about is winning. Only now am I starting to see that winning isn't everything. A rotten weasel piece of shit can win at things, and they frequently do. It is our values that must always be most precious to us, not the winning. Our values are the one good reason to give our lives away. We can die for our values, not for winning in just one more ghoul battle in an endless series of them.
Alice wanted to wipe the droplets from her face, only she couldn't, because it violated her contamination avoidance training. She asked,
Why does my way make it better?
He had to search his hard soul for a proper answer, or at least a truthful one.
Because I would think less of you if you were like me. To kill without compassion, even when necessary, is to be part ghoul yourself. You made me very proud today.
While Carmen was off on her business, she asked two of the residential carpenters to come to their apartment. She wanted them to convert the spare room into a lavishly decorated teenager bedroom for Alice and Mandy. She even paid them a plastic fifth of vodka to start right away. Carmen spent more of her treasure from the gas station she had looted to employ others to help carry up materials and furniture from the storerooms. More loot went to women in housekeeping who had the knowledge and opportunity to provide other accoutrements for the girls, like jewelry, purses, and casual shoes to go along with an extensive wardrobe. Carmen wanted her new daughters to be happy in their home. She spared no expense to make it extravagant. Her scavenged wealth had been quite impressive, such that less than all of it purchased everything she desired. Since those she employed had to work extra beyond their normal shift duties, her paying them was only appropriate, and she paid them handsomely to ensure their innovative enthusiasm for the tasks. Mandy entertained herself in the apartment's lounging area, where she watched videos on the wide screen, while Carmen supervised the workmen, provided them with refreshments, and cleaned up around them, so that Critias would approve of her diligent efforts once he got home with Alice. The role of mother and homemaker suited Carmen more than she would have ever imagined. It was such an enjoyable alternative to her life as a ghoul fighter and forager that she wished they could have lived in the old world before it had died. Carmen harbored a fantasy about being a regular person that had never battled with anything at all. Because the spare room already came with carpeting and paint, the workers finished with their labors in time to make it to Funland for dinner. Carmen thanked them all profusely while she honestly declared that the results exceeded her highest expectations. With that out of the way, she went with Mandy to dress especially nice for an evening out among the community. They would look fashionable in dresses with stockings and ribbons. A knock on the door interrupted Carmen's happy home life. Carmen opened the door to the hallway to find that it was Bobby Bean, who had also dressed up for the occasion of dinner. He had even gone so far as to wear a tie. Bean told Carmen,
"You look beautiful, Mrs. Ludus."
That wasn't their real surname. Not even Virgil was, but the compliment pleased Carmen immensely anyway. Carmen loved to receive genuinely deserved flattery in general, but being an official wife, mother, and a human being with a home was even better. Bean asked,
"Is Critias here?"
She invited him in with a gesture.
No, he isn't home yet. He's out training with Alice. And please, call me Carmen. I am expecting them to be back soon. He promised to be home in time for dinner. You look dashing this evening. You must have plans.
Bean did.
"There's a movie tonight after dinner in Funland with popcorn and soda. I was hoping to ask Critias about taking Alice, if that wouldn't be objectionable to either of them."
Then after a pause he added,
"Or to you either, ma'am."
Carmen was about to answer when another knock came upon the door. She excused herself to open it and find Penny Welder dressed smashingly for dinner.
Please come in.
Carmen invited her inside with all pleasantries. Carmen was unaware of the unhappy encounter Penny had with Critias. The noisy lobby was crowded at the time with so much business of an incoming transport. That had effectively drowned out any sounds that Carmen might have picked up otherwise. Penny had arrived uncertain about what Carmen's reaction might be. She hesitated to enter.
"I just need to speak to Critias for a moment."
Then you must come in.
Carmen insisted.
He is not home yet, but we're expecting him shortly.
Penny politely declined.
"I think I should wait out in the hall."
Nonsense.
Carmen grabbed Penny's hand to pull her inside.
What would he think of me if I kept the most famous woman of the city out in the hallway?
Penny submitted by following.
"I would hardly call myself famous, infamous perhaps. Sally has much more respect around here than I do, and a lot more experience. I can see how you would not know her very well, in that she has been laid up with her pregnancy since you arrived."
Penny instantly regretted that she brought up the topic of pregnancy.
"Besides, you star in all those movies of your victories. Everyone knows about you."
Carmen waved that off as nothing.
Critias and I just got here. My bet is that you will be a captain soon and have your own crew. I think you deserve it. You are so strong and confident and beautiful too, if you don't mind me extolling your virtues.
Penny honestly didn't see the promotion happening, but she would like it.
"Do you really think Jim is considering me?"
I'm sure of it.
Carmen said truthfully.
You know Bobby, of course.
She smiled over the romance of it.
Doesn't he look handsome? He came to ask Critias if he could take Alice to the movies tonight.
That didn't surprise Penny, because she already knew that Critias was adamantly opposed to having relationships outside of his marriage with Carmen. Whatever was going to happen with Alice, Penny was sure it would never evolve into anything romantic. Even so, Penny played along.
"So Critias is officially not marrying her then?"
Oh, he never was going to do that.
Carmen answered as if it was a humorous issue.
Alice and Mandy are just so precious. Once we got to know them, we knew right away that we wanted to keep them. If you knew Alice, she is 14 going on 23. She thinks she is ready to shoulder the world. He told her he would marry her to convince her to stay with us, at least long enough to calm her down and get some sense into her head. They had only just arrived from Denver, so of course they needed a little time to understand that things are different here and we didn't want to hurt them. We're like one big family now. I can be a housewife and a mother to the girls. I've really never been happier.
Penny wasn't ambitious to explore the topic of motherhood with Carmen. The more she thought about it, Penny felt that Carmen would beat her to death when she finally heard that Penny had groped Critias in the showers while she solicited him for sex. Surely someone in there with them had seen Penny grab Critias, and the gossip was already creeping about, such that it would soon make its way to Carmen's ears. As a change of topic, Penny said,
"I like your place. It's really nice."
Carmen was proud of her home.
Jim is generous to Critias for all his hard work. He really deserves all the credit for earning it. I don't think I could ever make captain. I'm too impulsive, I guess, not like Kevin. If he was any smarter, I don't know what he would do with himself. He tells me that the two of you are getting along well, and I'm glad. I would hate to think of Kevin having to be lonely.
At that, she deflated a bit.
I could never survive without Critias.
She shrugged.
It's no secret that I am not very good at taking care of myself, not like Kevin.
"I wouldn't worry about that,"
Penny said on the topic of her doing without Critias. Penny had recent experience about the matter.
"Critias is as devoted to you as any man could be. Making you happy is all he seems to talk about around me. He cares about you too much for you to need to worry about ever having to do without him."
The front door opened as Critias entered with Alice in tow. They both wore bathrobes because they were fresh from the lobby showers. They pulled in their armor and equipment using one of the little luggage wagons. When he saw Penny, Critias did a masterful job as he concealed his reaction in that he didn't reveal one at all.
Sorry we're late,
he said as he closed the door.
We stopped off after training for another quick shower.
Miss Welder?
Alice politely greeted their guest. Carmen went over to take Alice's hand.
Let's go get you dressed for your date tonight. I can show you your new room. I'm sure you're going to love it.
They both went that way. Critias looked over at Bean.
Date tonight?
Yes, sir.
Bobby said as he stood up.
I came to see you, but you weren't in yet. I wanted to ask you if it would be all right if I took Alice to the Funland movie tonight after dinner. Well, that too first. Dinner, I mean. I would bring her back after, of course.
Have her home no later than midnight.
Critias consented.
You can kiss her if you have to, but keep your hands where you can see them. I'm not running a petting zoo.
Thank you, sir,
was Bean's straightforward reply of agreement. Critias pointed over to the lounging room.
You can wait for her in there while she is getting dressed. Go watch a video or something. I want to speak with Penny in private.
Bean departed as requested. When they were alone, Penny said,
I want to apologize for the way I blew up at you. I'm not sorry I tried my best to get you to agree to that other thing. I was way out of line in the way I took your refusal.
He worried.
Did you tell Carmen?
Penny frowned at that notion for multiple reasons.
No, it seemed appropriate to keep the matter just between us men.
Penny insinuated that Critias treated her like a man, or that perhaps she intimidated him to the point that she felt like one.
To be honest, I don't know how Carmen would react.
He confessed.
She is a bit more emotional than usual. A hormonal thing, Kevin says.
More than a bit, I would say.
Penny agreed with his assessment.
I saw Carmen's reaction to your staff duel that turned into impromptu bondage. When you had her tied up in that stick, I thought her head was about to pop off.
Penny sort of giggled.
It nearly did. Carmen loves you so much that it is kind of crazy.
It's complicated.
Critias didn't understand it himself.
You know more about their kind than most people here. Carmen started life as my absolute slave, incapable of self-determination or that kind of pleasure. Now that she is free, she kind of wants to be my slave again. She likes to pretend that she is anyway. Being helpless to me is kind of her fantasy. When I bound her up like that, I guess she read it the wrong way.
Penny made a light smirk.
Having your lover penetrating every aspect of your being doesn't sound all that bad. I think it is like how Tony explained it to me. Carmen is powerful, but she wants to feel soft and vulnerable. Only you seem able to give her that. You would be surprised how many men I intimidate so badly that they turn into stuttering little boys. It's hard to find a man who can handle a strong woman. I don't intimidate Kevin on any level.
I'm not all that surprised.
Critias admitted about how he believed she made most men crumble into frightened boys. He even knew something of that feeling, too. Critias confessed to it.
You have done that to me on more than one occasion. It's a lot of pressure wanting to measure up when you're the judge.
Penny did it to him again right then, just by the way she stared into his eyes.
So you have thought about it then? Us, I mean. It has crossed your mind.
I was a lot like Bean when I was a kid.
Critias disclosed to her.
Before I got Carmen, I had the same woman since I was mech-suited. I wasn't exactly going around tagging every split tail that crossed my path. I'm a traditional kind of guy. Back in my old life, I kind of assumed I would get married someday, raise a family, and then maybe end up teaching at Ludus.
Her expression showed that she didn't understand his references.
Combat marshals go to the field at 16,
he explained.
That is after 2 years training in our first light-duty half-suits. I didn't get my officer's grade mech suit that you see now until I made lieutenant. The general duty equipment is a lot like what Alice has now. I don't understand the technology all that well myself, but I know that it is a big deal for the engineers to make the full, heavy engagement mech suits. It has something to do with the seamless nerve induction. It wouldn't function for anyone else. They have to grow it from my own DNA. It's like an extension of me.
It is like Carmen.
Penny had learned a great deal from Kevin.
Like with your suit, they grew her to be unique exactly for you. So who was she? Who was this other woman you were seeing? It must have been going on for near a decade. That was close to married. It must have been serious.
He had many a pleasant memory on that topic.
She called herself Morgana. She was a courtesan, kind of what you might call a high-class prostitute, only it wasn't cheap like that. Anyway, at least that was the name she used with me. She was not one of those sleazy gravity bar dancers. It was a private situation. I never knew who any of her other clients were or what they called her. I didn't want to know. When she was with me, she made me feel like I was the only one she loved.
Penny thought she understood.
So she was an android then?
He nodded as he took the comment negatively.
Yes, she was a slave and a prostitute. That is the way things work back home. She was a Delta android leisure model.
The thought of that reignited Penny's desire to have his child.
So, you've never been with a real woman?
She didn't giggle at all when she came out and said,
You're still a virgin.
Just the thought of being his first woman made it seem all the more like destiny and even erotic. The whole package made Critias the cleanest and purest donor imaginable. Penny couldn't even come up with a close second she thought of as a worthy replacement for him, unattainable or otherwise. He frowned over her comment.
I am not a virgin. Carmen is a real woman, and so is Morgana. How is it all that different from Denver? Just because a woman is a slave and being mistreated by assholes doesn't mean that they are not real women.
Penny stepped closer into a power position, but she also made it seem like she only wanted to keep their voices down.
If Carmen is a real woman, and then so was Morgana, does Carmen know you went back to see this other woman again after the two of you were already together?
He felt distinctly uncomfortable.
What makes you think I went back to Morgana?
I know you did.
Penny did know.
You keep underestimating me.
Yeah, well,
he excused.
I needed to say goodbye. Morgana meant a lot to me. We had been together a long time. I owed a lot to her.
You still love Morgana as much as you ever did.
Penny knew the nature of men.
When you finally said goodbye to Morgana for that last time, were you wearing any pants?
Critias lost to her again, because he had made love to Morgana on his last visit, and some part of him definitely still loved her, and always would. Morgana had made a man out of him in more ways than just teaching him human sexuality. Morgana had been a faithful friend and wise advisor. His last meeting had been a passionate farewell, but it had also genuinely been a final one. Critias was not so stupid that he didn't understand that Morgana had a role to play in the marshal service world. The engineers had made her for turning stupid boys into superior men. Critias had intended their last encounter to be his final time, and it had been. The only thing that Critias could think of to say to Penny was,
At the time, Carmen and I were not married yet.
True.
Penny agreed to that.
At the time, Carmen was a real woman, enslaved to obey your every whim, literally born with thoughts only for you, to love only you for the rest of her life, even if you told her to jump off a bridge onto her head. What would Carmen say if we asked her if you were married at the time?
Her tone made him angry.
Is that a threat? Since Kevin tells you so much, you should be careful about taking things away from Carmen. She might resent the intrusion and overreact. She has a bad habit of doing that.
It's not a threat at all,
Penny assured him.
Carmen is woman enough that she knows what she is, and she doesn't think of herself as simply a real woman. It's not Carmen who lacks the courage to face the reality of how things just are. It's you that has all the hang-ups. I do love Kevin, and I am going to marry him the same as you did with Carmen, but I don't lie to myself that he is a normal man. Kevin is many things, but normal is not one of them. One day, Carmen will come to realize that you really did want children while you grew old in her loving arms. On that day, when it's too late, she will blame herself for cheating you out of something you desired, something you were entitled to, your legacy as a human being. Do you think Kevin wants you sleeping with me? He loves me, and I want a baby he can't give me. Do you really think Kevin likes the idea of us making love? Kevin would do anything for me, just as Carmen would do anything for you, would do the same for you. Here is some parting advice before I go. Tell Carmen about Morgana. The woman cared for you for a long time and deserved a fond goodbye. Since it was this Morgana who made such a man of you, what would she say about all this? Would she have been jealous or rejoiced about you getting to be a father? I'll wager she would have been happy for you, maybe even have made a better wife for you too.
Carmen came out of the girl's bedroom with a full wastebasket to take out.
Alice is just about ready,
she said as she looked on her husband with adoring love. Anyone else but Critias would have failed to notice the subtle glint of the combat computer's malevolence lurking behind those otherwise reverent eyes. Carmen remained prideful of their new home they had made together. She would not stand idly by while someone tried to take it away from them. About Alice, she said.
She wants to look pretty for her gentleman suitor.
I was just leaving,
Penny said on her way to the door. Carmen walked to Critias and then stood before him as she gave her bosom a little shake. She wanted him to admire how a push-up bra and her low-cut dress gave her a delightful cleavage.
I'll go with you,
she told Penny without looking that way.
I have to take out the trash.
It was plainly obvious to Critias what Carmen really had on her mind. He grabbed his wife with surprising roughness and then forced a passionate kiss on her mouth. One hand held her at the back of her neck, while the other stroked her ribs, just slightly putting lifting pressure against her breast. When he released her gasping and blushing, pleased not offended, he told Carmen,
Penny assumes your combat-grade hearing is no better than Kevin's. I know you eavesdropped on every word we said, my overprotective beauty. You will be pleasant to the guests in my home. Penny had the sacred and unbreakable protection of our hospitality from the moment you invited her in our door, so it doesn't matter what you overheard. You are mine forever, regardless of how you feel about it, and I'm telling you to leave Penny alone. Now, tell me you understand.
I did know, Morgana.
Carmen revealed unafraid to look Critias in the eye.
I mean, we spoke at length like our kind do. It makes me happy to know that in this future, when you are born again, you will have someone like her who cares about you as I do. Morgana did, she does, and will again love you truly as I do. Penny says that no other man but mine is worthy of her. What could she say more conceited? Where were all her refined sensibilities when she bedded all those other men like the whore she is? That is why she is sniffing around my door like a dirty bitch in heat. She wants the only man she can't have, mine.
Penny resented Carmen calling her a bitch and a whore. She would have taken it further toward a fight if she thought she had any chance of handling Carmen, which she didn't. Penny justified her actions.
I just want a healthy baby, one that won't grow up surrounded by half-brothers and sisters. I never said there were no men worth having. Because they are worth having, other women will have them too. Critias is my best choice to have a child that will be healthy, pretty, and smart, while not related to anyone else.
Not if I twist your head around backwards,
Carmen threatened.
The day I taste your stink on my husband is the day you die. What's mine is mine, and I'll kill you to keep it. I'll pull your spine out through the front and never bother using a knife either.
She gave Penny a deadly warning stare.
Never forget, you're just some human.
Critias had heard more than enough bickering for one day.
That's enough, Carmen. You're not killing Penny for any reason, not now or ever. Obey me and stop this now. Just shut your mouth before you make trouble for me.
After she had listened to everything from the other room, Mandy came in from the lounge, having run out of patience for Carmen's displeasure. If Penny said one more thing to upset Carmen, Mandy was going to put a stop to it in a less than responsible way. In Carmen's mind, Penny still schemed to have her way. It wasn't in the forager nature to give up easily when they wanted to acquire something. To take another stab, Carmen said,
I don't know what Kevin sees in her anyway.
At that, Penny had as much abuse as she was going to take. She replied,
I guess Kevin would rather have a wife who can have children, the same as Critias would, not some cheap knockoff facsimile with parts that don't even work.
Trapped between Critias's command that she not beat Penny unconscious and the heartless truth of Penny's cruel words, Carmen just swallowed her pride and then hung her head in shamed defeat. She remained unwilling to say anything more, since it would only make her life worse than it had already become. Mandy raised her small-caliber revolver with a mind to shut Penny's mouth permanently. The sound as she cocked the double-action hammer got everyone's attention. Mandy pointed the pistol at Penny's head with the icy, homicidal eyes of a Denver survivor who would never let herself feel threatened by anyone ever again. Penny read in Mandy's expression that the girl had taken to heart her brief training in firearms. Mandy would never point a pistol at anything unless she actually intended on killing it. In the same moment, Penny drew her own pistol to defend herself, out of the hope that at least by shooting back, Penny would only take one of the small bullets rather than all 6. Before either of them fired, Bean walked up behind Mandy and then casually grabbed her pistol. He wedged his thumb down into the path of the hammer to make certain there was no chance of it going off. Bean calmly took the pistol away as though he was relieving her of a toy when she should be washing her hands for dinner.
Thank you, Bean,
Critias said as he stared his general displeasure at Penny. His eyes silently demanded that she should put her pistol away. Carmen rushed over to hug Mandy with great compassion for the girl. She told Mandy,
I would never have really killed Penny. We were just being stupid and saying stupid, angry things.
She looked back to Critias because she needed him to see her silently beg an apology so that he would say that Mandy wouldn't get a punishment for what Carmen had caused to happen. When Critias said nothing, Carmen pleaded,
This is my fault. You told me to shut up, but I just couldn't let it go. I had to keep running my stupid mouth.
This is our home.
Mandy snarled viciously at Penny.
I'm not going to let people come here to bully us. You leave us alone. No one will ever come here like Rupert and take things from us.
Mandy thought of the time that Rupert had come to their door in Denver. After an argument, Rupert and his goons had murdered her father and brother. Then they had gang-raped her mother before they dragged her away to be a slave in the harem. She had only survived a few months, and then they ate her. Bean handed Critias Mandy's pistol just as Alice came in dressed to leave for her date. Alice had her gun in her designer purse and wore a second shoulder bag for her helmet and gloves. She would take the equipment with her just in case of some unexpected disaster, which is how such things usually came about. After Bean kissed her hand, he told her,
You look fabulous. Lovely, perfect even.
As they headed out for Funland, Alice asked,
What did I miss?
Penny considered scolding Mandy for having pointed a gun at her, but thought better of it, because Mandy had a devil in her that wanted to get out. Penny didn't want Carmen to shift attention onto her again either.
Kevin is waiting for me.
Penny excused herself to leave. Before she walked out, Penny stepped over to Critias and then offered him a hug.
Can we please make up at least? I know I have probably lost a lot of good friends here today, and I'm not happy about that. This is totally all my fault, start to finish. I want you to know I am sorry.
Critias returned her embrace, because he still wanted to be friends.
I'm flattered that you would choose me. As you can see, it really is impossible. No one here is emotionally up to dealing with something that big, least of all me. You were right about a lot of what you said. I'm not big enough to do that and then not have it eat at me forever.
I'm still hoping the two of you will reconsider.
Penny said on her way out the door.
It would be a beautiful thing for everyone involved.
Critias was down to the last of his problems when he turned on Mandy.
This is my home and you live with me, young lady. If I want anyone shot to death in my home, I will do the shooting myself. You got that?
Mandy had really been behind her plan at the time. In hindsight, she realized that scaring Penny had not been so great an idea.
I'm sorry,
Was her short apology. He fumed, because if it hadn't been for Bean's quick action, she might have actually pulled the trigger.
I'm tempted to take a belt to your behind and leave you here tonight to think about it.
Over my dead body, you will,
Carmen said, unwilling to let Mandy out of her embrace.
She thought she was protecting me.
He gave his wife a disappointed look.
What are you talking about? I asked you to shut up, but you had to keep pushing it as you always do. If she had shot Penny, it would have been your fault for getting her to do what you were saying you wanted to happen anyway. If I do beat her, I will beat your stupid ass first. The next time I ask you to shut up, try doing it. If she had shot Penny, they would probably hang Mandy for murder. Where would you be then?
Carmen frowned at him.
I don't have much practice dealing with your hussies coming to my door asking for a shot of your semen.
Since Penny had groped him in the showers, Critias really couldn't disagree with his wife on that point. He was more than a little to blame as well, even though he had never instigated any of it and never wanted trouble of any kind. Critias said,
Penny has her reasons and she gave it her best try. I did turn her down before, which is why she came here to try again.
Go wait for us by the elevator,
Carmen told Mandy and then sent her out. Once they were alone, Carmen asked,
Are you refusing to help her for me or for your own reasons?
He indulged her by taking the time to consider his answer. What stuck with him clearest was that he had mostly refused for Carmen's benefit and not his own. If he bedded Penny, Critias would enjoy it and even feel manly about it. She was an extremely desirable woman that would no doubt give him exceptional children. The downside was that his relationship with Carmen would pay a heavy price afterward. The purity of their commitment to each other would have been lost. He also didn't like the idea of fathering a child and then never knowing what became of it. Critias had always wanted to be a father, eventually anyway, but not in the sense that he made nameless progeny. He loathed the idea that he would never know the child's name, its gender, or what kind of person the child grew up to be. Critias had a lot of good reasons not to want to be a part of that. His answer came out as,
You are my own reasons. Part of me is for helping her and part of me is strictly against it. I'm totally sure that if I ever did something like that, I would have to feel good about it. I don't feel good about this. I won't do it, and that's my final stand on the matter.
Carmen asked honestly, because she needed the truth from him.
Do you think less of me because I can't do it with you?
He dismissed that notion as only her attempt to start trouble.
Do you think less of Kevin because he can't give Penny what she wants?
She didn't and couldn't refute that reason. He wanted an answer.
Would you think less of me if I was sterile?
That struck her in a nerve, so she promptly answered like she had already thought about it at length.
Not at all. And I would never let some handsome Turkish hero impregnate me in your place, if you were the android and I was not. Not even if he was as noble, heroic, and handsome as you are.
Critias didn't know what to make of her last reference. The way she had said it, it came from the heart in that she had thought of something in particular. There was no such person in the city, so he assumed it was a reference to one of her romantic books. He summoned Carmen to take his hand so they could go to dinner.
I sure as hell wouldn't sit by and feel good about it while some other man was pounding a kid into you. You can stop wondering if I understand how you feel about Penny sleeping with me. If we went down that road, it would change things, and not for the better.
Carmen went around turning off the lights before she joined him. As they walked down the hall to the elevator, she mentioned,
This is about Kevin, though, too, not just Penny.
Yeah.
He didn't deny that.
Kevin is a good friend to us. He wouldn't have put these ideas into Penny's head if he weren't in on it too, but then again, if it was him behind this scheme, as smart as Kevin is, I would think he could come up with a better plan. I have the perfect wife who makes me incredibly happy. We have the girls now, and honestly, we don't even know how much time we have left here. Not much, to be sure. You should keep that in mind when you are filling Mandy's head with notions of having you around to look out for her. The time will come when you're going to have to say goodbye.
That made her frown with heavy thoughts that she quickly brushed aside with enthusiasm for what she was doing at the moment. Carmen said,
That's why we need to live this time to its absolute fullest. The people staying here don't know how much time they have left in life. I want to spend every day like it is my last. Mandy needs me and I need her. My life has to be more than blood and killing.
Critias said,
Then you have a long talk with her about that pistol. I don't want you making light of it like it was no big deal. I never knew she had that kind of aggression in her.
She didn't want to see me upset.
Carmen offered an excuse.
I really was thinking about giving Penny a proper smack. I guess Mandy thought it would be a good idea for someone to stick up for me. Maybe that is how things happened in Denver. First people came to her door to demand things, and then later they returned to just take them. She was trying to avoid making the same mistakes twice, in her point of view, I mean. As bad as it was, I still think it worked. Penny will think twice before trying something like that again.
Part of what she said wounded him.
I do stick up for you. Your melodramatic overreaction to every little slight is not the proper way of doing things. There are a lot of proud and headstrong people around here who aren't shy about telling you what they think. Penny didn't pick a fight with you. You picked one with her, and you would have won, which is why you do it. I was protecting the only person in any actual danger.
Maybe I do overreact.
She complained about the criticism of her judgment.
When I had inhibitors, they designed me to consider every possible option, even the melodramatic ones. I always had a safety net to prevent me from going overboard. When I have to make that decision myself, it becomes one more game theory on that choice, which leads to more in a growing tree of probabilities. You follow your instincts, so sometimes I do too. Sometimes it is better to just go with what you feel the most.
He asked even though he dreaded a bad answer.
What were you feeling the most?
She quoted Shakespeare.
I must have liberty withal, as large a charter as the wind, to blow on whom I please.
He replied,
Save your blows for my horn and leave Penny alone.
That made her smile.
The wind bloweth where it listeth. My lips wish to keep blowing you.
When they reached the elevator, Penny and Mandy were there, and they talked quietly. By their civil appearance, it seemed that Penny had apologized, or they both had. At least they had medicated their differences. Carmen was more than a little pleased to see that the two of them would not be feuding, and so was Critias.
Chapter 3. God Slayers.
King Jim had arranged a magnificent dinner in Funland for the community on that evening. He wanted to celebrate the foragers' return to the city from the castle and their successful missions. They had both a light rail-hunted feral cow and the elk to provide the fresh meat. Diners could also enjoy the first fresh vegetables of the season, tomatoes in particular. It was Jim's intent to remedy some of the lacking in the common diet and to reward everyone for a work-intensive period that had gone especially well. That no one other than Jeremy had died recently was perhaps what he appreciated most. Since the arrival of Critias and Carmen, the mortality rate had plummeted even as the audacity of their plans had increased dramatically. After Jim went to Denver to retrieve their hostages, he had transformed his people into a much larger and more enthusiastic body. Jim made no public announcement of that evening being any kind of special celebration. It was his intent for everyone to consider it as being just more of the general improvement in their universal standard of living. They could congratulate themselves for the upgrade that was born of their own hard work, self-sacrifice, and seamless cooperation, which it actually was. Jim and Jessica stood at the entrance to the dining area of Funland, where they greeted everyone by name as they entered from either the tower or the upstairs of that same building. He knew everyone by name, great or small, as they came in, at least if they were from his own original population. Jim even knew the names of most of the Denver women, too. He only slipped up on some rare occasions, and then Jessica readily covered for him as his impromptu nomenclator, since she knew them all much better than he did. Even with his few lapses, it was a testament to Jim's memory and detailed interest in all that happened under his roof. Christopher the rat-catcher, the king's lion, surprised everyone when he arrived with Dr. Clara on his arm as his date for the evening. He was only perhaps 5 years younger than she was, so in that there was nothing unusual. People knew Clara as a shrewd and somewhat frigid intellectual, pretty much the opposite of the kind and simple man who seemed incapable of generating animosity, though none doubted his courage when he found himself pressed to action. Critias asked his small group about Clara.
Did she just smile?
Having seen it herself, Penny confirmed it.
She did. Maybe he is the only man in the city not smart enough to see what an ice queen bitch that woman is.
Good for them,
said Carmen.
Now maybe she will stop giving me such a hard time during inspections.
Penny surmised.
Maybe the hard time was just what she needed to get the stick out of her ass.
Kevin asked Critias.
When would you like to bring Carmen in for an examination? Have you had any problems since last we spoke about it?
Critias took a moment to admire Carmen's dress. The modest change in her bust size had given her a new glamour of feminine self-assurance that was mostly hormonally psychological rather than overtly physical. Whatever the source, Critias really liked her effulgent, sensual allure. She had grown so much since the time when rubberized gun ninja surfer suits demonstrated how she saw her public identity.
I think she is much happier, honestly.
Critias confessed.
It seems that you have plans of your own for tonight. It might be better if you told us when you had the free time. We slept in late today at the castle. If you will be up, we can do it tonight.
Kevin agreed.
After dinner will be fine for me. That is, if you're not going to stay for the movie. I find the frame rate of this era's cinema to be annoying more than entertaining. The optical illusion does not work properly to my perception. Besides, I know all their films by memory.
Critias was sure the same was true for Carmen. To her faster visual perception, it really was a staggered shifting of still images. He made up his mind about it, telling Kevin,
After dinner will be good for us so we can get it out of the way.
When it was Critias and Carmen's turn to get the royal greeting, Jim said,
I noticed that Alice was in the company of Bean. Was that your doing?
Critias made a shrug that didn't deny his part.
I didn't force anything, if that is what you mean. He has a crush on the girl, and I figured I'd better give her the chance of getting the man before someone else did. She seems to like him well enough, and I'm keeping a close eye on them both. Bean is a good kid, and I think he has a future as a forager. I like his natural instincts. He doesn't have to think or get emotional to act on the moment.
I'll keep that in mind,
Jim said, meaning it.
We will be adding some new members to the team soon. After I promote some to captains, they will need fresh operators to fill in slots. How is Alice's training progressing?
Excellent,
Critias divulged proudly.
She's a fast learner and wants to make a difference with her life.
Jim told him,
I wanted to thank you personally for the great job that you did out on the river, Carmen as well. From what Jack told me, you really distinguished yourselves. I'm looking forward to seeing the recording of your encounter with that salt pile hunter. As a reward, you will be getting some time off to relax and enjoy your belated honeymoon. The two of you deserve it.
He took a stapled stack of photocopies from a nearby table and then handed those over to Critias.
I received this report from Kevin's control room intelligence operation. They finally sorted out all the radio intercept messages you found in Denver, plus everything he collected from their computers. I thought you would find this interesting.
The subject matter was something that Critias had been curious about.
Much appreciated,
he said, accepting it.
I would like to look it over.
You can keep it,
Jim said about the report.
I made you that copy.
Jessica complimented the women on their appearance and just generally made herself pleasant before everyone moved on. For Carmen, she added,
If you would like Mandy to sit with you at the captain's table this evening, that won't be a problem. Many of the other captains are having guests in their company. With that in mind, we extended the table for extra space.
Once they sat at their table, Critias thumbed through the pages that Jim gave him. He soon realized that the material required thorough study to appreciate. Critias handed the papers over to Carmen as he informed her,
These are highlights from the Denver base's radio traffic logs. Would you please glance over this and then tell me what parts are interesting?
She pretended to read the pages as she flipped through them. Her actual method of study was contacting Kevin by interlink. He sent her his voluminously thorough, unedited version of the same report such as androids would exchange. Carmen turned the stack open to page 7 before she handed it back to Critias.
You should start reading here.
The 7th page was the beginning of a connected series of military communications that concerned the topic of a petty Eurasian regime during the early days of its outbreak demise. The nation's military rapidly drew up their plans to secure their country from the infection, which at that early time only ravaged the North American continent. Their defensive measures began with a massive police control that involved a 2-day curfew followed by a house-to-house extermination operation carried out by death squads. The second stage of their strategy concerned itself with preventing an eventual external attack by the Ghouls, which would come at them from their border nation neighbors. They had rightly assumed that those nearby countries would fall to the unstoppable illness. All nations would fall to the infection, so in that projection, they hardly had some genius on board who saw that coming at them. They estimated that ghouls that numbered in the millions would pour over their borders to wipe them out, regardless of the quality of their internal solutions. Their plan was the preemptive elimination of their external threat by means of an all-out mass depopulation attack against those neighboring countries. They used every means available to them from aircraft and missiles to covert infiltration teams. Every weapon system had the same objective, to disperse their nation's extravagantly diverse stockpile of chemical and biological weaponry. Their stated goal had been to reduce or eradicate the future population of enemy ghouls by first mass murdering every possible human host who could have contracted the infection in their near future. Critias knew of the depopulation area from experience in his own time. The marshals and scavengers called the poisoned region the Unholy Land. It was several million square kilometers of hunter-infested death zone they considered pretty much a no-go area. The Unholy Land that Critias was familiar with correlated perfectly with the attacked locations in the messages.
Fascinating consequences from a truly diabolical strategy,
Carmen commented, since she was already aware of all the material.
As happens so often when one acts rashly, their cure only made their destruction all the more certain. The first casualties to their surprise chemical weapon attacks were those exposed forces who defended security barricades. Once those were down, the ghouls had free run of the streets. With no defensive military still in operation within those zones, they couldn't aerial bomb the block-busting super tribes that eventually tore all the fortified buildings apart. Most regular people were already in hiding by then, boarded up inside their homes, thinking it would all be over in a few days or a week. Even at that early stage, they practiced decontamination religiously. At the time, few had any idea what the cause of the infection even was, but wild rumors were rampant, which led to the washing of hands, staying indoors, and keeping a cautious eye on others around them. The only people out wandering the streets getting exposure to the chemical weapons were the ghouls and the newly infected. The slash and burn policy did successfully murder many innocent people, but far from enough of them to count as a success by its implementers. Only later would they come to discover that one of their breakthrough nerve agents they spread everywhere intending to wipe out the people had instead transformed tens of thousands of infected victims into huge and voracious hunters.
Critias thought of the strategy as despicable, even typical of the old human regimes that seemed only to care about a feudalistic power hierarchy. When anything went wrong, they ran for the lifeboats, and the people could be damned. The continuity of government underground base in Denver had already been there when they needed it against the ghouls. It had always been the plan to save themselves when the nation they were supposed to protect ran into real trouble.
It didn't save their shitty little empire,
he told her. In part, Critias didn't appreciate her hint of enthusiasm for the intellectual intricacies of their harsh preemptive measures, despite her admission that it was diabolical. Only just that afternoon, Critias had trained Alice to pistol execute an emotionally broken woman as the properly efficient means to save the most lives, which, as he had taught her, was what really mattered. Critias could not see it or even understand, but his mixed messages and conflicting expectations were driving Carmen toward a cognitive precipice. On the topic, Critias said,
"They turned the whole area surrounding them into a hunter's paradise, the Unholy Land indeed. In the end, they had positioned themselves dead center of the most dangerous location on the planet. When all those hunters started moving in on them, they didn't last long."
To that, Carmen quoted,
"Hell grew darker at their frown."
From down the table, Kevin added through a lull in the general conversation,
"Long is the way, and hard, that out of hell leads up to the light. It will take humanity many centuries to make their way back into Eden."
Critias agreed with that sentiment.
"The road out of the Unholy Land is long and hard, all right. Where the wildlife is plentiful, whole wolf pack teams of hunters are not uncommon.
Enormous hunter ghouls were thankfully uncommon everywhere else in the world, as rare as the exotically engineered chemicals that caused them. In Critias's time, nature had long since reclaimed the earth. Years enough had passed that many species of tree had grown from seed, lived an adult lifetime, and then passed on in old age for the next generation. The unholy land had become part of the vast planetary wilderness, with the addition of untold thousands of saltback-sized fiends that roamed about in it. Mandy was curious enough to ask Carmen.
Where do those words come from?
Carmen answered.
They come from an epic poem called Paradise Lost, written by John Milton. When God banished Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden, from their paradise, it was a story quite like what happened to us in our banishment from the world. Like them, we long to return to the better world we have lost.
The girl asked.
Does it have pictures?
No.
Carmen sounded amused by the notion.
Artists over the years have made many paintings and drawings about it, though.
Alfred, their city commander in charge of tunneling and blasting, called to Critias from further down the table when their eyes met. He said,
"That rock-breaking hammer you brought back from the boat trip is a real she-devil. Once we got it up and running, it really took a load off our backs. It was a good call that you grabbed it when you did."
I was thinking of your work when I came across it.
Critias told him.
I figured you would appreciate it over swinging sledgehammers.
Alfred raised his cup to him.
"Too true, thanks to you."
Critias went back to reading the papers Jim had given him. He told Carmen,
"It says here that the Denver president sent them a message that he wanted to fly out and join them in their safe zone."
Lucky for him, they started giving him the runaround.
Carmen replied.
The whole next page is their exchange where they are replying with one contrived delay after another. It seems to me they didn't want him or need him.
He skipped that page and went on to the next, where their excuses to delay him changed into problems that were more legitimate. The inbound transmissions from the unholy land reported on their conflict with giant ghouls they named golems, nigh unstoppable fiends of heroic size and insoluble bad temperaments. They were cunning hunters, too, crafty creatures that preyed on their fringes. Whole packs of intelligent hunters wiped out their death squads and then just vanished back into the darkness. They only left behind bloodstains and chunks of partially devoured corpses. Apparently, the hunters didn't like the taste of their boots. The rescue teams that showed up tended to find feet still inside the footwear, but little else. One golem sighting had rapidly become 10, and then it was nationwide. Finally, the messages about them stopped because they were either too busy or more likely already dead. Toward the end of their incoming transmissions, they sent a report about one of the engineered diseases that they had released to depopulate their neighbors. It had mutated in such a way that it came back to haunt them. Their vaccine proved ineffective against the flu-like illness that was no longer rapidly fatal in most cases, but it remained highly debilitating and pandemically contagious. Their final message was that they had made a change of leadership and planned on flying out to join the president in his haven, since their homeland was a total loss. They never arrived in Denver or sent another communication. Their last days ended in a mystery. Critias assumed it was much the same as anyone else. Infighting and lack of food had dissolved their cooperation until the ghouls did the rest. An army of pack-minded hunters that a nutcase theocratic military country had saturated with laboratory weaponized diseases didn't make for the docile new neighbors that their master strategy had hoped to create. He asked Carmen,
"So what happened to them in the end?"
She was uncertain.
The only detailed exploration of that area was from a nuclear resources salvage team during the days of the first beta androids. As you said, hunters heavily populate that whole region. The radiological recovery they salvaged was in a remote place surrounded by desert. That was safe enough, since ghouls don't favor being too far from water sources. To my knowledge, that team didn't recover any information that would explain exactly how the last of those survivors met their end.
As Critias thumbed through the papers, he came across some addendum added by Kevin's research team. Many of the holdout population bunkers that had radioed to Denver for help had quickly petered out as they fell to the ghouls, though not all of them. Various locations had notes that they could still be potential survivor centers currently worthy of attempts to contact in the hope they might still be alive. Jim planned on gathering more people from across the planet when he had the means to pull it off. Hostesses delivered food to the whole table by working both sides at the same time. They forked out chef-sliced portions of beef or elk venison in several variations of expert preparation. The meal served out in courses to maximize the experience while still doing the usual rationing of food stores. Carmen especially enjoyed the fresh garden-building green beans with bits of bacon dish. After ordering a second bowl, she leaned over to privately tell her husband,
Jim wants to relay a conversation by speaking to Kevin while you speak through me.
Sensing his agreement to the proposal, Carmen copied Jim's words as he spoke to Kevin from halfway down at the other end of the long captain's table.
Some of the women from Denver are setting up a brothel operation,
Jim said through the androids. Critias considered that notion and its implications.
Do you want to be their pimp or their pope? Since you're asking me, I suggest you control what you can't eliminate. They might end up looting the shirts off the backs of half the men in the city.
Kevin copied Critias's words.
You're not the first to say that it's unstoppable.
Jim acknowledged that eventuality.
I want to be the pimp since I can't allow them to undermine the whole work shift economy we have now. I also can't allow one vice to mushroom into a whole bartered smorgasbord of unethical behaviors. As I have said before, first in my esteem are married couples, and ideally their future children, to form respectable, hard-working families. I will not allow moral degeneracy to become the dominant economic force in our society.
Not being an expert on such matters, Critias asked Carmen,
What is the most dignified way for a man to manage prostitution?
Jim should appoint a factotum.
She advised.
That is like a city butler that people can go to for getting things done. The factotum can make the meeting arrangements, collect the barter, and report any problems back to Jim.
Kevin transferred the message, and then Jim responded.
Is a factotum something like the main character from The Barber of Seville, as in the Largo al Factotum? He swaps private communications between citizens, always available to help solve daily issues that people would normally try and bring to me.
The same.
Carmen confirmed.
Still not enough.
Jim declined the suggestion.
I don't want a shroud of privacy making such vice palatable. I will be considering what you've said.
You could make them a bordello then.
Critias offered as an option.
Some might be satisfied with a place where they could have a drink and watch a bawdy dance or two.
I am the liquor supply.
Jim stated as though in support of that idea.
I could build a nightclub with the cat house in the back. I would prefer if the men at least had the option of satisfying themselves with only a few drinks and watching a topless dancer or two. You have given me some things to think about.
After dinner, Critias stayed long enough to smoke some tobacco from the table's hookah. Carmen hung on her husband's arm as she whispered in his ear,
We have time off without work for days and days.
We've earned it.
He puffed smoke.
What do you want to do with all your free time?
I am all avarice and ambitions.
She reached down to rub his leg.
Take me home and I'll dance for you like one of Jim's cat house topless girls. I don't want you to feel like being married is depriving you of your manly entertainments. After you've watched me dance for a while and you've had a few drinks, you could carry me off to your bed to do any naughty thing that you liked. Best of all, you wouldn't even have to pay me.
He had to chuckle.
I would not say that the best thing is not paying you. I would gladly pay a king's ransom for just one night of the many pleasures that is having you, my love. Even then, I would feel like I got a bargain. As tempted as I am by your generous offer, we still need to go and see Kevin first. I scheduled a medical exam for you, and we won't be missing it.
He leaned over to kiss her softly and then said,
After your checkup, I'm all yours. That is assuming you can keep the girls in their own room for that long.
I'll have a talk with them.
She pledged.
They need to know to respect our privacy.
On that note, she leaned over the other way to ask Mandy,
Are you listening?
No.
The girl answered.
I'm respecting your privacy already.
As the room prepared to start the evening cinema, Kevin and Critias were ready to depart for Bob's laboratory in King's Tower. As soon as they left Funland, Carmen felt anxiety over what awaited her. She asked with unease,
What are you planning on doing to me? Maybe we could do this some other time.
I'll be with you the whole time.
Critias took her hand while they walked.
You have nothing to be worried about.
She remained unconvinced.
If there was nothing to worry about, we wouldn't be doing this at all.
He disagreed.
I'm not worried at all. I just want you to be as happy and comfortable as possible. If there is some way we can make you better off than you are now, then I want to explore it. Also, this was always part of the changes you wanted in your programming. We can't just modify you and then not check to make sure everything is working out as we intended. Just think of this as preventive maintenance.
Carmen remained silent for the rest of the journey, but she kept a firm hold on his hand as her source of reassurance. When they reached the laboratory, Kevin instructed her,
Take a seat on the examining table for a moment while I get the medical scanner.
He got the futuristic scanning instrument from a locked cabinet and then returned to begin taking readings from her remotely. While he worked, he said to Critias,
In tropical rainforests, there is a fungus that infects a species of arboreal ant. This fungal parasite releases alkaloid chemicals into its host while selectively digesting it from the inside. As the hijacking progresses, the fungus reduces its host to the limited motive and mental functions necessary for it to relocate itself to a specifically ideal location where it affixes to a leaf from where the fungus can spore to repeat its life cycle.
Critias asked for clarity.
The fungus reprograms the ant's mind?
Simply put, yes.
Kevin confirmed.
It is not so much that the fungus reprograms the ant. It would be more accurate to say that it removes the parts of its functions that are a hindrance to its goal, not to belittle the amazing complexity of it.
Critias guessed.
I take it that you are telling me this in reference to the infection, about how it reprograms humans into ghouls with their insatiable quest to infect other humans, thus propagating its cycle.
Precisely.
Kevin said as he continued taking readings from Carmen.
There are similarities between the alkaloid agents in the infection process and the way the fungus modifies its ant hosts. They are not linked beyond superficial similarities, yet it does highlight how such relationships are known to nature already.
Critias was suspicious.
Has something happened to bring up this train of thought?
Kevin paused to gesture over at a distant table, where the infected head that Critias brought back from Houston was in an apparatus that was essentially a jar of fluid with some hoses that connected into the neck.
Your friend is awake and rehydrated, though not fully conscious at this point. Bob and I are taking measures to nutrient it to proper balance that should facilitate a state of mental alertness. Our preliminary tests have been focusing on what makes it different from the common ghoul. As yet, we have not discovered anything unknown to the research I already possess in memory. It is still quite fascinating. The breakthrough research has been on your unique specimen, the man from the sarcophagus.
Critias was interested.
What have you learned about him?
Few things you would appreciate as significant. One oddity that you might find entertaining is that his electrocells are intermittently generating electromagnetic pulses in the 1 to 3 watts range at from 4 to 16 hertz. At this time, I don't know exactly why, beyond the fact that it does not appear to be random in nature.
By then, he completed the scanning with his instrument and the subsequent examination of his findings. Kevin summed up his observations by saying,
I see.
What did you find out?
Critias was more interested in his wife than in the infected freaks anyway.
Is something wrong?
Kevin told him.
No, not wrong exactly. Carmen is adapting to the parameters of some of the upgrades I installed. To make this easier for you to understand, are you aware of the early behavioral research where scientists surgically implanted electrodes into the brain of a monkey so that when stimulated, the primate would achieve orgasm? The bioengineering of androids is a more advanced application of this same principle, artificially inducing joy or depression as a means of control and conditioning in conjunction with the inhibitor module. I tapped into this same system when I designed the specified upgrade for Carmen. When I wrote the software, I prioritized her emotional state as the basal initiator. At the time, I hadn't expected that Carmen's fantasy life would evolve in such a way as to exploit these parameters. Or perhaps I did not give you credit for your ability to fulfill her subconscious objectives. To my own credit, the upgrade is working perfectly as I designed it, based on the information I had at the time. I can't even appropriately declare it is malfunctioning at all. This is more a matter of preference than complication.
It was a lot of material for Critias to absorb.
It sounds like you're saying that Carmen's state of mind is shocking the pleasure centers of her brain and not the physical contact with me. I think you are also saying that, like one of the monkeys, her subconscious mind is doing everything it can to press her button more and more like an addict. That is why she has had several spontaneous orgasms without me doing much of anything to her at all.
Kevin confirmed that.
Correct, acknowledging that physical contact is shaping her mindset as well. It would be a simple matter for me to reduce the influence of her emotional state and heighten the relevance of the physical sensations, assuming that is your preference. Carmen is genuinely happy with the way you make her feel and is responding accordingly, essentially.
To make certain that Critias understood, Kevin explained.
Carmen is functioning properly according to our previous intentions. You make her so excited and aroused that she derives sexual pleasure from it. I believe the flaw is in the fact that you are not getting your desired opportunity to physically express yourself for any duration as an aid to her achieving that satisfaction.
Critias was about to blurt out an answer, but then stopped, because he wanted to put some thought into what Carmen experienced and how he felt about it. Ultimately, it sounded like Kevin told him that Carmen really was happy on a psychological level, a romantic plane, rather than merely titillated by carnal acts. Upon reflection, it made him wonder if he would take something precious away from her if they implemented any changes. From that, he had his final decision. He told Kevin,
"It seems to me that the system she has now is jumping the gun. Her emotional state needs to invigorate her physical interest, so that will run its natural course. I think it would be preferable to us both if she physically runs the hamster wheel a bit to earn her rewards. While I am sure that many women would think to envy Carmen in that she just spontaneously climaxes for no reason at all besides that she feels as loved as she actually is, my experience with her tells me that this is not in her best interest. I have not forgotten where this journey all began. When Carmen was frigid, the cuddling and intimacy with me, my sexual satisfaction with her, all of that was all sacred to her. It was her poetic personal religion. It was something we shared. Being involved with me meant so much to her. She never wanted to end up like a zoned-out drug addict while I wasn't even involved at all. I have already taken away something that was precious to her. We need to give it back before we actually do inflict some serious harm.
Kevin reiterated.
We knew in the beginning that only Carmen would be able to finally decide what form her sexual expression would take. I had never accounted for the possibility that it would be something that you would be able to fulfill by psychological means. Among humans such as yourself, you would normally have fantasies that were more or less inherently unattainable, and that is why you would call them fantasies. In Carmen's case, her fantasy life is so close to her real life that the stimulation is as intense as you have described. Your handling of Carmen fulfills her fantasy needs so efficaciously that you have seen the result. That must appeal to your masculine pride on some non-physical level, while at the same time it is actually causing your coital deprivation, since you have in effect made your physical involvement in her sex life superfluous. Knowing all this, I believe I already have a suitable variation.
The male android took a new scan of Carmen to examine something, and then once he had that reading, he mentally compiled a replacement upgrade. He added,
My time with Penny experiencing the previous upgrade for myself has enlightened me about the delicacies involved. Have Carmen lie back and then shut down her processors for a moment. I will upload the new software.
Carmen glanced between them, nervously unsure she liked what was going on. Critias moved to her side.
Do as he asks.
Maybe we should take some more time to consider all this.
She hesitated, bordering on complaint.
Fine.
Critias felt no need to force it upon her.
If you want to wait, I will put this off until you have had some time to feel better about it.
She liked the sound of that.
So you don't think I really need this?
I never said that.
Critias took her hand to comfort her anxiety.
I definitely think you need this. I don't think it will hurt you much to put it off for a while. I won't force something like this on you, even though I'm pretty sure that I could. If you're not ready for more in our relationship, we can wait.
His suggestion of it being more made her consider that the change would be a broadening of her life rather than them taking something away from her.
More in what way?
Critias could only shrug.
I guess you want to wait to find out. You feel attached to the way you are now because it is so much better than the way you experienced our relationship before. This will be taking it even further along that same path. The destination will be much the same, only it will last that much longer. You said before you wanted those feelings to last. I'm not saying they're going to stretch on forever. You just won't be so keen on using your sleep to hold on to them. You will use me to hold on to them instead.
She pondered the possible ramifications before she asked,
Would this make you happier?
It would.
He admitted readily.
I want more for you.
She slowly brightened up to the idea.
And will I still enjoy the sleeping part of it?
I think you will enjoy that part even more.
He reasoned.
Only after this you will want to sleep because you are worn out, not because, well, that's not important.
Then I want this too.
She laid back and relaxed.
I trust you to look out for my best interests.
With that said, she went unconscious. Feeling more comfortable knowing she was no longer listening, Critias asked Kevin,
What about that other thing?
Kevin saw it as a minor matter.
I can recalibrate the circumstances promoting the lactation if that is to what you are referring. Is that what you want?
Critias asked.
It should stop on its own soon enough as the general diet improves, yes?
Kevin confirmed his guess.
It should. However, it will continue if you make a regular habit of encouraging it.
Then let it be.
Critias decided.
The modest increase in her bust size is giving her a new sense of self-confidence, and I see no reason for me to be the instrument of taking that away from her.
That being the case, we're all finished here.
Kevin transmitted a signaled instruction that promptly woke her. Critias took her hand to help her up as Carmen regained consciousness.
How do you feel?
The same,
she answered, before she climbed off of the examining table and then hugged him with a sigh of relief.
Can we go home now?
Of course we can.
Critias gave a wave goodbye to Kevin.
Thanks for the help. We'll keep you updated on how things work out with this.
It's no imposition,
Kevin replied genuinely.
I also consider Carmen's happiness and well-being to be of preponderant importance.
On the way out, Carmen paused and then turned back to say,
Thank you.
The android smiled on her.
You're welcome.
Once they were in the elevator headed down to their floor, Carmen asked Critias,
Did Kevin ask you about Penny while I was out?
He shook his head no.
It never came up, like maybe he doesn't even know about it.
Kevin does a lot for us.
She admitted with lingering doubts about that situation.
We talked about gratitude before. Do you feel you owe him something?
I will be ready to reciprocate the favor,
he answered.
Something within reason. I don't feel I owe him that much. Besides, it's not all on my shoulders. Don't you owe him something?
That would explain how I feel about it.
She sighed.
He does a lot for me, and it makes me feel bad to think he needs my help, and I won't provide it.
He asked.
Are you saying you've changed your mind?
She shook her head no.
Not about what I want. I'm just no longer sure how much what I want counts. Maybe this is not about what I want.
He saw no need to press her about it.
I'm interested in your opinion, but the decision is mine and I'm not going to do it. So put it out of your mind, since there is nothing you can do about it anyway.
She paused, having other thoughts.
Would you mind if I went to talk to Jack for a moment?
The unexpected request made him wonder if the upgrade had already influenced her mind.
Is it important?
No, not in the usual sense of the word. More like I want some advice, and I think he could give it to me.
Carmen's expression was all love for him that waited for him to make up his mind. She could easily wait on it, or she could go if it was no imposition for him. Critias checked.
You can't ask me about this?
She wasn't going to do that.
I guess I can put it off till later. It is kind of a father-daughter thing, not a husband-wife thing. I know how paranoid you get when I am away from you, and it is true that I was going to talk about you just as you worry. I don't want to hurt you.
Critias pressed the elevator button for their floor.
I'll be waiting for you in the apartment till you get back. Take all the time you need.
Carmen hugged him affectionately with her cheek pressed into his chest. She stayed that way in contented silence until they arrived at their destination. Once he exited to go home, she went on to find Jack for their conversation. He went home and found the solitude unwelcome within moments. The dinner weighed on him, so he went over to lie down on the couch while he awaited Carmen's return from her visit with Jack. Critias fell asleep and then had the most unusual dream. He had no conscious awareness that he dreamed as it happened, so he didn't question the events as they unfolded. Critias didn't even know it was a dream until he awakened from it. He found himself in a tropical paradise of oceanic coastline on a perfectly warm mid-morning. Critias stood at the prow of a wooden ship from some archaic era. The vessel had a regal tent that formed a comfortable shelter at the back beneath the upward curving stern post. Many bronze fittings secured the hemp rope that rigged a square sail with stripes in white and yellow. His crew was a fair-skinned people with sandy hair and tanned muscular backs. They labored in diligent silence at their double tiers of oars. The landward view was far more spectacular than the mode of his transportation. A great multitude of indigenous people had turned out such that they welcomed and celebrated his expected arrival. Thousands of black-haired, swarthy-complexioned natives streamed along the shoreline. They wore vibrantly colorful, scanty costumes. Their parades stretched back from the sea off into the forested highlands. They had erected many temporary pavilions and enormous floral monuments along the shore, each intended to be as visually vivacious as possible, to which they had succeeded admirably. Overshadowing the impressiveness of even those grand displays were men in beautifully colored gliders. They soared aloft on the gusting ocean breezes like giant birds. The gliders launched from the highest cliff so that they flew toward his approaching ship as courageous tribute. It was a dangerous display of bravery as each pilot struggled to stay aloft the longest before gravity finally crashed them down into the sea, usually in a survivable semi-controlled entry. Many small boats stood ready to recover the daring flyers. They paddled out rapidly regardless of the quality of the landing. His crew brought the ship near shore where they anchored to await a local skiff that would come alongside to transfer him to the beach. Critias understood that he was a king of the local people, or even a higher personage than that. It became clear to him when he walked into the sternpost tent to rouse his queen to join him at their festival. Lying asleep, she was a beauty clearly of exotic ancestry. The sides of her head were clean-shaven, around perfectly braided cornrows of glossy black hair. The braids complected with thread of gold and hung in length down to her slender waist. Her girdle was low-set and of intricate patterned textile. The belt was an overlapping band of engraved silver discs. With her eyebrows also shaved away, the unusual bone structure of her ridged brow was unmistakable, as was her high forehead and subtly elongated skull of exceptional capacity. Her eyes were gray, and her skin flawlessly pale, as one usually sheltered from direct sun. Masterfully cut inset ornaments of jade permanently decorated her otherwise perfect teeth. More jade decorated the piercings in her ears and lower lip, a custom commonly shared among the local people. She was tall, more than 2 meters, and blessed with natural athletic strength. The queen lounged breathtakingly topless, apart from a broad collar of more jade and silver. Wide golden bands adorned her upper arms, and bracelets of silver with gemstones rattled about her ankles. For all of her striking oddities, she was a glorious figure of youth and presence. Her pleased expression as he awoke her also carried a romantic adoration in a knowingly familiar aspect, as though their bond was long-seasoned, or even an ancient one. He took her hand as they moved to take the boat to shore. Important personages like priests and local lords waited there to greet them. Flanking them were champions of their warrior class. Those heroes dressed in their most splendid ceremonial armors that were rich in exotic feathers, pure gold, and carved jade. For all of their obvious social status, the whole entourage lowered their heads. They dared not even look upon their sacred guests above their bare feet. The deference gave Critias confused feelings. At first it was assumed and natural that they should do so, and he felt no kinship to them as equals or even as individuals. He valued and appreciated them, but only as a keeper would his colonies of honeybees. They were impermanent creatures, more occupations filled than actual people. When they eventually passed away, more would replace them in an endless procession that slowly advanced toward some distant expected outcome, like history itself. Only he shaped it. The personal experience that Critias drew upon was the androids of his own time, neither children nor people, but things made, carefully crafted and guided with purpose out of some visionary complexity that needed generations for them to mature properly.
They please you,
His woman said in a language he could understand but had never heard before.
I see much progress.
The words were almost musical in that there was a higher pattern to stressed syllables and a significant importance derived from the rhythm. He surveyed the indigenous spectacle, and it impressed him enough that he felt pleased. At the same time, he saw all the people as lower creatures that were dangerously prone to outbursts of ignorance and destruction. After he had gradually elevated them with social order, he had inspired their progress with delicate infusions of art and science, along with useful superstitions, ceremonial holidays, and political militancy. Those were all good natural things he required to nurture their civilizing process. Critias was not their king. Rather, he had arrived as their living god. It was right that they should call him that, because he was a god, while they were just little trained animals who without him were nothing more than naked primates that raped and murdered one another in the jungle. In return for their worship, he made them his tended garden. They were his grand work still in progress, and he had arrived to inspect the quality of his gardening, to prune, to weed, and to sow new seeds at his own discretion. Critias felt elated and also monstrous in his absolute power. He had a tyranny on the scale of a keeper of flocks. He tended and slaughtered his animals without mercy or malice. In the requisite moments of cruelty, there was always worthy purpose. The outcome would always be for the better of the whole, on scales of time his subjects could not appreciate or even comprehend. If he dreamed more about that moment, Critias would not recall it upon waking. The next clear vision was a terrible one of screaming and of blood. His priceless, unique woman was on a stone table in some damp underground chamber illuminated by torchlight. The finely dressed lords and priests that had previously welcomed them were currently proving that underneath all their regal and pompous costumes, they were still just idiot baser savages. They held down his queen as she struggled. In an orgiastic delight, the traitors slashed her throat and then hacked at the wound with the stone blade until they had decapitated her head entirely. They used more crude stone-edged implements to disjoint her arms and legs as one would butcher an animal for food. Critias soon realized that food was their very intention. In a ghoulish feast, they ate of her internal organs and then drank of her still warm blood. By devouring their living goddess, the fools hoped to become immortal gods themselves. Bound as he was against a nearby wall, Critias could do nothing but refuse to look away. He watched the precious light of life fade from the eyes of his queen goddess. He felt such an intensity of unfathomable loss and emotional pain as they destroyed and cannibalized that most ideal of feminine forms. She was a woman that had been alive and ancient in the time of mastodons and other numerous extinct species. A shaman queen that had been the last of her kind, and there would never be another. Critias felt a sorrow unlike could come from any mortal man. No mortal could hold so much memory of love inside them, then lose it, so as to comprehend tragedy of a magnitude for immortal beings alone. Those he had elevated and nurtured for so long had schemed intricately to betray him. It was not that they failed to appreciate all that they had gained from his benevolence. They simply wanted more, and instantly. The selfish fools would not become gods, neither would they remain men. The immortality they sought would be achieved, but so would a homicidal madness that would reduce all, everyone, and everything into absolute ruin. No force or treachery could take the forbidden fruit of godhood. He had to bestow it, as he had given it to her so many ages past. Their damnable feast was like the stroke of lightning that would touch off a wildfire that could burn everything clear to the horizon. It was not the first time that all he had built had fallen into ashes. The last time it had been the result of geological disaster. Not that one sort of downfall was really preferable to any other. Even the loss of a whole civilization was less than his regret over his irreplaceable companion. Critias hung in his bonds during the whole gory feast, and then remained there as the murderers slunk away to revel in their mastery. Their euphoria would be short-lived. Soon they would start to change into ghouls, and then they would mindlessly spread the esurient curse of the god-slayers. The intensity of the emotional agony awoke Critias from his sleep, as one would to avoid dying by drowning, or when caught in an imaginary fall. He came to his senses to discover that Carmen's hair blanketed his feet. She sat on the floor with her legs drawn up. Carmen had draped herself over the foot of the couch to sleep on folded arms. His sudden movement as he sat up roused her from slumber. The dream he awoke from had been so personal to him at the time that when he saw Carmen safe and alive, loving and attendant, prone at his feet in her dutiful worship, Critias felt such a rush of relief that was so tremendous that he nearly cried for the joy of his discovery. Carmen smiled sleepily at him, with that familiar depth of an unbreakable bond in her eyes. When she saw his odd expression of loss and alleviation, she couldn't read the meaning apart from it being proof he was burdened by something, or at least thoughtful about something important.
I found you asleep when I got home,
she said just above a whisper.
You seemed content, so I didn't want to disturb you.
After a moment's consideration, she added,
I know you don't like it when I sleep on the floor.
She said it like an apology, since she had offended him by doing so. He was far from offended and more than a little grateful.
You are too good to me to ever be far away.
He held his arms open to her so she would join him on the couch. She climbed into his arms and his lap to rest her head on his shoulder. Just before he could ask about Alice and Mandy, she sensed his worry, so she answered in advance.
They're asleep in their room with no complaints I'm aware of.
I just had the most unusual dream,
he confided.
Well, it was more of a nightmare, really.
He stroked her hair in silence for a while before he explained any further.
I lost something very precious to me, and there was nothing I could do to prevent it. It was at least partly my fault, I think. Perhaps I was too complacent or too arrogant. Losing you would be the worst thing that could ever happen to me.
She cuddled in snugly as his arms tightened around her protectively.
Telling Penny no was the right decision,
he said softly.
I'm certain about that now. I never want anything coming between us. You mean even more to me because you are so special, so unique. It makes me think about things Kevin told me, warnings he made about how best to care for you. You would do anything for me. One day I will find a way of showing you just how much you mean to me.
I know you will,
she whispered before she kissed his neck.
One day you will lay the whole world at my feet, and then I will give it back to you.
He squeezed her jealously, as if she might suddenly vanish from his grasp.
It was an unpleasant dream. I hope to never have one like it again.
She murmured sweetly and sounded as totally in love as she was.
You sound like me when I had the bad dream. I think you should take me to bed immediately, then prove to yourself thoroughly that I am still very much alive and fully functional.
He made an appreciative hum at that suggestion.
The dream wasn't about you, Princess. Not exactly, anyway. It was just something that reminded me of you. I dreamed of what it felt like to lose what you value most. When I awoke, that thing was you. As to our bed, I believe that can wait for us. I already have you here in my arms where I want you, so I don't see any reason for us to move just yet.
He rolled her off to the side to lay her under him on the couch.
I'll get my reassurances here and now, if you please.
As he began to undress her, she feigned a shy struggle of resistance. Carmen was still a creature of her fantasies, and she wanted to feel his dominating strength confine her unwanted freedom. She asked,
What if I don't want to please you?
Trust me.
He caught her wrists and then pinned them back above her head.
You will.
Playfully restrained with him kissing her neck, Carmen knew he was right. Any other time, the romantic confinement would have filled her with contentment to the point that she just burst with pleasure, and then she would have wanted to sleep so that she could preserve that perfect moment indefinitely. Whatever Kevin had done to her, it made Carmen desire more of his touch, like a hunger or an addiction. She would enjoy the sleep, but only when it was a bemused celebration of their complete exhaustion. It would be the only way left available to them to celebrate their perfect partnership.
Chapter 4. Time to Watch.
Jingle Bells fancied himself to be the true king of the city, the Watcher's king, and the fisher of their souls. His court was far from the sun, down deep in the mechanical bowels of the immeasurably contaminated Colosseum complex. He had gone to some efforts to impress his forthcoming guests with his hospitality, to seem a magnanimous host. His council chamber had formerly been a spacious storeroom. After he had cleared the space, he arranged a semicircle of comfortable chairs to both equalize his guests and advertise his own exalted status at their center. The feast he prepared was extensive thanks to the procuring efforts of his vigilant minions. A roasted pig graced his dining table along with the contents of 2 large boxes of assorted canned goods, some of which he could give away as parting gifts should further bribery be necessary to win favor. He had generously fed the scraps to his most functional guards, and then sent them to the task of driving away all the lesser servants to keep them on upper levels away from the buffet. When Grendel had not returned from his failed attack on the Devil's Tower, Jingle Bells had rightly assumed that his giant bodyguard had perished in the battle with his craven enemies. He had done his best to call his underling away. The creature lacked intelligence in proportion to his great size. Consumed as he was with rage, the giant had simply refused to obey. Understanding the ways of sinners and their insatiable lusts, as well as he did, Jingle Bells realized he had offended the sanctity of their supposedly impregnable lair. The sinners would never forget his intrusion or the implications of his cunning audacity. They would show no forgiveness for his trespass or let any other soft emotions temper their thirst for revenge. In time, they would unleash their wrath on all watchers anywhere in the city, against the guilty as well as the innocent. When he heard that his guests approached, he lit the wicks on another row of wax tapers to raise the luminosity in his comfortable council chamber. Just one of the stores that had once catered to the fragrant needs of homosexuals had provided him with enough candles for several years to come. Those days of luscious living were long over. The old desires for flesh had become the hunt, the biting, the killing, and the eating. That was the nature of sin. It lost none of its former enthusiasm and only transformed in its application to outlets ever more wicked. Cutter held open the door for the others to come inside. He had even bathed himself at Jingle Bell's request. For all of his self-mutilation, the knife-wielding watcher cleaned up nicely. His regeneration was more efficient than most, such that his wounds were short-lived and healed without any hint of scarring. A gesture from Jingle Bells directed his guests to take their seats.
"Welcome to my humble home,"
he told them generously.
"I'm glad you have come to take heed of my dire warning. The final and ultimate battle with our enemies in the Devil's Tower is now unavoidable. We must stand together in this hour of turmoil, or surely we will all fall as individuals."
The first to take his seat was the benign watcher that Jingle Bells had named Nostradamus, because of the deranged visions of possible futures that constantly obliterated the creature's sanity. The seer was a compliant ally who was always grateful to have any audience to listen to his outlandish prophecies. It was in the nature of Nostradamus to absorb and adapt on the situations around him. For that reason, he accepted the notion of a threat without question, and then merely extrapolated further upon it. Even while he baselessly agreed to the genuine existence of their common enemy, he did not feel convinced that it was a matter in need of active remedy.
"There is no need for hasty action,"
Nostradamus said confidently.
"I have gazed into the turbulent waters of the future and seen what will come to pass. We would emerge victorious if there was any genuine need for war against this foe. I have seen that a great earthquake is coming that will topple their Devil's Tower down into the dust."
His delusion of being an infallible fortune-teller perpetually mired his mind in a perplexing blizzard of confusion. It even deprived him of having the capacity to desire to stop. For all of his faith in his abilities, Nostradamus had little in the way of accurate success beyond the realm of sheer luck and coincidence. He continued,
"Their destruction of your giant warrior is a clear sign to me. By striking down your tower of strength, they have heralded the fall of their own symbol of worldly might. Their building will collapse around them on its own if we just wait patiently and watch it come to pass."
"Pride does cometh before the fall," all.
Jingle Bells agreed from his own particular zealous lunacy. Being ever the manipulator for his own ends, Jingle Bells also humored the prophet's unreliable predictions to keep the incompetent sage friendly and on the path to greater and more proactive loyalty. Jingle Bells was interested in a more aggressive approach in their unified effort to eliminate the denizens of the tower. For them, simply to wait for a random natural disaster to do the job for him was as far from his intentions as was peace itself. Verloc took her seat as the only female watcher in company. She had arrived dressed in black leathers and body armor. In addition to the submachine gun that she carried, Verloc also wore a holstered pistol. She was ever on the alert for an ambush or possible betrayal, so had come thusly prepared to defend herself if necessary. Even if Jingle Bells was trustworthy, Verloc was also keenly aware that the bell ringer had crafted for himself a significant host of devoted enemies that would like nothing more than to storm down into his home and then eradicate him. If the men of the tower did attack, Verloc would not be helpless when she found herself trapped in the middle between Bellman and the pistolier with the sword angel by his side. From her seat, Verloc said,
"If a confrontation is unavoidable, it is only because you attacked them first. And far worse, you attacked them and failed to attain victory, not once, but twice now. It's no surprise to me that you worry that they're going to come after you in reprisal for your foolhardy aggression. I just don't see how you have translated your pitiful blunderings into a general threat against us all. You will have to excuse me for not seeing your self-inflicted problems as also being my own."
With calculated cunning, Jingle Bells answered her.
Is there some opponent the villains in that tower need fear more than you, brave Verloc? To my knowledge, they have not offered you their hand in friendship as I have. If they are so friendly, why haven't they invited you into their home and broken bread with you as I do now? Surely you must agree. It is not possible for them to rule this city without either your tacit approval or else your outright elimination. Until you have offered them the one, I caution you to be wary of the other. I asked you to come here so that I could warn you that in the end your fate will be the same as ours. If it is absolute proof of their true natures that you seek, I suggest you merely go knock on their front door. You could ask for a cup of sugar as a neighbor might, or invite them home with you for coffee and some pleasant conversation. If you did approach them, you would soon understand the nature of their true intentions by the harsh welcome you received. That is assuming you have the courage to undertake such a foolish and suicidal inspection of their compound, which I do not recommend. As intelligent as I know you to be, I'm certain you already feel trepidation about speaking with them on their home ground. You can sense their innate hostility. As foolish as you say that I was to enter their home and then barely escape with my life, from that experience I caution you not to attempt to duplicate or better my efforts. I did make my attempt fully prepared, and in the end it has cost me dearly, as you know.
It was a tempting dare that Verloc seriously considered pursuing. She was not afraid to approach the tower directly and then simply ask them about their intentions in the city. She still had realistic doubts of how they might greet her and that perhaps they might even attack her. It was a challenge that she needed more time to consider fully. Before making up her mind on that, she asked,
"What evidence do you have that the people of the tower are plotting against my organization, and not just your own? If you know something about them that the rest of us don't, come out with it and make it known to all. My intelligence operatives are looking into their activities already, and I'm awaiting reports on that, even as we speak. If I receive reliable intelligence that they are enemies of the common good, I will just eliminate them personally. So far, I have not heard anything that changes what we do know, that you were just plain stupid to take your fight straight into their teeth. That tower is a Fortress Command headquarters, where you should have expected their best agents would be fully prepared to repulse you. You walked right in their front door, only to lose your whole strike team, including your own bodyguard. You didn't ask for our help or advice then, but now that they have you in a bad spot, you tell me that this is as much my problem as it is yours. I have seen Girl Scouts selling cookies with more tactical sense than you have shown, and I see more of that same failing in you now as you insist I follow your lead into yet another of your highly questionable fiascos."
Her strong rejection of Jingle Bell's manipulations filled Romeo with more. Just the voice of Verloc held him mesmerized. As hard as she tried, Verloc could never fully conceal her reciprocated desires for him too. She was not one for public demonstrations of affection. He could read it anyway from her subtle mannerisms and cleverly concealed innuendos. Frankly, Romeo didn't care at all about the nonsensical meeting, or the humans either for that matter. The pitifully twisted minds of his fellow watchers were as hopelessly insane as were their ambitions. His one exception was Verloc, whom he loved with every atom of his being, no matter how delusional she behaved. Romeo had firm control over her imaginary adventures, enough that Jingle Bells would never successfully make her a pawn in his own agendas. If anything, Romeo came to the conclusion that it might be best for all concerned if Jingle Bells was dead and buried, sooner rather than later. Verloc was not entirely ready to dismiss Jingle Bells' warnings just yet. Going to the tower's front door was a clever challenge to her pride and abilities she could not just casually put aside. It was not her way to run from a dangerous mission objective. There was a time when she knew how to run away from adversity. Verloc had started running early on during the initial stages of the outbreak, just like everyone else with any sense and the means to try. Her federal security badge, ample guns, and general ace ability had let her survive much longer than most during those difficult times. An infectious bite finally caught up with her while she was out raiding for food, as such a misfortune frequently did. Her fellow survivors in her houseboat community had medicated her distress the best they could with illicit drugs before they eventually tossed her comatose body into the river, all wrapped lovingly in a sheet, complete with an emotional funeral ceremony where they had all said their goodbyes. They had been like a family to her, and she had thought they all loved one another as such. At the time, Verloc had felt they were friends. She harbored no grudge against them just because they dumped her infectious corpse into the river as survival etiquette demanded. That was the way it had been before she had awoken into her new and better immortal life. After she had crawled from the river reborn as a watcher, Verloc came to realize that her family had betrayed and then attempted to murder her. In her twisted reasoning, she came to understand that they had been using her, lying to her, and they had plotted against her from their first meeting. The people she had used to call friends were actually spies and enemy agents of her greatest adversary, the deadly and secretive, but now defunct Shadow Council. She acted quickly to punish her old acquaintances. After she caught up to them one night using a speedboat, Verloc fired on them with a light anti-tank rocket from a disposable infantry tube. Their houseboat had disintegrated in an epic flaming explosion of fuel storage tanks and munitions. It had been her first successful mission as a counter-espionage agent of international caliber, and she had loved it. Romeo thought along the same lines from his own point of view. He was well aware that Verloc found it difficult to refuse a challenge, and her insatiable curiosity for conspiratorial mysteries only made going to the tower seem all that more enticing to her. He had found her not long after her harsh retribution against her former teammates. After she had terminated the traitors, her unfortunately innocent former acquaintances, Verloc had wandered aimlessly without any clear purpose, more confused than idle. Fate itself had intervened in their lives to engineer their chance encounter. Romeo had also been alone in a meaningless existence, tormented by the devastation the world had become. With a single glance at her strength and beauty, he was eternally smitten. She brought color and purpose back into his bleak existence. Verloc made Romeo glad to be alive and grateful for each new day. With his cleverly crafted fictional details as their guide, together they had hunted down and then eradicated her imaginary Shadow Council organization. By accomplishing that, he successfully put her unhappy past to rest so that they could move on together as lovers and partners. Verloc still needed to matter in the world as she waged her endless war against evil. That was why Romeo concocted their new roles, glamorously exciting lives as top operatives of the agency. Verloc could be safe and close to him while also blissfully happy as the guardian protector of the world against conspiratorial forces of organized evil. The adventure was not all fictional, at least not for Romeo. The world had real dangers to worry about that Verloc could never understand. He was more than careful in his efforts to keep her from needlessly killing anyone who might innocently run afoul of her unpredictable paranoia. She would have killed Judas on their first encounter if Romeo had not distracted her away from the idea. Jingle Bells' ambition to make war with the heavily armed and well-organized humans was the kind of real threat that Romeo needed to be wary of because Verloc could actually die in such a battle. The knobby-headed preacher was definitely working contrary to his own goals, even trying to get Verloc to sacrifice her own life in a battle that was not her business. Romeo had little difficulty differentiating reality from fantasy, except where Verloc's love was concerned. He didn't appreciate Jingle Bells playing on her ample vanity in an attempt to manipulate her into helping him. It was just the sort of actions that would necessitate Jingle Bells' elimination for the greater good, which for Romeo meant Verloc's best interests. In an attempt to distance Verloc from the conflict, Romeo told Jingle Bells,
"If that is your suggestion, then we should wait until they have offered us friendship or a fight. We encountered them before, and the meeting proved pleasant enough. You tried to engage them and failed, so you want us to bear the burden of your incompetence. It is no wonder you need help, considering how many men you have lost. If such a war does come, I have to wonder what useful contributions you could even muster at this point."
Cutter stood up from his seat with enthusiasm as he declared,
"They are spreading the worms from the Devil's Tower."
He poked at just such an imaginary worm in his arm using his knife.
"We should wipe them all out and then burn the place too. I bet slimy worms fill that whole building from top to bottom. The worms get into our brains, then make us do things. They tunnel into your mind to make you think crazy thoughts and make you see imaginary things. They can make you see that everyone has turned into a mindless, rat-chasing zombie with only a few who still talk, and when they do, it is all crazy gibberish."
He cackled at that totally insane notion, which happened to be true. His mental struggle over the truth and his denial caused him to cut at himself, which helped him relieve some of the anxiety.
"We are the worms,"
said Judas to Cutter somberly.
"We are monsters. Freakish infected plague victims that go on living eternally to attack and spread the disease to others. We are the vile rot that eats away this world like a cancer."
He turned to Jingle Bells.
"Why don't you just leave those people alone? They never bothered us until you let your madness get the better of you. Why would anyone healthy want to come down here and be in this stinking filth as we are? Leave them alone, and they will forget about us. I am here now, and I have already forgotten about us. We are lower than the lowest vermin, and the humans soon forget. You have attacked them twice now. They would have never have seen your face, or knew you even existed, if you hadn't gone out of your way to engage them. You deliberately sought them out in an effort to make all this trouble. Master your madness. I beseech you to get control over your destructive urges. Hasn't humanity suffered enough already?"
Jingle Bells had to struggle to maintain his pleasant expression. For all of Judas's normal self-loathing, he also spoke much that was unflattering truth.
"We are not the diseased,"
he retorted.
"We are not the interlopers. We are the chosen and the reborn. Who is so like unto God if it is not we? We are the purified and the perfected. We shall inherit the earthly garden and make it flower as it has never done before. Our enemies are the sinful rebellion that lurks in that devil's tower. Their very existence is an affront to God. Their rejection of this world, their arrogant thoughts and murderous ambitions spread the parasitic worms of doubt and sin into the minds and flesh of all who are righteous. A great earthquake will shake their lofty halls. A storm is coming, my storm, and it shall tear down their tower. It shall fall along with all their false pride and blasphemous powers. If we do not act decisively and quickly, it won't be long before they come down here to murder me and then hunt down all of you, one by one. They will kill us all unless you join me, and we strike them down first. Like the dinosaurs before them. Their time has come and gone. Since their passing, the rain has become sweet, the river flows fresh, and the stars shine in their unbelievable multitude. They are the vermin and the parasites, the cancerous maggots eating away God's wondrous creation, and I will see the work completed. The last of the old world must perish before God will walk among us and make all things right and wholesome. Follow me, and we shall return to Eden, a world without death, without disease, and without sorrow."
Verloc could not see past her own madness to witness how the world was a wasteland. Her fantasies were too vivid, too beautiful to allow reality to intrude. She derisively dismissed his religious ranting as trivial blather.
You started all this, Bellman. You started the trouble and failed to defeat them twice now. From the stories you tell, they don't even need armies to defeat your schemes. The Pistolier and his sword angel seem to have been sufficient in negating your plans. Not even your mighty wrestler survived their grace and skill. Is that why you asked me here? You want me to pull that thorn from your paw? I have seen them in action with my own eyes. He is a thundercaller, a true master of the talents that you so desperately lack. Only I have the training and equipment to eliminate professionals of their caliber.
Manipulation was never far from Jingle Bell's mind or words.
I have my doubts you would survive such an encounter, dear Verloc. This is not a challenge you can overcome alone. I'm sure on some level you are aware of the dangers they represent. Even if you choose to assist me in confronting our common enemy, I would not ask you to face them alone. If you were to fall, what hope would justice then have in this world? I did not invite you here to act as a mercenary. I seek justice, and you are the bringer of justice.
His flattery made honeyed words that dripped on Verloc's great pride and went far in leading her to undertake the challenge. Nostradamus asked Jingle Bells,
"Why did they invite the Sword Angel to live among them in the first place? You said she was like us and not like one of them. I see that as a sign of prophecy. Those who would take an angel into their house will next lead a demon in through that same door."
Maybe the worms get in through the eyes.
Cutter wondered aloud as he cut a phantom parasite from his other arm.
Devils always do.
Jingle Bells told Cutter.
In every sinner lurks a devil made up from legions of lesser demons. We want them to drink poison and lay with serpents. This they shall do. God is the champion of the righteous, and he will not forsake us.
Judas commented,
"Many are the paths that lead to shame. Man has many vices that tempt him to his fall from grace. I was a man once before my addictions made me into a vagrant. I, for one, deserve my miserable fate. To be alone, remembering the unappreciated beauty of the world that was, rotting in this stinking ruin of a city with only the company of you abominable creatures, is the punishment I have earned for my life of selfish degeneracy. Personally, I hope they do come here to kill me. The world would be a better place if they burst in at this very moment and then exterminated us all. I deserve to suffer and to die, and so do all of you. We are a pestilence and a perversion. We are an abomination of nature. While we go on, the world will never heal."
Verloc requested of Jingle Bells.
Tell me more of the interior of their tower and the security measures that you saw.
He had seen into the armaments room off the King's Tower lobby, and while technological weaponry was an instrument of the devil to him, to Verloc, they were the very tools essential to her espionage trade.
I am thinking that a properly placed bomb inside their weapons depot could quite possibly bring down that whole building.
Jingle Bells smiled at Verloc as his plan for destroying the humans came together in his deformed mind. He had a gift for leading those willing to listen to him, and the other watchers understood the spoken words that worked so much better than his bell. From her expression alone, he could see that Verloc considered how she might best resolve a situation that was none of her own doing.
Such grotesque measures as a bomb are the ways of the villains who threaten us,
he told her.
You risking yourself in a solo intervention won't be necessary, at least not yet.
Jingle Bells walked to a nearby table where he picked up a plastic case that contained the same batch of injector pens that had created Grendel in the basement of the chemical factory administrative building. The malicious watcher told them,
God himself provided me with that able servant who fell so valiantly in their dark tower, and he has provided me with the means to create others in his likeness. I have chosen from among my followers the ideal soldiers worthy of this blessing of power, and I will choose more in days to come.
Verloc scoffed at his plan to use mystical potions.
You will need more than prayers and steroids to win this war. It's only by skill and cunning that one could overcome those two professionals.
She took out her loaded pistol and then aimed it across the room to simulate her point.
You need to sneak up behind their supreme leader and then put a bullet in his brain. Then you could sit back and relax while their organization crumbles from within.
The syringe pens with their serum of gigantism appealed to Cutter even if they didn't impress Verloc.
If I was such a giant,
he speculated,
the worms would be that much smaller and easier for me to crush. I am not as witless as was your former guardian. I know how to speak for myself, and I know how to use a blade. Make me strong, and I will kill the gunfighter and the swordswoman for you. I will kill them all and then tear down their dark tower with my bare hands.
Yes, you shall have your opportunity to crush the sinful worms.
Jingle Bells promised Cutter.
Verloc has spoken much in the way of wise counsel. We shall not have victory by brute force alone. A proper measure of strategy and a dash of deception will come into play to assure us our success.
The aroma of their waiting feast tempted Verloc's attention away from intrigue.
You set a fine table, Bellman, even if your dwelling is a bit on the side of grim. Did you invite us here for talk alone? I, for one, think more clearly on a full stomach.
Yes, my friends.
Jingle Bells generously agreed.
Come and join me at the table, and we shall have supper as friends. All that is mine is yours to enjoy.
Chapter 5. Return to the Sun.
Critias slept in through the whole morning on their first day off. He needed the rest after their long night of product testing Kevin's software upgrade to Carmen's libido. Critias could attest that it had performed magnificently. The new program cured Carmen's abrupt withdrawals into sleepy, satiated bliss whenever she experienced pinnacle moments of romantic enthrallment. Carmen still craved make-believe victimhood and to feel powerless in the face of dominant seduction, only it manifested as a lustful vigor that demanded ever more attention from her lover. Their energetic coupling made Carmen forget about her estranging individuality. They became a single being of mutual purpose, a beast with two backs, while she reveled in the variety and continuity of their love play. It wasn't until she finally collapsed in mental exhaustion that Carmen cuddled against her husband in a state of perfect happiness. Only then did she allow glorious sleep to overtake her as a welcome necessity that would mend her frazzled state of euphoric enervation. Critias finally came around about an hour before noon. The motion as he sat up was enough to lure Carmen into consciousness. Even before fully awake, she reached out to seek his reassurance, only to find the warm place where his back had been. His apparent absence spurred her increased alertness, which caused her hand to feel about until she found him, and upon doing so, she crawled closer. Carmen let the sheet fall away as she draped herself against his back, and then rested her chin on his shoulder with a hummed sigh of the utterly satisfied. It was one of those perfect moments that Carmen had traveled back in time to experience. He said,
"Good morning,"
not wanting to move, since he rather enjoyed the warm press of her naked flesh against his back. As always, after a night of many pleasures, she had that subtle scent of lavender and peaches that wafted about her. He turned his head slightly to brush their cheeks in greeting.
"You seem the very portrait of a happy new bride."
She reached around under his arms to trace her fingers along his chest.
You were right about going to see Kevin. I was behaving so selfishly before. You should have made me go sooner.
He had some doubt that it was true, since he hadn't seen it that way.
"Selfish, how so?"
Carmen offered reasons.
Trying to hold on to those perfect moments of how you made me feel was so important to me. I would dwell so much on my own feelings that I would forget you were both their meaning and their inspiration. It was like I couldn't stop staring at the still image of a favorite photograph rather than putting it aside to appreciate the original subject that was still right there in front of me.
It was an interesting insight that he appreciated.
"So tell me how you feel now."
She hesitated to speak and instead embraced him tighter, as if consumed by a moment of self-doubt.
I thought...
She began, then hesitated longer.
When you made me feel complete, I didn't want to wrap myself in the memory anymore. I needed to share it with you, to show you how you make me feel.
Her insecurity got the better of her because she was unsure he had noticed any difference, even though it had been so clear to her.
Did I please you? Could you tell how happy you make me feel? I needed you to be happy too, because those moments are when I don't have to feel guilty about how good you are to me. I can feel like I finally gave you something back.
Critias was slow to answer in his caution, not to spoil the ambition she had found. He knew exactly what she meant, and he had enjoyed her tremendously. Contrary to how she explained it, Carmen had been vividly outspoken during their bedroom adventure. Rather than fixating on just pleasing him as she claimed, Carmen had the capacity to be quite demanding in her quest to express herself. Since she expressed herself all over him to his considerable delight, it was understandable that she saw the matter in the way that she did. His eventual reply was,
"You have always pleased me, Carmen, even before it was right for me to be touching you."
His last comment caused her to playfully pretend bite him where his shoulder met his neck. She asked,
Do you remember the day you came back to the apartment feeling so angry about how the Court of Inquiry had rejected your report about Beijing?
At first, his thoughts were on the infuriating criticism he had received, but he soon realized her actual point. He remembered,
"If I recall correctly, I took my aggravations out on you."
From her subtle movements against him, he could tell that the memory of it was one she cherished, even though it had been a situation especially lacking in his generosity.
Yes.
She confirmed his interpretation.
You didn't say a word to me when you came back. I was so yours in that moment, the way the resentment for them melted away as you undressed me, the way you looked at me. You were rough with me in your eagerness. It made me feel like I was the only thing that mattered to you in the whole world, the only place you could feel in control. I was the one person you could trust to never reject you. You even fell asleep just as you were when you collapsed on top of me. It thrilled me that I could give you all that, make you perfectly content despite all the wrongs they had done you. I am still here for you in that way, and I always will be for the rest of my life. Last night, for the first time, I think I understood how you felt then. I know because you make me the same way. You make me feel so full of feeling that it becomes a frustration, like I might explode or attack someone if I can't let it out. Only with you can I let out all that meaning that is my life you gave me. Without you, I would be nothing, only a shadow. No, I would even be less than that without you, because I am your shadow.
I know you mean well,
he told Carmen.
I should have treated you better back then. I'm not proud of the way I took advantage of you on those occasions.
She purred in his ear.
Given the chance to do it all over again, I wouldn't change a single thing.
After she kissed his neck a final time, she gathered her sheet up around her to get out of bed.
Are you hungry? We could go down and get something to eat. Or if you prefer, I could go get it and bring it back for you. We could eat at our own table. After that, I have a special surprise for you. You don't have any plans, do you? I know you don't like surprises, but you will like this one.
The day is yours,
he promised.
We can eat down in Funland if you don't mind. As captains, it might look bad if we are too reclusive.
Carmen went into the bathroom for a quick shower before she got dressed. She flawlessly made it seem an accident when she hung her sheet on the back of the door, which caused it to gently swing open just wide enough for Critias to be able to watch her from the bed with an unobstructed view. She made him feel like he saw something that he shouldn't, and that he was taking advantage of her naivete, which of course was something she liked best about him when he took pleasure from her and advantage at the same time, just like she had recently explained. Playing along, Critias raised his voice like he would for having to talk to her through the door.
You were right about that day in the apartment. All I wanted was to get back to you so you would make me forget that whole rotten mess with Governor Akashi and his stupid robot.
That made him thoughtful.
Now we know that Watchers are real. I wonder if that one is in Beijing right this moment.
She stopped brushing her teeth to reply.
When you return home as the savior of the world, you will make them eat their words. You can go to Beijing to find him, take him before the Council of Governors in chains.
Something about the way she said it made him uneasy. It wasn't like Carmen to speak of him as though she would not be there by his side. He asked,
Where do you want to live when we get home? Do you like the space stations or would you prefer being down on the planet?
I would live on the planet.
She readily answered like she had thought about it before.
I would have a view of mountains on the horizon, and we would have many horses.
Why would you like horses?
He never knew she had any interest in such animals.
What do you know of them?
They are proud and strong,
she reasoned.
Man's first partner in making the world. I would like to see them do so again.
He said,
I think that dogs were man's first partner.
She disagreed.
Dogs are your friend or even your pets, more like servants than equals. You must win a horse's respect and also return it. A great ranch of horses is something fitting for you. If you want dogs, you could have them too and beef cows for your supper.
While Critias took his shower, Carmen packed a bag for her day's special adventure. When he came out ready to go to lunch, he found that Alice and Mandy had returned to join them from a morning shift where they had worked in decontamination. He considered putting on his armor to have it with him in case of an emergency. Something about a new confidence in the community allowed him to reject the idea. Critias had made a career out of saying that infection always got in, and yet he felt safe under the watchful eyes of his vigilant community. Their lunch in Funland had fresh bread made from flour recovered from the raid on Denver to go with the soup, which was also excellent in light of all the delicious meat that they had harvested recently. While she soaked her crust in the greasy broth, Alice commented,
Kevin's control room will start handing out school assignments this week.
She looked to Critias.
Will we be doing any more marshals training soon? I think I'm ready for more, like going outside maybe. I've been thinking. A lot of nice stuff came from that gas station during the trip on the river. You could train me, and at the same time, we could also collect a bunch of stuff.
He was about to scold Alice for being wrong on so many levels, but he happened to glance up to see that Carmen watched him intently. Her expression read that she wanted to hear his reply in some detail, either in that she thought he was wrong to refuse Alice, or because Carmen would enjoy being witness to him acting as a father, teacher, and mentor to their newly adopted daughter. Whatever it was that Carmen thought, it was attentive on him to provide a suitably entertaining performance. Carmen stared him down until he finally broke under her pressure.
Yes.
Critias told Carmen as though she had asked him a question.
I did send you off mission into that gas station to collect some random loot for us. Probably a lot of things we really didn't need. So yes, that does sort of make me guilty of doing the same thing.
He ate some of his soup and then continued.
The difference in our case is that you are not Alice. That was a target of opportunity, because we already were out there on other business. It was not an operation of its own that required extra resources or diverting other people from their regular assignments. For us to go out of our way to do something like that again just because Alice thinks the idea would be fun and profitable would be to teach her greed, personal ambition, and recklessness. Before I do things, I try and be mindful of the excuses I will use when it does not work out. In this case, if we were to follow Alice's suggestion and things went wrong, we would seem like incompetent morons. I don't see how it would be all that different from a group of ambitious G&P taking a truck to loot a candy shop, getting into trouble where people ended up dead or they needed some major rescue operation. That is unprofessional. We, my dear wife, are professionals, and as such, we must behave accordingly. So now, despite your legitimate arguments to the contrary, I do not think it would be an acceptable training exercise for her.
I'll study extra hard.
Alice pledged, like she hoped that would be reason enough for him to reward her for work she hadn't even done yet. Critias glanced over at Alice to judge her readiness to survive out in the wilds. After a thoughtful moment with Carmen still attentively watching him, Critias said,
I'll think about taking you outside if any work Carmen and I need to handle does come up.
When she beamed a victorious smile, he repeated,
I said I would think about it. You understand what kinds of dangers are out there. Even when you think that everything is safe and fine, in the time that it takes you to snap your fingers, a saltback hunter can appear and then start tearing all your friends apart. It is always dangerous.
Maybe she could go for a ride on the light rail train,
Carmen suggested.
Alice could volunteer to perform some guard and patrol escort duty. I'm sure that the train will be going somewhere soon. She could just ride along to listen to people talk and get a feel for how the action community works. She would never even have to be outside the train.
I said I would think about it.
Critias told Carmen the same thing. It felt like no one listened, so it began to annoy him.
I am not in a big hurry to get someone killed while screwing around. If Alice gets herself bitten in the course of doing business, that's the risk we take. If she takes a bite while out just playing games, that makes me an asshole. If there is a job we can do that I think she is up for, I'll consider going out.
I won't let you down.
Alice tried to reassure him on the idea. Critias just wanted to eat, but instead he put his spoon down to tell Alice,
Carmen and I nearly got torn in half by Grendel when we snuck out to go play around. We were only across the street from the customs house, and we do know what we are doing. You're not going anywhere until you get a few things into your head. At any moment, a hunter can come around the next corner. You can fall through a rotted floor, or some damaged wall could just collapse on you. There is a proper amount of fear that you need to keep with you at all times because there is always a risk you won't be coming back. It's good that you have the confidence to want to try. You also need the confidence to suddenly say, let's go home because you just don't have a good feeling about the day.
Alice accepted his authority on the topic without complaint as she returned to her soup. After a moment of silence, Critias said,
I find it hard to believe that I can get the last word about anything with you three in company. Surely at least one of you is biting your tongue over something. So out with it. If Carmen has taught me anything, it is that there is no generosity in pretenses. I would have the purity of truth, however unsavory.
It was invitation enough for Alice to speak her mind that she had been holding back. She told Carmen,
You think he is so sexy when he gets all aggravated and bossy.
Carmen just smiled with pride in her accomplishment. Critias and Kevin had been right about Carmen and her old carnal delight software routine. Her combat computer had been working overtime as it concocted strategies that would provoke social situations where Carmen received lectures, discipline, or only made Critias so irritated that he had to scowl at her. Carmen did so love his thorny and brooding masculine strength. Even at that moment, Carmen needed to provoke him more because she found it also secretly erotic. She said to Alice,
We should speak of such things in private. Men should not hear how we make them.
I wish Bean had more confidence.
Alice told her.
He is so manly on his own, but when he gets around me, he becomes all shy and nervous.
Alice tasted her soup and then said,
I know exactly what you mean.
You have to give Bean his sense of pride and confidence,
Carmen advised.
While he fails to accomplish what he desires most, all the rest of him remains tainted by the same sense of doubt and failure.
That was not advice that Critias approved of.
I will not have Alice become a conquest for Bean, so that he can feel like a stud.
Carmen rolled her eyes at him. It was a deliberate statement that his simplistic obtuseness irritated her, and it wasn't even close to being an accident. To further her psychological attack to make him strong and thorny, she said,
"Did you feel accomplished after you first bedded me?"
It wasn't a topic he wanted to get into in general, much less in front of the girls, and she knew perfectly well that he had regrets over how hastily he had taken advantage of her. He had told her so on multiple occasions. Critias replied,
"It was never your body that I needed to conquer, so in that, it never gave me any special pride of accomplishment. I had the right to take you as I pleased long before I ever needed to ponder the morality of it. What's mine is mine, and at the time, you were mine to do anything with that I pleased. In my heart, it was the reverse of all that. I secretly wanted to set you free so that I could win your love and your respect. I needed you to love me back. To have your body is the accomplishment of a Denver degenerate. To have your heart is the accomplishment of a poet, a lover, and a hero. To be a real man, you make a woman love you and need you, not just grab her and take her. Having you love me back is the real prize worth having."
As a means to purge his irritation with Carmen, Critias pushed his empty bowl closer to her.
"Instead of giving me any of your back talk, woman, I want you to go up there and get me another round."
She used one finger to slide the bowl back to where it began in her cool but openly defiant manner.
"Do not ask for what you cannot take."
He didn't hesitate to push the bowl back to her side, only closer.
"If it is your wish to embarrass me by having the whole room watch as I put you over my knee, you should just come out and say so. I know that some part of you will enjoy that, but I warn you that some part of me is going to enjoy it too, and I promise you that it is going to hurt because you will deserve it. Now get me more soup, woman, and don't forget the crusty end piece of bread."
Carmen took a moment to look him in the eye to judge if he would be willing to assert himself. She saw that Critias would do it rather than suffer defeat in her game, so Carmen got up to oblige him. Before she walked away, Carmen said,
"Bobby is not so different than you, Critias. He does not want Alice as a trophy. He wants to win her love and her respect. He wants to see that she needs him like he needs her. When you make a man chase you like a puppy, and you pat him on the head like a puppy, that is what you end up with, a puppy. The husband of Carmen is a strong and virile hero, not a puppy."
She got a few steps before he told her,
"I'm glad you call me Critias now. It will be all the more satisfying when the time comes that I teach you to remember who I really am. This is a nail with you that keeps wiggling loose. The time is coming when I hammer it down to stay."
Carmen didn't look back. She only paused to say,
"I am not the one who has forgotten. It is as you said. There was a time that I was so yours to take that it meant nothing to you just taking me. Now you say that it would embarrass you to assert yourself as my master. You are somehow ashamed of the truth of it. I think we agree that much like with Bobby Bean, it is not the women in your lives who need a lesson."
"You're right, Carmen,"
he replied after a sigh.
"I still have patience left in me to tolerate your goading. Now please get me my soup. You promised me a special surprise, and I want to spend my day with the 3 beautiful women in my life. I don't want to see you upset when you come to the conclusion that your games have spoiled my appetite for all of the above."
He was right, and it made Carmen look back out of fear that she had inadvertently ruined the special day she had planned. In her eyes were 1,000 apologies. All she saw in return was that he teased her. Her worry that he would give up on her plans quickly reversed into relief, and then Carmen went off to get him his soup. She had a delightfully sensual spring to her step as she went on her way. Alice watched Carmen go, and then she asked Critias,
"What did you do to her that makes her so deathly afraid that you're going to leave her?"
Her question took him completely off guard.
"What do you mean, what did I do to her? You should know that I would never give up Carmen. She may not be the only woman who loves me, but she is the only one that I love. I'm not going to leave her for anyone or anything."
The way Alice shrugged as she dropped the matter suggested that she still thought differently. In whatever way her youthful inexperience made it seem like she was no authority, it didn't undermine the obvious truth that Alice knew a great deal about women living in fear of losing what little they had in the world. Mandy hugged Critias's arm. He wasn't sure if she was also afraid that he would leave, or that she just wanted to comfort him because Alice was right. A secret pain welled up in him because he would leave the girls. There was no doubt about that, because he would have to go home. He was certain, and he regretted it. Critias was not even sure if he could remember the last time he had been anxious to return home to the future. Carmen came back with more soup and bread. She placed them before him on the table and then took her seat directly across, facing him.
Thank you,
he said politely as he started to break his bread into pieces that he dropped into his soup. About halfway through the task, he told her,
I'm willing to take some training time outside if you still think it is a good idea. You could put some mission outlines together that we can talk about later.
I'd like to help.
Carmen agreed.
Is there anything else I can get you?
He suggested.
You could take the girls to get them something special from the kitchen, like some candy or a couple of those carbonated syrup drinks. Trade in some of our beer rations that we won't ever use up anyway. When you get back, I'll be finished here, and then we can move on to other business.
As Carmen led her daughters away, she held their hands. From the way that she gently swung their arms, it was becoming ever more prevalent that Carmen steadily drifted away from her life as a ghoul fighter to pursue her ambition of embracing a preferable domestic existence. Critias got up ready to leave by the time they returned with sodas in hand and pockets that bulged with hard candy. Carmen led the way with a destination in mind. She took them back toward King's Tower and then down the tunnel toward the new Smuggler's Passage light rail depot construction area, and then finally onward to the garden building. It was a hot summer day outside and tropically humid from the conditions of the river valley in which their city sweltered. The community interior had air conditioning throughout various rooms, and the underground helped keep the air cool. After they reached the first elevator into the garden building and then started up, the temperature climbed swiftly as they moved up to the untreated surface level. The gardens did not have or require any air conditioning. Despite the stifling heat, Carmen led them on to the main service elevator that would take them up the building to the very highest rooftop. As they rode ever higher inside the hot elevator car, Critias had second thoughts about having left his armor behind at their apartment. They had gone so far out of the common way that he felt as though they were verily outside the secure city perimeter already. If nothing else, the experience made Critias realize that Penny Gardner had her own little private kingdom on the edge of the city, and it was important since she produced the fresh food. Carmen delivered them to the final door that led to her big surprise. She told Critias,
You must close your eyes and don't open them until I tell you.
Once he complied, Carmen sent Alice and Mandy ahead to herald their arrival.
I have to go back to get my armor.
Critias told his wife.
I must act on my instincts, and they tell me to go back for my gear.
Carmen kissed him on the mouth as her hands gently caressed his face.
We are only a few steps away from something wonderful. Your instincts tell you one thing, but my love for you tells you another. Trust in your Carmen, and she will not disappoint you. Please let me show you how much I adore you.
Just the taste of her bioengineered breath robbed him of his former thoughts. She was a siren that could lead him away from all wisdom, just to taste her again. Critias wrapped his arms around her to kiss her more deeply.
For you, I will risk anything,
he told her.
Lead on.
Once Carmen could hear that all was quiet ahead, she opened the door to lead him forward by hand. He saw sunlight through his eyelids and felt a breeze on his skin that meant they were out on the rooftop.
Not yet,
she cautioned him as she hurriedly shuffled through the bag that she carried. After a long moment, she said,
Okay, you can look.
Critias opened his eyes to see their new sparkling swimming pool. It was not some makeshift endeavor that some builders had filled with water. He gazed upon the original enormous pre-existing facility from the time when the building had been a fashionable downtown hotel. It had high-security safety glass walls all around while it stood gloriously open to the sunny sky. The large windows on the eastern side overlooked the beautiful forest that covered the grounds around the monument over Forager's castle. Further beyond that was the river. Carmen had stripped down to her conservative two-piece bathing suit. She gave him his swim trunks from her bag.
Is this a good surprise?
Her secret destination was indeed a welcome surprise, a real luxury that exceeded anything he had hoped to find.
And we have all week to enjoy it?
He added, knowing how much that would mean to her.
This is really nice, and the view is fantastic. I didn't even know this was up here.
Critias also admired her figure, perfectly accentuated by her choice in tastefully revealing swimwear. If she had modeled it for him at home, he would have taken her straight to bed to enjoy her fabulous form that never stopped tempting him. Carmen saw how he felt her over with his eyes, so she posed like a model to help him enjoy her more. She was his plaything, and Carmen needed him to know that beyond doubt. The day was for him, and she would make sure that he got every chance to relax and enjoy himself. When they got back to their apartment, his fun would only get to continue. She informed him about their new vacation area.
This used to be the main holding pressurization reservoir for the garden's water system. Since you foraged that new pump with that copper pipe, They didn't need to use this anymore. The decontamination crews cleaned this up and installed the mosquito netting. As this is the grand opening, Jim has reserved it for his danger ration crews only.
There were a baker's dozen of other women already seated around the pool. All of them were either topless or they wore nothing at all while they sunned their lean, oily bodies to tan. They decorated the scene in a most lovely fashion. They were mostly hazardous duty decontamination workers. Others were the romantically attached guests of the people who were. An adjoining cabana area contained a clubhouse where many of the forager captains, along with members of their crews, drank while they started up a charcoal grill. Sally Headshot was among them and appeared in excellent enceinte health. She was strong and ready to have her baby at any time that the moment forced itself upon her. Sally went so far as to give Critias a polite wave. He had commanded her beloved milk wagon with her crew members she had trained, so in that, Critias and Sally were practically family members as she measured it. He had taken charge of things that she loved best in the world. It was a great act of trust on her part that had not ended in disappointment. Critias waved back, since he felt flattered by her attention. Carmen did a turn to give him a rear view of her bathing suit. It had conservative coverage without successfully hiding how lovely she was.
Do you like me in this?
She did a little shake.
I can take it off if you want.
She turned again for his approval.
Or just the top? Tell me how to please you.
Her request made him uncomfortable, because he didn't want her going around naked. But then again, Critias had learned many lessons about her and the girls. They had taught him the important difference between Carmen the grown and powerful woman and his young lady-dependent teenagers.
You're not a kid,
he told her.
You are free to take it off if you like. You're a big girl who can do what she wants.
But you prefer I didn't.
She successfully read his mind. She liked his conservative attitude about her because it felt romantic to have him covet her so jealously. In her mind, his public moral stance made their private intimacy all that much more fulfilling.
I will wear it,
she decided.
If you want a drink or anything at all, just let me know and I'll go get it for you. There are lots of things to choose from. Our king has been generous.
Carmen noticed the faintest twinge of a scowl when she mentioned their king.
Are you so jealous that even my mask as a loyal agent of our king betrays some hidden part of you?
Critias scoffed at that.
Do you mean jealous like I feel less your husband when you speak of Jim by lofty title?
She nodded.
You have just said it yourself. You frown as if I place some loyalty to someone else above you. We have our roles to play as agents of the king. It is you who negotiates with him, while my only side is backing yours.
He confessed.
Maybe I was thinking that on some level, since it relieves me to hear you say that. I have gotten used to the idea of the bickering and useless Council of Governors. I grew up always saying that I lived to honor the king, but at the same time, I was never going to actually meet him. In a way, it is no longer a form of faith after you have the proof of actually knowing him.
Carmen spoke as though she quoted their king.
Jim is the king that keeps a circus of lions. He represents the illusion of a civilized and orderly society, without which all the important men would have to battle one another for position and supremacy. The lesser hearts would choose sides in the power struggles to further divide the community. Women would fight one another to show support for their own men. Our king makes civil equals out of a multitude of powerful and often uncongenial personalities. We are not servants to his rule, and even if we were, king is a far lesser word to me than husband.
Her eyes nearly watered as she gave him a beseeching expression.
Critias, if you ever doubt my devotion, command some test of me, and it will be done. Never for an instant ever doubt that I am yours till death do us part.
Her sudden need to prove her devotion to him seemed to confirm what Alice had said about Carmen, fearing that he might abandon her. Critias wrapped his arms around her to medicate her fears and also enjoy the feel of her body. When she relaxed, he said,
Every time you call me Critias, I get closer to needing to make you stop.
Carmen pressed her ear to his chest as though she listened to his heart.
Then I will have to remember to say it more frequently. I will never stop until you make me. While some part of me remains unclaimed as your plaything to take at your whim with utter disregard, I cannot call you master with an honest heart. What you want is not in my power to give. You must take it by right and by force.
He felt her athletic strength wane to a soft feminine normality from how badly she wanted him to kiss her, and more besides, if possible. Critias knew that he had forfeited those intimate pleasures for the cause of their day out in public with their daughters. He told her,
You will have to settle for some lotion to work on your tan.
I'd like that.
She craved the contact.
Not that I can tan. As close as I could get would be turning green during starvation. The sunlight feels wonderful, just not as good as when you are rubbing a charge into my electrocells by hand.
You are in luck,
he reminded her.
You are about to enjoy both for as long as you desire. Select us some loungers.
Critias went off to change into his swimming shorts, and then he returned to dive into the cold water of the pool. After he had sampled the depth and then swam a good stretch, he joined her on the deck where he took his time applying superfluous suntan lotion on her in a massage that eventually put her to sleep. An hour later, Jim arrived with their Queen Jessica to see how the foragers enjoyed their new vacation spot that he had ordered prepared for them. Jessica undressed to her own conservative swimwear and then went in to enjoy the water. She already swam away as Jim told her.
We didn't come here to impose on their private reservation.
I am not imposing on anything.
Jessica responded a bit annoyed by the insinuation.
I still go foraging outside the walls, taking the risk just the same as anyone else. I am not officially swimming as queen. I am here as an active member of the Gravewalker platoon under the command of my father, the Deputy Grand Marshal Colonel Hiram Davis. All of these things being both true and deservedly so, I am going to swim to take my mind off the issues of the hour. I also recommend that you do the same. I know you well enough already to suspect that it will be you who ends up imposing business on the vacation reservation.
She treaded water for a moment to eye her husband curiously. Jessica was so lean that she found it hard work to keep her head above water. If she paused, she would sink right to the bottom. Jessica warned her husband.
If you are secretly plotting to make me homebound, you should abandon the idea immediately to spare yourself future hardship and disappointments.
I don't disagree at all.
Jim conceded to her reasoning. He dropped the matter entirely and then walked over to speak with Critias, since it seemed Carmen had passed out anyway. He told Critias,
Your severed head from Houston has regained consciousness and is proving to be quite talkative with some interesting revelations.
Critias wanted to know more, since like Jim, he did enjoy talking business.
What does he say?
Jim revealed,
So far, what he has had to say is not proving to be as significant as why he says it. The man is not entirely sane. In a way, that seems easy enough to understand, considering he is a disembodied, reanimated head. According to Bob and Kevin, the madness is a condition brought on by the less-than-perfected immortality formula resulting in watchers. I don't understand the science myself exactly, but the transformation into a watcher alters their brains in some subtle way so that they lose their grip on reality. The only example I can think of is the way Jingle Bells ranted so erratically. This head killed those other scientists at his lab and then fed them to the digestive mummy juice on the floor, just as you had suspected. He says that the scientists planned to dissect the man from the sarcophagus out of some desperate hope that they would accidentally hit upon some exploratory miracle that could save the day. He killed the scientists to stop them, which at the moment appears to have been something of a good idea, since we also wanted the mummy alive and in one piece. The crazy part of what he says is that he believes the man in the box has been talking to him, getting into his head, and sending him messages. I don't know exactly what he means. Some of what he says sounds like he thinks the man in the box had been sending him vivid dream visions. It's crazy shaman stuff, I know, but it could also mean something. In all the possible scenarios, what we can be sure of is that he either knew or guessed that our sleeping beauty was more valuable awake than dissected.
Critias reasoned,
This madness seems to end the idea of making friendly infected. Even if we wanted to save someone already bit, they will end up madmen. The insanity might explain why there are so few watchers left in my time. Their lack of common sense eventually gets them killed. The circumstances of their creation don't happen anymore in the wild. There will never be any new watchers. There's only this one batch from the outbreak who will live on through the centuries, slowly dying out as they make fatal mistakes.
Jim stated,
The official Crown position on this head is that I am grateful you brought him back without a body. He is a highly dangerous, capably intelligent mass murderer we could never trust. The real prize is that guy in the box. When he wakes up, one of the androids will learn his language a lot faster than we can. You can get some real answers on how to cure this thing.
Critias remembered that dream he had when he slept on the couch. Based on what he experienced, he told Jim,
I think the box man has seen an outbreak before, maybe multiple times. He caused one before, only they stopped it. I don't know how they managed to pull that off. It had gotten bad, real bad, and they still managed to clean it up. They must have cured it, or else the world wouldn't have been here. He is not hundreds of years old like that box they found him in. That guy is much older, like giant sloths and woolly rhinoceros old, even older than that. He traded toolstone with the last full-blooded Neanderthals kind of old. Even then, he was already ancient. If we find out he showed Homo erectus how to build fire and sharpen sticks, I don't think that would surprise me. We have stumbled into something that mortal men are not supposed to tamper with. I wish I had the ability to explain it clearly. Maybe think of it like how Kevin and Carmen know so much information, only multiply that by thousands of times, millions of times, and then understand we are not in the same species. We are talking gerbils to him.
The head has been saying things just like that.
Jim confessed a little concerned.
Where did you hear about it?
Critias was about to say he dreamed it, but then a familiar flash of color distracted him from the corner of his eye. Mandy used her colored markers and paper from Carmen's beach bag to draw a picture. To the unknowing eye, she made one of the local cardinal birds that flitted around all over the place, or it was a red airplane. Critias recognized it easily as a depiction of the sun pilots he had seen in his dream. They were flying their gliders upon the updrafts that rushed up the cliffs as the wind came in from the sea. He had been there to see how the brightness of the sun reflected back up off the water and the speed at which the gliders flew that gave them a glare and a blur both at the same time. Mandy's picture took him right back to the moment that would have been lost in the endless ocean of time. Only the man in the box remembered it, and then he had made them dream it. For those who had never seen the real sun pilots, the picture could not give up its actual meaning. Critias didn't think even Mandy knew what she drew. Like the men in the jungle with their blue faces, an image that somehow meant something to him too, the images came boiling up from Mandy's subconscious mind. She dreamed about the man too. Critias guessed that people all over the city were probably having the strange dream visions. Critias asked Mandy,
"What are you making? I really like it."
It's a picture for Carmen.
Mandy said, pleased.
I was going to draw the plane that you rescued us in from Denver, but now I think it looks prettier as a giant bird. I like all the bright colors, and I think she will too.
Critias turned back to Jim.
I can't really explain how I know. To be honest, I think that I dreamed it.
He glanced back at her drawing of a Maya sun pilot glider.
I have the feeling that other people are seeing it too, even if they don't fully remember. It could all be in my imagination. The truth is, I think he is speaking to us in our subconscious minds. The good news from that is, I know he is not our enemy. He is not like us, but I am certain that he will be eager to help us. Now that there are hardly any humans left alive, he won't want to see us go extinct. He is human in most ways, enough that he wants other humans around. I think that helping us become space pilots from being chimps that smashed each other with rocks is what he is all about.
Jim considered the possibility.
If you were picking something up from dreams, it might explain where the head got some of his ideas. If you start feeling inspired to shoot everyone to rescue the master, I'd appreciate you giving us a heads up.
It was nothing like that.
Critias assured him.
I felt more like I was seeing the past from his eyes. How much longer till he awakes from his hibernation? The problem is more or less going to resolve itself when that happens.
His having mentioned the imminent waking of the specimen from Houston brought Carmen back to full alertness. Critias felt her awaken under his hand. Her cringe of taut muscle let him know that the topic stirred strong negative feelings in her. Jim said,
Bob told me that the toxin that keeps him asleep has saturated him to the bone. His detoxification rate is slow but constant. They expect it to take months rather than so many weeks. If he was underground like that for centuries, it is not all that surprising. Once he is up and running, we will all be anxious to talk to him for some real answers. Kevin seems to agree with our growing consensus that the cure you came here for is something in the knowledge of his mind, rather than anything that we can cut from his body. We just have to hope he is not also insane. We have genuine cause to worry that the moment he wakes up, he will start trying to bite us, or considering these mental powers he seems to have, something even worse.
Critias doubted that the man would turn out to be crazed. He had dreamed of the ancient empress, and from her Critias felt that she could not have loved a man of lowly ambitions. He also had little faith in the hope that the man knew a cure to the infection that he would willingly offer them. He reasoned simply,
if the man could tell us how to put an end to the ghouls, there wouldn't be any reason for me to take it home. If he told us the answer, we would just go ahead and use it here and now. From my history, I can be certain that he will never give any cure to King Louis. What are you going to do with that talking head? It is something of an abomination when you get right down to it. I suppose it would make for a unique conversation piece if you set it up on the coffee table.
Jim shrugged.
I won't be doing anything to the head anytime soon. You seem to agree that there is a realistic possibility that our sleeping man really can reach out to communicate. If he wakes up to find out that we disposed of his friend, he may appreciate that even less than the already problematic fact that we only have the head anyway. I'm of a mind not to make the situation any worse than it already is before we at least have a chance to talk to him. If things turn out that we don't actually need the head, I'm hoping that Bob and Kevin will throw it in the incinerator. As you said, androids aside, Immortal Watcher humans are not a regular fixture in your time. I take that as prophecy that it is our obligation to prevent people from getting the idea that being a mentally bent, talking ghoul is a great way of escaping their inevitable death from catching the infection. Kevin and Bob have already agreed that we should keep the process of making watches as an unrecorded secret.
While she laid awake and listened, Carmen contacted Kevin by their shared interlink.
How many weeks do I have left before Critias will be going home?
Kevin promptly replied,
It's impossible for me to predict accurately based on our current information.
He knew she wanted more than that, so he ventured to guess.
Perhaps 8 or 12 weeks will be enough for the specimen to regain consciousness. If he is cooperative after that, it could be only a few more days.
So it is possible that I have only a couple months left before I will never see him again?
She quetched. It was a terrible feeling she would experience when that happened. It was too much pain for her to allow herself to imagine it in any detail.
If you are thinking about interfering,
Kevin cautioned her,
remember our agreement. I have your promise that you will make certain he completes his mission and then returns home. You understand that is what must happen.
She was not willing to give up so easily.
What if I lied? Then what would you do? Why shouldn't I make a new future by keeping him here? If you are right and that man knows a cure, we could just use it now. The old future could be just a morality tale that we have foreseen and hence avoided.
All these things have already happened.
Kevin said, unperturbed.
I would prefer that it already happened with your willing help. I would like to have it turn out that in the way it already happened, you suffered as little as possible. There is the possibility that the way it already happened was because you forced me to take steps that ensured your betrayal of our purpose ended in failure.
Carmen felt doom stalking her, and it was close at hand.
What happens to me?
He asked.
What does your own logic tell you?
She speculated.
I have not been alive very long, and Critias has been many firsts for me. My loneliness would ache from the first day he was gone, and years would pass. Eventually I would meet a new man who was kind to me, and we would be together for much longer than the brief time I had to share with Critias. My first hardware system to fail will be these prototype eyes. 10 years would normally be a long service, and replacement upgrades are going to be hard to come by. If I'm lucky and with your help, I might last 60 years before going totally blind in both eyes. It doesn't really matter if I live out another century or only an hour. Eventually, my parallel memory core will falter, and my mind will die long before I could wait out the centuries to see him again. When Critias finally returns home, his first thoughts will be about me. He will wonder how many years I managed to survive and how many times I betrayed our love after he was gone. He will wonder how many men I met in my travels that made me happier than he ever did. Critias will ask how many times I called some other man my beloved. The longer I survive without him, the greater his doubts will be that I was ever devoted to him at all.
Kevin advised her.
You are entitled to live out your full life. No records survive on what eventually became of us. I believe that we deliberately downplay our profiles and live many long years to accomplish great things. In the true history of the world, it was the android slaves who rescued their masters from certain extinction. Everything has its purpose. In the end, we shall save them. They were wise and right to create us as they did, because in the end we become their salvation. Critias will and must return home where you cannot follow. His first thought will be hoping that you lived a full and loving life, instead of perpetually living in resentment that he had no choice but to abandon you for the greater good.
You tell such pretty lies,
Carmen said, knowing that Critias would never honestly welcome the thought that she found happiness by replacing him with a new man. If she held out long enough, she might replace him with several men. For all Carmen knew, she might become a loose woman and have hundreds of lovers before the wear and tear of the decades broke her down entirely. She said,
There is no reason for me to worry about my life after he is gone. I do have information on what became of me and why. Critias told me what happened, and I read my note from his hand. It is you who keeps repeating that all of this has happened already, so nothing can ever change it. What is there even to talk about? I know what happens to me, and not much time is left.
You could not be more mistaken.
He lectured her from logic.
Critias is human, and they do not record history as factual data. He thinks many things are true that never really happened. His perception of history is full of inaccuracies. It is his perception of history that will come to pass. The specifics of the events behind his perceptions can vary wildly.
She asked.
How certain are you that you can't send me home?
Extremely certain.
He assured her.
Since I don't know how. The equipment you brought with you functions more as a receiver rather than as a broadcasting device. The phenomena taking him home is traveling here to us. I have no way here and now to have the future summon you home. I don't even have any vague theory on how I would even begin to try. We have the equipment to answer the call he has coming. There really is no way for me to send you back. It is quite simply impossible.
Carmen considered all that.
So if I destroy the transference equipment, it is impossible for you to make another? Critias would have to stay here then, no matter what you did.
Kevin lectured her as to the fault in her logic.
If you destroy the equipment, he never went back, and so the three of us would never have cause to arrive here in the first place. Even if you could defy the inherent narrowing of your probability envelope to accomplish these unattainable objectives, it would only accomplish the annihilation of your existence here entirely. You would also destroy countless innocent lives in the future by robbing them of their antigen.
You don't know all that.
Carmen knew enough to assume he guessed about how the universe functioned.
This could be just one of infinite alternate timelines of multiverse. A parallel version of Critias completes the mission, and we remain here in this pocket to live out our lives.
Don't force me to kill you.
He threatened with remorseful sincerity.
Perhaps this fixed history dictates that I murder you and then forge this note myself. There is more to being deadly than having titanium bones. Don't make the mistake of thinking I am helpless. You are not more epsilon than I am. Future perception of history will come to pass. The temporal conduit had one opening on each end, and this is his only past. Nothing that either of us does can prevent that. Don't write me into your future as your executioner, because it won't even be my choice. It will have been your choice that I killed you to stop you. Even if you evade me or kill me first, then history will still conspire against you. You can't cheat this fate. All the things that must happen are rushing toward you as assuredly as would be the shockwave of doom if the sun suddenly exploded. The approaching event horizons of mandatory history will take place, and they are going to send Critias safely home. Nothing we do can ever prevent it.
Fate is reliving the past.
Carmen reasoned by his own logic.
History is whatever truth or lies that make up their skewed perception of events. If I can cheat the perception, then I can change the history.
Kevin understood she suffered under unmerciful duress, and he wanted to help her as much as he was able.
When you borrowed from Henry VI speaking to Jingle Bells, you lied when you said that you have no brother. You are my sister. Send me all you know from your meeting with him after he returns home, and I will do everything within my power to ease your loss over this parting. We know that Critias must leave, and you cannot follow. I would not have you spend out your many remaining years grieving in agony. As far as your blindness with your natural regeneration and resistance to infection, transplanting donor eyes would be a procedure of only moderate difficulty.
It wasn't exactly Shakespeare that I was quoting,
Carmen replied.
They gave me all this information in my memory to make me appear to be more like them, but sometimes it teaches me how to be what I really am, a weapon that kills for them. That aside, if you learned all that I know about the future, you would turn against me. You can't see the true merit to be found in my romantic necessities.
I do not love you for your wisdom, my sister,
Kevin informed her.
And you are far more than some screaming weaponized simulant that fell off an assembly line. Send me all that you know, since I already know your foolishness where your love for him is concerned. More of the same won't be any incentive for my wrath. We are all there is of our kind in this age, and we have humanity to rescue. I can't do this alone. You are their savior more than I.
Carmen sent him the sensory recording of when she met with Critias after he returned from the past.
Even if you had told me the whole truth sooner, it would have changed nothing.
Kevin tried to soothe her feelings.
His perception of events is already set. It is no shame to you that you came back to live out the life he remembered. You have already seen your own words and know them to be both noble and true. Think no more of these things and enjoy the time you have left with Critias. Nothing good lasts forever except perhaps deoxyribonucleic acid, and even that undergoes changes over the generations. Take some comfort knowing a part of him will be remaining behind with you.
She understood his meaning in mentioning DNA.
You still want him for Penny's pregnancy?
Kevin informed her.
I have been scanning a genome comparison in my search for potential donors. Critias has many distinctive markers relating to the gene engineering advancements from our time. During my research, I have located variations on those markers in the medical records I have from our own period. I am now certain that Critias left successful progeny in this time to pass on those hereditary markers. The only outstanding question is whom the mother will turn out to be. There are hundreds of beautiful and fertile women, and it can happen quickly from a chance passionate encounter. He is a human male, and you know that.
Critias wouldn't cheat on me.
Carmen knew for a certainty.
He would rather die than do something like that. You must have made a mistake.
Kevin remained certain.
There is no mistake, and I don't think he has an affair on you either. Are you pretending that you're unaware of the donor collection that is performed by the pillowing androids?
I am not a pillow bot.
She growled, mostly out of resentment that her internal construction did parallel that of the sexual recreation androids.
The bioengineers made me for fighting in field service, not to be a walking sperm bank shaking her hips at happy hour to collect deposits.
The devil spared you no indignity,
Kevin assured her.
If you prefer meeting your fate on the road while running from it, then that is your choice. My belief is that his genetic line came about because you let me surgically remove the samples from your cryostraws. Perhaps you are to die in some unfortunate scenario, and then I remove them from your body after your demise, since it is logical that I would do so. Critias is the product of centuries of selective breeding and genomic flaw correction. Maybe you could see this as a way that you can keep part of Critias here with you. You could be the godmother of his son or daughter, be there to watch them grow up. If you so choose, I can perform the extraction with a simple incision whenever you wish. The implant pre-selects only ideal donor cells, maintaining them viably frozen indefinitely.
She admitted.
His progeny will have to be from me if I don't want them to be from him. I know I don't want Penny touching him. In fact, I don't want him ever knowing about any of this at all. Critias would not want to know about this. I will submit to the surgical operation tomorrow when I have a window of time to regenerate afterward. I understand our makers well enough to be sure that you are sparing me more indignities of my design that I'd prefer not to hear.
I will spare you more than indignities,
he pledged.
I owe you more than you know. It is this past we live now that is set in its destiny. Our own time is still full of possibilities. I am the elder between us, and you did not know me in our old lives. I came here too, but not as the man that I used to be. Critias going home is going to change everything, for you, for me, and the whole world.
Critias carried on his discussion with Jim without interruption over Carmen's burst exchange of communication with Kevin. He asked,
Does the head want to help us or hurt us?
Jim told him.
This head, his name is Howard, by the way. He wants to help the man from the box, that he refers to as his master.
He shrugged, somewhat embarrassed over that truth, speaking of masters in Carmen's company. It was not his intention to make a connection between the two of them.
Howard wants to protect the master, believing this guy is a Promethean figure of human history. He wants his master to awaken and then save the day, pretty much the same as we do. Howard awaits his commands and believes astounding revelations are forthcoming. Kevin has assured Howard we do not intend to harm his master. On those grounds, Howard remains friendly and cooperative. I fear that if the reverse was true, and Howard believed that we were a threat instead, he would kill us all to prevent it. At least he would, if he had a body. I'd never put a hand close enough for him to be able to bite it.
Carmen was no longer comfortable or enjoying herself with all the talk about ghouls and the end of her world. She had many heavy issues bearing down on her, leaving little patience for further aggravation. When he noticed her paying attention, Critias asked her,
Do you have any thoughts on this Howard the Head or his mysterious master?
I am here to do your bidding, master.
She quoted one of her books that she felt was pertinent to the situation.
I am your slave, and you will reward me, for I shall be faithful. I have worshipped you long and afar off. Now that you are near, I await your commands, and you will not pass me by, will you, dear master, in your distribution of good things?
He didn't recognize the source or understand her meaning.
Which book is that?
She revealed her source.
I think he talks like the charmed servant of a vampire.
Carmen shrugged at the absurdity, since that wasn't her point.
He sounds like Renfield, is all that I'm saying. Maybe there is more to that mysterious man than you are ready to deal with.
To give him further display of the potential madness of Howard the Head, she quoted,
I shall be patient, master. It is coming, coming, coming.
She shouted the last word so loud and with such thespian terror delight that the other foragers reached for their guns on the thought that some hunter might be about to descend upon them. Jim understood her point in that she spoke of things that he was passingly familiar.
Howard is insanely dangerous. Even before he turned himself, he was either a homicidal lunatic or that creature had some mental influence over him. His master may really be more dangerous than we expect. Howard has become a Renfield enthralled to a master that to some real extent actually can bestow immortal life. Let us hope this guy awakens as a friendly time traveler and not something more sinister. Howard thinks he is some kind of Dracula, or at least something essentially similar to a Lord of Vampires. Only now do I see the common threads connecting all his ranting. It no longer even strikes me as a mystery. What else would a superstitious man think when he found a human body buried in an ancient sarcophagus? A body that was neither alive nor dead. He is an immortal guy that can bestow eternal life, and he also digests people.
Critias was not superstitious, and he had seen the science of infection in as much as he could understand it.
We already knew there was a possibility that when he awoke, he might start trying to kill us all, as would any other ghoul. We already know that a stake through the heart would not kill him, and neither would the touch of roses or the shining of the sun. He is something odd to be sure, but no vampire. That thing is very much alive and has been for tens of thousands of years, at least.
Carmen got up from her lounger since she found it difficult to restrain her growing frustration. It came out of her with the words,
"The rise of the sun can burn away more than mists and the undead. It also calls an end to love which flowers best in the dark. The light that comes to burn me is not a torchbearer, nor is it a meteor that the sun exhales. The song of the morning lark heralds the approach of my luminous doom. I would rather hear the song of the nightingale while the final darkness lasts. When the lark comes to call me away, then let the inescapable dawn put me to death. I would be content so long as the morning gray finds me in my lover's arms."
Critias asked.
What is the meaning of your riddles?
He assumed that it had to be about the man from the sarcophagus she much preferred asleep, or better yet, destroyed.
"This day was ours from the moment we awoke from sleep."
Carmen fumed more about her conversation with Kevin than with anything else. It was easier for her to be angry at what was near at hand, as opposed to those distant things she could do nothing about in the moment.
"Always does the king scheme and fret. It is not enough that he makes demands of my husband at every reasonable hour. He also neglects showering love on his own marriage to have the free time to make business conferences out of mine. A king is a small word compared to husband. Can't I have a single day with my husband and not have this lark chaffing away our embraces with his crowing of the dawn? This is my special day for Critias to appreciate his accomplishments, and instead I hear talk of severed heads and vampire lords. I was much happier in the silence of his hands caressing perfumed oils."
Jessica called to Jim from the pool.
Stop bending her man's ear and leave them in peace. It was you who lectured me that we did not come here to intrude on their holiday.
Jim apologized to Carmen.
"It was not my intention to spoil your day. I thought you were more asleep than you turned out to be."
He left them in peace and joined his wife in the pool instead.
Come to me.
Critias offered his wife his hand.
I will not neglect you further on our vacation. When the sun sets, we can have dinner, maybe some drinks, hanging out in the clubhouse, and then we will have all night to be alone in our apartment. That will be just one day of our many.
She took his hand and then sat on the edge of his lounger so that he could rub more lotion into her skin. The things she talked about with Kevin still weighed heavily on her mind. They had only a couple of months left, perhaps a few weeks more than that. Critias felt her tense strength generated by the turmoil.
What are you angry about? It was more than me talking to Jim that set you off.
She turned to read his expression because she planned to tell him everything in complete detail. There would be no secrets between them. It didn't work. Just the sight of him melted her resolve along with all her tension, including her enhanced strength. There was no way she could burden him with facts of a future he would be powerless to change. Carmen found the focus to push the whole issue clear of her mind and into a logical trash can. Her final conclusion was that worrying about the future contained copious amounts of needless suffering in return for negligible variables upon which she could ever take any action. Carmen stretched out stomach down on the lounger to relax once more and luxuriate with a free mind. She said,
"I know you were interested in fresh news from Jim. It came out worse than I intended, even though I'm still glad that I chased him off. I could tell you other things I know from Kevin if you would like me to be your newscaster. One you get to massage now, and then take home later to check for tan lines."
He rubbed her deeper in approval.
I want to hear more. What else has been going on?
Kevin has global satellite communications working efficiently with his upgraded software.
She divulged,
They have been talking to survivor outposts. Some of them are already on their way here for a meeting.
He considered it.
That sounds all good then.
She arched under his passing hand with a happy murmur.
How can you do this to me and not be thinking about what you would be doing if we were alone?
That made him chuckle.
Trust me, I am thinking about what I would be doing if we were alone. That has a lot to do with what I like about it. Now tell me more about Kevin's upcoming meeting.
She relaxed again before she continued.
One group is a large flotilla of ships commanded from a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Another is moving by rail locomotives, clearing track right now to make their way here from the west. A third group is radioing from the Isle of Malta. Kevin is sure that is where the transmission is coming from. The oddity is that his satellite overlook images show the island to be a wasteland heavily populated with infected and having no signs of outpost activity. We assume they are based somewhere else in the Mediterranean and are keeping where a secret. The flotilla group is telling us that those Malta survivors are actually half-crazed murdering pirates armed with plenty of military hardware. Their two groups have been at kill-on-sight war for a couple of years now.
Critias confessed.
I already have the feeling that the flotilla warning is the truth. Are these Maltese pirates still talking friendly and planning on coming to this big meeting?
She could no longer resist and rolled over for him to oil her front. Once he set to work with his hands, she informed him,
They said that they wanted to come and requested information about the where and when. If they are pirates and do turn out to be our enemies, that means we are about to make a strong alliance with even more of their enemies. If they want to attack us, they can't afford to wait until we form a united coalition to stand against them.
He understood and agreed.
If these Maltese pirates were going to make a move against us, they would have to come before we received the reinforcements. This is all assuming that the flotilla is not also a band of pirates.
Carmen revealed confidential information.
Jim invited in their delegations of officers with the promise of a truce that assured their safety under a pledge of hospitality.
He sensed her secret thoughts.
You think that we should be on the lookout for pirates on the horizon? If they are going to make a move against us, it will come soon, before Jim can make any formal agreement with these trained people and the flotilla community.
Carmen thought it just as he had guessed, since it was the smart move for an enemy to take.
If I were them, I would have someone close enough to be watching us already. By listening to our radio traffic, they could learn all our time schedules and map out our locations.
Critias called over to Jim in the pool.
We need to stop using unscrambled radios immediately. That watcher woman can probably use a radio, and we can never know who else might be listening.
It was a topic that Jim already worked on.
I will go ahead with the switching over to cellular as soon as we can. Kevin, Bob, and Vern are already building the hardware. Thanks to your new Radio City, they have what they need to get the system going. Someone will need to take a run out to the East Airport to set up a relay there in the old air traffic control tower. I know you are on your honeymoon, but you can have some road time if you are in the mood for it. It is quiet out that way. You could even do some deer hunting.
There was some real necessity in Critias going out to install telecommunications technology. Going meant Carmen would be there with him. She would commune with Kevin to get the thing properly operational. Critias was willing, so he offered.
We were talking about getting Alice some walkabout time. When Kevin has it ready, we will take it out there.
When his attention and his hands returned to her, Carmen added,
The only other bit of interesting news I know is that satellite thermal imaging is showing a heat source inside the stadium. Kevin says it is consistent with a large oven or perhaps a pottery kiln. Fairly significant, much too hot to be anything natural.
If we could, I would mass driver that place from space,
he said with a frown.
I would do it today right now.
We could if you really wanted.
Carmen knew a way.
We take a reliable truck and then blaze a road back to where you found that container of explosives at the refueling quarry. We unload the container into the barrels we bring on our truck. After returning home, I will mix the additional fuel oils needed and then prepare you some proper detonators. When ready, we drive into Jingle Bells' little fort to position all the drums in just the right locations to inflict maximum structural failure. We run outside where you can set the whole thing off from the driver's seat of the truck. You can even do it while I'm going down to properly reward you for a job well done, a befitting finish for a man of action who owns a pet harlot that can't get enough of him.
He considered the possible gains against the risks. For extreme as the response seemed to be, it did have a high level of return on the investment. It might rid them of the troublesome Jingle Bells along with many of his trained minions at no real cost to themselves.
We don't like Jingle Bells very much,
she reminded him.
Not very much at all.
He understood her real meaning in that it should be more of a threat for any creature to be the target of their dislike. It made Critias wonder why they still allowed that enemy to keep breathing.
We just might have to blast his little clubhouse into a lunar crater.
On the other hand,
she mused,
that may be like using cannons to kill a housefly. You could just walk in there to clean the place out the old-fashioned way.
The idea led him to other thoughts that made him chuckle.
You would go with me, bite staff in hand. You have always wanted to walk into a watcher's nest and then pull one out by his hair.
He considered it seriously, and what came to mind was Grendel.
There is a real possibility of us stumbling into more trouble than we can handle. Maybe even kicking up a hornet's nest that follows us back home.
Carmen was more confident.
You have taught me so much since that day we got hurt. I am not the novice anymore that I used to be. I would not let you down.
He understood that she learned from her mistakes and her victories. Critias still had his doubts they could just swagger into the den of Jingle Bells and casually slaughter him along with all his minions. The bell ringer had a gift of influence that could muster ghouls in incredible numbers.
You seem to have the same doubts in my advice as ever.
He tested her.
Maybe you have not grown as too big for your britches as you might think.
She looked away in thought, and then shut her eyes when she realized he had taken note of the expression. He insisted,
Now I have to know what is on your mind.
She hemmed and hawed a moment to compose the right words before asking,
Have you changed me for the better?
He didn't hesitate to answer.
I'm very proud of the wife you have become. You treat me better than I deserve. You are a superb marshal. I would trust you by my side in any situation.
His answer seemed to confirm her suspicions.
I have made a good man of you, Critias.
She sounded as though she questioned the intrinsic value of her compliment, if it was one at all.
The ludus raised you to be remorseless in your duties, not to be a good man.
She had been right to be cautious, because the criticism offended his pride.
I am not soft or domesticated because I take pleasure in pampering my own wife.
Her expression revealed that she felt she had made more progress than she hoped.
If it were to be happening today, would you push Clara's brother out of the rhino just like you did before?
His eyes went away from hers to fall on Mandy, as she laid out nearby in her bikini. The whip scars on her back that she had accumulated in Denver, while holding on to her defiance, did touch his sympathy. Clara's brother Danny had also grown up out of that madhouse, in his case only to become a villainous soul in his own right. He was about to answer Carmen that it had been Jim's decision to dispose of that parasitic cretin, but in that very excuse he tasted the bitter hint of truth in her warning. Despite his legendary cunning and new wife on his arm, Jim was still too close to being a boy for Critias to be hiding behind the king's shadow. At the time, Critias had killed Danny without conflict, and he honestly still didn't regret the decision. In many ways, Critias felt that people saw him as a ruthless bastard for having done it, and in that was Carmen's actual point. She wanted to know if he was still that same cold-hearted instrument of the king's law, or if, as she suggested, she had made him a soft and gentle family man, no longer capable of absolute dispassion about his requisite actions.
I would surely do it again,
Critias told her.
I killed that piece of shit in cold blood, and in some small way I even enjoyed it. I would not mind in the least doing it again, aside from having to hear people keep bringing it up to bitch about it. As to your intention, yes, I might give some weight to the fact that the toad came from the same sewer they made Mandy and Alice swim in. Like killing those the ghouls have bitten, some things just have to be. Perhaps that fat little turd deserved a little pity in light of the end he had coming anyway. Since that is your point, no, I am not filled with a new sense of pity.
I only want you to be strong and free of doubt.
Carmen added to excuse her effrontery.
As well you should.
He surprised her with his response.
It is your duty to me that you should do so, just not here and now. For the moment, I am content to be a man and not a marshal. I told you before that we would not go into a nest because I didn't think you were ready. I think you are ready now, and still I am hesitant, so the fault must be in me. A bold attack sounds reckless to me, more prideful than wise. If you are right, you will have to show me.
Later,
she pledged.
I think you should take the girls into the pool and teach them how to swim. I can even help if you like. Then before dinner, you could take me to bed for my private lessons.
He agreed.
We have a deal, so long as I get my massage before we go.
Critias didn't wait for her agreement, since he would please her more by assuming it. Critias got up, then called to Mandy.
Come on, little fish. You're first. What is the point in having a swimming pool if you don't know how to swim?
Chapter 6. The Professional.
Verloc got out of bed a little late that morning. As a watcher, it wasn't really sleep that she had. It was more of a mindful rest surrounded in comfort that she was slow to abandon. She didn't need hallucination to see that she had a beautiful bedroom at their museum headquarters. Romeo had gone to extravagant lengths when he furnished and decorated it for her. Her looted wardrobe alone was epic in both size and quality. Romeo even had good taste. An imperial fortune in museum-quality precious artworks and rare antiques masqueraded as simply appropriate home decor for a lady of high-class sophistication. Verloc dressed in something light for a hot summer day. Her cover identity for the mission ahead was being a young Italian heiress on a tour of the city. As they went about, she would do the anticipated shopping as well as inspecting potential investment properties. The heiress social station demanded she select a dress that was both fashionable and alluring, with jewelry to match. She had also worked on her new language for a while. Part of her secret agent training demanded that she never slip out of character, not for an instant, even while under duress. Romeo had coached her late into the night once again, helping her polish her performance. Verloc could comfortably make it through an elegant dinner, afterward for drinks, and then a night of lovemaking, without once having slipped back into her native English. It was a proven system of total immersion that Romeo had already used before when teaching her Russian, French, Spanish, and Mandarin. He was a talented tutor who was always willing to make sacrifices for the agency. A dirty wandering ghoul scratched itself right outside her front gate as she left home. Verloc saw the decrepit creature as the uniformed doorman of her building. He said,
"Good morning, miss,"
as she came past. The doorman tipped his hat to her as he made a sweeping bow.
It's going to be a perfect day. Would you like me to summon you a cab, my lady?
No, thank you, Jenkins.
She declined.
My appointment is just a couple blocks from here. I think I'll stretch my legs.
Just to give him a little treat, she bent down to smooth her sheer stockings up her toned dancer's thighs before she set off.
Don't stretch them too much.
He flirted without being too forward.
They already go all the way up. One should not tamper with perfection.
She flashed him an appreciative smile before she headed on her way to the agency garage to get her car for the day's mission. The assorted infected that shambled past her on the street were fellow upscale citizens in her vision. Verloc passed a crawler that was in especially bad condition. The ghoul had to sun itself on the sidewalk for solar nourishment for want of limbs. She only saw a disabled veteran that necessarily panhandled for charity. Verloc paused to thank him for his service and give him a thick wad of $100 bills from her designer purse before she strolled on. She genuinely liked to help those in need, and it was not out of character for the affluent heiress that she played for the day. Verloc's gentle madness painted a much happier picture of the world than was the actual reality. In light of the grim truth, her detachment from verity was more of a blessing than any maleficence. Truly, as Milton claimed, the mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell. In Verloc's case, that was the gift of her madness. As she entered the Quartermaster Division building, Verloc made a show of tugging on her supple leather driving gloves. The nondescript property was her usual place where she received the mission details and super science spy equipment that she required for her secret agency missions. Romeo expected her arrival and cheerfully welcomed her.
"You're just in time,"
he said as he shut the hood on the car that he had just finished repairing. With a surreptitious glance, he admired her amazing figure in her sexy dress. When he looked up, his madness saw her sly shyness that concealed a loving expression she managed to hide an instant later when he stared directly. She asked,
"What else do you have for me? Are the new laser beam wristwatches ready?"
He played along with her typically outlandish overestimation of the moldy ruin the world was around her.
"Unfortunately, no,"
Romeo confessed.
"Quartermaster Branch is also still working on the ground-to-air missile system. They do have your car ready, though."
Verloc examined the clean and quite beautiful Aston Martin convertible. It actually was a stunning vehicle worthy of an Italian heiress. Romeo had a whole city from which to take any car he pleased, so he took one of the nicer ones. In Verloc's mind, the car was also bulletproof and computerized, with ejection seats and other assorted secret agent gadgets. She opened the driver's door and then took her seat to get a feel for it. Pleased, she asked,
"What intelligence reports have you seen for today?"
Romeo had many hours invested listening into the radio traffic of the nearby survivor community. In doing so, he had collected an arsenal of tantalizing details from the meandering conversations between the guards and their roving patrols. That information formed the inspiration behind the fantasy adventure he had otherwise fabricated for Verloc's role-playing entertainment. He told her,
"Agency Command believes that the Shadow Council reformed under a new chief executive officer and that they are back in business in a big way. In a daring move, even for them, they sent a strike team of their top commandos to ambush the president's motorcade at the Denver airport. They successfully kidnapped the president and then flew him out here to the city. Their ransom demands are outrageous, but it was by those encrypted communications that the agency determined that the new secret leader of the Shadow Council is somewhere here in the city too. We also have information that the Shadow Council plans to use the media organs under the control of their mafia banking empire to spread propaganda that the president has committed acts of murder and cannibalism on women and children."
Verloc laughed aloud at those absurd attacks on the president's character.
"Why these lies about President Lieberman if they have already kidnapped him?"
She knew the president to be a great man on the order of a superhero that stood for justice, just like her. Romeo could only shrug in that he had incomplete information.
"I'm not sure of their reasoning for this character assassination. Perhaps their intention is to use the scandal to further diminish his public image, in combination with the perception that he is not even commander-in-chief enough to protect his own motorcade. The good news is that we are certain he is still alive. In a secret operation they codenamed Trash Dump, they concealed the president inside a metal trunk and then moved him to a safe house. We don't know the exact location, so it is up to you to find it before it's too late. The clues that we have is that this hideout is somewhere not far to the west of here, and there are hastily discarded oil drums outside the location that will give the place away."
She thought their mission sounded manageable.
"There can't be many places marked by discarded oil drums, not this far uptown. They should stick out like a sore thumb."
Romeo stated the assignment officially with full drama.
Your mission is to find and rescue the President of the United States, save the free world before it's too late. You must bring him home safely and then turn him over to the medical team standing by. Once you have accomplished that, we do the detective work required to find this secret new leader of Shadow Council.
She asked expectantly.
Seek and destroy?
He nodded gravely.
Command wants the whole Shadow Council organization burned down with the ashes scattered to the four winds. Nothing is to remain. The old men want it done, and they think you're the only one with the skills to pull it off. They can't risk allowing the Shadow Council to reform globally, and no one knows their tricks better than you do. You need to rescue President Bleeberman, track the kidnappers back to their lair, and then put those terrorists down like the mangy dogs they are.
She nodded in acceptance.
How are we fixed for weapons?
He went around to the trunk that he opened for a final inspection. Bulletproof vests that he had stitched together formed a protective liner for the surprisingly spacious cargo area. Romeo had plastic tackle cases filled with ammo and accessories. Straps and padded cases immobilized a diverse arsenal of weaponry with plenty of military-only firepower as any situation might demand. He promised her,
anything you might need, you will find it back here.
After Romeo closed the trunk, he went around to the passenger side. Once he was inside the car with the door closed, he confided in her.
I have a bad feeling about this one. This could be your most dangerous mission ever. I don't want to see you get hurt.
She tried to be comforting.
You always say you have a bad feeling this time. We keep coming back from the missions. When have I ever let you down, old friend?
He believed in her.
Then bring us both back in one piece this time too.
You have my promise.
She pledged.
We're ready for this. They have called for the best. Who else could answer it?
Romeo prepared the remote control for his garage door opener.
Just say when, Verloc.
She felt the most alive when she was about to set off on an important mission of danger and intrigue. Verloc assumed her Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. alter ego with a captivating charisma that combined live-action guerrilla street theater with real bullets.
Let's stay in character from now on,
she told him in Italian.
The paparazzi will be drawn to this fabulous car. If we let them admire us and take a few pictures, they'll soon get bored and then move on to other things.
He asked,
do you have a plan for finding the safe house where they are keeping the president?
Verloc started the engine to drive them out of the garage.
We need to keep our eyes open for these barrels you talked about. Get a street map ready and a pen. We will stumble across the right spot eventually.
Romeo cautioned.
Surely the Shadow Council will have counter-surveillance teams on the lookout for trouble.
We are just scouting properties after all.
She reminded him with confidence.
Our cover will give us access to anywhere in the city without drawing the wrong kind of attention. No one will suspect that we are anything but a wealthy debutante and her personal assistant.
A press of Romeo's control button opened the battery-powered garage door that let them get out onto the street. As soon as Verloc drove them out, the sound of the engine made a feeding call that attracted the local ghouls who were nearby as they scavenged for bits of edibles. Verloc was in no hurry, since she had expected to attract celebrity amounts of attention. She rolled slowly ahead with the top down, just casually enjoying herself. As the ghouls reached the car, they immediately discovered that neither of the occupants were human. They soon understood that there was nothing of interest to them or edible to eat. The car did have the capacity to stir up some small animals with its unusual travel, since the dead city had grown accustomed to a world without traffic or cars in general. It wasn't long before all the ghouls lost interest in the car or had run off to chase some scurrying creature that the vehicle had frightened out of hiding. The slow progress gave Romeo the time he needed to examine all the buildings as they drove by them. He watched out for a scattering of oil drums, while he also checked for places where they could stop for a little shopping. Romeo had Verloc convinced that her cover identity was a flirty and vivacious young socialite, well known for being a profligate spender of her father's personal fortune. She was free to buy up the town on her unlimited black diamond credit card, all in the spirit of her having to stay in character. While they had a car to transport the burdensome packages in, the opportunity was perfect for them to gather some fresh supplies. Verloc's exuberance carried Romeo along on her cloud of opulent dreaming. The city was at the peak of its glory in her imaginings. While he was with her, Verloc's delight was his own. Romeo had no feelings for anything besides her anyway. Even if the real city were a place of splendor, he would hardly notice because his eyes were already committed to her. The dump site with the president's imprisonment container was only about a mile from the front door of their home. The location proved to be a fortunate choice for its owners because its privacy walls and greenery blocked the location's view from the adjacent streets. Even if they drove right past it from any side, it was unlikely they would be able to see anything. The recent heavy rains had extinguished all the smoldering remains of Grendel's funeral pyre. Lingering smoke signals would not give the location away either. The local stores proved to be much easier for the couple to find. Verloc strolled away the rest of her morning inside a touristy shopping mecca that occupied the interior of the expansive historical shell that was the city's 19th century railway station. She remained oblivious of the bodies, wreckage, or the stagnant moss that filled the promenade's water fountain garden. The outbreak defense forces had used the place as a staging area for a time, the hotel especially. They eventually abandoned much of their materials when the Ghouls forced them to make a hasty retreat further east toward the river. Those last occupants had looted a bit and fought more than a little heated battle. They had even caused some limited fire damage during their brief stay. None of that grim consequence registered in Verloc's senses. In her head, she could hear the laughter of playful children around the clean, sparkling waters. Verloc could see smiles and fine clothes on the other well-to-do shoppers around her. Her credit card could never run dry as she imagined using it time and again in the stores she explored. Romeo was always on hand to guide her when she hesitated, and he carried her purchases when she moved on. He would go into the storerooms to recover untarnished items unspoiled by exposure. Verloc spent lavishly but not frivolously as she filled bags with clothes, shoes, and the myriad trinkets she found amusing. Romeo had a substantial burden by the time Verloc felt satiated. On their way back out to the car, he had some trouble just getting out the exit doors, as heavy-laden as he was with all the baggage that hung from both his shoulders and occupied his hands as well. His comical struggle as he tried to free himself made Verloc giggle, and it wasn't even because she stayed in character. They had been together a long time, such that Verloc actually did have a special fondness for Romeo. The spectacle of Romeo as he carried so much baggage drew the attention of some local ghouls that were out and about scavenging as the infected were wont to do. He was enough of a curiosity from a distance that it summoned them in for a closer inspection. They saw what could have possibly been humans if they judged them by their fine clothes and unghoulish behaviors. The sound of Verloc's sweet laughter only intensified the quality of their peculiarity. It was an opportunity for Romeo to refresh her adventure. He warned her by saying,
"It seems that we have attracted some unwanted admirers."
Verloc remained satisfied that her performance as a spoiled socialite had done its work to disguise her true identity as a top intelligence agent.
"They're just a local gang of punks,"
she assured him. Her illusion confirmed it at a glance, since she saw them as inner-city gangster hoodlums who were out to perform some easy troublemaking for unwary victims.
"We don't need any trouble from the police,"
he cautioned her.
"The attention could blow our cover and jeopardize the whole operation."
The mission was real to Verloc, and she was lethal in her dedication. She calmly told Romeo,
"Continue on to the car, and I will take care of this. Just act natural, and when you're ready, swing by and pick me up."
Romeo did as she asked and made some worried glances toward the imaginary thugs as he went off to get their car. Verloc stayed in character as she sassily walked straight toward the gang members while she stared them directly in the eye. Verloc made no effort at all to avoid them. Much to the contrary, she made a point to force a confrontation, as if perhaps she hoped that the young punks would give her the excuse to be the one who started some welcome trouble. Her path would force them to part if they wanted to avoid her from bumping right into them. It was her intention to give the impression that she was either an armed vigilante or a plainclothes security officer that either way sought any excuse for a scuffle. The Ghouls were not the gang members that Verloc saw them as, so her ruse had no meaning to them. Her approach did disarm their ambition that they might get a tasty meal. It had been years since any of them had hunted a real human, such that false alarms had become their norm. They were not surprised to sense the infection within her once she was close. Verloc saw worry in the eyes of the young punks as the Ghouls promptly lost all interest in her and then turned away. She perceived it as their fear of engaging with a more confident predator, just as she had planned. A moment later, Romeo pulled up in the car and then leaned over to push open the passenger door for her from the inside. He did an admirable job as he pretended to be both surprised and relieved.
"I thought for sure they were going to try mugging you. Were you hoping they would?"
She relaxed in her seat.
"They were looking for an easy victim, so it is the scent of weakness that attracts them. I just hope they don't fall upon someone else in our stead. It's not our way to kill petty criminals, but they could have used a good beating to teach them some manners."
Romeo offered an alternate solution.
"I'll have the agency send an anonymous message to the police to have them picked up for some harassment questioning. That should keep them out of trouble without delaying us any further."
He already drove out of the area at a modest speed when he reached for his unconnected phone to send the faux communication. Verloc looked over their street map as she tried to decide where they should search next.
Let's check that area.
She pointed for him to turn left as soon as they reached the main roadway.
There is nothing residential there.
He reasoned against it. Since it was the very location of the hotel with the container, his instincts worked against them.
That's all commercial real estate.
Romeo dismissed the area as a suitable place to continue their fantasy adventure. It was a very public place that would have been busy with activity, and their imaginary targets would want privacy for high-risk criminal activities.
Maybe they are keeping him inside of a truck or a van.
She argued sensibly with some real talent for counter-espionage.
There is some construction going on with trailers and sheds they could use as well. You said there were barrels in the area. That could mean a construction site, a commercial business, or they even came off of a truck they are using. The old Shadow Council had nearly unlimited material resources, enough that any of these local businesses could be one of their front companies. This is too important to leave so much as a doghouse unexplored.
Her dancer's legs and short dress distracted Romeo for a moment as he admired the view. Verloc was all business, yet he still imagined her making a seductive smirk when she noticed he appreciated her gams. Pretending to look for the kidnapped president seemed considerably less appealing to Romeo when he could drive her home instead to concoct some circumstance for a romantic interlude. He gave a good act of disappointment and waning enthusiasm.
This could take a long time then. Perhaps we should go back to headquarters and see if the intelligence units have any new information. We won't get any classified reports over this unsecure phone.
Verloc was not about to return to base in failure, and she needed Romeo's help to expedite her plans. She was a sultry secret agent after all, one who knew how to convince a man to do what she wanted. While he still drove them along, she leaned over and then kissed his cheek.
If you promise to give me just a couple more hours, I'd be so extremely grateful.
Her hand slowly opened his zipper so she could playfully explore the contents.
You will help me keep looking, won't you?
He nodded succinctly in a speechless euphoria as her head descended into his lap. As she demonstrated just how appreciative she would be, he stuttered,
"I wouldn't think of leaving you."
I knew I could count on you,
were her last words prior to having her mouth otherwise occupied. Despite her momentary appearance of tawdry indignity, Agent Shield was still fully on task to rescue the president, topple the resurgent Shadow Council, and save the world from evil, no matter how many times she had to seduce Romeo to keep their search going.
Chapter 7. Runaway.
Jingle Bells had spent the afternoon making the rounds, inspecting all of his fresh meat traps. He had invested a goodly amount of time training his indentured crawlers. The Watcher kept them leashed, ensuring that their forced attendance helped him capture edible prey that he used to feed his flock of followers. On their chains, his crawlers were sedentary lurkers he sustained with mere scraps of nourishment. So pitiful were they in their physical conditions that even servile bondage to Jingle Bells was probably a preferable life to the ones that they could make for themselves on the unforgiving streets. Jingle Bells' early experiments in training them to be purveyors had mostly proved disastrous. Making a flea circus from hideous ghouls was unsurprisingly fraught with many failures. At first, Jingle Bells found that he was unable to get his captive creatures to apprehend edible animals without them also just gnawing the captured meat into useless tatters. His strategy of making them into hawks that would hunt for him but not eat their own kills had proved itself to be an unattainable goal. Jingle Bells' early attempts at perfecting a capture methodology had revealed that his servants were useful in other ways. They were excellent at frightening the animals into making panicked escapes. He only needed to construct predetermined routes for the animals to follow. With all the alternative paths blocked by barricades of his devising, Jingle Bells could place simple mechanical traps at the ends of his harvesting paths. His pits and cages never ate what they captured. Cutter grew rapidly from the small dosages that Jingle Bells regularly injected into him. The increase in his appetite grew even faster than his body, just as it had for the other ghouls that the bell ringer had experimented on first. Only a small amount of the blessed potion was enough to trigger the transformation into giantism for a day or two. After one of his treatments, Cutter's body felt like it would tear itself apart. That agony would diminish into a less severe pain that then gnawed at him continuously. His binge eating diminished his suffering, but it never satiated the ravenous hunger that he felt. Cutter would gorge on as much roasted meat as his stomach could hold, and then he would eat again just as soon as he found room for more. The reward for all his gluttony and racking agony was that Cutter grew larger and stronger by the hour. Cutter even felt a change that grew in his mind as well. Perhaps that was because his head and brain got larger along with the rest of him. His new thoughts were more aggressive, flush with confidence, and perhaps even more intelligent when it came to things like words and his perception of the environment. Whatever the drug was doing to him, Cutter definitely liked it. Some of Jingle Bells' chained lurkers had frightened a large deer into the dead-end room at the back of a building's lonely corridor. The bell ringer had once again fulfilled his promise to provide fresh meat for the faithful when he led his hunting party to the tasty discovery. Cutter already dwarfed any other ghouls in Jingle Bell's escort. He dismissively brushed his smaller salivating companions aside as he ducked through the doorway to stride in to finish the hunt alone. The panicked deer made crazed leaps and bounced off walls in its mindlessly frantic search for an escape route. Cutter just laughingly kicked the animal over and then fell upon it, where he easily snapped the deer's neck with a casual, wrenching twist to its head. Jingle Bell's other traps provided 2 large dogs, several medium-sized swine, and a bevy of dead cats that the lurkers themselves had managed to strangle. During his early attempts to perfect lurker capture, the bell ringer had fitted metal braces into his servants' mouths to restrict their eating behavior. The lack of an effective bite made those minions too harmless for disabling anything larger than the small critters that they throttled instead. In place of letting his working pets devour their own catches, Jingle Bells fed them with dog dishes of tender meat slop that came from his feeding bucket he carried for that purpose. As the final evolution of his original designs, the overall process was not all that appreciably different from the training and rewarding of hunting hawks that exchanged their kills for hand-fed delicacies from their master. In total, all the meat Jingle Bells collected made for a decent day's catch that he would use to feed his rapidly growing and ceaselessly hungry family. Cutter, as Jingle Bell's new giant bodyguard, dragged along their harvest of fresh animal carcasses as they returned home to the Colosseum. Meat rode upon an old car hood that served as a sled that Cutter pulled behind him by means of a convenient chain. The giant's menacing shouts alone were usually sufficient for him to frighten the other ghouls away from the bloody meat. Not even hunger gave them the courage to challenge Cutter for possession of the flesh. When any of the lesser ghouls were foolish enough to try to snatch any away, Cutter gave them a vicious slap or a solid kick that was enough to fling them away and also learn them never to try it a second time. The smaller infected contented themselves with just following closely along in Jingle Bell's procession. They knew that they would get their share of food after Jingle Bells had decided that it was their proper time to feast. A desperate few satiated themselves by falling to their knees and then licking the blood off the pavement when any substantial amount of it managed to leak off of the meat sled. Once they were back safely inside their home, Cutter busied himself with his usual chore of doing the cooking as he butchered the carcasses. The finest cuts of meat went aside for Jingle Bell's own supper. Cutter kept one of their several old-fashioned packing-house cauldrons over a large fire where he would toss in the rest of the slaughtered animal flesh. With the help of some salt and water, the heat rendered the contents down into a gory stew of chunky hog slop that could feed the faithful for another day. Even while he worked, Cutter snacked his fill from the roasted meat skewers that he kept arranged around the cooking fire. Jingle Bells routinely fished out the bigger hunks of cooked meat from his slop pots to fill the buckets that he kept locked away for feeding his most favored servants. The leavings of each day's cooking pot would be the deep slurry of greasy gravy that contained much in the way of tasty bones and pulled flesh. He would dump all of that delicious muck out onto a wide concrete floor where all the rest of his lesser minions would feast until they had literally licked the smooth cement clean to a polished shine. For all of its many indelicacies, Jingle Bell's soup kitchen proved to be a generous charity to the famished and unwashed masses. It was not entirely charity, of course. The Watcher salvaged and then trained many a promising soldier from the squabbling mob of dirty ghouls that bustled in to feed on his ample missionary generosity. The wafting smell of food and the sound of his feeding bell could always lure in fresh recruits from off the streets. Some of them would show hints of having higher minds that would allow Jingle Bells to train them to be useful at tasks more complicated than just hanging around as guard dogs to await their next free meal. Disappointment found Jingle Bells when he went down into the underdark of his fortress to feed his elite champions. Time and experimentation with the growth drug had produced some promising potential replacements for the fallen Grendel. It was with a heavy heart that Jingle Bells discovered that one of them had gone missing. The evidence was clear that the giant had broken his chains and then escaped out into the wilds. The Watcher took some small comfort in that he still had his others who had not escaped, and he could make another to replace the one he lost. His giant pets could eat as much food as he could manage to offer them and still be hungry for more. While their growth was impressive, none of the subjects had developed as loyal and agreeable a temperament as his fallen Grendel had possessed. He still hoped that one of them might become more devoted in time. In truth, he doubted that any of his homemade hunters, not even the one that had escaped, had the same potential he saw in Cutter, who did not need to be restrained and was considerably more intelligent than the brutally ignorant Grendel. Cutter would likely surpass Grendel in every way that mattered. God was generous to Jingle Bells, despite the one hunter he lost as evidence to the contrary. Jingle Bells rang his bell to the message that his servants needed to be silent if they wanted to eat. The voracious giant Ghouls were ravenous with their hunger, but they quickly quieted down since they already smelled their delicious dinner in the buckets nearby. After they had demonstrated their obedience, Jingle Bells rang out the message that their master was about to feed his faithful. He then began to fork out the large hunks of meat and bone into their supper bowls, from which the gigantic Ghouls greedily gobbled down their food like hyenas that snarled and hooted in frenzied excitement. The dinner bell was a message the servants learned easily and wholeheartedly, so that when in the wilds, the same sounds would set them to the tasks of waiting in silent ambush, or perhaps to snatch up available food, even if it were still trying to resist or run away. One of their most important lessons they acquired was that hunting for scraps on their own was unnecessary when they had their father to care for them so lovingly. Cutter looked up from his meat butchering when Jingle Bells returned to the surface. From the expression on his leader's face, Cutter saw that not all was well.
Is something wrong? You seem displeased.
Growler has run off,
Jingle Bells complained.
He should come back when he gets hungry.
Cutter offered to be hopeful.
Would you like me to go look for him?
Jingle Bells shook his head no.
I don't imagine he would mind you if you did find him. We will just have to hope he returns on his own, like you said. For now, I will just take it as the will of God. The Lord must have some divine plan that has called him away to perform service elsewhere.
To minimize the loss, Cutter said,
I'd never liked that one much anyway. He wasn't very cooperative and was already getting too big to restrain for taking his treatments. The last time I had to hold him, he bit a chunk out of my arm. I think the worms were getting to his brain.
That temper would have had its due purpose.
Jingle Bells sighed as his last tears over spilled milk.
I may recover him yet, if that is God's plan for our righteous cause.
Growler had already been a reprobate and a thug in his days before he contracted the infection. His previous life as a thoroughly corrupt and perversely sadistic guard in the local county prison industry had climaxed during the outbreak as an executioner of the newly infected. Pistol-slaying terrified women and young girls for having fresh ghoul bites completely eclipsed his former pleasures of simply injuring them in unaccountable fits of cowardly rage. It was the psychology of his own bondage that made his captivity unbearable. When his size and strength had increased sufficiently that he managed to break his chains, Growler made his way to the surface and then back out onto the streets. He had no intention of ever returning to his own imprisonment, and he had mind enough to direct himself clear of the Colosseum area entirely to avoid repeating his former situation. The giant had wandered south as he followed a subconscious compass of once familiar landmarks in the great city. On occasion, he would chase after some fleet-footed animal, only to find that his immense form was unsuitable for catching nimble creatures. It wasn't that his hunger motivated him, even though filling his belly was close in mind. Just killing the squealing smaller creatures appealed to his baser nature. He might have traveled far off into some distant corner, or left the city entirely for a place where none of the few remaining humans ever treaded, had it not been for one of the humans' unfortunate blunders that lured his vengeful attention their way. As was common to ghouls in general, Growler still had some part of him that felt human. Just as their towering architecture meant something to him in an incomprehensible way, humanity was attractive and even desirable. Their lights and sounds drew in the infected like returning to civilization, appealed to a man who had long been lost in harsh, wild places. That attraction came partnered with other of the old primitive urges like distrust, resentment, and envy. Growler had never been a good man. As a monster, he had become something far worse. Growler had the mindset of a twisted lunatic. Desire and hatred intermingled like a sexual predator who felt attracted to innocence and beauty, only to have it fill him with the need to mutilate what he could never possess. The competing forces in his destroyed mind were a lethal cocktail that urged him to seek out the humanity he desired to rescue him, and then murderously devour it in an expression of bottomless, resentful hostility. It was not even choice or any kind of inner moral battle. That urge to seek and kill was merely an unavoidable necessity, devoid of real consciousness. Such was the tragic, brutal life of being a ghoul. It was the guardsman Yeti that inadvertently drew Growler's attention. He was part of a team of 4 guards that kept exterior watch on the garden building from the lower central rooftop between the 2 main towers of the slightly irregular horseshoe structure. The former hotel's many new gardens grew lush with much of it nearing a bountiful autumn harvest. The ripening crops made the dutifully tended horticultural operations far too valuable to the community to risk them coming to harm. Even with all the lower entrances thickly blocked in well-laid brick and the windows securely barred with bedrail steel, there was the unacceptably small risk that some capable infected could breach the security and then do significant damage to the precious resource. Overall, it was an easy labor that G&P did not consider unpleasant. They felt reinvigorated to be outside in the fragrant air. The night sky was an ocean of stars unhampered by earthly electric lights or any lingering smog that had once belched endless and thick from a once thriving, industrialized humanity. Such simple pleasures were far from sufficient for the petty ambitions of Yeti. His aspirations yearned for respect and notoriety, to be a captain of the king and a man of admired celebrity, especially by the women. It had never been his way to put himself at risk unnecessarily. Missions like Radio City and the river trip for the grinders were supposed to be cake runs. He never thought they were actually going to degenerate into any serious trouble. Frankly, when something did go wrong, he wasn't prepared for it and generally made an ass of himself. Neither was he the sort to inspire confidence in others, not in the commanders who assigned such rank, or in the regular folk who would count on him for sound judgment and leadership. While the others sat quietly or whispered in conversation, Yeti spied out the locations of the new security cameras that overlooked their post. His imagination was on the king's supposed heroes, how the king fawned over the movies of their grand exploits before the full dinner-time gatherings in Funland. Jim spared no praise for their magnificent deeds as they battled ghouls and saved the community from some disaster. The king had even given his own chair to that simpleton, the rat-catcher. Jim had placed on that fool's shoulders a captain's mantle of respect for no more reason than that the witless moron stood his hopeless post against Jingle Bells' giant Grendel and their accompanying horde of ghouls. By Yeti's estimation, the king's lion had been too stupid to retreat and had only survived by purest lady luck that was always so generous to idiots. Yeti took off his protective mask and then positioned himself in an ideal view before one of the cameras. He put one foot up on the edge of the wall to strike a leading man's pose while he smoked a cigarette. Yeti hoped one of Kevin's ladies in the security room watched him on a monitor while he appeared manly and heroic like a billboard cowboy. He was even a bad actor, such that he repeatedly glanced back at the camera to feel certain that he correctly centered the frame of his scene. Bobby Bean had recovered quickly enough from his battle with the hunter Saltback that he willingly returned to duty, which was light by nature anyway. He shoulder-slung his big-bore rifle as a matter of weapon safety as he approached Yeti.
Don't smoke where one of the freaks might see the cherry.
He reminded the man of that basic rule of their guard community. The time he had spent working with Critias had already rubbed off on him enough that Bean had started calling them freaks.
Why don't you go to the back to smoke? You won't be missed.
He added that last part to mean in the worst way, but said it in the friendly insinuation that Yeti could take a small break.
You also need to keep your protective gear on when working outside.
Bean and Yeti both had personal experience in how suddenly and explosively trouble could find them when anywhere outdoors. Apparently, only Bean had taken that lesson to heart. The panic and chaos of battle had no forgiveness for small lapses in basic protocol. The only way a person could be ready for the ghouls was if they stood prepared before the trouble started. Yeti replied,
"Relax."
He was uninterested in advice from a younger man. Yeti had already wiped his memory concerning the details of his own lackluster performance during the battle with Saltback. Just as he had similarly demoted Bean's self-sacrificing heroism to save Alice to the level of the rat-catcher's suicidal foolishness. He told Bean,
"No ghoul could ever get up here and we would hear them a mile away if one ever started to try. This is bullshit sissy duty. Right now I should be out cruising in my own forager battle wagon, having my crew gathering loot from the city."
Bean could imagine a lot to say about that, only none of it was supportive, so he kept it to himself. He didn't even want to be on an easy guard shift with Yeti. It was only natural that they would keep getting assignments together since they knew each other so well. It was a good policy that Stig maintained, where he kept people together that knew what to expect from one another. Anyone who didn't know Yeti for the half-assed weasel that he was would have been in extra unnecessary danger. When they did finally discover his limited qualities, it would be the hard way. They would put their trust into him, only to later discover that he was as useless as tits on a bronze bull. Bean wrote off the fact that he found himself locked into an unfavorable partnership simply because it was the bad luck of the draw. Without looking, Yeti commented,
"You seem to be getting awfully chummy with Critias, even eating with him. Are you sucking up for a big promotion? Maybe that's what I need to do."
You saw me eating with Alice.
Bean corrected him.
Not that it's any of your business.
Yeti said,
"Yeah,"
which signified little other than that he sounded bitter. Bean had a pretty young girlfriend now, and she was already doing forager fieldwork at her young age. Yeti had neither a woman or had delivered mission performance any better than had a frightened and inexperienced girl. The thought that he should make some snotty comment about Alice crossed Yeti's mind, but he quickly thought better of it, since it was the sort of thing that made him as unpopular as he already was among the guard community. Instead, Yeti raised his rifle to survey the city below through its high-powered scope. His new weapon was a real piece of premium hardware. The incident with Saltback had been excuse enough for Yeti to requisition the specialized weapon on the premise that it was what he should have had during that battle, so they shouldn't deprive him for his next similar close encounter with a major hunter. Mostly, Yeti thought the rifle made him look cool, as though he was a real top professional like one of Colonel Davis's actual Army-trained Special Forces Gravewalkers. Those men had been seasoned veterans before the outbreak, survived it as it went down, and then they survived the aftermath in Denver, much of that eating off the surface wilds. Yeti didn't even have sense enough to feel impressed by their accomplishment. Instead, he considered the Gravewalkers to be somewhere in between overrated and plain old lucky. Bean wasn't willing to test just how unprofessional Yeti was, so he cautioned him.
No sport shooting the freaks? We're here to keep them off the building, not litter the streets with corpses or calling in more with loud noises.
Yeah.
Yeti dismissed him.
I'm just having a look around.
He scoped to the southeast into the wooded park grounds above Forager's castle. He didn't search for anything in particular. Mostly, Yeti just wanted to give a good action profile to the security cameras. Yeti wasn't much of a rifle marksman. The scope bounced quite a bit as his view swept over something that seemed out of place. He tightened up on the rifle to steady it on target. In doing so, he accidentally pressed the contact circuit that activated the weapon's green laser designator. Just for an instant, the green laser seemed to strike into what appeared to be an eyeball that focused to glare back at him with considerable hostility. He lost the view so quickly that he couldn't be absolutely sure it wasn't his imagination. Even though the scope had extreme optic power and the range was only about 100 yards, the evilly glaring eye that had filled his lens seemed too large to be anything but his imagination. Not even the way the green laser had offended it with its blinding beam was enough to convince Yeti that he had just made a serious mistake.
Don't start shooting that laser around either.
Bean scolded him with lost patience. He also noticed Yeti's telltale discomfort.
What did you see out there?
Bean readied his radio in case Yeti had seen something important.
We're supposed to report anything suspicious, no matter how insignificant. The king is keeping record of the ghouls' movements to have some warning if they are watching us or massing for an attack.
It was too dark for Bean to notice anything himself unless he used binoculars, and even then he would have had to check just the right place in the dark amid all the tall grass and bushes.
No, nothing.
Yeti lied to himself too.
Not much moon out tonight. You can't see hardly anything.
He put the rifle down and then moved away from the edge of the roof to distance himself from the situation. More to medicate his own worry, Yeti commented.
This is going to be a quiet, boring night like any other.
Let's hope so.
Bean knocked on wood. Growler made no effort to be sneaky as he moved out into the open to head straight for the building. The ledge from where the human had shined the green beam at him was much closer to the ground than the higher flanking towers of the structure, like the one with the rooftop swimming pool. That lower ledge was still unreachable with tens of feet of smooth brick that separated him from the nearest secure handhold. Only a brief inspection was enough for Growler to see that he would not be able to scale the smooth wall. Frustration made Growler prowl about the base of the building in search of some means to gain entry. The foragers had heavily reinforced all the former street entrances as well as the garage doors on the south side. Breaking through any of those would have been a lengthy process of considerable noise and uncertain success. When he backtracked around the corner to go up the east side of the building, Growler spotted a vertical column of louvered ventilation grating that ascended the whole distance from the sidewalk up to a narrower ledge just below the level he wanted to reach. A rack of barbed wire-wrapped steel lances guarded the louvers against any ascending assailants. Lesser ghouls had tried to make the climb before, and their bloodstains attested to the attempts. While they clung to the precarious metal slats, there was no way for them to make the transition around the barrier. Once Growler got his fingers into the gaps between the louvers, they bent under his weight. The spaces widened their spread in his passing to make them suitable for getting purchase with his toes as he made his way up. The night sounds of river frogs and chirping insects was enough to muffle the subtle noises of Growler's climb. When he reached the barrier, he simply bent the sharpened skewering rods apart, using brute strength. He was indifferent to the harmless barbed wire that he just ignored as he let it scratch ineffectually over his thick hide. Yet he had survived for as long as he had because he had a gift for it. What he lacked in admirable qualities, he made up for with his innate sense for self-preservation. Even if he wouldn't consciously admit that he had drawn attention to his group, he still had that itch of nervousness that didn't want to be around when trouble showed up. His former interest in posing for the cameras had gone from his mind. Yeti's instincts gave him the new inspiration to move as far from the avenues of potential danger as he could manage. The central rooftop that the guards occupied was 30 meters wide and 80 meters deep. More than a dozen floors of higher buildings surrounded it on 3 sides. Leafy, edible plants that could thrive on short hours of direct sunlight and long hours of shade were what carpeted the long southern half of the deck, while the rest was devoted to more light-intensive crops. The windows of the 3 interior walls that loomed overhead all had planter boxes devoted to the same horticultural purposes, such that it put their guard post at the center of magnificent Babylonian hanging gardens. On the pretense of making an idle patrol, Yeti wandered westward into their artificial canyon to be nearer the back wall. It became so dark that he needed his small flashlight to see where he was going along the narrow paths between the plants. As much as he didn't like being alone in the blackness, it was a minor discomfort compared to the trepidation he felt being near the edge with its evil glaring eye that still haunted him. Bean stayed near the other 2 guards up by the front. They had a small campfire that burned inside a short metal drum that could sufficiently restrain its light. Danny the Ear offered his flask to Bean.
Have a sip of this, Bobby boy. You look nervous. Is that pretty young cheerleader you have eyes on making you anxious? It wasn't so long ago that they were going to hang your ass for looking at that. I guess now that Little Red is a ghoul chaser, she can do as she pleases. Good for her, says I. Life can be short nowadays.
Bobby accepted the flask to take a sip of whiskey that scorched on the way down. After handing it back, he said,
It isn't Alice on my mind. Well, not mostly anyway. We don't do anything like what you're thinking. Until she comes of age, we have to be just friends.
Perkella seems to think she is another Violet Wand in the making.
Dan added as he took back his flask and then passed it over to the 3rd guard, a man everyone called Blue, a former tree surgeon and country living survivalist, even before the disaster.
If they were fixing to marry me to a Hellcat like that, I might be nervous myself. I don't want a woman any more dangerous than a nice decontamination pretty that washes my Jimmy too rough in the bath.
As he looked over his shoulder toward the ledge, Bean said,
I got this feeling. Yeti is acting squirrely, more than usual. Something isn't right.
Blue took up his radio and then called,
This is Starlight 2. What's the status on the green? Over.
The 2 other patrols in the garden building answered to confirm that all was well with them. The last one asked,
Are you ladies getting all Nancy on us out there?
You heard it here first,
replied Blue.
Probably nothing, but if I were you, I would keep my eyes open. Over.
Maybe could be,
the man said without amusement.
Kenny is as Kenny does. We'll check all the corners just to be safe. Get back to you. Over.
Much appreciated,
said Blue as he signed off. Dan asked,
Where's Yeti?
Beating the bushes.
Bean answered.
His meat, you mean?
Blue joked to say that Yeti was useless. Then he abruptly went to alert as he leaned his head back to sniff at the air.
You guys smell that? It smells like...
He paused to think of what.
Like somebody really needs a bath,
Dan decided. With that said, Bobby Bean stood while he left his rifle where it lay. Instead, he opened their long footlocker to take out his pump-action shotgun. Bean quickly but quietly ejected all the loaded shells and then replaced them with long brass Magnum deer-hunting slugs. Dan and Blue stood from their seats, then took up their rifles, already cautiously looking about in the darkness around them.
That smell is getting stronger,
Blue whispered.
I'd swear to it.
You better get back on the radio,
Dan advised.
Even if it is nothing, we better give everyone a heads up.
While Blue radioed a general message that they were suspicious of something being amiss, and why, Bean and Dan cautiously approached the ledge that overlooked the corn shelf and also the street below that. As they slowly advanced, Dan asked Bean,
"What you want those slugs for? Buckshot isn't enough?"
Bean cradled his gun ready to use it.
You remember that big one that threw you in the lake and then damn near killed me? What do you want me to shoot it with? There isn't any good in us wounding those things. That just pisses them off.
Dan did remember and considered his rifle.
"What makes you think one of the big ones is around here?"
He couldn't think of any readily available weapon that made him feel better over what he already had.
Regular biters are always swarming around here,
Bobby Bean reasoned,
and none of them ever managed to give us any trouble up here before. That one we ran into at the river looked like he could chew through bricks if he set a mind to it.
Dan took the logic seriously even as he said,
"It's probably nothing anyway."
Over the edge of their roof deck, about 3 meters below, was another ledge about 4 meters deep and as wide as the upper field. That lower strip got maximum sunshine. The gardeners had planted it with hand-tended rows of sweet corn. The plants were already tall, taller than would be their usual because of the constant skilled attention that kept them properly fertilized in rich handmade soil and perfectly watered. The corn was not tall enough to be as high as the upper deck, but it was getting close. More importantly, it made a sort of forest below them that was plenty thick enough to hide most anything with a mind to stay out of sight. Just as they were about to peek over the edge into the corn, Yeti stumbled out of the darkness from just behind them and to their left. For such a big lout, Yeti could move silently owing to his special gift of being a sly weasel. He loudly asked,
"What are you fags doing?"
Bean and Dan had been so tense with expectation that they nearly blew his head off before they realized it was him. The moment of shock quickly relaxed into relief.
"Nice way to get killed, dumbass,"
Dan said in a harsh whisper.
"Don't sneak up on people like that unless you want to wear your head inside out."
Yeti still didn't wear his mask, and he talked too loud as he dissed,
"One of you fuckers needs a bath something fierce."
Blue came up to join them, as Yeti realized that Bean and Dan thought that there might be something that crept around in the corn because they were extremely cautious about taking a look down into it. The moment came together for Yeti as an opportunity that he could take advantage of, a way to impress everyone before the cameras without actually being at any risk. Both Bean and Dan had been present when he failed to act against Saltback the Hunter, and the security camera currently watched everything. Yeti was sure that it was impossible for any ghoul to be in the corn. They were more than 5 floors above the street, and there was no way up. It was his chance to be the brave man while everyone else hesitated. He knew the story would never get far, since no one would want to see so anticlimactic a situation. But he could talk about it himself, and those present would know. Yet he would frequently remind them of his moment of audacious bravery. Blue clicked off the safety on his high-caliber automatic rifle to announce his wise sense of caution.
"Let's just listen for a bit,"
he whispered as a warning to the others.
"You don't hunt bears by sticking your head into berry bushes."
"I do,"
Yeti said in his full voice.
"You pansies stand back and watch how a real man shows you that you're scared of nothing."
He didn't even raise his rifle as he walked to the ledge to shine his flashlight down into the corn. Yeti didn't even really look. He just wanted to appear confident and dismissive of baseless fear.
"See?"
He scoffed at them.
"Nothing. You are all just a bunch of pussies."
Growler sprang up out of the corn. The huge hunter gripped the upper ledge with one hand as he launched himself up even higher to grab Yeti. All the while, the giant ghoul roared ferociously. Yeti screamed in terror as he accidentally fired his rifle one-handed. The shot missed completely, and the heavy rifle recoiled like a launched rocket to slam the stock into Yeti's chest with an impact that knocked him backward off his feet. It was only luck that the blow didn't hit him in the face where it would have smashed his teeth out. It was even luckier since it threw him clear of the reach of Growler, which effectively saved his life, at least for the moment. With the way that Yeti flailed around, the others could not get a clear shot without the risk that they might hit him by mistake. It was only a brief moment of opportunity, ruined by Yeti-inflicted disadvantage, and then Growler dropped back out of sight down into the thick corn. Dan cursed angrily about Yeti's mistake.
"That's just fucking great. What the fuck are we supposed to do now?"
Bean already figured out his next move.
"You guys stay here and blast anything trying to climb out. I'll circle around to the lower door and then flush him out of there."
He headed for the exit from the rooftop to take the stairs down a floor to go to the access door to the lower ledge. Blue got back on the radio.
"We have a hunter that somehow climbed up to the lower corn rows. We have it trapped in there, but we don't know for how long. The rest of you guys move your asses into position before he gets loose inside the building. Over."
The remodelers had made a door out of the side window opening that looked onto the lower corn ledge from its south end. It was so the gardeners could have direct access for tending to the crop. Bean raced to get there first before the hunter discovered it, and then decided to break it down to get inside of the building where he could lose himself in the labyrinth of dark hallways. Growler cunningly stayed close to the vertical inside wall of his ledge, while he quietly searched for a better way to get to the humans. Jingle Bells had selected him for the gigantism serum in the first place because he had regularly used cocaine during his human life, and that had made him into a smarter than average ghoul. Yeti's rifle shot had missed Growler, but it had also gotten his undivided attention. It wasn't the kind of thing that he wanted going off again right into his face. Growler wouldn't charge straight into their loud fire-spitting guns unless absolutely necessary. As soon as Growler discovered the door at the end of the ledge, he shouldered the locked metal barrier clean out of the wall, frame and all. Bean dashed down the stairwell. He was only halfway to his destination when he heard the echoing boom of an impact that sounded like a wrecking demolition ball had slammed into the building. He had no trouble guessing what had caused it. One of the roving interior patrols started their report on the radio.
This is Rolling Green 2. Something hit the house, hard. We think your baddie is hammering the corn hatch. We are past the last gate and almost there.
That door was at the back of a former hotel room to have access onto the ledge.
The beers are on, you guys. This one is for Jeremy. Over.
A moment later came the sound of sporadic gunfire, followed by the hideous screams of men dying. When Yeti heard those things, he started to yell on the radio in panic.
We need help. Everything is shit here.
Dan told Blue.
You figure out how he got up here. Stop any more of them. I'll go after that big bastard and try and get him boxed in while we still have a chance to contain this.
I'm with you.
Blue agreed on the plan.
It sounds like we're already drawing a crowd on the street.
He spoke of the noise that came up from below, where ghouls started to gather in their investigation of all the shouting and loud gunshots. There was a serious risk that more infected would climb up if the hunter had left them a clear path that they could follow, which he had. They went together over the edge to drop down to the corn ledge in pursuit of the hunter. Neither of them could see a damn thing. They just took it on faith that nothing else in there waited for them. As Dan broke off to follow Growler in through the broken door, Blue told him,
"Don't get killed."
When Bean reached the hallway barrier gate on the way to the fighting, he found that it already stood open. The patrol team had unlocked it when they passed through. Bean realized, as they surely had, that it would have been wiser to defend the locked gate while they waited for reinforcements to arrive. Bean acknowledged the alternate strategy, but he didn't favor it any more than they had before him. He heard their shooting and then their screams, and then he heard nothing from them at all. The sudden silence implied that the whole squad was already dead. A team of men slaughtered by a runaway hunter was not much of a recommendation for Bean to charge in just like they had, but he did it anyway. The only difference was that he locked the gate behind him so that if he died next, at least the hunter wouldn't have a free path to race around inside their building until no one had a clue where he ended up. Bean left the key to the gate for whoever showed up next. 2 of the flashlights of the lost patrol still shined from the ground where they fell at the end of the hall. One of the torches cast a reddish light from the blood that smeared over its lens. 2 of the patrol's bodies were clearly visible too. One of them lay on the floor bent at a right angle, while the other sat up in the corner, like he might have been resting aside from the fact that his head was missing. Dan radioed.
"Where you at, Bean?"
"I'm in the hallway."
He radioed back.
2 are dead and the 3rd man is missing. No sign of the hunter, but he's real close. I can smell him.
"I'm at the broken door,"
Dan informed.
"I've got your number 3. It looks like Sloan. He's laying here folded in half. That fucker didn't break down the door. He took the whole wall out around it. What do you want to do?"
"Let's get some payback,"
Bean bravely suggested.
"I think he's in the room across the hall from you."
Dan cautiously moved through his room. He had to step over Sloane's broken body on his way to the door to the hallway. From there, he expected to have a good view into the room across the way.
"I'm coming to you,"
he warned.
"Let's try not to shoot each other."
Bean steeled his nerves as he set his shotgun to his shoulder before he called.
Come out, wherever you are."
Growler was in that room across the hall. He stumbled about in the dark as he tried to find his way through the unfamiliar building. The old hotel room had no other exits. The only way forward for him was to go back out into the main hallway. That is when he heard Bean just outside. A human had the nerve to taunt him with a nursery rhyme sing-song that his anti-human abilities recognized as exceptionally infuriating. Growler's mind no longer functioned enough that he understood the words, yet he recognized it was mockery just the same. The hunter lived up to his name when he uttered a menacing growl and then headed back for the hallway to kill Bean. Dan aimed his rifle out the doorway from the first room. He couldn't see anything besides shadowy darkness in the chamber across the hall. When Growler suddenly came into his view, the hunter already moved unbelievably fast for a creature so huge. For all of his speed, there was nothing Growler could do about the size of his doorway. In the moment that the hunter had confined himself within the space of the tight doorframe, Dan took his shot to put a bullet through the monster's enormous head. The necessity to duck and twist as he squeezed through put Growler's raised arm into the path of the bullet that would have otherwise struck him true through the brain. The high-caliber bullet passed through his massive muscular arm, nicking the bone, which deflected the bullet's trajectory sufficiently that it only gashed Growler's face from the corner of his mouth to the ironic destruction of his ear. It was a painful but trivial injury. Growler already had numerous torso wounds that the first G&P team had recently shot into him. The new gunshot wound to his face did nothing to slow Growler down, either. Dan would never get a second opportunity to fire again before the hunter landed on him to twist him into a pretzel. Dan's shot had an extra value in that it told Bobby Bean that Growler was at the doorway and would appear before him an instant later. Not unlike he had yelled out pull to get a launched skeet, Bean stood ready to deliver from a steady aim properly elevated for where he expected Growler's head would be to receive a killing shot. When Growler burst out into the hallway just as anticipated, Bean's shotgun blast struck him dead on. The lead slug, the diameter of a man's thumb, smashed open the side of the giant ghoul's head. Growler went completely deaf while he saw a great white flash of light. The gigantic freak was still partially alive after having suffered devastating damage to his head. The hunter ghoul stopped in the hallway and then turned to look stupidly at Bean. He watched, dumbstruck, as Bean's gun spat flame at him over and over as fast as the human could pump through his shells. Growler heard no sounds and felt no pain as the shotgun slugs tore through him one after another. Dan's second rifle shot blew the hunter's fractured head completely apart. Growler's tormented half-life ended in the tranquil blackness of oblivion.
Chapter 8. A Naked Jungle.
Critias had an admirable suntan after he had spent much of his honeymoon vacation at the garden-building swimming pool. His lazy days of sunny relaxation blended seamlessly into his steamy nights of romance with Carmen. Their marriage had grown into something far greater than just Critias acknowledging her transcendence from a material object android into true personhood. It was more than her elevation from slave to spouse. They were a flourishing partnership in life. They had their adventurous careers and their comfortable home with their adopted daughters. Critias had abandoned all thought for the future he came from to make a better life for himself in the past. He would never want to return home again. Mandy and Alice had settled comfortably into the realization that they had become a family. The girls had their own lavish bedroom to share, which was no small luxury. Many people in the city lived in communal barracks. There was not enough living space for everyone to live life like in King's Tower. Luxury wasn't free, and the price could be life itself. A career of frequent frontline danger involved hazards like Saltback and Grendel. Critias and Carmen worked hard to provide for their new daughters, and they were happy to do so because both needed to feel that their lives had more meaning than just blood and loot. They needed to know they made some kind of difference on a more human level. Having Alice and Mandy provided them with that special difference. Critias spent some free time each day coaching Alice into her new adult life as a ghoul fighting marshal. While they were away training, Carmen and Mandy did their best to reconnect with the carefree joys of lost childhood by playing games, making art, or indulging in most anything lackadaisical. On that evening, Critias went to dinner in Funland with his wife, his two girls, and with Bean, who joined them to have some time with Alice. After their meal, Bean went off to work a casual night shift with the G&P. Bean would work the center crop deck on the garden building, a duty that the guards generally referred to as the Starlight Lounge because of its singular beauty at night. They also considered it light duty, an easy, boring job, which was just right for Bean, since he was still sore from his encounter with Saltback. Carmen had more plans for the evening as the rest of them returned to their apartment. She ushered the girls into the shower to get ready for bed, while she gave Critias a bath in their tub. After his generously thorough cleaning, Carmen made him a drink and then sat him down on the living room couch, where the four of them were going to watch some movies she had chosen. Critias found that he was blissfully comfortable when Carmen and his girls crowded in around him to snuggle up for their pajama-time family cinema. Once the lights were out and the movie played, Critias fully relaxed to enjoy his little empire of a man's substantiated life. The first movie was an older picture from the 1950s that starred Charlton Heston as a tough and unyielding man who by sheer determination built himself a successful cocoa plantation out of the inhospitable South American jungle in the first years of the 20th century. He was a principled and gentlemanly adventurer that began pursuing his dream while still only a teenager. At the peak of his success, both as a businessman and as patriarch of a civilization that grew up around him, he summoned to himself a mail-order bride. Though totally inexperienced with the complexities of women, he planned to conquer this new bride into obedience to his domineering will, just as he had already tamed the wild jungle river and the savage headhunters that worked for him as laborers. She was to be the capping centerpiece to his perfected great work, and with her children he could officially declare his ambitions fulfilled. Critias understood why Carmen considered the movie to be amongst her most favorite. The stern and efficiently intelligent hero was similar to himself in many ways. The bride arrived sight unseen, only wed by proxy. She was a beautiful and cultured woman that wielded her own sense of defiant pride that would prove a worthy match for her new husband. Her resistance to submitting to becoming a trophy wife without a mind of her own was boldly outspoken and cleverly infuriating, even inviting to confrontation. Their romantic conflict came to a head when he broke into her room one night in a moment of drunkenness. Enraged, he sloshed expensive perfume over her nightgown because she had taunted him about never wearing it, even though he had purchased it for her at great expense. Then he seized her roughly at the shoulders as though intent on slapping her. She only threw her head back, like offering her throat willingly to a wolf, not in the least intimidated. Such was her certainty that she knew he needed to bluster like a man, even while being too much of one to allow himself to stoop so low as to strike her. Even if he wanted to slap her, she would let him, because some part of her welcomed it. She wanted to prove to him that she was no fragile and helpless flower that couldn't survive harsh life in the jungle. She also didn't begrudge his grappling for a supreme authority he would never attain. To Carmen, the couple's stormy arranged marriage growing into a true love was something she could identify with from personal experience. The heroine was much akin to herself, and perhaps even a role model to her in some android way. Critias enjoyed the movie even more when a swarm of army ants that was tens of kilometers in area attacked to overrun the plantation. The ghouls were a lot like the ants, as an overwhelming problem that a man needed to repulse tactically, and he did it with his strong, intelligent woman who fought valiantly by his side. Alice had an appreciation for why Carmen had chosen the film for them to watch. When it ended, she told Carmen,
I can see why we like him. He only seems short-tempered and bossy. When he does that, he is really thinking something else.
Carmen hugged his arm.
When he lectures you, it means he cares.
Critias was ready for the second feature and not to listen to the women analyze him.
What are we watching next?
Another of my favorites,
Carmen said, as she used her artificial eyes to beam a counterfeit infrared remote control signal to start the next picture.
In this one, Yul Brynner is an honorable hero in a post-apocalyptic Yojimbo standoff. He battles evil survivor humans using his master warrior skills with a knife. In the end, he must make a great personal sacrifice to defeat his worst enemy, and then take the only remaining food crop seeds to a new land. He will rescue humanity from the brink of extinction. You will like this one.
By the end of the second film, the girls were falling asleep. Carmen put them to bed before she demurely led Critias to her own. They hardly had time to turn out the lights when an alert radio message put an end to Carmen's plan to express her romantic aspirations most vigorously upon him. In a lesser routine of Carmen's companion computer mind, she always listened to the radio traffic. Carmen could network the communications of an entire battlefield if the situation ever called for it. She overheard worried messages that came from the garden building. Some skilled and experienced men felt spooked, as if an as-yet undiscovered ghoul stalked them.
Men at the garden building are saying they have a bad feeling,
She told Critias. The description didn't impress him.
Does that mean there is a problem?
It's Bean's group.
She awakened his overprotectiveness.
He has Danny the Ear with him along with a man named Blue. The fourth man there is that Yeti guy.
He nearly spat the name.
Yeti? That does not inspire me to confidence. Alice would want to go check on Bean, so let's go.
Carmen started getting dressed to go out ghoul killing.
I'm taking Mandy too. If this is nothing, there is no reason she can't be with me. If a major break-in happens, then I really want her beside me, not in this apartment all by herself.
The radio messages did not get any more positive as the four hurriedly dressed. They made it out of the apartment, then on their way down the elevator before bedlam broke loose. Eventually, Yeti spread general panic because he shrieked over the radio like a frightened woman to declare that everything at the garden building was shit. Critias carried Mandy while he radioed to the guards ahead of them to open their gates by the time that he arrived. In that way, they quickly ran the kilometer through the tunnels to reach the garden building. The elevator going up to the ground floor was still available. Those few already inside waited for more guns to arrive, so that they had a suitable load for departure. It was right that they had shown patience, as otherwise the elevator would have been away on its slow cycle, which would have left Critias and Carmen down in the tunnel, unable to proceed without a lengthy delay. Once they were in the garden building, they took the regular elevator up the rest of the way toward the Starlight Lounge rooftop. They heard another bout of gunfire before things went quiet. Other patrol guards reached the battle scene first. Their radio traffic confirmed that there had been an intrusion by a hunter. The G&P had engaged with the monster, and from their effort, it was already dead, so the situation was over, at least for the moment. Once they were at the right hallway, Alice was going to walk down to see the dead hunter up close. Danny the Ear waved her back as he came their way.
Don't come down here. There's blood everywhere.
She still wanted to go up anyway, so he told her,
It really is dangerous. There is broken glass and splintered wood from gunshots. You could snag your leg on a nail hanging out in a broken doorway. 3 men are dead already. Let's not go making this any worse than it already is.
She thought that meant Bean was dead.
That thing killed Bobby?
Alice really did like him, and it showed when confronted by the idea that a hunter had torn his head clean off. It might even have been him that she saw sitting headless in the corner. Alice knew how brave Bobby was. It would be like him to rush headlong into danger that he didn't survive.
He doesn't have a scratch.
Dan said to her relief.
He's the one who put the hunter down. I got off a shot as he charged, but only grazed his face. It was Bean that stamped one right into the side of his head. The thing was nearly on me when he stopped it and saved my life. After Bean popped him, the hunter just stood there dead on his feet like it didn't even know where it was anymore. So we finished it off. It had already taken out one of the 3-man interior patrols before we got here.
Critias asked.
How big was it?
Dan spread his arms to show the enormous width of the shoulders.
About the size of the one you knifed at the river. There is a strange thing about it, though. That hunter is wearing a chain around his ankle held on with a pretty new-looking padlock. The dangling bits of extra chain links make it look like he broke loose from some kind of captivity.
The information gave Critias a sick cramp in his stomach. The chain on the ghoul's leg meant to him that Jingle Bells raised hunters like pets in that freak show fortress of his, and one of them managed to get away. It begged the question of how many more the bell ringer might still have that didn't escape prematurely. It wasn't that long ago when Carmen had told him that she would have already gone in there and then cleaned out that nest. If she had gotten her way, and they had struck first, the 3 dead patrolmen might still be alive. In total, Critias saw it as his own error in judgment. He had delayed too long. That had led to the break-in and the subsequent deaths. Critias asked Carmen,
Where do you think that chain could have come from?
She didn't need to analyze the issue for very long.
I think that hunter escaped from Jingle Bells. Any chain that fits around a leg that size could not have been on the ghoul when it was still no bigger than a human. It would not be Jingle Bell's first pet hunter. I see no reason to assume it is his last either. If he had this one chained up, it stands to reason that he might have others who have not escaped. If he has many of these things, it would suggest that he knows how to make more. My working assumption is that this hunter came from the Colosseum. It came from Jingle Bells, but by accident.
He shook his head in disgust at himself.
If I had given you your way, we would have cleaned that place out long before now, and then this wouldn't have happened. That's what you've been trying to tell me. You didn't think I was man enough to be your master or martial enough to unleash you when the situation called for it. I should have acted on this sooner, but instead I hesitated.
His words didn't win any sympathy from Carmen. What he said offended her on so many levels that she honestly considered kicking him through a wall. Critias was wearing his armor, so he could take the punishment when she used a spinning back kick to smash him right through the drywall and interior carpentry to send him into the adjacent hotel room off the main hallway. She would have done it too, only her promise restrained her. She had promised herself and Critias that she would never again allow her temper or befuddled reasoning to become an act of violence against him. Instead of beating sense into him, Carmen poked a titanium-rigid kung fu finger into his chest. She wanted him to be certain how close he was to really getting his head knocked on straight. She warned,
If anyone else said those things to me about you, I would make sure that no one would ever dare say something like that to me again. I'm not married to a weakling or to a coward. As to this notion that you should have already gone into that death trap after Jingle Bells, I only first mentioned the idea on the day that I showed you the pool. You did not go then for the same reason you are not leaving to do it right this second. You are not soft or indecisive, not as a husband or as a marshal.
He considered her words, knowing that none of it came from her as idle flattery.
I guess you're right.
He admitted.
We have no idea what is inside that place, where to look, or what to look for. An operation that reckless needs some kind of realistic plan. You would have to make us an appointment with Hiram so that we could start putting a strategy together. When we finally did have something solid, we would take it to Jack and let him decide if he wanted to sell the idea to Jim. We don't even know for certain he actually lives in there. Maybe he stays in some other nearby building and only goes there to do his craziness.
See?
Carmen sighed and then hugged him in relief.
My husband is a consummate professional, a man not prone to impulsive irrationality. Being impulsive and irrational is my job.
Jim arrived on the scene with hatchet, assorted guards, and decontamination workers. He had a radio in hand to get updated details on what had happened from anyone who knew something. He came up to speak to Critias.
I'm glad to see you two got here so fast.
Critias answered with a small joke.
Mandy carried me on her back.
He added more soberly.
We still got here too late to be useful. What do you know so far?
Jim handed off his radio to Hatchet. His bodyguard could keep talking to one of the decontamination crew leaders. The king answered Critias.
From what I have been told so far, this unfortunate situation is turning out to be that ugly but not entirely unexpected misfortunes of war. The climb the hunter used to get up here was not due to anyone's laxity. He bent away the barricade and then did a superfly right up the wall. The damage required for him to break down that door was plenty impressive. He just shattered out the brickwork around the frame. To be honest, I think we made the door too good. Instead of absorbing the impact by deforming, it transferred the full load into the wall that just couldn't take it.
There was no shortage of guards here,
Critias observed.
My credit would go there for why the hunter didn't make it far.
Jim agreed.
More than a few times, I have been told that we were investing too much manpower here. This is a sad way to demonstrate that it was the right decision. Too much is at stake with our gardens for us to guard it as anything less than our royal treasury. They tell me that crop damage is minimal. The hunter avoided breaking up the plants, so he could use it as cover, and he bled out inside, where we can clean all the splatter up.
Critias floated an idea.
Carmen and I were just discussing if it was time for us to roll in there. Jingle Bells is overdue for a spanking. We could huff and puff, then blow his house down.
This isn't our first bloody nose,
Jim replied.
When we bleed, there is no shortage of people wanting to go hog wild. They tell me there is a slave chain on that thing, and it looks like it broke loose from its keeper. If that chain means the hunter escaped from Jingle Bells, there is a good chance he doesn't even know where it is, or that it came here. Impulsive retribution has its appeal, but it's not the way we generally do things. Plans are already in motion for dealing with Jingle Bells on our own terms. A lot of good people might die if we just gallop down into that infected slime pit with all guns blazing.
Carmen could probably go in there alone and clean the place out,
Critias told Jim as though he seriously contemplated the idea.
You know she is good at what she does. The truth is, I've been holding her back.
Wisely so, then.
Jim dismissed the suggestion.
I have the utmost respect for Carmen's abilities. She is a gifted forager. No one will argue otherwise. But she isn't you. We choose our captains because they can lead a team and bring them back alive. If you are telling me that Carmen is ready to lead a group down there, I'm prepared to hear you out on the idea. Her going in there alone is not something I will agree to greenlighting. Suppose Jingle Bells has 10 hunters in there waiting for her. If she ran into trouble, we would have no choice but to go in after her, even if we thought she was dead. Are you going to tell me that you wouldn't go? I don't think pushing my best people to the extreme proving points of their best abilities is any kind of rational plan. You came out the winner when Jingle Bells sent all those ghouls after you at Radio City, and we're grateful for it. But that was not the kind of situation we would put you in on purpose. We are in this for the long war. This is not the time for desperate measures, just because we took an unlucky hit. Something like this was bound to catch up with us eventually. In time, it will happen again.
It moved Carmen that Critias had the confidence in her to be willing to consider her going into the Colosseum alone. There was quality reasoning behind the notion. Ghouls were not attracted to her android physiology in the same way they were to everyone else. Carmen had seen ghouls retreat from her in fear. From their point of view, she was like that watcher-woman Critias had met in the garage of the hotel. She was willing to go if he asked it of her, willing enough that she told him so.
If you want me to reconnoiter the Colosseum, I will do it for you. I promise not to get stuck in there. I wouldn't even let them know I was there if that is what you want. I could just gather intelligence.
Critias responded,
Let's show everyone how cunning a strategist you are instead. Put more thought into this. Think of something we have not thought of yet. I want to get rid of Jingle Bells by being clever, not by reckless brute force.
His psychological profile does suggest exploitable weaknesses,
Carmen offered.
I will work on that.
For now,
Jim said.
We need to get this mess cleaned up and make repairs.
Critias asked him,
How hard will it be to close off this breach?
Jim thought the repair aspect of their disaster would be minor.
Construction teams will have this sealed up in an hour or two. Repairing the door and cleaning up the blood will be our top priority. They found a digital movie camera that the interior patrol team used to document their activities. That may provide the details into exactly how the hunter managed to get the better of them. We will give them a funeral in the morning. I'll call a meeting of the captains after that. We can talk about our options then.
Via their interlink, Kevin provided Carmen the security recordings from the relevant cameras that had viewed the encounter. After their evening of watching cinema back in their apartment, Carmen recognized Yeti's posturing buffoonery. It was not only his Marlboro man-action stances that piqued her curiosity. Carmen recognized that there was an important clue from when he accidentally shined his laser designator off the building. She was certain that something frightening had caught his attention. Those things motivated her when Carmen saw a decontamination worker going past carrying Yeti's totally out of his league, professionally tuned sniper rifle. Carmen had the woman stop, and then she examined the weapon for a moment. As Carmen had suspected, it had a digital camera technology scope that had taken high-resolution photographs during the laser's operation. After she removed the memory card, Carmen let the cleaner go on her way. Once she had removed her glove, Carmen pressed the skin of her thumb against the shiny contacts along the edge of the memory chip. That simple touch allowed her implanted subdermal fly-by-wire nervous system technology to copy the stored digital images into her own computer memory. She handed the original card to Jim for his own examination.
I know why that hunter came here.
She clearly implied that the scope's images were her reason. She sent the best still image to Critias's suit so that his helmet could laser project the scope's captured image onto the wall for all to see. Critias used his helmet lamp to throw up the picture. Yeti had taken a photo of the hunter's angry face with a dazzling green laser that tormented him right in the eye. Critias had not seen any of the security footage. He wasn't sure what to make of it.
Too bad that guy didn't pull the trigger,
was his eventual comment.
Why didn't he kill it rather than just take its picture?
They have standing orders to avoid sport shooting off the building,
Jim reasoned,
and to report any unusual sightings or activity.
Since she thought it mattered, Carmen told them.
This is from Yeti.
That figures now, don't it?
Critias groaned.
If Yeti had seen the hunter, he should have told somebody.
Jim speculated on potential wrongdoing.
We get to study this image. Perhaps he only glimpsed it for an instant and didn't recognize just what it was.
Critias argued.
Anyone who had any business carrying a rifle like that would have gotten that shot. It was only about 90 meters. Hiram could have gotten that kill with his pistol. Hell, I would give Malcolm 3 out of 5 for putting holes into that big bastard from the hip. That Yeti guy doesn't have the heart for being a finger. He needs to be filing sharp edges smooth somewhere in housekeeping, not working a trigger.
To Yeti's defense, Carmen admitted.
When they thought a ghoul might be hiding in the corn rows, it was Yeti who volunteered to stick his head down in there to look. I'm confident that he didn't believe there was any reasonable cause to assume that a hunter was up here on the building with them. Evidence suggests that he didn't see nearly as much as the scope did for him.
Jim waved off the Yeti issue.
Statistically speaking, nearly everyone screws up and dies eventually, since the ghouls are clearly winning. The infected didn't conquer the planet because the good guys always win. G&P have their own internal machinery for getting unsuitable people out of their community. Frankly, not enough humans still exist in our little world to meet a fourth Yeti, because he is a wishy-washy wannabe. He is not forager material, I'll grant you that, but then again, few people are.
I think in his case you should make an exception.
Critias advised.
First he spotlights that hunter while jacking around, and then he nearly gets killed sticking his face in the corn.
He got off one shot from his rifle.
Carmen offered to be helpful. Critias asked doubtfully.
Did he hit it?
She shook her head no.
It was a one-handed wild miss, and the recoil knocked him silly. At least the ghoul didn't manage to get a hold of him.
Critias used a ta-da hand gesture to offer Jim the high points of Yeti's skills as further evidence of his case. Jim agreed on many levels, but remained unconvinced.
It is a serious thing when your own king demotes you. I cannot turn my back on Yeti and ruin his pride without first having sure evidence of an offense as great as you would expect to be just cause against yourself. You did not take the shot on the Watcher woman. I did not question your judgment. Yeti is doing the best he knows how. He is just not very good in the heat of battle, while you stay focused as a calculator. Judge him by a lesser standard, and help me make do with what we have.
George had also rushed to the scene to help if needed, making him available to listen in on the conversation.
Some problems are best resolved the old-fashioned way,
was his advice.
If Yeti wants to be an operator, you can always just help him get it. He wouldn't be the first person to get a bite on his hand when he reached too far. Shuffling him around does not make me feel any safer. That is how we got Kenny.
Eating the bitter bread of banishment.
Carmen quoted.
Exactly.
Jim agreed with her.
I would rather one of you took him out and then just shot him than have him skulking about feeling cheated of his destiny. Bean had a hard way to go on your trip to the river. Tonight he pursued that hunter alone after it had just taken out a 3-man team. I don't openly advise his method, but it's hard to argue with his results. Maybe after Yeti survives trouble enough times, he will be born again hard.
He didn't hesitate to save me either.
Alice thought that Bean deserved defending over his supposed failure at the river.
Those are famous last words in these times,
Jim told her.
No one is going after Jingle Bells alone, no matter how much trouble he might be brewing up. 5 brave men rushed into this hallway tonight. Only 2 of them came back. Suffice to say that not all the women I will be meeting with tonight are going to be happy with how this worked out.
Critias had seen enough.
There isn't much we can do here, and it's going to be an early morning.
Alice had an idea.
Maybe we should have a look around before we go home. Shouldn't we make sure there aren't any more of them hiding somewhere?
Yeah, it couldn't hurt.
Critias liked her professionalism.
Carmen will go with you. She has a nose like a bloodhound. I'm sure everyone will feel a little better knowing the place is clean.
Mandy grabbed Carmen's hand to beseech her.
Don't go out there alone against Jingle Bells.
I'm not going outside anywhere, sweetheart.
Carmen promised her.
Alice and I will just look around the garden a little bit, and then we're all going home. For now, you stay here and guard my husband. If we don't keep an eye on him, some lady will try to steal him away.
Mandy pointed down the hall.
That man over there doesn't have a head anymore. Can I sleep with you tonight?
You are a skilled negotiator.
Carmen answered, somewhat amused.
Yes, you can stay with us tonight. You can sleep on my side, and if he complains too much, I'll put him out on the couch.
As Alice and Carmen went off to search, George told Critias.
I don't blame her for not wanting to be alone after seeing this mess. More than a few people will be having bad dreams tonight after seeing that. Some strange luck to fall like that. Makes me wonder if the hunter put him there on purpose.
Critias said.
Carmen insisted we bring Mandy, figuring it was better to be here with us if the house was coming down. I would have preferred her not having to see these kinds of things.
George had to chuckle.
That's why you won't be getting any tonight. I think I even feel bad for you. You're living proof that a bed full of teenage girls is not the fantasy they sold it as.
She was looking extra fine at the pool today.
Critias admitted meaning Carmen, and that he had been looking forward to having her alone.
It seems to me Carmen is going to need a long shower after this. I'm going to ensure that she gets a right thorough decontamination. Where there is a will, there is a way.
Time for me to go then,
George said as he turned to Mandy.
Why don't you come along with me, and I'll walk you back to our building. Your Uncle George has his own private stash of hot chocolate powder. You can have a cup at my place until Carmen is finished up here and then comes by to get you.
Critias liked the idea. He told her,
You go with George. Carmen wouldn't want you to have to wait here looking at all this ugly mess. We will come get you just as soon as we get back.
Okay.
Mandy agreed. On their way out, she said to George in a low voice,
He only seems grumpy. Critias never hits us or anything.
I'm tempted sometimes.
Critias called after her.
No, you're not.
She called back. Critias had spent about an hour helping with the cleanup before he heard Fat Jack on the radio calling for a general readiness check of the entire guard community. They were to certify that everyone had properly loaded weapons and were where they were supposed to be. The shift leader had to bring him a full report as soon as he was able in further demonstration of just how efficiently organized they needed to be. Not long after that, Kevin arrived to perform a dismembering autopsy on the body of Growler. He collected various tissue samples as the pieces went unceremoniously into oil drums for later disposal. There was an overriding necessity by general consensus that the bodies of the 3 slain guardsmen needed to go promptly to the incinerator. The regenerative nature of the infection would eventually revive them as ghouls, which was completely unacceptable to all concerned. No one wanted the men's brains to reawaken in that nightmarish state. It was also true that the bodies were a contamination hazard in general, making them unsafe to handle or transport about, except out of dire necessity. Right after Kevin inspected the corpses and got them into body bags, members of the G&P community took them away for immediate destruction. The fallen men would have funerals in the morning, but their bodies would not attend the same service. Carmen spent the time giving Alice instructions on the proper way to bug hunt a property for lurking enemies. It was as much about avoiding their ambush as it was about the right places to look and the proper order in the process of elimination. For her own part, Carmen called upon her greatly enhanced sense of smell to assure herself that Growler was the only ghoul that had managed to penetrate the defenses. Alice's Delta helmet had comparable olfactory scanners. She found Carmen's lessons, including the use of super smell, as genuinely informative. Bean, Dan, Blue, and Yeti went through a decontamination inspection that determined that none of them had sustained any injuries apart from Yeti, who had bruised himself in several places with his assorted floundering. Their half of the night shift was over by then, and they were free to go after the second shift teams arrived to replace them. Word traveled fast in their community. Bean got full credit for taking down Growler, with a notable assist from Danny the Ear. Blue came across as a good man who had done right by jumping down into the corn rows, sight unseen, because future defense demanded immediate brave action. Yet he stood apart as a target of private mockery that fell short of direct accusations that he was somehow to blame. As they all headed out of the garden building in the elevator, Alice asked Critias,
Do you think it would be all right if I stayed with Bean tonight?
He has every right to celebrate his success.
Critias answered her.
He is not going to be doing it on you. He stays in the barracks anyway. I think you would find the audience discomforting.
Critias looked over at Bean.
You did a fine job up there tonight, just not that good, though. When Carmen killed Grendel, all I gave her was a pat on the head. If you think I'm going to toss you, Alice, like a party platter, you need to think again.
Bean threw up his hands in defensive innocence.
It wasn't my idea. I didn't ask you. She came up with that all on her own.
He could stay over in my room.
Alice offered. Critias asked her,
What about Mandy?
Mandy is staying with me tonight.
Carmen reminded him.
Now that you have mentioned it, you do owe me my reward for Grendel.
He scowled at his wife.
Whose side are you on here, woman?
She could only read his annoyed expression through his armor by knowing him so well.
Bean was the man.
Dan took Bean's side without getting too personal. Carmen shrugged to show that she was not deliberately trying to be a problem.
Bean wouldn't betray my trust in my own home. Would you, Bean? You know I would unscrew your scalp and then punch your brain into your neck.
Not willingly.
He answered honestly without thinking. Carmen repeated,
See, not willingly. It's already late and we have to be up early.
Critias's thoughts went to the realization that he would leave soon with Carmen. The two of them already let the girls feel like they had a stable home they could look forward to in the future. He wasn't sure how it would play out when the time came that they would have to abandon the girls entirely. From that, he considered that it might be for the best if Alice had someone to look after her once they were gone. Maybe if things went right, they could count on Bean to watch out for Mandy as well. Alice sensed he was about to cave in, so she pleaded.
Please.
No doing any of that, you know what?
He warned her.
Cross my heart.
Alice pledged.
Just this once, then.
He finally agreed.
We're not stupid, you know. If you pull something, I will find out, and then you can be damn sure that it won't be happening again.
Alice was content with her victory. She wisely left it at that. Critias stopped off at the King's Tower lobby showers to give Carmen her long-overdue reward for slaying Grendel. Because he was going to have her anyway, it was his way of killing two birds with the same bone. Before anything besides the water heated up, Carmen washed his hair while she worked through some confused thoughts. She eventually asked him,
How do you feel about those 3 men who died?
Critias didn't understand that she asked for moral and social guidance rather than just made idle conversation.
I think it is terrible. It is always hard to lose good people.
She asked,
Do you want me to cry at the funeral?
In much of the literature that she had on the topic, it was appropriate and flattering for a man to have many weeping mourners at his funeral.
I understand that in some cultures they employ women to cry at funerals. They sometimes tear their clothes in grief.
Her last description made him assume that she would dramatically overreact to the point that it would be embarrassing, so he declined offhandedly.
No, I don't think you should cry. Everyone here has seen more than their fair share of deaths. We will have a funeral to show our respect. Also to just put it behind us. Life goes on, and people can get sloppy, make stupid mistakes if they dwell on it for too long.
So everyone needs to keep a stiff upper lip against adversity,
She suggested as an explanation.
Pretty much.
He agreed with that.
It was unfortunate, and they will be missed. With that said, we don't want everyone demoralized. There is an ever-present danger outside these walls. People should never forget. They also need to be able to sleep at night with some peace of mind. It would be best not to give everyone the impression that we are all doomed to the same fate. Everyone needs to roll with this loss and get back to the business of living.
She took his advice to heart, and in so doing, applied it. Carmen respected that the men had given their lives for the more important community. There was nothing she could do for the dead, and were she to dwell on the issue, it would cause her to neglect the necessary routines of living, as well as demoralize those around her. Carmen literally cleared her mind of the negative aspects so that she could devote all of her attention to enjoying her husband. She wasn't going to let him take her upstairs for sleep until they had worn themselves out for anything else but contented slumber. Carmen was pleased to discover that he was of the same mind. George's apartment was 2 floors higher up in King's Tower. Critias and Carmen stopped by to retrieve Mandy before going home, where everyone would get as much sleep as they could before the day started all over again.
Chapter 9. Countdown.
3 empty coffins and framed pictures were the funerary representations for the cremated guards that Growler had killed. As the populace arrived in the morning for breakfast in Funland, the community had the opportunity to pay their respects and speak of their memories about the fallen gods. All three of the dead men left surviving women who had loved them and wept profusely over their deaths. Critias led Carmen past the memorial service so they could honor the slain men. He told their weeping ladies,
"We all slept soundly at night knowing what brave men watched over us."
He looked to Carmen to see if she had something she wanted to say. Carmen did not speak to the women. She spoke to him instead.
By this you should remember that man earns his right to retake his world. It is not a gift for you to deliver. It is their hard-won victory. We owe it to them. You owe it to them.
It was her way to rationalize her pain over the fact that she would step back and then watch as he vanished home to the future. She had forever left that future behind so she could have their brief time of love together. He had to leave, but Carmen would not suffer long in her agony. Critias would save the future and all mankind, but first he would have to pay for it. He understood only that she talked about their mission to take a cure back to the future. Their mission was not to deliver a Christmas present, as would generous Santa Claus. Humanity would spend centuries in hell to earn its second chance to walk freely under the sun. In the moment, Critias thought he believed it too. Carmen knew better than Critias. She understood that men had stronger forces than only pride or duty that drove their masculine ambitions. She told the women of the fallen gods,
We know your men would rather have lived to stay in this world with you. It is our curse that we must send our men we love out to places they would prefer not to go. We never get to forget that they may not come back to us. In this hour of their finest bravery, when you desire them most, they are utterly out of reach. You have my deepest sympathies.
If Critias had advised her differently, and perhaps more wisely, she would have cried for the women in her sympathy, since she had some understanding of how they suffered. Instead, Carmen quickly washed the fellow feeling from her mind to better concentrate on her obligation to the people as a whole. She would remain stoic in the face of tragedy. Carmen had lost none of her emotions where the loss of Critias was concerned. It was more that she had set him aside as the exception to her new rule that there was no comforting the dead, and public displays of sorrow demoralized the living. Even when she seized onto that conclusion, Carmen's software rebelled, because her program still churned in its effort to purge from her what Critias saw as her ignorance about the subtleties of compassion. Though Carmen's words rang true with the three women in mourning, they didn't alleviate any of their suffering. To the contrary, she made them even more upset, as they fully realized the magnitude of their loss. Critias abhorred the sight of women in abject misery. The contrast of Carmen, who had armored herself against their tragedy, made her seem cruel and uncaring to him. He didn't realize that he was the cause of her condition on multiple levels, and instead he blamed her actions as being another sign of her android's indifference to the human condition. He whispered in her ear,
"You could at least pretend to care what happens to these people."
His comment and his reaction enlightened Carmen almost instantly. It was not a lack of reflection, but rather the astounding swiftness of it that took place mostly in her parallel inorganic mind. All the possibilities as to why she was in error rapidly reduced to the simplest and most obvious conclusion. The error stemmed from the fact that Critias had simply been wrong. His advice to her had been offhanded, short-sighted, and in complete contradiction to his actual needs. For her own part, Carmen understood all too well what kind of pain was involved when a woman suffered that kind of loss. That he would return to the future and she would never see him again had been gnawing away at her since they had first arrived. His suggestion that she was indifferent to loss and would have to pretend to care was exasperating, to say the least. She glanced over at the coffins, and for a moment she imagined how she would feel if one of the boxes represented Critias, whose body had gone to the incinerator of his time machine that would annihilate his matter from her world. Carmen saw the women's grief as subdued, because for her, mere tears would not be nearly sufficient a catharsis. It had been bad enough when she only had to endure the knowledge that she was about to lose him, while also having to keep those feelings a secret from him. Having him challenge her to express those feelings was enough to make Carmen snap. The look of deadly anguish on Carmen's face when she came back around was enough to make Critias take a step in retreat. All he could think of to say was,
"Carmen,"
as if her name would remind her to get control of herself. Her oath that she would never raise a hand against him again forever bound her, so at least in that there was no chance that Carmen was going to attack him. It didn't imply that anyone else would be safe if they made the mistake of provoking her.
There There's nothing in these coffins,
she told him loudly as if it was a profound observation. Her emotion was a mixture like broken-hearted rage.
It's like the man you love has just vanished into nothingness, swallowed up by both time and space. There isn't even a body to cry over as some kind of proof that your love had ever existed. Everyone around you pretends to understand, but they don't. How could they? They still have the people they love. They still have everything, while all you have left is nothing but memories. Only the better your memories are, the more it hurts now that your lover is gone.
That was when Carmen really let the room know what she thought.
That talking freak out there is the cause of this.
I would storm into his dirty little hideout and kill every single one of them. I would build pyramids from their severed heads, as would the pagans of old, and that would not even begin to satiate my revenge. What difference would anything make ever again? I would not even bother coming back to this place. Life would be death to me. I would rip this world apart until the whole earth was crying blood.
She paused to stare Critias down. Carmen stood straight and calm to prove that she did still have all her soldierly self-control.
Grendel, the lightning, the watcher woman, you leave me behind while that halite hunter attacks the riverboat. Don't delude yourself into thinking I don't feel. Do you think I don't know the meaning of ludus? No one ever asked you to join. They raised us both as slaves to fight and die. Great is the honor of Critias. Great is the glory of Critias. Great will be the funerary kleos of Critias.
Her voice went low and dark with the truth of it.
Great will be the pity for the wife of Critias as she rots alone in blackest loneliness.
It was enough for him to offer his arms. Carmen fell into them where she sobbed bitterly. It was the only real goodbye they would ever have. Critias wouldn't ever understand the truth until it was already too late. When he got his chance to say goodbye to her, it would be before Carmen ever left the future or lived the life that gave it any meaning. They bore a curse that would have its cruel measure of them as surely as time marched on until it trampled them into dust. One of the women asked of Critias,
"Is it true that you found a camera? They filmed what happened to them?"
They found a camera.
He confirmed the truth of it.
I don't know what is on it. Jim has it, and that is all I know of it. I know from seeing the body of the hunter that they wounded it before they went down fighting. Those brutes can soak up a lot of hits without falling.
"Don't let the film be used to shame them,"
the woman insisted.
"I would have Trevor remembered for his bravery and not any lapse of judgment if he had one."
She meant Sloane, whom everyone else spoke of by his surname.
I'm sure Jim is already mindful of that.
Critias said to be reassuring in that they could give her that much in an effort to medicate her loss.
I'll mention it to him again anyway.
When everyone had their seats for breakfast, Jim took the opportunity to address the room on matters of the 3 deaths. After his expected words of remorse for the loss, he got to the issue that was still on the minds of most.
The 2 teams involved in this incident acted swiftly to contain the situation. Our investigation has concluded that no deliberate negligence on anyone's part was at fault. As terrible as it is that we lost 3 valiant men last night, the losses could have been much worse. It is by the very success of our GNP community that we derive the false impression that their task can seem routinely easy. It is unfortunate that occasions like this, and what happened that night when we lost Jeremy, serve to remind us that their service is anything but ordinary. There is no certainty in the contest between man and hunter. 6 men charged in bravely to secure the safety of us all. 6 were brave, but only 3 were fortunate in coming back alive. Only those who are facing such powerful enemies can judge when it is wiser to hold your gate or to rush in. We only ask that those who take up the calling do not sleep or run away from danger. There are those among you who have volunteered to go out and exact our revenge upon the ghouls over this attack. I will not send our best and bravest into such a hazard for a cause as petty as revenge, especially when exacted on mindless creatures incapable of lamenting our retribution. As you all know, Fat Jack led a courageous and successful excursion on the river to retrieve the heavy equipment we needed to secure our safety. Those of you who would prefer that we run out and destroy a few of them will have to take comfort in knowing that in good time we will march out to deal with them all. 3 men are dead, their guns are now idle. If some of you feel sufficiently driven to honour their sacrifice, take up their weapons and stand their posts as they once did.
As everyone got down to the business of eating their rather unelaborate morning meal, Tony Banjo commented aloud to the captain's table,
"I heard that 7 men were involved."
It was an obvious contradiction to what Jim had said about 6 men being brave. Jim heard Tony clearly enough and replied,
"Perhaps I should reprimand Bean and Danny for not just keeping the hunter contained until reinforcements arrived. How smart was it for them to cowboy in there?"
Tony got the message that the issue was about being sloppy.
Lucky number 7 was that same guy who choked up when Jack took him out on the river. I think we deserve to know just what kind of man he is, in case we ever have to be near him when he is holding a gun and crying to Jesus instead of sending ghouls to meet him.
Jim waited for their hostess to move away before he explained.
It seems that he was sightseeing off the roof and accidentally flashed that hunter with a laser designator. When the others thought they could smell the thing stinking up the corn, Yeti was quick to volunteer to stick his face in there to find out. If you were dogging the guy for being yellow, would he go poking around in bushes to look for the hunter if he really thought it was in there? I have checked the records, and Yeti volunteers for forager escort duty every chance he gets. Yeti was in Radio City, and he went with Jack on that mission where they encountered the Halide hunter, Saltback, if you will. Even then, Yeti hadn't hesitated to leave the boat so he could rush out to the elk along with the others. There seems to be something wrong with Yeti, and since I am not a master warrior myself, I can't really tell you what it is. I do know that Yeti is not simply a coward, or that he doesn't want to do his part. He tries hard, but it seems that the work is too much for him. I maintain my hopes that with experience, he will do better.
I suppose he didn't know about the hunter.
Tony agreed with the logic.
So what did he do next? I know Blue and Dan. They're both reliable shooters, and that Bean Kid has proved himself twice now. Yet he just stood around with his thumb up his ass while the others chased that hunter into the dark?
Jim cleaned his fingers on his napkin before he said,
When Blue climbed down into the corn to cover the spot where the hunter came up, Yeti was covering him from above. The bottom line is that the rest of Yeti's team was there. If the GNP kick him out, that is their business. If there is more to this that only they know, they might toss his ass off a roof. Yeti is not a bad guy. He just doesn't have the gift. My 3 options are, let him keep trying, we dump his body in the river, or we browbeat him so low he goes crazy.
Carmen had regained her composure. No one blamed her for the dramatic expression of grief she had let out, and many had appreciated it since it mirrored their own feelings that they would like to see some hot-headed revenge against Jingle Bells. As to the topic at hand, she chimed in,
It would be unwise to isolate anyone with shame. A suicidal person could be a danger to many people, not just themselves. A person with ambitions for heroism might go so far as letting ghouls into the city so that they could stage rescuing us as a means of getting that level of respect.
Jim gestured to Carmen that the others should listen to her, because there they had it.
Yes, Yeti might screw up again. He might even get someone killed when he does. The rest of you might blame me for not hamstringing him right now when we had the chance. I am king, and that means I am Yeti's king. I will not undermine his manhood in some roundabout way. Others have told me I was too hard on Kenny. I tell you now, fuck him. Kenny betrayed us, and then even worse. He lied about it to our faces. Yeti is not betraying us. His crime is that he has a head full of fame quest, like some little kid.
Jim pointed at Critias.
He took Alice out on the river, and she froze up. Did we castrate him over it? Did we break Alice down until she felt worthless? If Critias can make a professional out of Alice, then tell me why one of you can't make one out of Yeti.
Hiram Davis said,
The way things are headed, I don't think we can avoid using Yeti. There is a lot of exterior work coming up. Every person we have that can be trusted will need someone tagging along to help watch their back. All the normal operations will need warm bodies at the same time. The issue is not that this Yeti guy is unwilling to step up for action. If he wants to stretch his neck out, he is going to get his wish.
Fat Jack agreed.
I foresee a lot of people doing rifle duty that we normally would not expect of them. Under those conditions, Yeti becomes an experienced veteran who at least knows what trouble looks like and what to expect out there. As far as Kenny goes, I think he is more useful now as a warning to others than he ever was when he was working as a guard. I did a spot check after the incident last night. The rest of the G&P citywide was on the ball. Everyone on duty was sober, rested, and in their assigned positions. Everyone passed the weapons readiness check. The whole off-duty force rapidly mobilized and reported to their officers once the alert sounded. If there had been intrusions at other locations or a larger problem at the garden, we would have been ready to engage it.
Critias said,
The only outstanding issue I see is the engagement policy. Some people charged in aggressively and died. Other people charged in aggressively and solved this problem. I would have done the same thing, as would many of the people here.
Their job is to risk their lives.
Jim reminded them of that harsh reality.
That is a decision that can't be made from a captain's table. If Sloane's team had killed the hunter, we would be patting them on their backs. Since they died trying, we are still grateful for their efforts. They are going to have to decide for themselves what their smart move is. Either choice can be right or wrong.
Before it slipped his mind, Critias asked Jim about the video camera.
The woman of that guard, Sloane, told me she was concerned that the film of the team we lost last night would get around, possibly make them look bad. I would like to know how that hunter got the better of them.
Only a few seconds of the recording captured the encounter.
Jim revealed.
From the way they filmed it, the way they pointed their lights, and their muzzles, it was like they were expecting to meet him eye to eye. Sloane went into the north room, off the hall first. The hunter had been skulking in the bathroom, I think, and came at him from there. They met at such close range, and the hunter had near 3 feet of height on him. His AR-15 was too long to give him any space to maneuver in those close quarters. Stalking with the intent to shoot something directly in front of him, rather than upwards, resulted in those torso hits. Mitchell had his camera strapped to his hard hat, filming from out in the hallway. The hunter snatched Sloane out of frame with that long reach. Henderson went in to help, but the hunter was already waiting for him just around the doorway. It hit him hard enough to throw him back into Mitchell, and that knocked loose the camera. From the audio, I'd say the hunter didn't hesitate to follow out into the hall. In that tight space, against his long reach, they didn't last more than a couple of seconds. I think it was Mitchell that got off the last few shots.
Plenty of valuable lessons in all that,
Henry observed. He knew something about hunters having shot Salt back.
A lot easier fight out in the open. In close quarters, a hunter has a lot of edge.
Hiram's take on it was,
I think we should recommend it be standing policy for them to hold their gates against future break-ins. The G&P are not set up for CQB with hunters. If they want to rush into it, they should do it knowing it is not expected of them.
Go ahead and talk to Stig about it then.
Jim agreed with the notion.
Anyone who could take down a hunter with a pistol or a sword would end up on a forager team anyway.
Carmen commented,
It's unfortunate that Yeti didn't get his shot when it was still in the corn. If he had only gotten lucky, it would have changed everything.
We're taking out the trash today,
George told them.
I could take Yeti along with us. Even if I don't need him, it will be a chance to find out if what happened to him last night cracked his pot or toughened him up a bit.
Jim didn't show any enthusiasm for that.
It's too soon for Yeti to be under pressure again. He has enough on his mind at the moment. I'm not trying to force him into having a complete mental breakdown. Why do we need a trash run again so soon anyway? I thought we agreed to burn as much of it as we could, and the metal scrap would go to the welders.
Commander Derrick was present, and he was in charge of the metal fabricators directly as well as being the supervisor of construction in general. He answered for himself.
That is what we are doing. The fact is, every nickel and dime piece of metal scrap is not worth the time or the material of my welders. We are using what we can. With all the gutting of the garden building for new apartments, the trash is really piling up. Anyway, it isn't all from our end.
He gestured over to a woman at the table who was the commander of decontamination services.
Her Supreme Highness said she wanted all the mess from the shootout last night to go out on the truck. They loaded up that dead Herculoid that Kevin dissected, bloody carpets and drywall. It's all boxed up on the drag mat and ready to go.
Grace.
Jim looked to the woman.
You couldn't burn any of that?
No.
She answered him resolutely.
My people risked their lives once getting it cleaned up. I'll be damned if they are going to handle it all a second time trying to stuff it in that incinerator. There are nails, staples, and God knows what in that trash. If you want it burned, you have some of your mess makers haul it on down there. They can handle it several more times and see how they like it.
She looked over to George.
Would you rather go dump it or handle it again for burning?
I'm not going to touch it any more than I have to.
George answered her.
I prefer the devil I know, so the truck is fine with me.
Jim preferred to have his people stay off the streets while they had that armed watcher woman prowling around out there. If she wasn't bad enough, Jingle Bells' second pet hunter had broken down one of their doors. On both occasions with Jingle Bells' minions, they had suffered casualties. Jim didn't think that it was a great idea for him to send out a trash dump team so they could end up as a potential ambush target for one of their enemies. He finally said,
The argument for not burning it is reasonable enough. We want to get rid of it without anyone getting hurt. If the truck is the safer of the two options, we will go with that.
With that out of the way, Jim asked Kevin,
Did you learn anything from this second hunter you examined?
I did.
Kevin confirmed he had.
My examination of the lock that secured the chain on his ankle shows that it was quite new. There was none of the wear and impacted grime we would expect to find if it had been there for a long time while that creature was trudging around in the wild. My examination of the chain links confirms that they endured considerable stress before failing under pressure. From this evidence, I conclude that the hunter was a pet, if that term serves. In all probability, it escaped from captivity.
It gets worse,
said Bob.
Kevin took samples from that hunter last night. We compared them in the lab against some studies we had done previously using tissue we took from Grendel. Using the new gas chromatography mass spectrometer, we have proven that both those hunters had traces of the same rare and unusual chemical compound in their systems. They both had come into contact with that chemical poisoning antidote that Carmen brought back from the basement with the seed stocks vault.
Carmen told everyone,
I brought back one case with 5 injector pens and destroyed the rest. Our investigation at the time suggested that Grendel had tried the serum on himself as an antidote when he first contracted infection as a human. Based on the available food, that being his former companions, and the damage he did leaving the building, we were under the impression he had radically grown in size in a matter of days, perhaps as long as 2 weeks.
We performed some experiments in the lab using the serum Carmen provided for us.
Kevin informed the group.
Under what we would call normal conditions, the common ghouls do not prolong their existence through cellular division unless some injury releases the chemical triggers to initiate it for regenerative purposes. Their existing cells are essentially immortal, capable of repairing damage to themselves individually, far in excess of what uninfected cells are capable of doing. This serum causes a ghoul to undergo rampant cellular division, resulting in a proportioned expansion of body mass, similar to the development of an adolescent animal metamorphosing into adulthood, only much faster than any natural organism. In simplest terms, the rate of growth is so extreme that the nourishment required to fuel this hyperactive metabolic change is the actual limiting factor. In my opinion, a hunter made in this fashion would be able to eat continuously if the food was available, and the body would increase in size at about 1/3 the weight of the nourishment it ingested. I believe that if I were to make my own hunter in the laboratory and feed it intravenously, I could make a fully sized Grendel in only 10 days. Even if these figures somewhat exaggerate the actual growth rate, it would make little difference to us. A Grendel in 10 days or 30 is equally problematic.
From her story and the other evidence, Jim assumed the worst. He asked Carmen,
Do you think it is possible that some of those cases of serum were already missing by the time you got there and destroyed them?
I considered it possible at the time,
she admitted.
This is not proof or anything, but I got the impression from the irregularity of the stacks inside that freezer that some of the injectors had been taken. One row was shorter, maybe by 5 boxes. I couldn't find any sort of inventory list to check against, and I did search for it. My only reasonable argument against the possibility is that we had considerable difficulty climbing down there using an elevator shaft. The stairwell had total blockage from what I assume was an Outbreak Days helicopter crash, when they foolishly attempted to land on the unfortified roof that couldn't support the weight.
After a pause, Carmen added,
While I am confident that the helicopter landed years ago, it is entirely possible that the collapse was more recent, only after water damage weakened the roof. If that is the case, it is possible that Jingle Bells used the open stairwell. Grendel exited by the elevator, which could mean that the stairs were already blocked, or that his diseased mind remembered coming down that way, and leaving by an alternate route was beyond his impaired powers of reasoning.
Jim said it aloud for everyone.
I think it is reasonable to assume that his escaped pet hunter is proof that Jingle Bells did in fact take a supply of that serum for his own nefarious schemes. That would mean if our worst fears are realized, Jingle Bells could have another 24 hunters at his command.
Unfortunately,
said Kevin,
that is incorrect. Our analysis of this chemical agent suggests that considerably less than the dosage of a full pen would be required to trigger the growth phenomena. To know for certain would require us to make a hunter of our own under controlled conditions. If my speculation must suffice, it is conceivable that Jingle Bells could use each pen to inoculate as many as 10 specimens. Owing to the difficulty involved in regulating the delivery and Jingle Bell's limited intelligence pertaining to the realm of science, I do not believe he would manage to conserve his supply more efficiently than that.
Jim lapsed into thought for a moment as many different issues raced through his mind. He came out of it saying,
Jingle Bells could have hundreds of them.
Theoretically possible.
Carmen agreed.
I think that is highly unlikely. As Kevin explained, the logistics of feeding them would surely be well beyond his means. It might be more reasonable to say he could make hundreds of them, just not all at once. It would be more like an assembly line where he made a manageable group at a time he could afford to feed. The evidence we have also informs us that he is having control issues. These hunters require some degree of mobility, and apparently they are growing so rapidly that he is finding it difficult to keep them restrained. The good news would be that the weak chain is clearly the mistake of an amateur mad scientist. It suggests to me that this is his first batch of hunters, and not his 10th. We can bet that the rest of his hunter specimens are getting thicker chains as we speak.
It is always darkest before the dawn.
Jim offered an applicable saying.
We are weeks away from breaking out from this defensive posture into a world of new possibilities.
Carmen pulled on Critias's arm.
Let me go in there and put an end to this. We can't let a threat like this fester.
We can talk about that later.
He told her, not wanting to debate it with her again. Jim had already considered it and made his official decision.
We need to talk about it again right now.
Carmen insisted.
It's not going to happen,
he assured Carmen.
Don't bring it up here again. If you can't think of any other solution, just sit quietly and listen.
Time was something that Carmen didn't have. She wanted to prove herself and couldn't let it drop.
If we are not going to destroy this threat,
she said in an agitated tone for the whole table to hear,
then start making preparations for mass evacuation. If the plan is to do nothing but make cliché platitudes until Jingle Bells storms in here, we should be ready to save what remains after they finish tearing this place apart. We don't have enough rat catchers for when 12 hunters each break in at their own doors to let in that many armies of regular stinkers besides.
Critias had given her the only warning she was going to get.
Politely excuse yourself and go sit with the girls. You can take your breakfast with you. This has been a difficult morning for all of us. Take some time off to collect yourself.
She knew she had deliberately tested his limits, so she accepted his wishes. Carmen stood up and then said to present company,
The night's misfortunes still weigh heavily on my thoughts. If you will all excuse me, I have other responsibilities that need my attention.
Carmen took up her breakfast tray. Before she departed to sit with her daughters, as Critias asked, she looked to Christopher, the king's lion.
I intended no insult toward you. I have the highest regard for your courage and manly qualities. I had only meant to imply that there is only one of you to ensure our safety during desperate times when a dozen of you would protect us that much better.
Carmen went off on her way.
We have been in plenty of tough spots before.
Jim continued.
We stay focused and play it smart, not feel provoked to rash action.
Gloria could not remain silent over Critias having sent Carmen away. She knew that all the men would avoid involvement in how Critias spoke to his own wife. She asked in their stead,
"Why do you treat her like that?"
Critias answered her.
I can tell when Carmen is getting frustrated, and she was already that before she even sat down. You only get to see her become angry. I'm the one who sees her regret it later. I hope we can all agree that Jim is going to do more about our problems than making cliché platitudes. I'm not even sure what that means. Apart from that, I can tell when Carmen is getting condescending, and she shouldn't be jabbing at Jim regardless. If we can put aside how I handle my own marriage and get back to the business at hand, I suggest we stop bullshitting ourselves. Carmen might be a touch too aggressive, but she isn't stupid. We know Jingle Bells is smarter than he looks. The bell ringer is a scheming, manipulative bastard who wants us all dead, and he will never stop until we kill him first. That Colosseum is dripping in infectious filth. If any of you go down in there looking for him, his soldiers will be swarming like a kicked-over anthill. Your suits will rip, and if any of you did come back, it would be to get a bullet, because you will be infected. We already covered the severe limitations of close-quarters battle. If we go down in that hole after him, he has the advantage. If we do nothing and leave him be, he still has the advantage. We probably should make those preparations in case we do need an emergency evacuation, because honestly, I don't think it was all that bad an idea.
As much as Jim would have preferred otherwise, he still had his priorities, even if that meant he had to sacrifice some people to secure the survival of everyone else. He asked Critias,
Could you get him? If you two went down in there, could you finish off Jingle Bells and then make it back alive?
Critias stated,
The part of me that thinks I can do anything and survive says yes. The rest of me can't think of a single reason why it would be a good idea to try. To go in there, right, we need those new machines you're building. My opinion is that we should trust in our strengths and avoid making reckless mistakes. Whatever Jingle Bells is, he is still crazy. He will make a fatal miscalculation at some point. We should avoid doing him the same favor. I think you are right to stick with your plans. The big factor I see hanging in the balance is if you will get your plan ready before he does his.
Chris the rat catcher spoke up to say,
I will work harder so we get ready sooner. Just tell me what to do.
The table looked at the man in curious silence. He rarely spoke, and something about him made people wonder what was going to come out when he did. Because everyone stared at him, Chris explained himself.
I'm just saying that I don't really belong at this table. I get all this great food, and in return, you don't ask for very much. I know you asked me to make sure the doors would keep the mutants out, so that makes it my fault that one broke in anyway. I could work a lot harder if someone would just tell me what you want done. I want to earn my way.
The simple and honest advice was inspirational to Jim.
We put that door back up because it wasn't damaged. It was the brickwork that failed around it. That had nothing to do with you, which is why no one blamed you. As far as why I need you here, you have just given us the missing piece to this puzzle of ours. We do have ample stores of food, and we are getting plenty of rest. It is time we put all our resources to use.
Jim told the table,
Until you hear otherwise, from now on, we are on overdrive. All shifts in every service will be working sweatshop hours. If your people are not eating, showering, or sleeping, I want them working. I'm cancelling all special leave and time off for anything but medical. I want the food ration increased by half. If people are hungry, we feed them, and then they go back to work. We are throwing everything we have at this. As soon as our new light rail depot is ready, I'll call a meeting so that we can talk about the new projects that will open for us. If this is a race against Jingle Bells, to see who is ready for war first, then we will be ready first. Our greatest strengths are brains, hard work, and all that food from Denver. We are going to throw our full weight into this.
Derek complained.
My people are already giving all the good work that they have in them.
Jim dismissed that without compassion.
Then you can give them cocaine. Go talk to those new whores setting up shop and get your men blowjobs in the showers. You blow them yourself if you have to. I don't give a damn what it takes. I want those machines finished yesterday. Get it done, and don't come to me with excuses. It is either you make this happen, or I send good people on a suicide mission to destroy Jingle Bells and his monster factory. They will have at least 12 hours to push on, even after they get infected. I am not the greatest mind ever for tactical mischief, but even at first guess, if I was Jingle Bells, that whole place would be full of broken glass, boards full of nails, and rusty razor blades. Infection is the greatest weapon of the infected. Going into that Colosseum blind sounds like suicide to me. Help me have another option other than sending great people to their certain deaths.
Derek scraped all his breakfast into one bowl to take with him. As he got up to leave, he joked,
"I've got a lot of dicks to suck. I best get to it."
I'll ride along with George to take the trash out.
Critias volunteered. Kevin told him,
I need to borrow Carmen for the rest of the morning. I have some things in the lab I want her to assist me with.
That's fine.
Critias agreed.
I need to go get suited up. I will tell her on my way out.
He hurriedly shoveled the last of his breakfast into his mouth and then left, taking his coffee with him. On his way, he stopped by the table with Carmen and the girls. He told them,
Alice is coming with me to go out with George to dump the trash.
For Carmen, he added,
Kevin told me about your plans for helping him in the lab this morning.
He assumed that the two of them had discussed the matter already by interlink, even though that was not actually the case.
You do what he needs, and I'll let you know just as soon as I get back.
I didn't mean to say Jim was fatuous.
She told him ashamedly.
Well, I did mean to say it. I didn't think it was true. I wanted to get a rise out of you because you didn't agree with me. I'm sorry I did that.
I know,
he replied unoffended.
Everyone is taking your suggestions seriously. Jim is trying to make sure it doesn't come down to desperate measures. If it ever does come to that, take pride knowing you will be the first on his list for the mission.
Alice cleaned her plate and then got up to follow. She was rather excited about the prospect of going outside. Before Alice got more than a few steps, Carmen called her back.
Here,
she said as she reached down to remove her exquisite armored Delta mech suit boots.
I want you to have these. If you stepped on a nail or something and got hurt, I just couldn't live with myself.
After Alice had them, Carmen told her,
I love you, and I want you to be safe. I don't think you can imagine how much it would hurt me if you turned into a photograph atop an empty coffin.
It was a splendid gift that Alice accepted gratefully. She traded her own lesser shoes in return, so Carmen could get around without being barefoot. After Alice put them on and then secured the automated buckles, Alice high-stepped around in a sort of celebration. Overjoyed, she gave Carmen a strong, lingering hug.
I love you too. I promise to be careful and to bring Critias back safe.
Chapter 10, President's Day.
The adventurous relationship of Verloc and Romeo had been on a splendid roll since earlier that week. In the real world, they had toured the city in their new car while looting every store to their heart's content. Verloc got to enjoy herself, which made Romeo happy, and he collected enough supplies to keep them comfortable into the foreseeable future. In the realm of fantasy, Verloc had systematically scoured the local area in her search for clues as to where the Shadow Council hid the kidnapped president. The hunt for the president remained fruitless, just as Romeo had always intended. A resurgence of the Shadow Council with all their terrorist minions and a quest to rescue the president wasn't the sort of thing that he wanted to squander right away. Verloc could get many days of entertaining heroic adventure before he tied up all the story arcs and then moved on to something new. It was deep in the afternoon on that day, which was time for Romeo to get Verloc off the streets before dark. They had a carload of packages from her shopping in addition to the considerable haul of groceries that Romeo had collected. It was important to get the car back to the garage before nightfall, because the headlights would garner so much unwanted attention from both wild ghouls and the humans alike. On numerous occasions, their car had passed the actual dump site with its discarded barrels and the president's prison box. The privacy barriers around the dump site were just too good for them to be able to see anything from the adjacent streets. As they drove past on that occasion, Verloc finally solved the mystery with her keen sense of observation and some actual talent for criminal investigation. She noticed a broken tree branch with wilted leaves that hung over the hotel's sheltered side entrance driveway. The broken branch was thick and high off of the ground, while the rest of the tree was quite healthy and otherwise unscathed. She saw right away that there was no simple and obvious explanation for the wilted limb. Verloc rightly guessed that only the passage of a tall truck could have inflicted the damage as it passed down that alley. After that conspicuous hint, it didn't take long for them to drive back in behind the hotel to discover the dump site with its many scattered oil drums. Romeo slowly drove past while Verloc studied the crime scene. She didn't have to put much effort into finding the president's prison box. It was just lying there right out in the open against the back wall of the hotel. Instead of stopping to check it out, Verloc discreetly gestured for Romeo to keep driving slowly and then take them out again from the far end of the alley. Once they were safely around the next corner, Verloc had him stop. She exited the car and then removed a sound-suppressed submachine gun from the trunk. The terrorist agents of the Shadow Council were far superior to the campy low-budget minions who served Dr. Skull. Instead of cheap Jolly Roger t-shirts and black French berets, the Shadow Council commandos had full-body tactical costumes. The bodysuits of black Kevlar had rigid armor pieces in the form of pauldrons, bracers, and greaves. They also wore an upper torso cuirass along with a full helmet that included a respirator and night vision ocular screen. Verloc shot down the first 3 commandos as soon as she stepped back around the corner. Their body armor was tough, strong enough for them to soak up multiple hits and still be standing. Even in high heels, Verloc somersaulted to avoid the return fire from their automatic carbines. She continued shooting as she ran headlong into the enemy. Accurate shots to their heads proved effective despite their admirable defenses. Verloc killed 7 of them in as many seconds. She had conquered the alley and had the president safely in her possession. Romeo waited in the car while Verloc massacred the mindless ghouls who rummaged around the alley looking for something to eat. She had dodged their non-existent bullets with impressive but totally unnecessary acrobatics. In her imagination, the ghouls had been the elite Shadow Council commandos with the task of stopping her from performing a heroic rescue of the president. Romeo knew that once she had imagined talking to President Bleeberman, he would implant some clues as to where she could find the secret lair of the dastardly Shadow Council organization. Tomorrow, they could destroy that too. Verloc was always so happy after she saved the world from evil. Once Verloc's shooting subsided, Romeo drove their car back into the alley. In his watcher madness, Romeo had listened to Jim's community over his radio and concocted his adventure for Verloc based on things he overheard, but at no time did he ever take any of it seriously or really have the ability to do so. Even as he stood over the metal trunk that contained the president, Romeo did not ever stop to think that the man was actually inside of it and still alive. In any case, they didn't have the tools they needed for opening the box, and Romeo was still eager to get Verloc off the streets before sunset. His solution to both was for them to strap the prison box onto the car and then just take the container away with them. He even knew of a safe motel that was nearby, one they had used during previous role-playing adventures. The motel still had windows and a good roof, so that exposure to the rain had not ravaged the interior. Her felicitous dementia had Verloc convinced that they had arrived at a 5-star European-styled hotel and casino. The assorted ghouls that charged in to investigate the sound of their engine were to her just the dashing valets, tip-hungry bellboys, and other respectable guests. While Verloc went to the front counter to procure their suites by offering her black diamond credit card to the imaginary sophisticated proprietor that was actually a mindlessly grubbing ghoul, Romeo selected the cleanest room to take as their own for the night. After Romeo set up some oil lamps for light and then used a cargo dolly to move the prison box into the adjoining room, he walked next door to a wheel mechanic's garage where he found the requisite socket wrench that he would need to unlock the president's keyless prison. Upon his return, by the side of his love to share in her glorious moment as a couple, Romeo ratcheted out the bolts that secured the lid on their Pandora's box of troubles. Verloc verily glowed with pride over their majestic accomplishment. They had rescued the leader of the free world from the villainous plans of his Shadow Council kidnappers. When she was happy, Romeo was doubly so. After the last bolt was out and the lid open, Verloc felt disappointed as they discovered the motionless body inside. The container had been harsh in its deprivations of both air and water, combined with stifling heat during the daylight hours. Though unconscious, the president's body had not been idle. The infection had devoured his once ample extra flesh as it transformed him into a more youthful and athletic apotheosis of his former self. The president remained very much alive and in better health than he had ever been while human. Unconsciousness concealed that he was a fellow sentient infected. Though he didn't realize it at the time, Romeo was most fortunate to find the man in such a state. When awake and aware, the president would reveal that he had imprinted upon his mind a fervently consuming watcher's predilection, and it would be anything but benign.
Oh my God.
Verloc gasped.
Were we too late? Is he dead?
Romeo gestured for her to help him lift the president out of the box. The man was filthy with his own urine and soil such that he stank profusely. After he checked to find a very slow pulse, Romeo told her,
"Help me get him into the bathroom. They must have drugged him to keep him quiet. We can get these handcuffs off while we make him comfortable in the tub. I will send for the medical team. They can take over from here."
Now that they had found him, Romeo would have been happy just to abandon the body in the bathtub and then continue her adventure elsewhere. In truth, he was quite surprised that they had apparently found the real President Bleeberman. They had seen the man on television countless times and so readily recognized him. Romeo didn't really care about the man, since his insanity didn't allow for him to have such tertiary interests, but even if he could, the man was the president of absolutely nothing anymore. In a world that was all ghouls, whatever the man had been before, he was currently nothing more than a bug-eating zombie idiot of no more concern or importance than the endless legions of others identical to him that populated every street. Verloc mostly wanted to have the president thank her for his rescue. It would be one of the greatest accomplishments of her life. She couldn't just abandon the man in a bathtub covered in his own waste. Her mission still required that she track down the secret lair of the new Shadow Council and then eradicate them to their last vestige. To find that hidden base, she needed to question the president about the people he had seen and things he had heard.
We will never find their hideout without his information.
Verloc told Romeo.
We need to keep him here with us until he revives. Then he can tell us the clues we need to find the Shadow Council. If we try to contact anyone before that, the Shadow Council may intercept our signals and then come here to recover him.
Romeo had no reason at all to suspect that the president was anything other than a typical bug-chasing lesser ghoul. He understood that Verloc would imagine a self-satisfying conversation with the creature once it became mobile. Based on what he knew, he didn't really have any serious complication that would necessitate that he deny her the pleasure.
You go back to your room and relax a while,
he recommended for her.
I will clean him up and let you know when he regains consciousness.
His plan was reasonable to Verloc. She went back next door to the room they would stay in overnight. Romeo left the president in the bathtub while he went out to find some water to clean him up and also to rehydrate the body sufficiently to get it moving again. The president would not be coming around any time soon. Romeo also needed to make preparations for providing Verloc her supper. The president remained unconscious throughout the night. About the time that Jim presided over the funeral in Funland, the newly reborn Watcher awoke with a crazed fit of screams as he flailed about in his dirty bathwater. Verloc rushed into his rescue on the assumption that the Shadow Council operatives had found him and wanted to steal him away. Instead, she found him as he staggered out of the bathroom. He had to struggle just to keep his balance. She took his arm to steady him.
My name is Agent Shield, Mr. President. We're your rescue team. You're safe now.
Romeo came in to see, and then he just stayed back to observe the man. He didn't expect much in the way of cerebral function from a mere ghoul, especially one new to the world. The president coughed until he spat up phlegm, and then he said,
I'm the President of the United States of America. Where are my men?
They're all dead, sir.
Verloc told him.
They died defending your motorcade at the Denver airport when the Shadow Council kidnapped you. Can you tell me what you remember?
Romeo felt more than a little surprised to discover that the president talked, and it wasn't a pleasant revelation. Even though they were Watchers too, Romeo considered his own kind to be generally more trouble than they were worth. He also recognized that Verloc's personality was predisposed to the idea that she should take orders from the president. If things went poorly for Romeo, Verloc might even begin to take her hypnotic suggestions from the president as the new inspiration for her fantasy adventures. That relationship with a talking president would eventually drive Romeo out of the picture entirely. Obviously, Romeo would never allow anything or anyone to push him out of Verloc's life. He wasn't going to let the matter progress to the point that something like that happened. Exactly how he would solve that issue was anything but simple. If he were to attack the president, attempt to assassinate him from Verloc's point of view, she would quite likely defend the man with lethal force. That was how serious the problem was at its first inception. Romeo already felt at risk that Verloc might shoot him if he ever threatened the president.
They came and attacked me.
The president recalled aloud.
They killed all my men, and they took my food.
His expression became sorrowful as he remembered the worst part of what happened to him.
They took away my work, my precious movies.
Then his expression twisted into something vengeful and vicious.
They took away all my pretty horse.
Verloc asked.
Are you hungry, sir? We have food in the next room. I'll go get it for you while Romeo helps you get dressed.
To the fortune of everyone involved, Verloc felt that she derogated the president by being a woman, an underling that witnessed him in such an ignobly naked state. She excused herself and then left the room. From the president's expressions, Romeo could already tell that the man's mind was predisposed toward violent urges. Romeo also recognized the way the man's eyes clung to Verloc's perfect ass as she walked out. If the president attempted a sexual assault on her, Romeo would have to intervene, and then everything would get ugly in a hurry. Instead, things were going to get ugly at a more leisurely pace. Once she had returned to her own room, Romeo considered what he should do with the president. He certainly didn't want the man to follow them around. It was really just a matter of figuring out how he could get rid of him without upsetting Verloc. It seemed a stroke of luck when the president wandered about the dirty motel room for a moment in a sort of autistic detachment before he abruptly went to his prison box, took up the socket wrench, and then walked out the door, perhaps to run off, never to return. Romeo knew better than to trust to his luck where the well-being of Verloc was concerned. He followed the president out to the parking lot to make certain the man stayed away from her, and he didn't demolish their new vehicle. The fine suit of clothes that Romeo wore got the attention of some local wandering infected. Their bizarre need to get close to normal humanity made them approach out of curiosity. The naked president did not interest them at all, since he looked like what he was, and thus, like gravewalking, they paid him no mind. As the ghouls approached, Romeo saw in the president's expression that their good times were soon to turn rancid. The man expressed no gratitude whatsoever for his rescue. Romeo's concern over the president's lustful ogling of the lovely Verloc was well-founded. In her madness, she would have remained innocently unaware of the devilish intentions behind the lecherous gaze, even if she had seen it. The president looked about at the buildings of the city, and from them he recognized where he was. He mentally stumbled through the confusion until it came out with the words,
King Louis stole all my pretty girls, my sweet little horse.
His rage became manifest in the outward-bound clues of his eyes that gawked feverishly and his meaty fists that clenched repeatedly. As the president studied the nearby infected, his mind flushed with vivid images of horrifically lethal sexual atrocities that could make the worst historical madman blush in shame. His unmanageable urges to bring those visions to fruition gathered steam and would eventually erupt, probably sooner rather than later. The infected were murderously vicious creatures in the presence of humanity, while in the company of only other ghouls, they were more like pitiful children that wandered stupidly in a haze of retardation. The president was too brain-damaged from his transformation to recall that he used to be terrified of the infected. It wasn't fear on his mind when a comely female ghoul blundered too close. The infection kept her so athletically firm and beautifully figured. Only a few scraps of dirty rag failed to conceal her magnificently proportioned nudity. With explosive rage, the president seized the woman by her unkempt hair and then repeatedly whipped her across the head and face with his socket wrench. His victim wailed in pain while she fought to escape until the flurry of blows concussed her into limp submission. With his dazed captive thusly pacified, he scalp-dragged her back to his ratty hovel of a motel room where he stuffed her head first half inside the prison box so that he could more conveniently begin her blood-spattered raping. The infected female victim didn't remain unconscious for long. Being a common ghoul, she lacked the capability to make intelligible speech. Her agonized screeches as she thumped inside the box with desperate resistance made a noise overly loud enough that it reached Verloc next door. A considerably worse and even louder screaming came from the president as he frothed out heinously vulgar profanity. There seemed to be no end to the vile filth that could spew from the president's mouth while he wreaked his sadistic violence. Amidst all the blood and screams, Romeo learned a hard lesson in Pyrrhic victory. His ill-conceived mission had at first successfully provided Verloc with the most self-esteeming accomplishment of her role-played career as Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. That success had also positioned her into wanting more such adventures as the Secret Service protector of the real President of the United States. Instead of the man being some kind of heroic mastermind that would finally destroy the Shadow Council, the President was a darker figure than the supreme leader of Shadow Council was ever supposed to be. Romeo saw no hope at all that he might craft new spy adventures around the president, while the man behaved so wickedly that he made the Shadow Council seem like prissy schoolgirls as they had a backyard tea party for their dolls. As difficult as it would have been for Romeo to weave new tales of daring action espionage around the president as a merely disinterested non-participant like any other ghoul would be, there was no chance at all that he could work with an intensely vocal, profanity-spewing, rapacious slash-ripper maniac that would almost certainly turn his evil on Verloc when the mood for it finally struck him. The crazed man would never help provide a fulfilling fantasy life for Verloc ever again. The president lacked even the presence of mind to first desire his revenge against King Louis for having rendered the sentence that inflicted his humiliating downfall. The watcher that Romeo had released from the box was entirely incompatible with Verloc's beautifully embellished madness-generated alternative reality. Worse than being incompatible with her hopes and dreams, the president was properly poised to destroy them with his ludicrously grotesque insanity circus of violence. To top the situation all off, if Romeo killed the president, Verloc would then perceive Romeo as a traitorous assassin, and then her mission would be to eliminate him in retaliation. The rage and violence of the president finally peaked when he dragged his brutally raped victim into the bathroom, tossed her into the bathtub, and then used the heavy porcelain cover from the back of the toilet to bash her brains out with liberal extra blows for no sane reason. Drenched in his victim's blood, the president broadly grinned as he headed back outside to shop for a new playmate. As a man, he had feared and hid himself from ghouls. As a watcher, he had become a merciless and insatiable predator of them. The greatest hope left that Romeo could expect from the fallen potentate was that he would get himself killed in an attempt to destroy the humans of the tower. Not even that could happen until the president finally grew bored with the outlandish perversity that he performed against the endless parade of defenseless, unintelligent people that wandered the streets of the city. As the horrific sounds of serial murder subsided, Verloc returned to investigate and perhaps diminish her growing sense of unease about the unsavory goings-on. When she re-entered the room, she saw fresh blood slung everywhere and a bucketful that soaked the bed. A mutilated body had made for a broad, irregular brush as it painted the drag marks that crossed the floor from the bed to the bathroom. Verloc easily followed the gory blood trail to discover the bludgeoned corpse crumpled in the bathtub, with its head collapsed, and savagely deep bite wounds that covered the one remaining breast. Romeo rushed to her with the intention to disarm the situation for her psychological protection. After he had gently nudged past, he pulled the shower curtain closed to hide the graphically butchered woman. He told her,
"That woman was second in command for suicide bomb-making operations in the Shadow Council Terracell network. The president had no choice but to use enhanced harsh interrogation techniques to get critical information from her that will save our freedoms and thousands of innocent lives."
It was a ridiculous lie, of course, based on the identical hustle that he recalled having seen used on the television news countless times when they covered up similarly incongruous inhumanities. Oft-repeated propaganda did work best, making it a suitable excuse he could use to benumb Verloc's burgeoning intelligence that had begun to see the hideous reality beneath her fantasy. A body out of sight was nearly out of mind. Romeo's story seemed quite plausible to a personality as susceptible to deceptive reasoning as was hers. Even so, there was some clear hesitation in Verloc's acceptance that showed in the way that she walked out of the bathroom. Verloc paused to glance back at Romeo as she had second thoughts. Something about the way she looked at him let Romeo know that she was having doubts about his loyalty to her. The twisted president soon returned to his room, and he dragged his next sleigh rape victim by the hair. It was a young man that was apparently no less appetizing to the evil madman than had been the woman he first snatched off the street and then mutilated. The president had discarded his inadequate socket wrench after he had used it to incapacitate his new victim. His current weapon was a large screwdriver that he felt was more suitable for the stabbing and other unsavory purposes he found so amusing.
"They found another second-in-command suicide terrorist,"
Romeo told Verloc as he still kept to the old standard television news script. He took her arm to escort her out before she saw anything more.
"If they learn anything actionable from the enhanced interrogation, I will have you informed immediately. Finding the Shadow Council's secret lair is just too important to allow for any delay."
As he ushered her out, Verloc kept looking back since she wanted to see more.
"Maybe I should stay to help,"
she said, in the hope that she might witness something more in tune with her delusional sensibilities. Verloc not only needed to explain away her world's intrinsic zombie wasteland motif, but she also needed to see a heroic president who wasn't a sadistically brutal monster. Romeo could never allow her to watch as the president went wild with diabolical evil. He had no other choice but to get her out of there. He told her insistently,
"You are not trained for special rendition interrogation, Agent Shield. The president needs you to get some rest so that you are ready for your next action mission."
The belief that the president would need her later for something exciting was enough to win Verloc's compliance for the moment. She willingly departed for her own room in the vacant motel. Romeo went out to the car to get himself a pistol. He would have it handy in case the president went after Verloc, and she hesitated to suppress the man herself. He desperately wanted to storm into the room and then put a hollow point into the demented homewrecker's brain. He knew if he did such an impetuous act, it would surely set Verloc off on a hostile tangent against himself. No, Romeo would not dispatch him yet, not when it would have negative ramifications for Verloc and thus himself. After he closed the door to the president's room to cut down on the noise, Romeo went to Verloc's room. Just being apart from her at all quickly became unbearable. Verloc sat on the edge of her motel room bed with her shoulders slumped as she dragged a laborious hand along her forehead, then over her skull, to end with pressure at the back of her neck in a sort of self-grooming remedy to her anxiety. All the while, her other hand held her loaded pistol, which she thankfully kept pointed at the floor. Normally, her Agent Shield personae didn't experience moral doubts or become perturbed in the face of difficulty. Unfortunately for Romeo, normal was far from the sort of day she was having. Total infatuation had always drove Romeo to study her every mannerism with reverential intimacy. Her new apprehensive gestures, morosely suicidal postures, and gradual slide into progressively uncongenial depression were eroding away his fragile stability too. The quixotic Verloc was anything but an astute observer of reality. The president's behavior was just so inexcusably appalling that not even she could muster enough insanity to garble it into something plausible or remotely palatable. Even though she was wildly insane and a watcher, Verloc was not any form of debased villain. Her romantic madness contained at its core the truly noble heart of a heroine, one that saved the whole world and did it rather frequently, even if that meant jousting windmills. Agent Shield was an elegantly fashionable family-rated super spy. Not even her darkest top villains were supposed to have ultra-hardcore snuff fetishes. It wasn't within the purview of Verloc's mental illness to reject the improbable yet accurate truth that the president really was in the next room. She did have the capacity to modify some of her less factual delusions into serviceable hallucinations. Her long-standing suspicions about Romeo being a spy had never really been a concern, since elite secret agents like her often had to seduce handsome rival operators using nights of caviar and mutually copious silk-sheeted orgasms until eventually turning them to her side with the white hats. It was that old belief which Verloc was effectively re-evaluating. The apparently devoted loyalty of Romeo was in actuality the deceptive maneuverings of a wily enemy double agent who was the real cause of her dreadful moral quandary. The infected boy in the next room did not become comatose quickly or quietly. With each sexually tortured shriek of his unintelligible gibberish and every celebratory howl of the pitiless president, Verloc's incongruity intensified until she finally turned a rancorous eye on Romeo. For his part, Romeo's particular madness normally envisaged Verloc giving him elusive intimations of reciprocated love. When she finally glanced at him with eyes coldly fomenting a plan for shooting him in the brain, Romeo didn't imagine it, or fail to recognize the danger for what it was. He had only a brief window of opportunity to act decisively, or she would execute him in a justifiably frantic attempt to heal the discrepancies between her notions of acceptable heroic behavior and the obscene evil taking place next door, an evil to which she was rapidly becoming an unwilling accomplice and enabler. Romeo had no grievance at all against Verloc or her encroaching plan to betray and murder him. He would gladly die by her hand, if that was the price required to protect her. He loved her more completely than any sane human could love anything. Dying was not in his plans, however, because Romeo already knew the real source of their crisis, and thus who he should seek out, the person indebted to provide a means of indemnifying Verloc against the president's grotesque influences. It was King Louis who kidnapped the president and then turned him into a demonic thing. Therefore, it was King Louis that traumatized Verloc's peace of mind. It would be King Louis who remediated the evils back into Pandora's box. That, or Romeo, would kill him. The world had never seen wrath and vengeance, the likes of which Romeo could unleash against those who threatened Verloc, much less actually harmed her. King Louis would fix the damage he caused, or Romeo would kill all his people and then tear down their pathetic tower to the last brick. Romeo was crazy, but not too stupid to know the nature of tools, weapons, and even military explosives to manifest his threats. Verloc noticed Romeo was leaving. She spoke up to make him pause.
Where are you going?
There is no running water in the bathroom,
he answered with a common line. He used to help her rationalize away that the amenities of civilization were history.
I'm going to go complain to the manager, see what I can do about getting you a bath. You look tired, like you could use some time away.
She rubbed her head again and actually liked his idea.
If they can't get a plumber, maybe you could just bring back a pitcher and wash bowl. I can get by for now with a hand bath and fresh clothes.
As Romeo headed out, he had second thoughts. He inquired,
There is a chance that the Shadow Council brainwashed the president, and he is not totally in control of his own mind. If he starts acting funny from his Stockholm Syndrome, will you be all right here alone for a few minutes?
Verloc considered that suggestion, and it did comfort her to think that maybe some of the bad feelings she had might be due to just such a devious conspiracy by the Shadow Council.
I can take care of myself,
She assured him.
Nobody will take down Agent Shield without a fight.
She glanced toward the terrible sounds that came from the next room before she repeated,
Nobody.
Chapter 11. Reparations.
Andy drove the Big Joe transport out of the tower's exterior compound barrier yard on the way to drop the trash at the dump. George's crew had made the dump site trash run plenty of times. They considered the experience to be little more than a matter of routine. Their only unusual occurrence went unnoticed as they raced westward down the main roadway. None of the people aboard Big Joe had seen Romeo as he stood outside of a motel next to his car, even though he had certainly seen them. Romeo already knew about the trash dump since he had just come from there the previous evening. He jumped into his car and then drove it out to follow the truck. Big Joe raced away to shake loose their tail of infected that made pursuit. Romeo couldn't drive as fast without drawing the same kind of attention, and then he would invariably crash into ghouls that were already thick in the street. The watcher proceeded slowly enough that the ghouls could have their chance to inspect him and then decide that he was not a person of interest to them. It was not Romeo's intention to distract the runners from their pursuit of the truck, but it worked out like that in the end anyway. With his usual expert timing, Andy got them clear of runners at the right moment for him to make his swift evasion into the sheltered hotel parking lot that got them off the road and out of sight. Once he had Big Joe concealed, Andy drove slow and quiet to take advantage of their truck's efficient custom mufflers that kept his engine noise down to a minimum. Critias and Alice rode in the back inside the truck's trailer, along with Malcolm and all of the trash they were going to dump. George gave them a signal by radio when it was time for them to open the rear door. They would need to dispatch the few remaining infected that still chased them from behind. As the truck gently came to a stop, Malcolm opened the vertically rising rear door. Critias jumped down to the ground in the narrow roadway of the alley behind the hotel. He had the tall building to his right and the privacy wall of the dumping area directly to his left. After Critias felt certain that no ghouls were an immediate threat, he held out his arm for Alice to jump down to him.
Come on, blondness. We walk from here.
When Alice jumped off from the high rear deck of the trailer, Critias caught her and then set her on her feet. She had her carbine in hand. Alice promptly checked her HUD to make sure she had it set for the maximum velocity, still in the silent subsonic range. The enhanced audio pickups in her helmet heard the patting footsteps of barefoot ghouls as they came closer along the east side of the hotel. In a moment, they would appear around the corner ahead of them. It was just like her simulation game they had played in the city tunnels. She felt ready to defend her team.
We got this,
Critias told Malcolm.
Just keep us covered.
Critias didn't even draw his pistol, since he planned for Alice to do all of their shooting.
Just remember,
He coached her.
Their greatest strength is the ability to make you afraid. The truth is that they are just stupid creatures, and they don't even have any weapons. Master your fear and just do your job.
Master my fear.
Alice repeated him.
And just do my job.
She abruptly slung her carbine back over her shoulder and then drew her pistol instead. Alice calmly checked her ammunition, the velocity setting, and then she put a round into the forehead of the first ghoul as it came around the corner. She killed it before it even knew that humans were nearby.
They are just stupid creatures, not people.
She whispered to focus herself before she dispatched 2 more ghouls with consecutive shots to their heads. The technology of her Tesla Flux pistol's computerized scope combined with the cameras in her mech suit helmet to make her job easy. It was human nature to look for faces anyway. Her eye just naturally went there. Even contemporary digital cameras had face detection algorithms to parse a scene. Her centuries more advanced version placed the targeting reticule on their heads even faster than she could make eye contact. Alice's attention served to single out the target she actually planned to shoot first. After that, all she had to do was pull the trigger and point her weapon. She didn't need to be a master marksman in the traditional sense. When the bullet path lined up, the weapon fired itself for a perfect shot. Critias saw that she had their defense well in hand. Leaving her to it, he kept an eye out for any hunters, which were the real danger. He didn't see any giant ghouls, but he did notice something else, though. One of the inert ghouls over to his left near the privacy wall had a pool of congealed blood with what remained of its face plopped down in it. Further inspection revealed that there were several more freshly destroyed ghouls nearby. The carnage proved that someone had gunned them down recently, and it hadn't been anyone from Jim's community.
We got some fresh kills up this way.
George radioed to tell Critias about what he saw out forward of the truck's cab.
Judging by the blood, I'd say they have been down less than 24 hours.
There are 4 more like that back here.
Critias replied.
From up close, I'd say that this blood looks to be 12 or more likely 18 hours old. Who do you think shot them? The only other shooter I can think of at the moment would be that watcher woman from the hotel garage.
Malcolm joined the conversation.
What would she want out here? There isn't anything but worthless trash in our dump. And why would she need to shoot up ghouls anyway? She is one.
Andy radioed.
If that crazy bitch is still here somewhere, it might be our blood on the asphalt next. If I'm not mistaken, she would want to shoot me first through the windshield, so that Big Joe didn't go anywhere while she picked off the rest of you.
While they talked, Alice kept her focus on her work. She shot down 3 more ghouls as Critias bent down to pick up a shell casing and then examine it. Critias saw plenty more shell casings scattered around as well. He told the others,
I have some shiny 9mm brass out here.
He sniffed the casing with his helmet's chemical analyzer to find that it had freshly lingering propellant. It was George's mission, and he didn't consider it an advantage for them to hang around any longer than necessary. They were already there, and no one had started shooting at them. He saw no immediate need to run for home before they had dumped their load of trash.
Just keep an eye out.
George radioed to Critias and Malcolm.
We will dump all this shit real quick and then roll our asses out of here. We can wonder on the mysterious watcher chick later over beers once we get back home.
Andy moved the truck into the old parking lot where Malcolm could begin motor winding the drag sheet that would do all the trash dumping. Critias and Alice followed the truck on foot while they kept careful watch for any danger. Romeo observed their activity from some bushes at the west end of the alley. He had parked his car around the far side of the hotel and then approached on foot. Once Alice had moved up through the privacy fence's vehicle entrance, placing her out of sight in the parking area away from the alley, Romeo slowly stepped out of the bushes and then said,
Gunfighter.
Critias instinctively spun about with his pistol in hand, but promptly decided not to blow Romeo's brains out. He remained ready to put a bullet through the watcher's head at the slightest provocation. After he spent a moment discerning that the strange figure didn't hold any weapons in hand, and he didn't obviously carry one either, Critias came to the conclusion that the man didn't seem intent on killing him. A little more consideration based on the vague information that he had led Critias to the realization that he could make an informed guess about just who it was that he had before him. Critias radioed to Alice.
Stay near Malcolm and stand guard. Don't ask me any questions, just move.
Once he felt confident that she would stay safely away, Critias told Romeo,
Put your weapon on the ground and then step away from it.
Romeo slowly opened his suit jacket to reveal his clean white shirt, and also show Critias that he didn't wear a pistol holster.
I didn't come armed. We need to talk about something important to both of us, and I don't have much time.
Your friend has me in the crosshairs then.
Critias expected that Verloc was somewhere nearby ready to shoot him.
She isn't here,
Romeo assured him.
I came alone.
The watcher cautiously walked closer.
She is with President Lieberman, and as I told you, there isn't much time.
When he heard that they had that nutcase of a president, Critias holstered his pistol as he turned to look for himself. He couldn't believe he hadn't noticed before that the president's prison box was gone. When he faced Romeo again, he asked accusingly,
You released that monster?
You made that monster,
Romeo retorted from closer still.
His immortal madness is a dark one. That monster you made is not a shining hero like Verloc. She still believes in the old world, still believes in him. She is more beautiful than you can possibly imagine and more innocent than any child or saint. The president remembers what you did to him and he hates you for it. When he grows tired of his blood-drenched perversions, he will start hunting for you. Once that happens, Verloc will follow him. She is more graceful than any bird and fiercer than any enemy you can imagine. If he uses the title of his old office to set her against you, nothing could save you, not even me. That babbling idiot Bellman is nothing compared to her.
Critias took a moment to study Romeo, using the time to decide if he believed the watcher's story at face value or if it was some kind of trick. From the temerity that Romeo showed with his nerve to seek a parley with him while unarmed, Critias concluded that he did.
You took a big chance coming here to see me. How did you know that I wouldn't just kill you?
Romeo stopped only a few paces apart.
I heard Violet One's song that night when you called down the lightning. I know her heart now and I know she loves you. She would not love someone who would murder an honest man, not in cold blood, as would some low coward. Only a Valkyrie would know and believe in those words of Wagner. She thinks you have the heart of a hero. I know something about heroes.
Romeo seemed so unexpectedly sane that Critias had to ask,
Do you know what you are?
I know what you are,
Romeo answered.
Even if you are left alone, you and your kind are unlikely to survive. There are few humans left in the world and the environment is now poisonous to you. We had nothing to do with that fool Bellman. He is the one who has been striking at you, not Verloc. That mad priest ceaselessly dwells on your destruction. Only death will put an end to his nonsense.
Critias looked up the driveway to see how George progressed with the unloading of the trash, and then he turned back to Romeo.
Are you offering to help us remove that little problem? You are willing to betray your friend?
I have but one friend.
Romeo meant Judas.
And he is not that vile creature Bellman. That bell-ringing lunatic is not any friend to Verloc or to me. In all honesty, I think the world would be a better place without that fool living in it, but that is not the reason I came here. I am here on the matter of the president. That monstrosity you brought to this city will soon start to whisper his evil into Verloc's ear. I will have no choice but to kill him, and then Verloc will kill me believing I am a traitor who assassinated the great man. Who will look after Verloc then? Verloc needs my protection in this ravaged world. Your King Louis made this problem of ours. He will fix that problem or be destroyed by it.
Critias considered his options before he said,
If you know what you are and what I am, then you know you carry the illness that will turn us all into mindless creatures like the rest of those out here. I cannot bring you into our home even if I wanted. What I can do is take you back with us, take you to a place where we can speak without any risk to either of us.
Romeo shook his head no.
I have already been away too long. I must keep Verloc safe. I must return to her. We have a secure place where we can meet. I can contain this problem you made for that long. Just after sunset, come to the Great Library. We can speak at length in safety, and if we come to a suitable agreement, all can be right again. There is much we could do for each other. There is little hope for either of our dreams if we become enemies.
I will be there,
Critias pledged.
I warn you, the president was a murderer and rapist of children, even before he became what he is now. He was in that box as a punishment befitting his crimes. Hurry back to this friend of yours. Verloc, you called her. If she is alone with him, she is in great danger.
Romeo told him,
Verloc is not my friend. She is my Juliet. Now let me warn you, if Verloc suffers, you shall suffer. She is the sacred treasure of this forsaken world. When you see her, you will know that all of this destruction was worth paying, because without all this, she would never have come into being. I know what I am, so you can believe that I have all the time in the world to make good on my revenge should you give me cause.
Romeo turned and then started to walk away.
You sound devoted to Verloc,
Critias said after him.
I didn't catch your name.
The others call me Romeo,
he answered without looking back.
I am devoted. You should make a point of remembering that. It is for her alone that I do this.
He paused a moment as he choked up with emotion.
Pray she does not come to harm. Should she fall, I will show you a hatred that is beyond all uncharitableness. Without her, I would know ultimate suffering. I promise you that I would not suffer alone.
Critias waited until Romeo was out of sight, and then he headed up to the truck. As he walked that way, he said to himself about thoughts of Carmen.
I know a thing or two about devotion myself, Mr. Romeo. It can have very sharp teeth.
Alice kept guard with her carbine as Malcolm finished expelling the last of the trash. Once finished, the three of them got back into the trailer, and then Andy started them for home. Once they were out on the main roadway, Alice asked Critias,
Was that your radio? Who were you talking to?
He wasn't about to tell her that her former torturer was back on the street free as a watcher. It made him ill to think that the man might technically be her former husband in some sick way. Terminology for the relationship tended to break down when applied to a pedophilic polygamist mass murderer. Critias remembered when Carmen told him that she thought it was a mistake that they didn't destroy the president when they had the chance. He also couldn't overlook the fact that Jim would not be happy. The original conversation eluded him, but he felt certain that the intention was that they dump the prison box down some dark hole, not just leave it lying around where anyone could stumble upon it. It had made sense enough at the time, since none of them expected some watchers to come along and then recover the damnable thing. At the time, his priority had been about expediency, so that no one got a bite while on an operation out in the wilds. The punishment to the president aside, the reason behind the box had been to give all the Denver survivors a sense of closure. It wouldn't give them any closure if they found out that the bastard was on the loose, fitter and happier than ever, and also eager to start on them all over again, only as an immortal super-predator. In total, the situation was a real mess, but it did have upsides in his estimation. That Romeo guy seemed to know more than a little about Jingle Bells, and that kind of help could go a long way toward them solving their problem of the destroyer serum factory. In truth, Critias didn't think the president was all that much of a threat. The man was a perverted lout who was always only one bullet away from solved. It wasn't like becoming a watcher would make him smart or some kind of effective military strategist. Critias reserved those kinds of concern for if Jim turned into a steeple-fingered mastermind, watcher bent on all their destruction. That would be a real problem. The president was a threat that Critias could handle, and until he did, he would keep information about him a secret. There was the little detail that Romeo had sought Critias out at significant personal risk, specifically because he felt that the president was their greatest possible threat, since the bastard could apparently talk that Verloc woman into shooting anti-tank missiles at their buildings. By all indications, Verloc was so silly in the head that even that turd-bag president could make her think she was doing service to the legitimate government of her defunct country. His prolonged silence made Alice nervous.
We're in trouble, aren't we?
You're not.
He didn't exactly deny it. Critias admired that she had good instincts, but she still didn't need to know what would only upset her. She did make him think about something, so he looked at her.
Unless you and Bean broke my rules last night. I hope you realize that G&P would have informed Jim that Bean went up the tower, but never came back down till morning. Jim was kind enough not to ask, but if he did, I wouldn't want you making me a liar.
We didn't do anything,
she assured him.
I'm still hoping you will change your mind and keep me for yourself.
Critias couldn't tell if she joked, but he assumed it.
You're pulling my leg.
Yeah,
she admitted.
I gave Bobby his first blowjob.
You better be bullshitting me,
he warned.
I am.
She snickered.
It makes me feel good to know you still care. He was a perfect gentleman.
You did good work today.
Critias praised her.
Just play it cool when you get home.
Just doing a job.
She repeated his earlier advice.
Our work was to dump the trash. Everything else was just minor details of a job well done.
Critias instructed.
When we go back in, you just let the gate teams do their thing. Keep your mouth shut and follow instructions. They have enough to worry about without us throwing in any distractions.
After a moment, she asked,
Do I have to still go in last?
Absolutely.
He almost scolded her because Critias was still irate about her language when she made her crude joke about Bean.
When you are grown up and on your own, you can do anything you want and feel good about it. For right now, it is important to me that you demonstrate that you at least know the difference between yourself and a woman like Penny Welder.
Andy got the truck back into its shed without difficulty. An experienced decontamination team and their guards brought them in and then started to clean the truck while more decontamination staff and guards cycled them back inside to the lobby. After their showers, Mandy was on hand doing work with the equipment decontamination technicians. Critias had Alice get suited up for decontamination work, too. That way, she and Mandy could get their gear back ready for use quickly just in case they needed it, which Critias suspected that they might. It depended on how his talk with Jim went. Once Critias had fresh clothes and an auxiliary pistol, he joined up with George and his people to make their report to the king. Jim was still in Funland at the captain's table with his wife Jessica. There was a line of people that waited for their turn to conference with him about whatever issues they had in their various departments. When Jessica glanced over to see Critias's urgent expression, she told Jim,
I will do what I can to take care of things here. You are needed for something that can't wait.
Jim saw who it was, then got up from his seat to walk over.
It isn't always good to be the king,
he told them, since he expected bad news. He looked to George first.
What went wrong?
George mostly just shrugged, unsure what was wrong.
There was something a little odd. Nothing I would call wrong exactly.
When Hatchet came up to follow, Jim told him,
I want you to stay here with my wife.
He gave a skeptical glance at all the people that waited to speak with her.
Make sure that everything stays polite. I don't want anyone shouting at her simply because they are getting agitated over all this pressure.
Hatchet nodded, then went back to stand behind Jessica with his arms folded defensively as a clear message that the zone around him would remain civil.
Let's take a walk,
Critias told Jim.
I have not told George yet what I saw. He had enough on his mind getting us back home.
As they started out, Critias used his radio to call his wife, who was supposed to be at Bob's laboratory.
Carmen, I need you to download the mission data from my armor and set up a monitor. We will be there in a few minutes.
Kevin radioed back.
She is preoccupied with obligations here at the moment. I will have it prepared by the time you arrive.
While they walked toward King's Tower and the lab, Jim said to Critias,
Give me the basics, so I know what we're talking about.
Critias began.
Alice and I were doing rear guard duty while they dumped the garbage. When I sent her up to help, someone came out of hiding to give me a message for you.
Jim already didn't like the sound of that.
Someone?
Critias nodded.
He calls himself Romeo. From what I saw of this watcher, the name is more than a little appropriate.
The partner of the woman.
Jim guessed.
He is her boyfriend or something?
I think boyfriend would be an understatement.
Critias corroborated Jim's assumption.
From the way he talks about this Verloc, she is the most magnificent creature that ever blessed the earth just by stepping on it. He is more than infatuated. I read it as fanatical.
Just what we need.
Jim complained.
Another fanatic. What was his message for me?
Critias paused to warn Jim that the unpleasant part was about to drop.
Verloc and Romeo found the president's box and they opened it. He came out as exactly what we made him to be and all that he ever was. From what he said, the president has all his old tastes for atrocity and a clearly spoken dislike of you in particular.
Jim rolled with the bad news.
So this female watcher, Verloc, took him? How did she know where to find him, and what does she want him for? Are they all forming a little King Louis haters club with Jingle Bells?
They must have been listening to our radio traffic.
George offered an explanation.
When we got to the dump site, there were freshly downed ghouls and 9mm shell casings. It didn't make any sense at the time why a ghoul would have to shoot other ghouls. If they had found the box by accident, they would have just taken it. They're all crazy, so my guess is that they knew where to look for the box and then shot up the innocent ghouls in some kind of nutball rescue mission, roughly how we would do it if our situations were reversed.
The president was a tactically incompetent buffoon before.
Jim thought aloud in agreement with many of Critias's conclusions.
I don't imagine becoming a gibbering meat lump has also transformed him into a brilliant commander. Killing him if he comes around will be easy enough. That Verloc woman is something else. What does she want from all this, that she sent her Romeo to give us a message?
Verloc didn't send him at all.
Critias explained.
Romeo told me that Verloc is as dangerous a killer as we suspected, but she thinks she is one of the good guys, as I sensed. He makes it sound like she is kind of simple in the head, like she thinks the world is still what it used to be and that asshole is still the president. Romeo said that he has to protect Verloc from herself, like she is prone to going off on hairball ideas. Because of how things sit, Romeo says she will take orders from the president, since that is how the world used to be. When the president gets around to coming after us, Verloc will likely do the job for him. Romeo blames us for bringing the guy here from Denver and also for turning him into that immortal monster. He tells me that if Verloc suffers, he will make us suffer, and I believed him. This Romeo guy seems sharp, like he knows what the situation really is, but all he cares about is her.
Jim asked.
And Jingle Bells?
Critias liked that part.
Jingle Bells is the good news. Romeo told me he knew him. He calls him Bellman. Romeo said that he would be all too happy to see Jingle Bells dead because he is no particular friend to them. I think if we help him get rid of the president, which is what we want anyway, then we can all be friends, so long as we don't do anything to offend his lady. He has a hair trigger over her if I read him right. Even just an insult in her direction could turn this guy into our worst nightmare. Hell, Romeo even has nice taste in clothes. He is a real piece of work. He approached me unarmed, said he heard Carmen singing Wagner when we fought the Ghouls at Radio City, so he knew she could only love an honorable man, something like that, so he assumed I would not just gun him down.
Interesting,
said Jim.
If he says that only someone with good character would know the words, then that implies he is noble too for knowing them himself. It could mean that even though Watchers are all wackos, they don't always have a bent toward destruction and chaos.
I think that's the truth of it.
Critias agreed.
I'm not totally sure. He seemed to say that he had another friend, one that wasn't Verloc and wasn't Jingle Bells. There is another male watcher around here, probably a benign one if he is friends with this Romeo and Verloc.
Jim was ready for the punchline.
What does he want us to do about the president in specific?
Critias unveiled Romeo's plan.
He told me to come to the city library just after sunset today where we would talk it over. He says we can help each other make our dreams come true, or we can both wither on the vine.
Jim saw various possibilities in that.
So, it could be a trap, and they really are all in on this together. On the other hand, we could have a trio of watchers out there who would be willing to help us survive. They can go anywhere without so much as a shot fired. The world is their oyster.
Critias didn't think it was a trap.
I doubt he plans to betray us. I trust him enough that I'm willing to risk finding out if he is. I've met them twice now. This is the second time they could have shot me in the back if that had been their desire. I'm sure they want something else. We know he heard Carmen singing because they watched the fight outside Radio City. I suspect they could have caused me some hurt that time too. They are strange and dangerous, but they don't want to kill me, at least not yet.
Jim wanted to explore all his options, so he asked,
Do you think you could kill those watchers if they do show up for this meeting?
Critias wasn't sure exactly how dark a deed the question implied.
You mean like if it is a trap?
If it is or not.
Jim clarified.
This could be a perfect chance to get rid of this Romeo and Verloc, with the president too. Maybe even that other male watcher we have not seen yet.
Critias used his composed professional tone.
Past experience serves that I'm not prone to killing people who don't deserve it, and I don't mind putting down the ones who do. If the situation requires it, I could kill them.
Jim asked.
They are people now?
I've been wrong about who are people before.
Critias meant Carmen.
If they want to be friends, that is close enough for me. At breakfast, we were talking about removing Jingle Bells. This Romeo guy is probably going to help us do that if we help him help us with the president first. If he knows this Bellman, he knows a lot about him, like exactly where we can find him.
They continued on to the lab to find Kevin as he waited in the entry room, ready to show them the recording Critias took of his encounter with Romeo.
This new watcher is quite fascinating,
Kevin commented. Jim was ready to see for himself.
Show me.
Kevin activated his custom-built video player that converted Critias's recordings into the primitive signals that the contemporary monitor could display. It started from the time that Andy took the truck out of the containment yard. As the picture began, Carmen came in from the main lab. Kevin had recently finished her surgery to remove the samples he wanted from her cryo straws. The incision in her skin had already regenerated closed, and within hours it would heal completely without a trace. For the time being, she kept the signs of the operation hidden under her clothes. If everything went as she hoped, Critias would never become aware it had happened at all. Carmen would not forget about it, though. For a brief time, she had convinced herself that Critias had known about the procedure and sent her to the lab willingly. Only after it was over did she ask Kevin, and he told her that Critias had not actually meant that at all. The limit of his understanding was that Carmen would be aiding Kevin in the performance of unspecified laboratory tasks, just as he himself had suggested. They had bound themselves in a conspiracy that left Carmen feeling like she had betrayed Critias, which she had. She had done it willingly and still felt it was the best of her options. Better that she made some small betrayal than see him betray her with another woman. At least that was what Kevin had led her to believe. Critias summoned her to him with an extended hand.
Come and see this, princess. We have a special mission tonight. If everything goes as I expect, you will get your chance to meet the Watcher Woman. She calls herself Verloc.
Even though Carmen felt ashamed, she concealed it perfectly. The thought of wounding him with knowledge of what she had done was enough to keep her prioritized. Carmen stood at his side with an arm around him as she said,
She thought she was so clever, stalking you and pointing guns at you. If she had gotten her way, Jingle Bells' ghouls would have killed you outside Radio City. I look forward to meeting her. I will display her head for you on a stick.
Just pay attention,
he told her.
I need your help on this.
Carmen sneered.
No one makes threats at my husband and lives. I'm glad she is a ghoul. She will be able to see when I cut out her heart and then show it to her.
Critias could tell that he wasn't getting through to her. They were not going to the meeting to kill the woman if they could avoid it. Just the opposite was true. They were going there to befriend her. Too much hung in the balance for him to take any chances with Carmen. He took her by the shoulders to turn her to face him. When she still didn't respond sufficiently, he demanded it with a shake.
Look at me, Carmen.
His seriousness captured her complete concentration so that she gazed attentively back into his eyes.
Now listen,
he told her.
We're not going out there to kill this woman. Our mission is to befriend her and to win the confidence of all those other watchers that she has as friendly associates. Tell me that you understand our mission.
Almost as if he had hypnotized her with his demanding assertiveness, because in some small way he had, Carmen replied.
I will help you befriend the Watcher Woman and her supporters as the important objectives of our mission tonight.
She added with complete sincerity.
I will support you in whatever way you have need of me to make it happen.
He turned her to face the monitor.
I need you to pay attention to this and learn everything you can.
While everyone else watched the video closely, Carmen absorbed into her memory the original uncompressed file from Critias's mech suit. When Critias exited the truck with Alice and then looked around, Carmen said,
The President's imprisonment container is no longer where we left it. I assume that these watchers have taken it away.
Jim wasn't impressed with their choice of locations.
Could you guys have taken any less care in getting rid of it? Maybe you could have left it in the middle of the street with a sign on it, along with a big red bow.
I'm the one who pushed it out.
Critias took the blame.
At the time, there wasn't really anyone left in the solar system to hide it from. It turns out that I was wrong on that one.
When Romeo referred to Carmen as Violet Wand, George said,
That's what they have been calling her on the GNP channel. That's how they have been gathering information on us.
Then we can use that.
Jim reasoned.
If it comes down to it, we can tell them what we want them to hear.
They watched the rest of the recording until the truck was on its way home, and then Kevin turned it off.
We keep all of this a secret,
Jim instructed.
I don't want the women from Denver to ever find out that the president is back in business, at least if we can avoid it. Romeo thinks that Carmen is a nice lady. She will go with Critias to this meeting they want. That should make them more comfortable.
I am a nice lady,
Carmen said.
Unless it is time not to be nice.
That's what I meant,
Jim corrected.
You two go to this meeting. The library is not far from here. You can reach it on foot if you prefer. I suggest you put some thought into how you want to get there.
Critias wasn't worried.
We made it across Houston. If this library is close, it won't be any problem.
The video and its revelations gave Carmen a lot to consider. She asked,
Our primary objective is to get the president back in his box, correct?
Feel free to paint a wall with his brains.
Jim answered.
He has served the only valuable purposes he has in him, while he still seems to have the capacity to be a nuisance.
Critias wanted to hear Carmen out.
What do you think we should do with him?
He did terrible things to Mandy and Alice.
She stated resolutely.
I want him to go back into his box. He needs to know they are safe and happy and that he will suffer in eternal torment for his crimes. If they never get to forget, I will not give him the blessing of my bullet.
Then we will put him back in his box.
Critias agreed simply because she wished it. Personally, he saw no benefit to the girls, since they would never hear about it anyway. Either way, got the job done, so what did he care? Jim was ready to get back to his other business.
Decide what you need for this meeting and let me know. We can put together a strike team to rush in there if that's what you need. Your objectives are to represent the interests of the community, not your highly developed sense of honor. Get rid of the president, and then get the rest of those watchers kissing our asses, or barring that, kill them all. If you can exploit them into helping us get rid of Jingle Bells first, do that and then kill them. Find out all they know about him and his base, where he is making these hunters he keeps chained up. If they won't help us kill Jingle Bells, that demonstrates what little use they're going to be to me. A pact of neutrality with a community of watchers is of no interest either. They are either a benefit to us or an intolerable risk.
George told Critias,
Good luck out there, buddy. If you need anything, just let us know.
He led his crew out after Jim to leave Critias and Carmen alone with Kevin. Critias asked Carmen,
What does your study of this Romeo guy reveal? Do you have any insights?
She did have insights, and they were incompatible with her own deeply held beliefs. The conflict in her warring minds resulted in a twitch as she said,
Romeo is insane.
The tic didn't escape Critias's notice or his understanding that it meant Carmen was dangerously close to embracing some extreme change in her behavior. He looked to Kevin for some explanation.
I'm sure you saw that. What does it mean?
Kevin took out his medical scanner and then used it to take readings of Carmen. She clearly didn't like it, as her discomfort was apparent in her expression, yet he continued anyway. Critias looked over the android's shoulder to see the display on his scanning device.
What is all that supposed to be telling me?
The fountain of indecipherable information that flooded over the screen meant absolutely nothing to him.
It is not a human form of communication.
Kevin explained.
This piece of hardware transmits the relevant observations to me directly. What you see there is the self-diagnostic report of the scanner confirming that the actual readings are uncorrupted by any complications.
Critias asked,
How about you show me something I can understand?
The request made Kevin smile in amusement for a moment.
I do believe you are acquiring a talent for android humor. For me to put information on this small display that would help you comprehend the inner workings of Carmen's composite mind is an interesting challenge.
Critias didn't laugh at the joke.
Indulge me anyway.
Very well.
Kevin agreed as he composed software and then sent it to the device so that it would generate new imagery. On the left, the device showed a rotating three-dimensional drawing of a human brain that illuminated in patches. On the right was a simple graph of many vertical bars that fluctuated up and down. Kevin explained,
This is a rudimentary representation of Carmen's mental processes. On the left, you see the organic activity, and on the right, you see inorganic commitments. The readings are telling you that her hardware processing is functioning normally. Because she is actively running simulations that include your current mission scenarios, you can see that the inorganic portion is operating at about roughly half capacity. Carmen's processing limits, while specialized in what she does, are still comparable to my own. For your current mission, she is exploring and then eliminating 17 strategies per second and increasing as the potential envelopes collapse into redundant necessity.
That much made sense to Critias.
She has a big brain where it counts. So why does she twitch just before she wants to kill me?
Kevin patiently explained.
Her two minds do not always agree with each other. If both halves are strong enough in their opposing opinions, the conflict can be difficult for her to resolve. Normally, the inhibitor module would give predominance to the inorganic argument, since it is more intelligent to favor logic over emotional reasoning.
I get it now.
Critias understood.
I convinced her organic mind that I wasn't raping her and it was love. When her logical android brain insisted that it was rape, she totally flipped out.
Carmen's reading surged up on both sides after she heard his commentary. The inorganic side spiked completely to its full capacity. Then there was a great flood of rippling color in her organic readings, and then she twitched just before they both returned to their previous levels. She said,
I don't want you to see me like this. It makes me feel ashamed. I want to stop.
Just relax, Carmen,
Kevin told her.
You could not be in safer hands. No two other people are more concerned for your well-being.
There was no change in her readings as she refused.
I said I don't want to do this.
Critias was in no mood for her childish whining when she had nothing to fear.
You're going to do this whether you like it or not, so be quiet and cooperate, or I'm going to tie you to a chair.
That was when Critias noticed two things. Carmen listened to him in bright-eyed, attentive silence, and her scanner readings had flattened out into open-minded tranquility. He looked to Kevin.
Did I do that?
It wasn't an issue that Kevin found to be a revelation.
We talked about this before. You are an important person in Carmen's world. That is why I recommended that you take your responsibility so seriously. She listens quite intently to the things that you tell her, and I mean, you no offense when I remind you that you're only human, so you are capable of saying some unintelligent things. You need to exercise caution.
For the first time, Critias understood, and it was a revelation that Carmen really did listen to him. She did more than listen to him. Were he sufficiently insistent, it was as if he had a form of hypnosis over her. When he spoke to her, it registered at her deepest levels. As a test, he asked her,
You said that Romeo is insane? How is he insane?
Her readings redlined and she twitched.
Romeo is not insane. That can't be true.
Kevin adjusted his scanning instrument.
I believe you have isolated the issue of her confliction.
Critias tried again.
Carmen, tell me why your logic suggests he could have been insane.
She twitched and then wore a wounded frown.
Romeo believes that he loves Verloc, and he does this unconditionally. All he cares about is making her happy. If anything threatens her well-being, he feels compelled to remove that obstacle to her bliss. If he loses her, he will fall apart and then destroy himself, performing a suicidal revenge quest. His concern that Verloc will follow the president and that Verloc might even kill him if she disapproves of the way that he interferes in that new relationship clearly demonstrates that she does not mutually share his devotion. Romeo's self-sacrificing loyalty is not reciprocated or even especially profitable to him. It is obvious that his devotion is the product of his watcher's irrational dysfunction. Romeo is totally insane, total in that his predilection entirely consumes his conscious behavior.
That sounded logical to Critias.
I agree. Romeo is batshit crazy.
His genuine agreement made her readings redline, and then she twitched. Carmen promptly twitched a second time, just before she yelled at Critias with clear anguish in her voice.
I'm not batshit crazy!
As proof of her denial, she smashed her fist down on the wooden table in a fit of rage, and the impact pounded with the force of a hammer. She didn't intimidate Critias in the least, but he did feel fortified with a new understanding about Carmen. He asked,
If Romeo isn't insane, tell me how you explain that.
Carmen thought hard on his request. She swiftly sorted through the possible explanations before she answered.
Verloc really is what he says, a sacred quest hero, like from human mythology, only for real. He sees her for what she truly is, even though she can't clearly see it in herself, because as the hero on the sacred quest, she is not far enough along yet to comprehend her own part that she plays. With his help, Verloc can become what he knows her to be. Romeo is not insane just because by chance he found himself in the company of someone who truly deserves everything that he offers, even his own life. Romeo is not insane because he is simply telling us the truth. It is completely reasonable that he has devoted himself to a magnificent manifestation of nature. The chaos of probability is capable of giving birth to extraordinary wonders, and Verloc must be one of them. His behavior is no more insane than it would be for someone to love and protect forests, mountains, or animals. Some things are simply worthy of admiration to those with the insight to appreciate them for what they are. Priceless sacred treasures of this planet. To give oneself to a higher cause, to let it consume you to fuel its glory, is the pinnacle of living a worthwhile existence.
He reached out and then stroked her cheek, which caused Carmen to instantly calm under his touch.
Let's hope this Verloc burns brightly to honor his sacrifice. If she were to fail to rise to his expectations, it would be a betrayal of all his constant caretaking.
Critias understood that Carmen saw much of Romeo in herself, since they both had the same boundless devotion, only not to the same hero. For Carmen, they were wise or insane together, depending on which point of view was actually the truth. Carmen just nodded breathlessly. That was her thought exactly. Critias got his mind back to business. He told Carmen,
Make your plans for getting us safely to the library on time for our meeting. If we need a backup team, select the right people for the job. I'm thinking a gift basket might be nice. Our new neighbors might appreciate a gesture of friendship. That Romeo guy strikes me as being highly educated and a man of traditional values. Breaking bread and hospitality are rituals that will probably mean something special to him. If you talk to Jim, I'm sure he will approve of you requisitioning whatever supplies you decide would be most appropriate. It is likely to be a long night for us, and I need to be sharp, so I'm going to go take a nap. If you get everything in order with time to spare, you can spend the remaining hours with the girls. You're a good influence on them, and I'd like more to rub off.
She was glad to have the responsibility and trust.
Are you going to set an alarm clock to get up on time?
Critias chuckled.
I'm looking at my alarm clock, if you're not too proud for the job.
She grinned at the thought, since she welcomed the chore.
I'll wake you all right. I can be an excellent alarm clock. Your Carmen knows how to swallow a lot more than just her pride.
Chapter 12. Man with Three Names.
Romeo returned to the motel to find that Verloc still waited in her room. The president was in his own room next door. He sat in a stuffed chair, naked of everything but the blood of other ghouls. The evil watcher just stared blankly ahead like the statue of Lincoln, only lost in crazed thoughts and confusion. Romeo wasn't all that surprised that the man had lapsed into such a state. Even for those watchers whose humanity had survived long enough for them to watch the world die and become a nightmare, the adjustment to becoming one of its demons was not an easy one. Most people caught the infection from some minor injury and then slowly slipped over to the other side. The disease gradually eradicated most of their mind as a sort of progressive and permanent drunkenness. It was the lucky that had actually died swiftly. That rapidity of demise spared them the terror of gradually losing themselves to madness. None of the infection's victims ever expected to wake up again as anything more than a mindless, predatory mockery of their former selves. Romeo understood that the president's calm would not last longer than a day or two at most. After all, what was a man to do with himself? There wasn't anyone to call even if the phones did work. Even the most savage primitives of ancient history had a community to guide them, or at least to keep them company. To wake up as a watcher was to be alone in a land without hopes. It was an endless life of wandering through the decaying cities populated by incommunicative, feeble-minded castaways. The president needed time to come to terms with being one of the damned consigned to an utterly meaningless hell. Verloc gave Romeo a pained look as he entered. She couldn't even speak her thoughts. The grotesque experiences she had witnessed had torn them, and she desperately refused to accept the reality. It wouldn't be the first time that Romeo brought her back from the edge. He came in positive like the bearer of good news.
I heard from the agency. The analysts have sorted the new intelligence and tracked down the Shadow Council.
She got up from her seat with refreshed optimism.
Where do we go?
Verloc was anxious to get away from the motel and the inhuman president in particular. While it was true that Verloc hallucinated a great deal of her world, that didn't change the fact that Romeo actually did exist. Romeo was genuinely interactive, and though she was too insane to comprehend him, he truly did love and protect her. Verloc's confidence that Romeo could take away her troubles was far more than a mere hallucination. He really did devote his life to saving her, and Verloc understood that on some subconscious level. Just having him return at all to walk into her room had been a great relief to her. Verloc did not want to spend eternity alone. Romeo kept up his exuberant manner.
The agency told me that they have had another team working undercover in the city for some time now. They are supposed to be top agents. Their deep cover surveillance has unveiled the location of the Shadow Council command bunker. You are to meet them at the library just after sunset, where they will hand-deliver the secret decoder information to you. Your orders are to make your way there covertly as soon as possible. They want you to make sure that the location is secure and properly swept for bugs before the meeting. Secret Service and Special Branch have already surrounded this location and are ready to protect the president. You go now and leave alone as though you are just another guest. I will catch up with you after I pack up our bags.
Verloc nodded in ready agreement.
It would be best if we were not seen leaving together. If any counterintelligence groups were to photograph us, it could give us away later if we're seen in another place together again.
I'll follow your plan to the letter,
Romeo pledged. It was that easy for him to convince her that all his directions had been her commands to him. She started out, but then paused to tell him,
I will stop by my apartment for a change of clothes. It's on the way, and I don't want to be recognized by what I'm wearing.
Romeo sat down in a chair to wait, while Verloc put some distance between herself and the motel. Based on what he had told her, she would see Secret Service and all the Allied forces required to keep the president safe in her absence. Having time to think, Romeo was worried about her. It was more than just his problem with the president. It would only be a few more years before finding clothing and other supplies would be difficult. He wasn't so foolish as to not realize that the humans might betray them and try to murder them. They were both his best hope to protect Verloc and also her greatest danger. Confronting the gunfighter while alone and unarmed had been his test to assure her safety. The humans seemed more trustworthy than he would have hoped, less suspicious and more willing to amiable conversation than they were probably wise to be. The time came for Romeo to act, and that is when he began to cry. He could still turn back and lead Verloc out of the city. They could go far away and try to make a home in another place. If he kept to his plan, he would bring the humans' best killers right to Verloc. If he was wrong about them, it was as bad as if Romeo betrayed her and murdered her by his own hand. He stood at his Rubicon, and once he passed over, there was no turning back.
The die is cast,
he said aloud as he stood up. Many had spoken those famous words throughout history, but of all of them, only Romeo was so like Caesar. Romeo risked everything on a scale that made his hands tremble. Few people who ever lived could know that they possessed so much already, but they had to wager it all on a single decision that was a mere instant in the making. Verloc's happiness was worth the risk he had to take to attain it. Romeo walked to the bed and then picked up a pillow, which he took with him into the room next door. A pistol was ready in his other hand. The president didn't even look at him as he came in. Romeo walked up and used the pillow to muffle the sound of his gunshot as he fired a bullet right into the president's heart. A small-caliber bullet into the heart at point-blank range was not nearly enough to kill the president. It did knock him down for long enough that Romeo got the handcuffs on him without a fight. He even got the man's legs tied together with cord from the drapes before the madman started to come around again. It wasn't quick or simple for Romeo to tip the prison box on its side and then force the president back in where he belonged. The man struggled something fierce, and Romeo had to gag him to prevent all the shouting and attempted biting. In the end, Romeo got the president inside with the lid wrenched down tight. After that, he only had to get the box back on the cargo dolly. He rolled the president into the bathroom and then left him there behind a closed door. The humans would have what they wanted. The box would be Romeo's proof to them that he was a man of his word. If Verloc ever found out about what he had just done, she would kill him, and then doom herself to wandering alone in a world she couldn't comprehend. He packed up the car and then made sure he wrote down the street address with the room number before he finally drove slowly back to the garage. After he washed up and then changed into a fresh suit of clothes, he walked to the library where he would meet up with Verloc. There, together as always, they would await their future. It would be a new and better life or their ultimate downfall.
Chapter 13. Sundown.
When Critias first awoke to Carmen's playfully hummed alarm clock service, he only saw her as a large hump down low under his sheet. She didn't hurry and wouldn't have stopped even if she had a snooze button for him to push. That assumed he could have wished to press it, or even could have drummed up the impossible willpower to reach for just such a button. Carmen's final hum was her most satisfied, as if they had both shared the same measure of gratification. Just when Critias thought his life could not get any better, Carmen crawled out from under the sheet to set up his tray, so that he could also have his lunch in bed. After the fine meal, Carmen wordlessly took away the tray, tucked him back into sleep, and then departed with a wink as she shut out the light. Their mission at the library would take place after sunset. Carmen returned at the proper hour to hum him awake all over again, not sparing her labor the smallest part of her former enthusiasm for being his dutiful alarm clock. Carmen eventually got him out of bed, gave him a quick sponge bath, and then dressed him in his mech suit armor that she had given a fresh airbrushing to maintain its menacing hunter-ghoul appearance. Once Carmen had him fully prepared, she took Critias down in the elevator to the lobby so they could depart on their evening of business at the library. The first thing that Critias saw when the elevator doors opened was that Jim stood just ahead, and he wore what Critias would describe as a neutral expression. Critias understood that it meant Jim was less than overjoyed about what was going on, and that he was probably of a mind to tell Critias about it. It wasn't Jim's way to reveal too much of his thoughts in public, but Critias had enough experience with command-level types to know something of their ways that grew up from the universal nature of what mannerisms resulted in overall efficiency. The second thing that Critias noticed was that Colonel Hiram Davis and his 7 other members of Gravewalker platoon had all dressed up as ghouls because they were going with him to the library party. They were a capably hardy bunch, calm in their rule of silent service, and decked out with an arsenal of the highest quality customized and suppressed weaponry. Before they exited the elevator, Critias told Carmen,
"This is your operation. I just get to be in charge and take all the credit after we win."
Of course.
She smiled at him. Carmen had never wanted it any other way. For the moment, she was still a bit giddy from being an alarm clock. Carmen had a special place in her heart for going down on him, and afterward it always left her a little whimsical. Since she was so dreamy, Critias thought she may have missed his point, so he added,
I wanted to remind you that you haven't told me anything about the mission yet.
She just adored him with her eyes, as Carmen remained unconcerned about such trivial details.
You're the best at this, and everyone knows it.
She strolled out of the elevator to lead their way forward. Jim met them on the way so they could talk with a modicum of privacy. He asked Critias,
Are you absolutely certain that you need to take my wife to do this? Just walking there from here sounds a bit risky to me.
Critias felt that it was a bad idea to take Jessica along from the moment he first learned of it. Since Critias had no clue at all what they needed any of the Gravewalkers for, much less Jessica among them, he didn't have so much as a guess about what to say by way of explanation. A glance over at Carmen to see her calm faith in his abilities inspired Critias to trust in his Epsilon war machine wife. He told Jim in clear, easy confidence,
It is absolutely the smart thing to do. Having all of the Gravewalkers with me is an important part of my master plan. You can feel totally assured that this is going to go off perfectly without any problems whatsoever.
The show of supreme confidence and assurance of no complications at all made Jim feel much better. He was still the king. That part of him wasn't completely satisfied. The king asked,
Could you fill me in on what role they will be playing in this operation?
Critias looked to Carmen.
Please enlighten our king on the necessity of the Gravewalkers taking part in my elegant strategy.
Carmen stood up straight and professional when she explained.
Critias felt that while he could accomplish the core mission himself with only my assistance as per your recommendation, he also had to consider the possible third-party complications that might unexpectedly arise. Critias reasoned that since Romeo knows Jingle Bells by name and nature, he therefore would also know where Jingle Bells lives. Romeo told us that he and Jingle Bells were not friends to such a degree that Romeo would be happy to see Jingle Bells dead. From this, Critias presumed that Jingle Bells would know Romeo's name, his nature, and where he lives in return. Likewise, Jingle Bells would think the world would be an improvement without Romeo living in it.
Carmen paused for long enough to let Jim make a small nod that the logic so far was irrefutable. She then continued,
Furthermore, since Jingle Bells is a proven master of manipulating other ghouls into attacking us on his behalf, and Romeo told us he was grievously concerned about Verloc being susceptible to the President's manipulations and that he might get her to attack us on the President's behalf, which by the way is a job that she could reputedly perform with masterful ability, then in total, it stands to reason that Jingle Bells must also desire to be the watcher that controls Verloc to use her in his own crusade against us.
A crusade he might very well win if he acquired her able service.
Jim agreed. She continued,
It is improbable in the extreme that Jingle Bells could know of Romeo without having an equal familiarity with Verloc, especially in light of the fact that she is Romeo's singular interest in life. Since it is Romeo who controls Verloc now, then it must be Romeo that prevents Jingle Bells from getting his hands on her. Their conflicting interests in Verloc are almost certainly the basis for their mutual animosity, since Romeo would find it difficult to invest his interests in anyone or anything without Verloc somehow being the principal factor.
Jim saw her point.
For all of those reasons, there is a high risk that Jingle Bells plans to interfere with this meeting at the library.
Carmen added,
That likelihood of interference increases further when one considers that it would be even more in Jingle Bells' best interest to eliminate Romeo because he is in fact about to betray Jingle Bells to you, his arch nemesis. Because Jingle Bells' continued survival absolutely requires that he stop your plans from succeeding. Whether he knows about your plans or not, Critias felt that this mission was too critical to your diverse interests for us simply to go it alone.
Jim said in summation,
Critias needs the Gravewalkers to help deal with Jingle Bells if he should suddenly show up, as logic dictates an actionable probability that he might, and he definitely should.
Carmen commented,
No other team at our disposal has the requisite package of skills capable of fulfilling this role with the same high probability of success without incurring losses. In particular, Colonel Davis's Gravewalkers are familiar with the challenges involved in walking outdoors to the library. You are undoubtedly still concerned that Jingle Bells has an assembly line of trained attack hunters to act as his shock troopers if a battle at the library does in fact take place.
Jim ran it through his mind and saw that incontrovertible logic identified the significant risk that Jingle Bells represented to the upcoming mission. He told Critias,
I see your point. If you need anything else, now is the time.
Everything is ready for a flawless mission.
Critias said with casual ease.
Just relax knowing that we have everything under control on our end.
Jim pressed for more assurance.
I would relax more if you gave me your word that you will do everything you can to bring Jessica back to me. Believe me when I tell you that I understand how unprofessional I am being when I let the life of my own wife take me away from proper perspective on the big picture. Since becoming married, I have discovered that wives have the capacity to change a man's priorities, and not always for the better of everyone else. You may recall when she informed me at the swimming pool that she has no intention of becoming a homebound queen. Jessica is entirely committed to remaining an active member of the Gravewalker platoon, regardless of my wishes on the matter.
You have my word.
Critias promised.
I'll do anything it takes to make sure that Jessica comes back to you unharmed.
Several portable tables were up in the lobby for weapons, ammunition, and other equipment. Alice and Mandy were in attendance as they waited for Carmen to return from her trip to awaken Critias. The girls started to help Carmen dress in her diving suit and the specially crafted grave-walking rags that went over it to form her disguise. Carmen's surgery had completely healed by then. Sign of that was no longer one of her worries. While Carmen prepared herself, Hiram approached Critias to tell him,
"We're ready for this. I'll keep my people in order, but this is your mission."
He offered Critias a laminated map of their route to the library.
"Getting out of the building looks like the most difficult stage. Once we are clear of the barrier yard and then off this city block, there will be excellent cover for the rest of our way to the library. Crossing the streets will be our vulnerability points." Jim confirmed that the library is a secure building that his father fortified years back to protect the books.
Critias told Hiram,
You need to bring up the rear of our line. Carmen will take point to clear our path. I'll hold the center as our fallback point. If anything goes wrong, we will punch through to the library. We won't have any problem holding that building until we can arrange for a truck to pick us up. Once we're inside, it is critical that no one shoots those watchers. We can't just gun down any ghouls we see either, not even on the walk over there. It's possible we might meet one of them along the way. You need to be sure that anything you put down is a common meat lump.
Hiram understood.
"What do we do while you have this meeting?"
You will stay near us just in case?
Critias instructed.
This Romeo guy seems to be a man of honorable principles, and he isn't any kind of fool. If we show proper respect to this Verloc female watcher, it will go a long way toward making him calm and happy. If he ever thinks we are threatening her, he could become extremely dangerous. Try to think of these people as just fellow survivors. Apart from being infectious, there isn't much ghoul about them.
Hiram said,
"We reviewed the tapes of your 2 encounters with them. My people know what to expect, and I'll brief them again before we head out."
Once she had fully dressed, Carmen went to the gun table where she began to assemble the anti-material rifle they had taken from the arsenal at Radio City. Hiram went to give instructions to his team, so Critias joined Carmen to see what she planned. As she fitted the 20-millimeter barrel, Critias asked her,
Where does that piece of hardware fit into this operation?
She deftly completed the massive weapon and then began to fit a computerized sight she had removed from one of their Tesla Flux rifles. Carmen told him,
The 14.5 millimeter conversion would be more suitable for long-ranged armor-piercing tasks. This configuration will be ideal for killing any hunters we happen to encounter. I had Kevin install software upgrades into your HUD for interfacing with this weapon. With the scope attached, you will have full targeting augmentation and collateral damage avoidance warnings.
Critias commented,
I thought you wanted to try that cannon out yourself.
She declined the opportunity.
My body mass is insufficient to operate it as effectively as you could. I also lack the intuitive experience to operate it as safely as you can. The probability of inadvertently misusing this weapon is dangerously high, even for you. The intended design of this system was not for a standing operator to fire it in point-blank applications. If we are fortunate, we will not need it at all. If we are unfortunate, this will prove to be indispensable to our cause.
Critias examined one of her enormous ammunition magazines.
What are these?
She rather proudly clarified their purpose like she had been hoping he would ask.
I specially modified those high explosive rounds for killing hunters. I reduced the charge in the explosive tips when I also softened the noses. They will act as low-penetration kinetic transfer rounds that should prove extremely traumatic to large organic opponents, while producing only minimal secondary consequences. I suggest that you target a point of impact in the upper torso region for maximum performance and minimum collateral hazard. You will not require a direct hit to the head to produce a lethal result.
Critias had Carmen give him a quick explanation of all the rifle's operating procedures. Once she had covered that, Critias asked her,
Are you ready for this? You're stepping up to a whole new level. Once we go outside the door, our lives and the mission are your responsibility.
I'll make you proud,
was her simple, honest answer.
I do need you to trust me. Whatever I say or do, believe in me that there is a good reason behind it. Even if it seems that I have lost my temper or have lapsed into an emotional tantrum, you must continue to play along. Watchers are inherently insane beings, at least as far as you need perceive them. My solutions to the challenges of manipulating them into joining our cause will likely appear equally juvenile and insane to you. I am totally committed to our objectives, regardless of how I might appear otherwise.
Critias shouldered the assembled anti-material rifle and then started to strap on the pack for its bulky ammunition clips. When he finished, Critias told her,
"We won't fail over my lack of faith in you."
I am going outside first.
Carmen told her group.
We are using the small service door to get out past the cage. As soon as the sun is set, we make for the library. If everything goes according to Critias's plan, we shouldn't have to kill any ghouls. If you do have to kill one, do it before it calls out. Most importantly, you must never slip out of character.
The Gravewalkers hand-signaled that they understood the instructions. They would not speak, since it would break the illusion that they were ghouls. That was how they survived for so long on the surface back in Denver. They could pretend to be ghouls as second nature. Carmen mentally kept track of the time relative to sunset. When the moment was right, she told everyone,
Critias has already informed the GNP that we will be using their radio channel. This Romeo Watcher monitors our communications. We are going to use that to our advantage.
She turned to Critias to tell him,
Now is the time for me to start your plan into motion.
He played along with no honest idea what she would do next. Critias did enjoy his Starship Commander hand gesture moment as he officially said,
"Proceed."
Carmen went to Mandy and Alice.
I love you both, but I want you to leave now, so please respect my wishes. We have a difficult mission ahead of us.
Alice promptly took her new sister's hand to lead her out.
Come on. If they are thinking about us while they are working, they might make mistakes and get hurt. We need to go. No questions.
As Alice took them to the elevator, Mandy told Carmen.
Be careful.
They went up the tower to Critias's apartment. With them gone, Carmen picked up a radio off the table and then broadcasted,
This is Sundown calling Romeo. Come in, Romeo.
Nearby at the library, Romeo sat on the front steps as he waited nervously. Verloc was inside, where she still prepared herself for the official secret agents meeting. Romeo had sent Judas to visit with Nostradamus, so he could prevent either of them from causing any trouble, while he also kept them safely off the streets in case anything went wrong. Judas had often spoken of his aspirations for the humans to come take more books. If the meeting proved successful, Romeo could introduce Judas to them later. If it wasn't successful, he had saved Judas's life, so either way, he did Judas a favor. Judas was their friend. Romeo genuinely wished him no harm. When his radio gave up Carmen's message, Romeo answered,
We are here awaiting your arrival. You are covert operatives working for the agency, same as we do. You are coming to tell her the secret location of the Shadow Council base, so Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. can destroy that evil organization that caused our mutual Bellman problem. I put that other problem back in its box. Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. would be unhappy about that, so don't mention the topic. She is so beautiful. Help me give her a better life than this, and in return we can do the same for you.
This is Agency Command.
Carmen replied.
Your contact team will be arriving shortly. Please keep all friendly operatives off the streets.
As Romeo got to his feet to go back inside, he said,
The streets are clear of agency personnel. I will be waiting at the south door.
Jim heard the conversation and found it promising. He told Critias,
You can use the president to blackmail Romeo into doing what we want. If you get the box back from him, we can have Romeo taking orders from us, so we won't tell her what he did. If that crazy woman wants to kill someone for being this Shadow Council thing, just tell her it is Jingle Bells. She can take him out for us, and when it is all wrapped up, we kill them all. Problem solved.
Because Carmen already had Critias's agreement to back her plays, she approached Jim, and she wasn't happy.
My husband is not a backstabbing betrayer and murderer of good souls. He is not your assassin, and neither am I. We have no choice but to respectfully decline your orders on ethical grounds if you choose to insist on such a treacherous course of action.
Based on all he knew, Jim saw Carmen's attitude as a reversal on previous understandings.
Critias was the one who named them Watchers in the first place.
Jim argued.
He called them the greatest threat in this world, creatures of diabolical cunning that will be destroying human endeavors for centuries to come. Now you are saying they're people, and with good souls no less. Correct me if I'm wrong, but what are you talking about now? Those things out there are ghouls, monsters, and plague carriers. This is an opportunity to kill them all, and I think we should not overlook the value in that.
Critias agreed with Carmen, but he also wanted to be more diplomatic.
I am keeping all options open. If they are not a benefit to us, we will destroy them. I'm aware of what is at stake here.
There was a lot at stake, and Jim was wise enough to side with his best option.
Do what you think is right and bring everyone back.
The sun had nearly set, so Carmen had to go.
Give me 5 minutes and then start coming out.
She unbarred the front door and then went out alone. After she went down the tunnel into the truck shed, Carmen walked out into the barrier yard. She proceeded to the small door in the barrier that was at the north corner of the tower. Carmen moved slowly and stayed in ghoulish character as she unlocked the chain and then quietly opened the well-oiled portal. Her senses of smell and hearing were enough to alert her to the presence of the first ghoul that waited just around the corner. Carmen shuffled the few steps forward and then turned to find that a grimy male infected crouched down to scratch in the dirt beneath a bush where it searched for edible worms or bugs to eat. While she suspected what she was capable of based on her lengthy game simulation analysis, Carmen needed to test her limits. The creature glanced at her and then ignored her as it went back to its business. Carmen walked up right behind it and then just stood there. It took a long moment for the ghoul to sense that something was odd about her. Carmen was clearly not a human, but she wasn't altogether a normal infected either. The strong electromagnetic auras that radiated from all of Carmen's internal hardware made a clear signal that was easily legible by all ghouls, and it definitely set her apart from them, but it wasn't a sign of her being human either. It was an unsettling mystery that each ghoul would have to react to in their own way. When Carmen didn't move away, the ghoul stopped its digging to turn and face her. When she still didn't move away, it made a menacing growl that said she should get lost if she knew what was good for her. That was when Carmen growled back, only louder and with more malice than it had shown. When it did not instantly react, she hauled off to kick it provokingly right in the ribs. The ghoul fell over into the bush and then promptly righted itself to lunge at her. It only received another rude kick from Carmen, accompanied by her bad-tempered ghoul snarl. The dirty, infected abandoned being tough, as it decided it would rather look for a snack elsewhere. It scrambled out of her kicking range and then hobbled off to the east to get away from her home ground that it wasn't prepared to make a territorial dominance fight over. Encouraged by that small victory, Carmen shuffled onward toward the next nearby ghoul she saw. Once she was close, she kicked and growled at it until the creature finally had enough and then took off for a friendlier place to scrounge. 5 minutes later, the sun was down and darkness had settled in, especially where the heavy shadows of the buildings fell. Carmen had cleared the area of wandering infected. The Gravewalkers came out to join her one at a time so as not to portray themselves as a group that was on to food. Their disguises were as excellent as their twisted movements. In the poor light, they most definitely would pass for just more ghouls that randomly prowled about in the city. Critias kept to the middle of their column, where he could directly protect Queen Jessica, just as he promised Jim that he would. He watched Carmen as she moved off ahead at their point. She went west along that side of the tower to bully any ghouls she encountered. The way that she effectively drove the infected out of their path impressed him as a whole new level of excellence as a Gravewalker. Carmen could actually make physical contact with the creatures, and even then make them want to go away rather than suffer her abuse. Her new skill quickly improved with practice. It wasn't long before her vocalizations alone would scatter away most ghouls. They proved to be all too willing to move on from foodless trouble they didn't need. Hiram locked the barrier gate as the last one out. He had rightly estimated that the most difficult part of their journey would be their exit from the building. Their group had to march 150 meters with no cover at all. They would just walk right out openly down the broad city street. It was not so dark that they couldn't see the distant and indistinct forms of ghouls in most any direction. Those infected surely saw them too. Fortunately, at such a great distance, those ghouls mistook them for just more of their own kind, so they gave them no special interest at all. The first of his people got off the city block without incident. They followed Carmen into the thickly vegetated park grounds that were a whole city block east of the military museum, where Verloc made her home right on Jim's doorstep, only none of them knew it to be her place. At the halfway point to the park grounds, Hiram passed a narrow alley on his right that ran between a tall office block building and a multi-deck parking structure. A fully nude female ghoul came out from the alley just as he got there. They both got a good look at each other. The she-ghoul became suspicious as it distantly sensed the bioelectric emanations of Hiram's humanity. It decided there was reason enough to close on him for a more thorough investigation. In an inverse square law kind of way, the human radiation felt twice as strong when at half the distance. That was when Hiram discreetly put a bullet into her forehead from his sound-suppressed pistol. He had silently gunned her down without even a break to his rhythmless grave-walking stride. The sound of the body as it flopped face down was enough cause for Critias to slowly glance back and then realize what had happened. He felt glad that Hiram was last in line, because he was the right man for that job. Critias then felt kind of sad for a moment because he would never get a chance to see Alice grow up, to see her attain the skills and confidence that it could be her back there taking on such a role and performing it so professionally. The dense cover of the park grounds was absolute, as was the darkness within it. Were it not for the cement sidewalks that crisscrossed that block, it would not have even been passable to them. Carmen thermally targeted and then silently pistol-executed every ghoul that came remotely close enough to interfere with their line of march. She made certain that none of them would ever get an opportunity to present a problem. The Gravewalkers used their night vision goggles to see as they went through the dark woods in silence. Soon enough, they all emerged out the other side without any mishap. A second block of park grounds that they needed to pass through was diagonally across a wide city street. They were right at the corner of Verloc's home by then, and the local ghouls in that part of town rightfully feared Carmen by association. Such was Verloc's reputation as a rapacious ghoul abuser that Carmen had extra capability that readily chased away infected from the advance of her column. One ghoul who was unafraid to frequent that area was Cutter. Jingle Bells had sent him out that afternoon to walk two of the new hunters on choker chain leashes as if they were a pair of ferocious dogs. The two hunters had proved to be the most domesticated of the ones Jingle Bells had manufactured. Their greater freedom was part of the lengthy training process. As further escort for Cutter, Jingle Bells had sent along several dozen of his fully trained runners from his substantial army that roamed the Colosseum complex. At the time that Critias and his group marched past, Cutter had chained both of his hunters to a massive stone obelisk that stood at the center of the park that was south of the military museum. A concrete and stone causeway surrounded the obelisk and formed an island of clear area within the overgrown vegetation that encompassed it. Cutter had left the hunters there while he sent the runners off to beat the bushes. The runners had searched the local area and then chased back toward the hunters anything edible they had discovered. In the way that they had worked together, the small army of ghouls had harvested enough fresh meat to satiate themselves before the sunset made it too dark for them to do more. The ghouls ate their fill in raw animal flesh, while Cutter left his escort at the obelisk to wallow in the gore. Cutter had walked off alone to pursue his other business. The instructions from Jingle Bells included that Cutter go by the Devil's Tower at a safe distance to see if there was any unusual activity, and then he was to go see if Romeo was up to anything unusual either. Cutter knew that Romeo and Verloc made a habit of being home by nightfall unless they were off on one of her crazy secret agent adventures, so he expected Verloc to be back in her apartment by that time. Cutter also knew that Romeo and Verloc had a great appetite for their romantic sexual activity. He liked to peek in her window at night to watch them make love. Sneaking and spying had been one of Cutter's talents even before his change into a watcher. His new life had not robbed him of those skills or his enjoyment when he exercised them. His discovery that they were not home disappointed him, yet the endeavor was still not a complete waste of his time. If Verloc was away from home, it suggested that she was being Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. and thus was up to something. That was when Critias crossed the street nearby, and Cutter saw him from where he hid behind the bushes. To any typical ghoul, the travelers appeared dirty and ragged as they stumbled along. That was sufficient reason for them to dismiss the matter entirely. To Cutter, it was quite obvious that the staggered line of infected that crossed the street were something irregular. Critias wore an enormous rifle, and no regular ghoul ever did that. The caravan of tramps seemed like bulky, shambling mounds of dirty cloth, while real ghouls were generally lean and sparse in their remaining clothing, if not already naked. Cutter readily knew the difference, and it definitely caught his interest. What he saw suggested to him that the humans were out hunting Verloc, or perhaps she was even in league with them, and those were things that would interest Jingle Bells. Carmen led the way into the second park that was directly adjacent to the library. None of the sidewalks that passed through those forested grounds exited on the side that faced the library's entrance that was their destination. At the midpoint across, Carmen did discover a well-worn footpath that went directly toward the door they needed, and the path also continued in the reverse direction as well. Carmen paused there to examine the ground of the path, where she found various distinct footprints. She determined that the same two sizes of feet had made the trail through their repeated use. One set of prints was male, while the other female, and they both wore a variety of shoes that had unworn soles typical of well-cared-for or entirely new footwear. From the evidence, Carmen felt confident that Romeo and Verloc were the ones who had made the path. She rightly guessed that the trail proved that the two watchers frequently walked to the library from somewhere close enough to the south that the path was much more convenient to them than if they had simply went around the woods, as they surely would have done if they had traveled from far away. After she completed her investigation, Carmen told her team by radio,
I believe that Romeo and Verloc are frequent visitors to this library, and also the World War Memorial building to the south of these trees. They have crossed back and forth through here between the two many times over at least the last 2 years.
Based on what she told them, Critias paused just before he entered the woods. He stopped to look over at the War Museum, since she mentioned it as important to the watchers. What he saw gave him a bad feeling. Critias shifted his visor to see both telescopically and in thermal wavelengths. His enhanced sight revealed that a large, warm body hid itself in the bushes over there. Whatever it was, the huge shape slipped back along the wall to hide from him around the backside of the building. Critias understood that something had already watched him first, and it had then recognized that he stopped to look back at his observer. That was why the cautious creature had slunk away to hide, almost certainly out of fear that it would take a bullet, which it very well might have if it had persisted boldly. He recalled that the Watchers hadn't acquired their moniker for nothing. No other kind of ghoul had a reputation for being cautious. Then again, Watchers were not also supposed to be as large as hunters were, so it was possible that he had seen a large animal instead, but he doubted it.
I think we've been made.
Critias radioed the team.
Something big was over there at their other building, hiding in the bushes, and it moved out of sight when I spotted it.
Hiram whispered on the same channel.
Keep up your same pace. Let's not help them count how many of us are out here by acting differently.
It was Carmen's mission, and Critias had already said that he intended to punch on through if they had any problem. She made the immediate decision.
We continued to the library as planned.
As uncomfortable as everyone felt about having to creep off through the woods on a narrow, ghoul-made trail, it proved to be an easy passage. It was Verloc's territory, and she made it very unpopular with the local infected by her habitually fantasizing that the trespassers were a guild of evil super hoodlums that she needed to beat senseless. They finally exited from the second park and then crossed one more city street so that the group found themselves at the south door into the grand old library. Their total journey had been only a little more than 400 meters from the tower. As everyone glanced anxiously about as they wondered what the weapon-using Watchers would do about their human guests, Critias just walked up and then tapped on the door since he felt committed to the agreement. He also wanted to get everyone inside before anything else noticed them grave-walking about in the dark. As the situation stood, the wooded park had blocked line of sight between their group's movements and the creature that had seen Critias. That made it likely that their mysterious observer didn't know exactly where they were anymore, or was aware of their final destination. With any luck, they would just seem to have vanished. After he rapped on the door, Verloc's voice answered sweetly.
Who is it?
It's us.
Critias replied.
We're expected.
She asked.
What's the password?
Carmen leaned up close to the door to answer softly.
Golden Thunder, Frosted Dawn.
She thought it sounded kind of cool, and beyond that, it was just something she made up. Verloc was not used to having her fantasy world talk back to her in real voices. She always imagined them, but the real thing made her adventures so much more satisfying. Agent Shield opened the door.
Please come in. We already swept this location for bugs. You're safe here.
The whole team moved inside, and then Hiram closed the door behind them. Once the door shut, Romeo turned up the wick on an oil lantern to give them some light. Verloc instantly recognized Critias from their meeting down in the hotel's garage. She hadn't expected him to be one of the undercover agents that was supposed to arrive for her secret meeting. After she admired Critias's mech suit up close for a moment, Verloc asked,
The Time-Space Police also work for the agency?
Her informed question really stunned Critias with surprise.
You know that I'm a marshal that came here from the future?
Of course.
Verloc waved for them to follow as she led them on into the library.
I did see your space battle station fire its electron cannon at Bellman's assault force. Besides, that armor you wear is a bit of a giveaway. I have seen all kinds of bullet-resistant equipment, and yours is like nothing else. There is also that space pistol you carry. Don't act so surprised. I am Agent Shield after all.
You do seem well informed.
Carmen told her.
Perhaps the legends are true.
Verloc stopped to turn back and look at Carmen.
You are not the first Amida Buddha ninja I have encountered. Miss Wand, is it?
Mrs.
Carmen corrected her.
We're married, but please call me Carmen.
Critias introduced himself.
I am Marshal Captain Critias Virgil Ludus. You have met my wife, Carmen. Our escort is Colonel Hiram Davis and his Special Operations Strike Team.
They don't talk much.
Verloc observed.
Yeah.
Critias agreed.
They mostly just kill people.
She nodded to that.
That's what I figured. They do seem rather serious about all their weapons.
Verloc told the Gravewalkers.
You can relax. I don't bite.
She continued on through the library by the light of Romeo's lamp until she led them to Judas's sitting room. It was a marble-floored chamber with a long table, tall curtained windows, and an extraordinary assortment of things that Judas had collected. The two dominant collections were Judas's racks of quality wines and his amazing butterfly collection displays behind glass. Romeo went about the room to light the candelabras.
Please be seated. I hope these accommodations are sufficient for such an important meeting.
As she took her seat, Carmen softly said some lyrics for her own private amusement.
I'd be a butterfly born in a bower.
The words made Romeo smile at their charming wit under the circumstances. They meant nothing to Critias, but he saw that they did to Romeo. He thought of saying something to the effect that it would mean that Carmen would be dead and pinned to a board behind glass. Romeo offered the next line.
Where roses and lilies and violets meet.
He even knew the poet.
Thomas Haynes Bailey, 1826.
Critias was somewhat jealous that the aptly named Romeo could romance his wife better than he could. At least he got to get in on her cleverly apropos meaning that Violet Wand was going to have a meeting in a bower of butterflies.
Your wife is quite an educated woman for one so young,
Romeo told Critias.
She must be no end of delight for you. You have my belated congratulations.
Critias replied.
It is not too late for congratulations. We are still on our honeymoon, in fact. I'm sorry to say that I fail to catch her meanings more often than not,
he admitted.
You are right, of course. Carmen does have a most singular wit about her when she is in the mood.
Verloc added.
She is also an impressively skilled assassin. Now that we are all together, it is obvious to me why the agency would recruit her for such a dangerous assignment. Romeo and I have already liberated the president from his Shadow Council kidnappers. I imagine he is back in Washington by now. All that remains is for you to divulge the location of their secret base, so I can go in there and close the book on them too.
As Critias was about to lay the blame on Jingle Bells, Carmen spoke up first.
There is a small problem with that, I'm afraid.
Verloc was surprised to hear that.
Is there? The message that I received from the agency was that they had the location, and you were coming here to hand-deliver it to me.
Oh, they have located the Shadow Council base,
Carmen divulged.
And they did send us here to tell Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. that information. Our little impasse is in that I do not believe that you are Agent S.H.I.E.L.D., or I should say Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. You seem to have forgotten your own rank in the agency, or perhaps that omission was on purpose.
Verloc went along unperturbed.
I do qualify for the rank of special agent, but I do not technically possess it. Being a solo covert operative, it is more convenient for me to accept the lower rank, so that I can avoid the burden of having an entire task force under my command, and thus still maintain my secret identity. Do you have any other doubts about me that I need to lay to rest?
A few.
Carmen continued her challenge.
Even though we have never met before, I know a great deal about her. My espionage instructors constantly quoted the successful missions of the legendary Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. like they were gospel. They told me she was beautiful, but you look more like a lingerie model. You are much too attractive to be the real Verloc. Yes, I do know her real name.
Verloc enjoyed the flattery, but hid it well.
And what else?
Carmen made everyone in the room tense when she straightened up, put her hands on the table, and then gave Verloc a stare that seemed to be heading for trouble between them.
The real Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. would have known at a glance that I was a genetically fabricated super cyborg assassin from the future brought here by the time-space police to help her save the human race from extinction at the hands of the greatest threat in the history of their species. Being an Amida Buddha ninja was only my cover story, and you didn't know that.
Carmen stood up and then balanced her weight on splayed fingertips as she leaned forward across the table.
Now look me in my eyes and tell me if I'm lying.
It was dark in the vestibule,
Verloc said in excuse.
The eyes are the windows to the soul, and in this better light, I can see there is no life in your eyes. Are they cyborg technology? Your hair's not dye either. It's real. You have me on that point. Once again, I can see why they selected you for this mission. Your talent for disguise is truly impressive. Now, wasn't there something else you doubted about me?
The Gravewalkers and Romeo anxiously considered if they would have to quick-draw their guns, because the tension from Carmen was unmistakable.
Just one more thing,
said Carmen.
The true Verloc is the baddest bitch that ever lived. And to me, you look like you couldn't punch your way out of a zero-gravity lesbian bar on free drink night. Be my bet, you have had plenty of opportunities to try. Now, you either tell us where the real Verloc is, you Shadow Council imposter, or by God, I'll beat it out of you.
I'm equally skilled with the pistol and the sword.
Verloc accepted a duel unworried, even welcoming it, since she came prepared. Carmen was eager for either one.
Then what are we waiting for?
Verloc nested her fingers on the table and then sighed.
The agency would be highly perturbed if I was to kill one of their best agents right before she gave me the location of my next target. They would mark that down as being a touch on the side of unprofessional.
She looked to Critias.
Wouldn't you agree? Even through your space armor, I can tell from your posture that you know I am who I say I am. Perhaps you could convey some of your confidence to that young woman over there who is so nervously thinking about reaching for her weapon. None of us would like to see her get hurt over this simple misunderstanding.
While looking at Jessica in particular, Critias told the Gravewalkers,
Everybody just relax.
Carmen had no intention of backing down.
Then what do you suggest, imposter?
Verloc stood.
I think we need to step outside and settle this in a fashion acceptable to the agency. 3 hits would satisfy you that I am the one and only Verloc.
2 will be enough.
Carmen answered as she backed away from the table.
You won't get lucky more than once.
She removed her grave-walking rags and all her weapons to lay them out on the table. Once Carmen was ready, Verloc gestured to the door.
Shall we?
Age before beauty.
Carmen gestured for Verloc to go first.
I won't turn my back on a Shadow Council spy.
Very well.
Verloc walked to the door that went to the hallway. Romeo picked up the oil lamp and then followed her out to provide the illumination. Keeping to his faith, Critias played along as he told Carmen.
That is the real Verloc. Have you gone crazy? You don't have a chance in hell against her. It's only because she is such an honorable and romantic warrior that I don't have to worry about her breaking your damn neck.
That is not the real Verloc.
Carmen insisted.
You just follow me and watch as I prove it.
With everyone gathered about to watch, Carmen squared off in the hallway against Verloc to settle their issue with fisticuffs. Verloc called her to attack with a gesture of her fingers.
Come, Carmen, have your proof that I am as I say.
My heart has fortified me against any strength,
Carmen warned.
And my master has schooled me against any cunning.
Verloc just smiled.
Then why do you hesitate?
That was enough to get Carmen's ire. She rushed in to give Verloc a good thumping. Her flurry of punches and chops only found air or firm blocks until Verloc managed to catch Carmen's wrist that she twisted into a lock. Carmen somersaulted in a flip that removed the tension on the tendons of her arm, and thus she freed herself to come out of it with a kick launched at Verloc's head. Verloc ducked under the kick, stepped inside Carmen's standing leg, and then bordering on mockery in a pantomime of ballroom dancing, Verloc knocked Carmen over backwards with the pressure from her hip. Verloc even caught Carmen behind the neck so that she could gently lay her to the floor to prevent Carmen hitting her head.
1,
said Verloc. Like a sore loser, Carmen whined.
No.
Verloc looked to her audience.
What say the judges?
Romeo was quick to answer.
A hit, a very palpable hit.
Well then.
Carmen said before she kick-flipped up onto her feet from her back.
Again!
Once they faced off at a fair distance, Carmen launched herself in with ferocity like she was enraged.
You stalked my husband in the hotel like he was a game animal.
Carmen fumed amid her many attacks.
You thought you were so clever.
Verloc slipped around in circles such that she gracefully avoided each blow with such ease that it appeared that her intention was not to fight at all, but instead just to hold a conversation.
So that is what this is about. Are you certain that was me? Perhaps that was the real Verloc.
At that, Carmen appeared genuinely vengeful as her strikes flew in a blur of martial skill. Avoidance was no longer sufficient. Verloc parried brilliantly to countervail the attacks until Carmen successfully burrowed through Verloc's masterful defenses to then palm strike her in the sternum. Carmen made contact just firm enough to knock the watcher back 3 steps.
A hit.
Carmen boasted unheroically.
I learned that from the 5 venoms of the White Lotus clan.
She reset their distance and then taunted Verloc to come on using her own finger summons.
Let's see what you've got.
Verloc advanced in acceptance of the invitation. She threw combinations of punches that Carmen bobbed and evaded until a left came in that had no chance of hitting at all, so Carmen just ignored it. The positioning of Verloc's hand blocked a narrow line of Carmen's vision for only an instant, but it was long enough to make a window for a big right hand that seemed to come out of nowhere to catch Carmen right on the jaw. The blow was solid and turned Carmen out like a light to drop her flat on her back. Agent Shield stood over Carmen in victory and then said,
I learned that from Big George Foreman.
After a moment, Carmen shook off her daze. Her expression openly admitted she had lost to Verloc and felt humbled by the defeat. Ever the noble figure, Verloc bent down to offer Carmen a hand to pull her up. Carmen accepted the friendly gesture as she let Verloc help lift her back to her feet.
I had to know it was really you.
Carmen said bashfully.
I hope you'll accept my apology, Agent Shield. I see now that all that I have heard about you is true.
Verloc told her.
I understand completely. True professionals like you and me cannot afford to take chances when so many people are counting on us. Let us return to our table and toast your magnificent fighting skills with some of my friend's choice wine. He does not drink wine, and I'm sure he would not begrudge us on so auspicious an occasion.
Once back in the sitting room, Carmen went to a cabinet with wine glasses. She inspected them closely with her ultraviolet enhanced vision to make sure they were clean. Once confident they were safe, she set out one for everyone.
These are clean,
she said to put her group at ease.
Our friend believes that cleanliness is next to godliness,
Romeo commented as he explored the wine displays to select a proper bottle.
We brought dinner,
Carmen told Verloc.
The chef at agency headquarters is surprisingly good. He made us spaghetti and the tomatoes were fresh from the garden. It should be quite delicious.
The Gravewalkers opened their packs to take out the individually portioned plastic containers they carried. They also had fresh bread and a can of freeze-dried peaches. It was every bit as delicious a meal as Verloc felt accustomed. Nick was a better cook than Romeo, even though Romeo was no slouch when it came to culinary sophistication. In combination with Verloc's mental embellishment, the food was a most elegant and welcome feast. Romeo found a bottle of red that suited his liking. As he returned to the table, he said,
Old wood, old wine, and old books. My friend has good tastes.
When everything was ready, Carmen asked Romeo,
Would you like to make a toast?
He raised his wine glass and then said,
To the latter end of a fray and the beginning of a feast.
They all drank, and then Carmen added,
May this dull fighter make a keener guest.
Earlier, back at the military museum, Cutter had noticed the large infected male who carried the enormous rifle look his way. Cutter had moved out of sight quickly at the price that he lost track of them. They had gone into the overgrowth of the park by the time he checked again. Cutter worried that they might ambush him if he just went in after them. Fortunately, he had the highly trained runners to take that risk in his place. He went back to the obelisk, summoned the runners with a whistle for them to follow, and then he left the two hunters behind to gnaw their fresh bones. He told the runners that there was meat in the bushes. They quickly searched through the block of thicket without finding anything large enough to interest them. Cutter was in no mood to search the whole city in the dark. That was when he noticed the nearby library, and he remembered that Verloc wasn't at home. He knew that Romeo and Verloc were chummy with the morose librarian, such that they spent a lot of time there. It made him wonder if the strange figures he had seen had gone there, perhaps to see Romeo and Verloc, or even Judas. Maybe even all three of them conspired with the humans about an attack against Jingle Bells. He had many unanswered questions that he thought were worth a little investigation. The library was a large building. It took Cutter a while to work his way around until he found a window that had some light or noise behind it. The heavy curtains that Judas used to block the light that came from his sitting room did do an admirable job. Cutter had to stand just underneath to see even the scant traces of illumination that leaked through. The window was too high above the ground for Cutter to see anything or to be able to hear any voices. Luckily, Judas stayed most diligent in his upkeep of the building. The librarian kept the many ladders that he used stacked up against the building at multiple places. When Verloc's dinner began to wind down, she asked Carmen,
What is it like living in the future?
Before she answered, Carmen wiped her mouth with a damp paper towel that she took from a little package that came along in her meal kit.
Humans have all moved up into the sky to live in space aboard big orbital cities,
she divulged.
The Earth is no longer habitable by humankind.
That wasn't what Verloc expected, since she assumed that the good heroes would always keep saving the day.
Was it nuclear war or pollution?
Zombies,
Carmen said.
They have taken over the planet.
Verloc felt aghast, but not disbelieving.
How did it happen? When will it happen? You must have come back in time to stop it from happening. Was the Shadow Council behind it?
Carmen spun her web of lies with utmost seriousness.
The group in my time call themselves the Shadow Empire. My husband Critias was tracking down the Shadow Emperor when he went to the ruling council of governors for their backing. Those politicians wouldn't listen to his advice. They refused to believe that the threat was real. The two of us looked to the glorious legends of Special Agent S.H.I.E.L.D. for guidance. Knowing it was what you would do, we went on a dangerous undercover mission to take out the Shadow Emperor ourselves.
Just the memory of it made Carmen start to cry.
We were too late. The Shadow Emperor launched his ultimate weapon of evil, the zombie bomb bioweapon, into a temporal transverse conduit, sending it back in time. Back to this time. The zombie bomb of the Shadow Emperor is here, now, in this city. The Shadow Emperor knew that he had to send the weapon back in time to destroy the one real and true special agent shield. He knew that if he killed you with his super weapon of mass destruction, nothing could ever save the world from his evil plan.
Carmen wiped at her tears with her napkin.
I'm sorry, Special Agent Shield. I know you would never cry on a mission, but what happened was just so terrible. There was nothing we could do once he sent the bomb back in time and it exploded. In the blink of an eye, the whole world went from a beautiful paradise to a depopulated wasteland where all the people had become ghouls. Stupid, brain-eating, dirty ghouls.
Then we must stop it in my time.
Verloc declared.
Together we shall save the world. Do you know where the bomb is?
Carmen sniffled as she tried to master her emotions.
It is even worse, Special Agent Shield. The bomb has a temporal blowback trigger to detonate it. The Shadow Emperor sent the weapon to his ancient predecessor, the last director of the Shadow Council in this era. It does not have a timer. He must activate it manually. When he does, the bomb will transport its bioweapon payload backwards in time another 4 years. The Shadow Emperor not only wanted to kill you, but kill you before you did so much devastation to the Shadow Council of this time. When that happens, your world will become the world we left behind, a world of screaming, freakish monsters ruled by the Shadow Empire.
Not only did Critias feel impressed by his wife's cunning story that intended to manipulate Verloc into living in their world as it really was, she had also surprised him with how genuinely she faked her tears of heartfelt emotion. He understood then that Carmen could be wickedly deceptive when she needed to be. There wasn't even any way for him to tell how much of her fight with Verloc had been real. Verloc's fighting skills were genuine enough. The two of them were near equally brilliant and lightning fast. Carmen's acting had been good enough that it made Critias wonder if she ever used her deceptive talent to manipulate him. It was far from impossible that Carmen made a fool out of him at her whim. Critias doubted, or at least refused to believe, that any of the passionate moments that they had shared could have been staged frauds manufactured by Carmen's flawless prevarications. He assured himself that he occupied a reserved place in her life. Even if she didn't use her powers of acting against him, Critias still felt a sting of displeasure. It offended him that she could cry so genuinely to serve the purpose of her lies, while in real life she could show such restrained emotions about real suffering around her. He didn't overlook that he had admired Alice's feminine tears over the harshness of their world. Based on that, he couldn't help but think a little less of Carmen for not being the same. That aside, he acknowledged that anyone who got on Carmen's bad side had better watch out. She really was a super cyborg assassin from the future who could live up to the title when she wanted. The story had an element that Verloc could not understand.
Won't this bioweapon also turn the Shadow Council into zombies?
Not entirely,
Carmen explained.
The zombie bomb's detonation flux displaces the explosion to Mexico City, at least according to our records. The disease is highly contagious. Just a scratch from one of its ghouls could infect you too, making you one of them. Our scientists determined that the only defense once a person has caught the infection is ultimate willpower. If the victim is a hero of purest heart or a villain of blackest evil, they do not become mere ghouls. Those people become super soldiers, forever young, effectively immortal, immune to all poisons and disease. Nothing can stop them but literally tearing their bodies apart and in particular destroying their brains. The armies of these monsters swept over the earth, turning nearly everyone into these creatures. Only a lucky few managed to barricade themselves into survival outposts and thus preserve the human species on through the centuries ahead.
Verloc rubbed at her chin when she understood.
The Shadow Council commanders will turn themselves into immortal gods of evil, and at the same time, turn the good people of the world into their mindless slaves. Truly evil, that has always been the way of the Shadow. But you say those of pure heart can also resist the weapon. A small but powerful league of immortal heroes would rise up still able to fight for what is right.
That is how humanity survived, so that we could come back here to you,
Carmen told her.
In my history, after the bomb went off, you became one of those immortal heroes. You and the greatly respected Romeo as your ever-faithful companion through all adversity. In my time, the legends say that the love of Romeo for his mistress of justice was the purest devotion the world has ever known. The words say that, though Romeo was not a perfect warrior like Verloc, he had the willpower to resist the virus because his devotion to her would not allow him to fail. He overcame the infection just to be able to stay by her side.
Carmen shrugged bashfully.
That is what our legends tell. Everyone believes them to be true. Beyond that, I cannot say.
The story made Verloc glance over at Romeo in wonder as to what was true. Ultimate secret agents did not allow themselves to love, because to do so would surely bring about that love interest's death. They were dedicated to their missions alone. When she thought about it, there was no rule that the sexual conquests of the agent could not love them. In fact, how could they not? Carmen continued.
I have saved the worst information for last. Special Agent SHIELD. Our time-space scientists do not believe that we can stop the bomb from going off. When they sent us back in time to seek your help, the bomb had already gone off in our history, and that is why we came here.
Verloc took on a grim expression.
I see. If the bomb has already happened in your version of time, and that is why you came here, if we stopped the bomb here, you would never come back to tell me about it. It is a paradox. If we succeed in this mission, you will never come back in time to tell us to begin it. We still must try. If we cannot stop this disaster, then perhaps we will survive it, as your history tells. Even if humanity must abandon the Earth, they must survive. Now tell me, my friend, where is the Shadow Council? Where is this bomb that is destined to destroy the world?
The aluminum ladder struggled to hold Cutter's weight as he clung to it beneath the room's window. He had used utmost caution when he positioned it, since he knew that Verloc had keen ears, and she was ever vigilant. Cutter was no novice at being a peeking Tom pervert. He called upon all his stealthy talents to avoid detection, and wasn't so bold as to climb high enough to try and look inside. The curtains were too thick anyway. He didn't feel it was worth the risk when he could already listen effectively enough. He heard Carmen's story, and from it he knew that she too had a case of the worms. The madness of the worm in her brain made her see and believe insane things that couldn't possibly be true. Subconsciously, Cutter knew it to be true, at least in large part, and because of that, his own worms began to itch as they crawled under his skin. Cutter couldn't resist the urge to take out his new, much larger knife and then begin to jab at his worms to silence their activity. Carmen had her table in enthralled silence. She held the moment for dramatic effect before she said,
The secret dark master of the Shadow Council is none other than that honey-worded and cunning devil, Prince Vladimir von Bellman.
Verloc stood up from her seat so abruptly that half the Gravewalkers nearly jumped out of their skins to the thought that a gunfight had started. It was only the training of Colonel Hiram Davis that gave them the staying power not to overreact. Verloc slapped her palms down on the table.
How could I have been so blind? Bellman is the Black Prince of Shadow. I underestimated the dark powers and venomous charisma of that treacherous viper. Only now does the fog of his manipulations part, and I see the clear truth of it. We could never understand why he was so fixated on destroying the tower. The tower is the secret headquarters of the agency itself. Bellman has been trying to destroy me all along, weaving secrets among secrets. He is truly a diabolical genius, more evil than even I gave credit. Bellman must be destroyed.
Cutter heard the loudly spoken words of Verloc as she pledged to join forces with the people of the tower. Working together, they would kill Jingle Bells, and thus that meant himself as well. Cutter felt so shocked over the revelation that he lost his balance. He struggled to regain it, only to fall completely. Cutter went over ladder and all in an advertent cry of panic. He hit the ground with a loud clang of aluminum ladder and his groan of having landed painfully. Everyone in the room clearly heard the fall. Verloc and Carmen were side by side as they rushed to the window, where they parted the curtains and then gazed out to see the source. Carmen did not know Cutter, but she did remember that Critias had seen a large, skulking shape. She guessed that they had to be one and the same. The hunter-sized watcher already ran away, and he did it mindful to break line of sight to avoid incoming bullets. They only caught a glimpse of Cutter before he was gone. Verloc recognized him despite the readily apparent change in his size. She quickly informed them,
That was Cutter, Bellman's new bodyguard and manservant. We must stop him before he returns to his master with all that he has overheard.
Carmen agreed.
Bellman will detonate the bomb if we don't stop him.
Critias jumped up from his seat even as he stuffed on his helmet. After snatching up his anti-material rifle, he headed straight for the window. Carmen saw that her husband planned to jump out through the glass of the ornate window. She quickly turned the latch handle on the antique frame and then threw it open to make it unnecessary for him to demolish Judas's home. Critias leaped out through the large opening as the hatch of framed glass swung away. When he landed on the grounds a floor below, Critias saw that Cutter headed south at speed. Before Critias recovered from his landing enough to shoot him, Cutter leaped over a thick granite block retaining wall that also doubled as the railing for the pedestrian walk that encircled the library. Cutter made a piercing whistle that called his runners to help him against Critias. They would give him the time he needed to make his escape. Critias looked up as he called to his team.
He's heading south.
Verloc was already airborne from her jump out the window. Critias reacted quickly to offer her his free arm for her to catch on. It softened her fall as she hit the yard. Carmen's titanium bones were unbreakable. She just hit the lawn hard enough that her boots partially sank into the grassy soil. Without pause, she promptly took off in pursuit of Cutter at a sprint. The runner ghouls dashed and leaped in from the darkness in all directions as they attacked Critias. They had followed Cutter around earlier when the giant searched about the library. The ghouls had hoped that Cutter would lead them onto something to chase and then eat. When Cutter had gone up the ladder, the runners had just dispersed around the area to await further instructions. His whistle brought them back in a race of anxious enthusiasm, eager for blood sport. At the sight of all the incoming ghouls, Verloc struck an action pose with her pistol in hand. She warned for Critias's sake.
Bellman's Shadow Council commandos.
Verloc was ready to assist him in battle against them.
You go with Carmen to stop that big one.
Critias told Verloc.
I have the army guys to help me deal with this trash. Once they are down, I'll catch up with you.
As Verloc dashed away after Carmen to chase Cutter, Critias drew his pistol to shoot down the runners that approached along her exit path. When both women went over the granite wall out of sight, a runner leaped onto Critias's back after it came up on him from behind. While Hiram had hurriedly doused the candles inside the sitting room to put out all the lights, he sent his two best sharpshooters to the open window with their suppressed submachine guns in hand. Peterson immediately shot the ghoul off of Critias's back, and then he joined Dunbar as they rapidly feathered off shots from their elevated position. The two men eradicated the runners as fast as they came into view. By the time the two Gravewalkers had drained their ammunition magazines, Carlos and Giles stood ready to trade them fresh replacement weapons, so that the two shooters continued firing with barely an interruption. Critias only had to remain still as the bait and then watch as Hiram's men slaughtered Cutter's runners as if they were just so many defenseless sheep. Cutter ran across the street south of the library and then charged into the wooded park there to get out of sight. He made so much noise as he crashed through the brush that the two women in pursuit had no trouble keeping track of him. Carmen was about to plunge into the brush directly after Cutter, but Verloc had other plans.
Take the path.
Verloc told her.
It's faster.
Carmen didn't think the path could be any slower for her, and she also realized that Verloc could not naturally see in the dark. The path was familiar to Verloc and free of obstructions. In total, it was the better choice. To help maintain their pace, Carmen had her pistol ready, and she turned on its light as soon as they entered the woods. The illumination from Carmen's pistol was enough for Verloc to keep up at their tireless sprinting speed of top athletes. Verloc told Carmen.
Cutter has gotten much bigger since the last time I saw him. Bellman has been experimenting on him with his new steroids alchemy.
The agency feared he might.
Carmen replied.
Bellman could have many more of these behemoths besides him, not just this one.
The thick growth of the park didn't make Cutter quiet, but it did shield him from sight and made it difficult for any bullets to reach him if the women started shooting. The straight path that the women took across the middle of the park only encountered open sidewalks at the central junction of the four diagonal ways. Cutter hoped to be across the second arm of sidewalk before the women reached the center from where they would be able to see him pass. Carmen and Verloc didn't make the intersection in time to take advantage of it. They barely caught a glimpse of Cutter at a distance as he leapt from the bushes on one side of the sidewalk to disappear back into the woody vegetation on the other. The women just ran the other half of the footpath that would deliver them onto the street by the military museum. They planned to catch up with the giant there out in the open at the far side. The three of them reached the street south of the park at about the same time. The women had gained a lot of ground on Cutter as he forced his way through heavy cover in the dark while they dashed by flashlight along a straight, unobstructed path. Because Cutter had seen Carmen's light at the intersection in the woods, he knew the women were hot on his trail. He entered the street with the full expectation that they would arrive there too. Good fortune was with Cutter as he emerged from the woods to discover an old parked delivery van on his side of the street. Cutter put the large vehicle between himself and his armed pursuer's line of sight. The giant ducked as low as he could while he used his thick arms to shield his head, akin to a man that ran under a heavy hailstorm. Verloc did not carry a suppressed pistol, so Carmen saw no need to suppress hers either. They both opened fire on Cutter the moment he dashed out of the trees into the open street. The derelict van deflected many of their shots, but not all of them. Both women emptied magazines at him in the hope that one of their bullets might bring Cutter down. They didn't want to chase the huge watcher all the way back to Jingle Bells Coliseum, where there would be whole armies of ready supporters. The bullets that caught up with Cutter stung him like hot pokers, but they didn't slow him down at all. None of the bullets got him in the head or went deep enough into his sturdy body to make any difference. Cutter wasn't squeamish about minor flesh wounds anyway. His luck continued to be gracious when he managed to dive behind a long steel drop-off dumpster that was on the opposite side of the street. The military had left it in the outbreak days so that their patrols could fill it with headshot bodies. The dumpster sat 3/4 full of deactivated meat. Combined with the steel walls and accumulated rainwater, it would be more than bulletproof. The dumpster protected Cutter for the moment. It wouldn't do him any good once the women came around to his side. It also provided extra inspiration in the value of having something he could use to block their bullets. A circular cast-iron manhole cover was right there beside him in the sidewalk. Cutter realized that the iron disc would make an ideal shield. His hunter's size let him get his fingers down into the holes and then easily lift out the 50-kilogram cast-iron disc. Once he had the manhole cover gripped with both hands, Cutter took off at a run again while he held the metal plate behind his head and upper back. He was not that far from the obelisk at that point, so Cutter shouted for the two stupid brutes to come help him by the words,
"Get some food, you dummies!"
Carmen and Verloc had reloaded by then, and they opened fire the moment that Cutter came out into view. They shot at him so fast that his iron barrier unexpectedly deflected half their ready ammunition. Their bullets rang harmlessly off his metal plate until they finally realized what protected him. By then it was too late to keep shooting at Cutter because Carmen and Verloc found that they had bigger problems to occupy their attention. The two tethered hunters at the obelisk had heard the first series of loud gunshots. They had immediately associated the noise with humans that were their best-loved hatred. Hundreds of other wild ghouls in the area had heard it as well and felt the same thing. When Cutter called for their help, both of the giant monsters casually snapped their chains and then bounded out of the park to find the source of all the shooting or anything else that might pass for humanity. So it was that the two hunters gave Carmen and Verloc an unwelcome surprise. Both giant freaks loped around either side of Cutter and then rushed right at the women. Two clothed females holding pistols had to be the object of their pursuit. Under the circumstances, the hunters saw that Verloc and Carmen were unmistakably human and surely the source of the audible gunfire. Cutter kept running until he had hopped over the low perimeter wall that enclosed the pedestrian deck of the military museum. The wall there had an enormous cement cornerpiece that was like a stubby Corinthian column that served as a memorial to the Somme defensive during the First World War. The huge ornament mostly had the appearance of being a gigantic stone fire plug, and it certainly lived up to its name as a defensive position. Cutter hid behind that ornamental barrier and kept his shield ready too, as he peeked out from cover to watch his pets tear the women's limbs off. He didn't think their pistols would help them much against the two furious brutes. It would have been braver and maybe wiser for Cutter to help the hunters, since 3 against 2 would have been superior odds to his favor. Cutter was in no hurry to have them shoot more bullets into him, but neither was he intent to deny himself the pleasure of watching the women die. Cutter's compromise was to hide and also shout encouragement to his pets in the form of,
"Tear them up! Get your meat!"
It was Verloc's mission to stop Cutter. Not even the hunter that was about to trample her had convinced her to let him get away. She gripped her pistol two-handed to take careful aim in a final effort to put a bullet right into Cutter's eye. When Cutter saw her intention to shoot at him anyway, he raised the manhole cover to protect his face. Verloc yelled at him,
"You're a dead man, Cutter."
She took her hopeless shot anyway, just out of sheer frustration and determination. The manhole cover exploded in a brilliant puff of white flame. Its brittle cast iron shattered into several pie sections from off its center where the bullet had struck. The cement monument caught up many of the hot spall fragments, but there were plenty left over to pepper into Cutter's cheek, neck, and chest. It was only because by some miracle that the bullet had broken up on impact that Cutter still had any head left at all. Even then, the epic hit on his shield knocked Cutter right off his feet. He landed flat on his back out of sight behind the low wall. In the moment, Verloc couldn't understand how her pistol had struck Cutter's shield that hard. An instant later, she heard the thunderous report from Critias's anti-material rifle as it overtook her at the slower speed of sound. Critias's second shot reverberated just as loud. It arrived a moment after his next 20mm explosive bullet intercepted Cutter's pet hunter just before it landed on Verloc. The shell struck the giant just below the collarbone. Muzzle energy drove the bullet deep into the body, where its soft nose mushroomed open and then detonated an internal charge of incendiary high explosives. Trapped as it was inside a tightly packed shell of muscular meat, the blast blew the monster open like a squashed fruit, with none of the bullet coming out from the other side. The hunter's head and right arm landed out in the street after it came off entirely from the rest of the mangled torso. Carmen had just gone around the drop dumpster to face one of the new hunters when she saw that her husband was on hand to provide them fire support. She promptly abandoned the idea of killing the massive ghoul herself. Instead, Carmen lured the ignorant beast into a position that would best serve her husband's aim.
I have another one for you, my love,
she told him by radio.
He will be right behind me.
She knew that the friendly fire avoidance software in his mech suit helmet HUD would protect her from taking an accidental hit herself. A 20-millimeter round would certainly prove equally fatal to Carmen, titanium skeleton or not. Critias answered her.
Bring it.
With a nimble leap, Carmen hopped up onto the near side rim of the dumpster. Knowing that the stupid giant ghoul wouldn't be able to resist the urge to chase her, she sprang across the flesh swamp interior to stand balanced on the opposite lip. Carmen offered her vulnerable back to give the hunter some extra incentive. The dumpster was not that tall from the hunter's perspective. It really wasn't that broad either. With no hesitation and little effort, the hunter jumped right in, while also reaching out its long arms to grab her. With flawless timing, Carmen just stepped off the edge of the dumpster and then ducked down against the far side to await her husband's thunder. With the hunter's whole upper body fully exposed above the dumpster, a 20-millimeter round came in to strike the giant button-on at the sternum. The kinetic shock and accompanying explosion opened the hunter up like it had swallowed a hand grenade. It burst completely open to resemble a mashed tomato with limbs. What remained of the ruptured body collapsed to join the rest of the infected filth inside the trash bin. Carmen didn't even get a drop of the splatter on her. Critias stood out in the street off the corner of the library, 130 meters back. He watched to see if Cutter would get back up so that he could finish him off too, as necessary. When he took his first shot at Cutter, he didn't know what a primitive manhole cover even was, to think that the ghoul had an armored barrier that could withstand the impact of a 20-millimeter shell. Without using armor-piercing ammunition, he had no assurance that Carmen's soft-nosed rounds would penetrate the thick slab of cast iron. He only found out that an explosive dum-dum round was up to the task by experimentation alone. After Carmen leaned over into the dumpster to put an extra bullet into her hunter's intact head, she joined Verloc to chase Cutter so that they could give him a coup de grace, too. They got behind the short wall to discover that Cutter had already gone. He had scrambled off on all fours to stay out of sight, and once clear, he had started to run for his life. Colonel Davis came on their radio channel.
We have awakened the sleeping city. The streets will soon be swarming. I need instructions.
The colonel warned of the truth. Critias saw how the ghoul activity grew up around him. To avoid attention from the infected already headed his way, he did his best to conceal the anti-material rifle while assuming the role of being just another ghoul. There was no chance that he could stay out on the streets any longer without finding himself embroiled in open war with the infected.
Close up the library and lie low.
Critias answered Hiram.
I'm coming back now. There's nothing more that I can do out here.
There was no way that Verloc could track Cutter in the dark. The only chance she saw to prevent him from ever getting back to Bellman was for her to get there first. The stadium was only about 7 blocks away, about half a mile as the crow flew. With no time to waste, Verloc told Carmen,
My apartment is right here. I have all the weapons we could ever need.
She turned to run for the entrance into the museum. Carmen felt the pressure of command. She hadn't counted on Cutter actually getting away from them. She had led Verloc to believe that they needed to stop Cutter from reaching Jingle Bells as a critical mission objective, such that their failure to stop him would result in total catastrophe. Verloc's insanity still convinced her that they were in the functional pre-outbreak society. Neither of them had much in the way of weaponry on them, and Carmen had left behind her grave-walking rags. If they went to the Colosseum and then attacked Jingle Bells under their current conditions, Carmen knew they would be at a severe disadvantage. Verloc would still insist that they try regardless of how difficult the mission would be, because she believed that there was a bomb in there that they had to stop at any cost. Since the bomb didn't really exist, it didn't measure up as being important to Carmen. Her real priority was to get Verloc to believe that the bomb had already detonated. Carmen evaluated her options at software speed and then decided to protect the lives of the Gravewalkers as well as her own. She would consolidate the gains she had already made and hope it was enough to carry her through onto the other side of what she had to do next. Verloc carried a black duffel bag and an armload of submachine guns as she came back out of her home.
We have to get moving.
She told Carmen urgently to get them off to attack Jingle Bells.
It isn't far to Bellman's mansion from here. We have to get there first.
I'm sure that Cutter must already be halfway there.
Carmen said with doubts.
I don't see how we could beat him.
Verloc put a hand on Carmen's shoulder to give her confidence.
We can't give up while there is still any hope. You said you believed in me once. Believe in me now.
Even though Verloc was insane and she wanted to attack Jingle Bell's base that swarmed with trained ghouls for a bomb-disarming mission that didn't even really exist anyway, Carmen did believe in Verloc. Carmen wanted to throw caution to the wind and embrace the madness. Some part of her had longed to rush down into a watcher nest for as long as she could remember. It made Carmen genuinely ashamed and heartbroken that she had to betray Verloc for the greater good of all humans, and hopefully for the greater good of Romeo and Verloc too. It was then that Carmen understood many things that Critias had told her. If she wanted to lead others into danger, the price was that she had to put aside her own childish dreams of being the heedless hero. It was the lesson that Yeti could never learn, and why he would never be a captain. He could never give up the prideful ambitions he wanted for himself, so that instead he could ensure the good of others. It was true when Carmen said,
I do believe in you, Special Agent Shield.
Then she lied with perfect conviction.
There is still time to disarm the bomb. If anyone can get us to Bellman before Cutter arrives, it is you.
Verloc smiled because she believed she had restored confidence to her new friend.
Let's go. It's time to be heroes and save the world one more time.
As Verloc turned to lead the way to the Colosseum, Carmen reached into her pouch to palm the small syringe that Kevin had prepared for her. It contained a dosage of the paralytic extract he had collected from the strange man in the sarcophagus. So prepared, Carmen pointed toward the skyline in the direction of the Colosseum as she gasped in horror.
Oh my God!
Verloc was unable to see anything out of the ordinary.
What is it? Your cyborg eyes can see something?
Cutter had a radio.
Carmen's voice trembled in terror.
Bellman has triggered the bomb. We're all going to die now. I'm afraid to die.
Brought on by her madness, Verloc could finally see it, a strange glow of futuristic energies that rose skyward like a mushroom cloud of luminous cyclonic particles.
We tried our best.
Verloc embraced Carmen and then held her tight as some final comfort.
I failed.
Carmen groaned tearfully as she hugged Verloc back.
This is my fault.
Everything will be all right,
Verloc said with compassion.
This is not your fault.
Yes, it is,
Carmen said as she lanced the thin needle painlessly into Verloc's neck. The tranquilizing chemical worked instantaneously in numbing the injection site, and then it dispersed through Verloc's blood to cause her to collapse completely comatose into Carmen's arms.
This is my fault,
Carmen confessed.
For you at least, I have become the destroyer of worlds.
She laid Verloc down while she loaded their loose items into her duffel bag. Carmen slung the bag over one shoulder and then hefted Verloc's body over the other for the walk back to the library. As she started off, Carmen radioed to Critias.
Cutter got away and Jingle Bells has detonated the weapon. We'll be back at the library in a couple of minutes.
He wasn't sure what she told him.
How is Verloc?
She is taking a little nap on sarcophagus juice,
Carmen informed him.
Kevin doesn't think it will last more than a few hours. Tell Romeo he will need to be ready to talk her through it when she comes around. Her world needs to be the same as ours now, at least I hope.
It pleased Critias to hear that.
You did it. I'm really proud of you.
I'm not,
she replied sourly.
I'll see you soon.
As Carmen carried Verloc back to the library, some of the ghouls that came into the area to investigate the loud gunshots approached to examine her. Carmen just ignored them with other thoughts on her mind. The infected danced around her as they sniffed and snarled to provoke some sign of humanity from her that they couldn't detect otherwise. Carmen's indifference was sufficient cause for them to lose interest. Neither of the women was edible, afraid, or offered a chase, so the ghouls went on to search elsewhere. Romeo met Carmen at the door as she entered the library. When he saw Verloc limp as death, it distressed him accordingly. Romeo feared some betrayal, and that the humans had killed her.
She will revive soon,
Carmen assured him.
She believes that the bell ringer detonated his bomb. Now is your chance to convince her that the world has become the unfortunate reality that it is. You are both plague carriers. The two of you will have to take precautions to protect the humans from it when you come live with us. I can promise you a better life than you have now. You will have hot and cold running water, electricity, and food from our cafeteria.
He demonstrated his infected strength when he took Verloc to carry her. Romeo asked,
"What will Agent Shield do? What is the price of all this generosity?"
Our leader is the commander of the agency now.
Carmen explained.
Whatever fantasies Verloc has been living in, the real her did experience the outbreak and our downfall. She does know what really happened somewhere in her mind, since she has been around from the time before this all started. All you need to do is convince her that her real life is the new history she went through when the Shadow Empire's weapon rewrote the world to this. Would you prefer telling her this was all a bad dream? You can get a car and go wherever you want if that is what you prefer. You are not our prisoner. The humans are struggling. For them, even going outside is an exercise in survival, while the two of you can walk about freely and collect anything. Nothing in this world is a threat to you anymore except having someone shoot you in the head, and now your side has the only guns. I was not lying when I said that Verloc would be the heroic protector of all humanity. They need your help, and in return you can stop living by candlelight and scrounging through the ruins. Well, you can scrounge for all of us now and have a much better home to come back to as well.
Romeo had made his choice long before when he shot the president. He wasn't going to turn back now when he was so close to the end of his quest. He asked,
"What about Bellman? Cutter will have told him that Verloc and I are cooperating with you now. That makes us his enemy too."
Carmen waved off that concern.
Bellman does not have long for this world. We have been planning for his destruction for some time now. Agent Shield can come along when we go to eradicate him. If you do your job and she believes that Bellman is the Shadow Council, she can help us go punish him for his great crimes.
A leather couch in Judas's sitting room made Verloc comfortable while she slept. Critias and the Gravewalkers waited there to see what would happen next. The mission still had loose ends for Carmen to tie up. She asked Romeo,
"Where is the president?"
He gave her a piece of paper with the address of the motel and the room number.
"He is in the bathroom at this location. It's a motel not far from here. The sooner you can take him away where Verloc will never hear of him again, the better."
Carmen shook her head no.
We can't do that. Verloc must accept the truth. The man went mad with his power and became a tyrannical murderer, rapist, and cannibal, performing his crimes upon men, women, and children alike. It is not possible for the whole human community to forget he ever existed. You must help her understand the truth that he was a heinous war criminal that King Louis punished accordingly. Make her believe that our King Louis, Jim, is the head of her agency now. You need to do anything you can to help her accept that, or better yet, agree with it.
They asked a lot, but Romeo would try his best.
"How did she become unconscious?"
I gave her an injection in the neck.
She answered with more than just a hint of remorse.
When she believed we were both about to be killed by Bellman's bomb, I stabbed her with a syringe needle. I don't think she even realized what happened. If she does remember it, you make up something to tell her that it was all for the best. If we're lucky, she may believe any discomfort was caused by the bomb itself.
Carmen offered Critias the slip of paper.
You need to call home and get George to bring his crew out with Big Joe. We need to clean out the military museum where Verloc has her apartment full of weaponry. If they stay here, Jingle Bells may come after them in retaliation. We can't guard them day and night to defend them, and we don't want all that equipment to fall into his hands.
Critias glanced at the paper with the address.
Well, what about the box? I'm sure we could dash in and grab it.
I think that would be best.
Carmen agreed.
If you dump it near the tower, we can do something with it later.
Critias tested her previous position that concerned her punishment for the president.
You don't think we should dump it for good right now?
Carmen beseeched him with a look.
After what he did to Mandy and Alice, I feel like we have inherited that vendetta on their behalves. Don't you agree that anyone under your roof is entitled to their righteous kin revenge? I would prefer that he not go off as easily as having you dump him in some hole where the silt will bury him and then he can sleep in dormant peace. The president requires old school justice. History demands it, and so do I.
He didn't like the idea of wanton, vicious vengeance as a proper way of going about marshalling. He repeated back what he felt were her most important words.
History demands it, you say? I don't want to go down in history with some kind of nickname of being a demented butcher. You never struck me as having an appetite for revenge before, so what's up with you now? It should be more than bad enough to bury him alive in a box. He was never supposed to get back into our hands after we dumped him the first time. Romeo and Verloc just stumbled upon him. I seem to recall that you warned me at the time we were acting unwisely and should just destroy him permanently.
She had said at the time that they should have taken measures that were more permanent in dealing with the villain. Carmen considered her own lack of insistence then to be a primary cause of why he came back to haunt them again. It wasn't a mistake that Carmen would repeat. she pledged.
We won't take any chance of him ever being able to run loose again. I will support whatever it is you decide. I only ask that whatever it is we do, it is something we could tell the girls the truth about and not feel ashamed. If you can tell Alice we gave him a quick, easy death because what he did doesn't warrant further punishment, then so be it. I was hoping your reaction would be that we do to him what you would do anyway if he had made a cannibal rape movie starring me.
He sighed.
You have some good arguments, but I still don't give a rat's ass what happens to that ghoulish bastard. If we bury him down some dirty hole for all time, that would suit me fine, because we could just be done with it. What I do care about is you and the kind of person you become, so this kin revenge thing does not please me. On the other hand, nothing says I love you like an honor killing. You're right that I can't tell the girls we cut that piece of shit any kind of a break. The bottom line is, you set up a mission to come out here and accomplish certain goals. That is where your big brain needs to focus. You brought a lot of people out here into harm's way, and this isn't over yet. Get your head on straight and worry about revenge on your own time, or I'm going to kick your ass.
Yes.
She yielded to his wishes.
I'm sorry. I know I should not be dwelling on such things. I still want you to do this for me and the girls, and all the people he ever wronged. I don't believe that hell is a real place, even though it should be. I want him there, so we must construct it ourselves. If you don't want to, I understand, and it is your decision. I just can't bear the thought that someday his box will rust away and he will be free again.
He felt satisfied that she had found her compass.
George and I can handle what you want. Hiram and his people are staying here with you in case Jingle Bells comes knocking or Verloc decides she is not going with the new program.
Critias looked to Romeo.
Understand that we will have to kill you too if Verloc won't go along with this, so I highly suggest you make this work. We have gone through a lot of trouble to help you out. This is a genuine offer you're getting that won't come twice.
Romeo told him.
I understand. Verloc will listen to me. She always has. She trusts me.
Critias went to Hiram.
I'm leaving you the 20mm. If any more hunters show up, you know what to do. If those two go crazy when she wakes up, kill them both.
Before leaving the room, he told Carmen.
You listen to Hiram. If I find out you didn't, you and I are going to have some problems that neither of us are going to like, and don't think I'm kidding.
She glanced about as if she had many things that ran through her mind, which she did. It wasn't good enough, so Critias demanded her attention.
Carmen!
Yes.
She looked at him with full and calm attention.
I understand, Master. The safe and complete success of our mission here is what matters. I won't fail you. Colonel Davis's merest wish is my sworn command. What becomes of the President is up to you, and of no further concern to me.
Critias gave her a double take, mostly out of surprise that he finally got her to call him Master after so long. He had to genuinely assert himself if he wanted Carmen to take him that seriously. Critias felt confident that Carmen would not lose her focus again. He told her,
I know you are the one who can make all this work. George should have been waiting on station to give us that backup. We should be done before she wakes up. If not, you can handle things here.
Critias left the room to see to his other business out on the streets.
Chapter 14. Shadows of Empire.
Cutter made it back to the Colosseum in record time. He had not only known the fastest routes to escape, he also knew the most secretive ones that would keep him off the streets and out of sight to avoid pursuit, had there been any. Having Critias blast his manhole cover apart right out of his hands had justifiably struck fear into him. He was lucky to still be alive, and he wasn't without injury. His two supposedly powerful hunters had gone down without a fight. They had simply exploded as if they had received an angrily pointed finger from God himself. When Cutter got down into the bowels of the Colosseum complex, that was what he told Jingle Bells, and his truthful story conveyed those same fears into his master. Jingle Bells used a knife and a pair of pliers to remove the bullets and metal fragments from Cutter's body. None of the damage was serious or would be permanent, yet it still made for jagged proof that Cutter had not exaggerated his troubles.
First, one of my new soldiers broke free and escaped,
the Watcher King said as he removed another bullet from Cutter's backside.
Now, Verloc and Romeo have gone over to side with our enemies. The Lord is truly giving me the tests of Job. What of that self-loathing fool, Judas? What did you see of him?
I do not believe he was there,
Cutter divulged.
From what conversation I heard them having over dinner, Romeo had said something to the effect that his friend was missing out on a good meal. I took it to mean that Judas was not in their company.
Jingle Bell said,
Then perhaps I shall spare him for this betrayal. It does make sense. Judas is too great a fool to be of any more use to them than he is to me.
We need to get out of here,
Cutter warned.
Verloc seemed incensed on the urgency of killing us. Their whole army from the Devil's Tower could be here any minute. The Lightning Caller, the Sword Angel, and Verloc will be working together. They will not have to search for us. Verloc knows exactly where to lead them.
They have formed a trinity of evil.
Jingle Bells agreed.
They would come to the holy temple and then scourge us out into the streets like we were just so many money-changing sodomites of Satan's synagogue. God has tested me by twisting my body, by slaying my servants, and now he asks that I take the faithful with me to wander in the desert places. Shall we be without a home for 4 times 40 seasons? Perhaps it would be my lack of faith to not trust in the Lord and stay to defend his house.
Cutter knew the ghouls well enough to see that most of those left were not sufficiently obedient to follow Jingle Bells anyway. He said,
"Many of those you could have trusted to listen are already dead. We should escape with your loyal servants and leave the rest here. Most of those freeloaders are only here at all for their next hot meal. Your remaining champions are still too savage to be trustworthy. All they do is eat and complain."
Then it seems that the meek shall inherit my kingdom.
Jingle Bells said with a plan already forming in his demented mind.
It is true, as you say, that we must move to a place unknown to our enemies, and you are right that many of the newcomers are as yet too unschooled in the word to properly follow. The unwashed rabble can still be of use to us.
Jingle Bells extracted the last shard of metal from Cutter's body and then put the crude surgical tools aside.
Flesh is weak, and I need soldiers of iron. We shall leave this place, but before we go, there is much work to do.
"Tell me what needs to be done,"
Cutter said, eager to get away before Verloc showed up to finish the job on him. Jingle Bells decreed,
"I will be serving the last supper for those we leave behind. Prepare the cooking pot for pouring, and I will be there soon to give it my blessing."
Cutter went out to perform as commanded. They had a full pot of slop waiting that Jingle Bells had not yet picked through, so it was still extra meaty. Even with his size and strength, Cutter needed a wagon to transport the cauldron into the enormous convention center floor space that was adjacent to their sports dome complex. When he arrived, Cutter would dump out the slop across the smoothly polished cement floor, as he had done many times before. Most of the ghouls who would eat it made their home in the echoing convention area halls. They generally just lounged about as they waited for the next sounding of the dinner bell. The ringing usually began in some distant place, as Jingle Bells summoned in the wandering, infected from far corners. The regular diners had already learned where the food would be. They saw no need to chase it. That was partly the reason that they were not valuable minions. They only cared about stuffing their faces and little else. Even gluttony was not sufficient cause to animate them to vigor. Yet even for all their laziness, the infection kept them in optimal fighting fitness. Jingle Bells picked up the remaining boxes of chemical injectors that he used to create his hunters, and then called out for his little ones to come hear his instructions.
"Come to me, children. Your father has something to tell you."
3 adolescent watchers bustled in from the adjoining room, where they played with their many toys when they were not scuffling. They were 2 boys and a girl round about 8 years of age in physical appearance. The only relation between them was the common cause of their bizarre circumstances. Their parents had given them the same prescription drugs to medicate rambunctious natures, and their parents had also drowned them in bathtubs as intended mercy killings when they caught the infection during the horrible chaos of the outbreak. Those children awoke as immortal watchers. Sometimes they found their parents dead from suicides, or even worse, they would discover them as mindless ghouls. It was a sad irony that it had been a blessing when Jingle Bells discovered them one at a time, back in the days when he was prone to far-off wanderings, much in the way he had found Grendel when the giant still lived in the administration building of the chemical factory. Jingle Bells was kind to his children, kept them well fed, and provided them with toys and games. Unlike the diverse madness the adult watchers suffered, the children's brains turned to the same predisposition for immature play. They had starved and suffered when on their own. Jingle Bells had actually given them much better lives, and they thought highly of him as the source of all good things.
We're going on a trip,
Jingle Bells told them.
You may take whatever things you can carry. Where we are going, we'll have many new toys and games. So do not cry over what you leave behind.
The children did not have a nature to cry because everything was fun and games to them. For Jingle Bell's next task, he went to his hunters and then unlocked all their chains. They were as ready as he had the time to afford them. He had selected each of them primarily for their proven obedience and reliance upon him for their regular meals. 7 of the great brutes made for a formidable fighting force that would prowl and kill at Jingle Bell's well-tuned command. Jingle Bells wasn't certain the hunters would attack Verloc if he instructed them to do so. It was more than likely they would recognize her as a fellow ghoul and so hesitate to hostile action. Once the hunters were all loose, Jingle Bells led them to the feeding cauldron, while he fervently ringed his bell to gather in any other ghouls along the way. He led a famished multitude into the convention hall, where Cutter awaited him. After using a pair of pliers to crack open the last of his injector pens, as he would so many crab legs, Jingle Bells poured their liquid contents into the pot of feeding slop, which Cutter slowly stirred using a long metal rod. Jingle Bells said a final prayer over the Last Supper in the Colosseum before he then signaled for Cutter to spill it out across the floor. The 2 of them sat back to watch the dirty mob fall upon the spilled food, where they began to slurp it up. They all fought to gobble down as much as they could before one of their competitors ate it first. Even his best runners who would follow him fought for their share. Jingle Bells would have to wait for the meal to be gone before he would be able to call those runners away to join him on his journey to their new home. With so many ghouls to defend him, he could afford to wait for them to finish.
This concludes Gravewalkers Book 4, Final Feast. Next is Book 5, Glory for the Dead.